I have been reborn in this warring state's world for 16 years. I was born in a small village in Qin state. The villagers here are simple and honest. I grew up eating at many people's homes. Today is the day Zhou Yuer and I are getting engaged. We have been childhood sweethearts, and we made our engagement in front of the villagers. Although my mother passed away not long ago, and according to the rules I need to observe mourning for 3 years before getting married, but in order to give Yuer a name, we still got engaged first. Yuer's grandfather handed her hand to me, and I knew the responsibility I had. I would always treat her well, and when the mourning period was over, I would give her a grand wedding. However, I have greater ambitions in my heart. I know this is a chaotic era with constant disputes among the 7 kingdoms, but the Qin kingdom is strong and it is my chance to stand out. I have signed up for the army and want to be awarded a title and an official position through military merit to give Yuer a better future. I have a secret, a system. After completing the military mission, I can open the upgrade system. Can I realize my ambitions in this chaotic world, and can I stay with Yuer forever? My destiny will unfold in this magnificent era. 229 BC. The 16th year of King Zheng of Qin. Qin State. In an inconspicuous little village. The population is only a few hundred people, but the village is very lively at the moment. Walk into the village. There is a small courtyard and 2 thatched houses, which is the center of the bustle. Most of the villagers came and sat inside and outside the yard, as if they were attending a banquet. There was a smile from the heart on everyone's face. In this era, especially in remote mountain villages, the villagers are very simple and honest. If one family has problems, hundreds of families will come to help. Following the gaze of all the villagers. In the yard, a man and a woman stood side by side with gentle smiles on their faces. A boy of 15 or 16 years old, with black hair tied in a bun. Although he was wearing a coarse linen shirt, he had a handsome face and a tall stature. Although he looked a little young, there was a maturity in his eyes, which made people know at a glance that he was an independent man. The girl next to him was not dressed gorgeously, just a light pink dress and just a little bit of light makeup of that era, but she looked like a beauty in a painting, very beautiful, and could be called a top-notch beauty. Today. It's not a big joy, but it's a small joy. Because this is the day when the 2 boys and girls are getting engaged. The village chief stood in the yard, looking at the 2 men and women standing side by side, smiled slightly, and said loudly, "Today is the day when Zhao Xian and Zhou Yuer from Wangqiao village agree on the wedding date. I specially invite fellow villagers to be a witness." Hear the sound. All the villagers looked on with smiles on their faces. Zhao Xian held Zhou Yuer's hand and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sitting in the main seat in the yard was an old man with white hair and a kind face. This is the only elder of Zhao Xian and Zhou Yuer, Zhou Yan, who raised Yuer since she was a child. As the only elder of the 2, he came here today to witness their engagement ceremony. Zhao Xian, Yuer. Meet your grandfather. Muramasa smiled and said to the 2 of them. Kindness. The 2 nodded. Zhao Xian took Zhou Yuer's hand, walked in front of Zhou Yan, and knelt down directly. Greetings, grandfather. The 2 men bowed their heads and said. Well. Okay. Good boy, get up quickly. Zhou Yan looked at Zhao Xian and Yuer, a smile of relief and excitement on his old face, tears in his eyes, and he cried with joy. He has been raising Zhou Yuer since she was a baby. Now that his granddaughter has finally settled down her marriage, he is naturally very happy. Well. Zhao Xian and Yuer are finally engaged. The 2 lovers finally became a couple. Zhao Xian is also giving you, Yuer, a name. After all, Yuer is already 16 years old, and she's a grown-up girl. It's not a good idea to keep dragging it out. Zhao Xian gave Yuer a name, and that's a man's responsibility. That's right. It's a pity that Zhao Xian's mother can't see this scene, otherwise she would definitely be very happy. Yes, Zhao Xian's mother had a lot of trouble raising Zhao Xian, but she died of illness. Alas, if Zhao Xian's mother hadn't passed away, today would have been their wedding day instead of an engagement. His mother passed away, and Zhao Xian had to observe mourning for 3 years before he could get married. Zhao Xian and Yuer are both pitiful people. Seeing that the two of them got engaged today, although they didn't hold a wedding, they did give Zhou Yuer a status, and they just needed to hold the wedding later. After all, in this era, filial piety and righteousness are the most important. Zhao Xian's mother had just passed away a year ago. As a son, he could not get married or hold a wedding banquet. But in order to give Zhou Yuer, who had always cared about him, a status, Zhao Xian proposed to set a date for the wedding, which was also supported and witnessed by all the villagers. The villagers were all happy for them. Huangqiao village is not big, and everyone knows everything about it. In the eyes of many villagers, Zhao Xian and Zhou Yuer grew up in their eyes and are both good children. However, compared with other people in the village, their fate is very bad. Now that they have started a family, they are naturally happy for Zhao Xian and his wife. Xian boy. Yuer. Zhou Yan called out in a gentle voice. Grandfather. The two men walked forward and looked at him respectfully. Starting today, my Yuer is your wife now. After you finish your mourning period, you must hold a wedding for Yuer and let her enter the family in a dignified manner. As Zhou Yan spoke, he placed Zhou Yuer's hand into Zhao Xian's hand, thus handing his most beloved granddaughter over to Zhao Xian. Please rest assured, grandfather. I owe Yuer a wedding. I will always treat her well and will never let her down. Zhao Xian held Zhou Yuer's hand tightly and said firmly. Well, although today is not a wedding, the villagers are all here to witness your engagement, so you can't neglect it. Take Yuer back to the room first, and then come out to entertain the villagers. Zhou Yan said to Zhao Xian. Kindness. Zhao Xian took Zhou Yuer's hand and walked into the room. Fellow villagers, please have a sip of drink. I will accompany you until you are drunk. Zhao Xian shouted to all the villagers. Xian boy, don't worry. Although today is not your wedding banquet, we will not be polite about the engagement gift. You have so much wine at home, we won't waste it. Ha ha ha, the wine at Xian's house is the best. Xian boy, it's not night yet, don't go to the bridal chamber now, we can all hear you. Many villagers joked about it. Zhao Xian was fine, but Zhou Yuer blushed. Zhao Xian smiled, then took Zhou Yuer back to the room. A simple village and simple villagers. This engagement ceremony was very simple, everything was kept simple, but the villagers came spontaneously and helped spontaneously, making the engagement ceremony very lively, and it was all touching. In the room, Zhou Yuer sat on the couch. Zhao Xian's face had a complex expression of happiness, excitement, and surprise. Of course, there was also a sense of responsibility in his eyes. Listening to the lively voices of the villagers outside, Zhao Xian's face was also deeply moved. Fellow villagers, thank you. I'm getting engaged today. It was supposed to be simple, but almost all the villagers came and helped spontaneously, which was all a favor. 16 years. Zhao Xian is now 16 years old. Before you know it, it's just a blink of an eye. These 16 years. He has been raised in this village since he was born. His mother is weak, but he is a strong mother. However, the villagers in the village are simple and helpful. It can be said that Zhao Xian grew up eating at many people's homes. Zhao Xian kept his gratitude to them in his heart. But there is one thing nobody knows. Zhao Xian has been reborn into this warring states world for 16 years. His soul is not from this world, but is reborn from a highly developed modern world. It possesses cognition beyond this world and has prophesied for thousands of years. But in today's turbulent times, this seems to be of no use to Zhao Xian. After becoming conscious and growing up a lot, Zhao Xian knew what era this world was in. It was the end of the Warring States period, when Qin Shi Huang conquered the world and unified the Central Plains. It was also an extremely chaotic era. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Zhao, Wei, and Han. The 7 countries were based in the Central Plains. For nearly 1,000 years, there had been endless wars between the countries in the Central Plains. From the spring and autumn period to the end of the Warring States period, the wars had never stopped. You can say that. In this era, human life is worthless, and wars kill people like cutting leeks. But Zhao Xian was quite lucky, as he was born in the state of Qin. in a small village located on the eastern outskirts of the state of Qin and within the borders of the Lantian camp of the state of Qin. Therefore, he was very safe and enjoyed the peace under the protection of a great country. In this era, hundreds of years after Shang Yang's reforms, Qin's national strength has grown to its peak and is called a country of tigers and wolves by the 6 states in Shandong. So they did not dare to attack Qin, but were afraid that Qin would attack them. Come back to your senses. Zhao Xian walked to the couch and looked at Yue, who had become his fiancée and had been given a formal status. Zhao Xian was also very nervous. For him, it is the foundation for achieving complete stability in this era, and it also represents a great responsibility. He is no longer a lonely man. He already has a fiancée today. Although they are engaged, they have not completed the wedding due to 3 years of mourning. However, with Zhou Yan's tacit consent and even with the witness of all the villagers, Zhou Yue is already his wife. He is responsible for his wife and bears the burden of taking care of her. Looking at Zhou Yue, a perfect face appeared in Zhao Xian's eyes. She was only 28 years old, with a little light makeup suitable for that era, big eyes, fair skin with a rosy glow, and every part of her was flawless. Unconsciously, Zhao Xian was also stunned. Zhou Yue grew up with him, and they were childhood sweethearts. However, in a small mountain village like this, she naturally had no chance to dress up, and it was difficult to get enough food in that era. She used to be a little yellow-haired girl. Although she was pretty and had good looks, Zhao Xian had grown up with her and was completely used to it. For the engagement ceremony today, Zhou Yue dressed up a little and looked completely refreshed. Brother Xian, what are you looking at? Seeing Zhao Xian's stunned look, Zhou Yue was secretly delighted, but said shyly on her face. I didn't expect Yue to be so beautiful after dressing up. God has been really kind to me, Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian said excitedly. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, Zhou Yue also smiled sweetly. Yue, although we are only engaged, from today on, you are already my wife. I will treat you well in the future. Zhao Xian said gently. From now on, Brother Xian is my husband. Zhou Yue also said affectionately. The affection between the two can be seen through their eyes. After a while. Yue, you should have a good rest. I'll go entertain the villagers. Zhao Xian stroked Zhou Yue's hair and said gently. Kindness. Zhou Yue nodded. Then, Zhao Xian walked out of the house and came to the bustling courtyard. Yo. Xian boy is out. I didn't expect Xian to come out so soon. How long has it been? Ha ha ha, the wedding night is at night. Brother Xian, we have to have a good drink. Come on, do it. See Zhao Xian coming out. Many villagers joked. Some are of the same generation as Zhao Xian, while others are older than him. Dear uncles and aunts. Today is my Zhao Xian's engagement day. Thank you uncles and aunts for coming to witness it. Here. I, Zhao Xian, would like to offer you a toast. Zhao Xian raised his wine glass and spoke to all the villagers with gratitude on his face. 2 lives as a human being. Zhao Xian has a stable personality and naturally won't be stage frightened. Ha ha. Drink. All the villagers were very respectful and raised their glasses and bowls to drink happily. It was originally an engagement, but the villagers came to help Zhao Xian have fun, which was also a gesture of affection. It also gave the Zhao family, who had experienced sorrow for a long time, a sense of liveliness and dispelled the sorrow. Time gradually passes in this lively atmosphere. At night, the villagers took their tables, bowls, and chopsticks and went home one after another. Yue's grandfather Zhou Yan also returned home. After all, they were in the same village and not far away from each other. Zhao Xian also returned to his room a little drunk. Naturally, no one disturbed me tonight. Yue. I'm back. Seeing the lovely woman on the couch, Zhao Xian smiled and pounced on her. Accompanied by. The candlelight in the room went out. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Zhou Yue got up early and prepared breakfast for Zhao Xian. Yue, why are you up so early? Zhao Xian woke up and looked at Zhou Yuer, who was busy outside the house, and said with heartache, "Last night was really stressful. After the engagement, the status is determined. Naturally, you can do something. If it weren't for the mourning period, yesterday would have been our wedding day." However, under the witness of the villagers and Zhou Yan, in their opinion, yesterday's engagement ceremony could be considered a wedding banquet. The limitation is just a matter of etiquette. "Brother Xian, breakfast is ready, come and eat. After we finish eating, we will go to pay our respects to Grandpa, and then go to pay our respects to Mother's grave," Zhou Yuer said gently. Today she has changed out of her red dress and is wearing a coarse linen shirt, with her hair tied up, which is also the behavior of a married woman. Kindness. Zhao Xian's eyes were full of affection. Being able to marry Zhou Yuer was a blessing that he had earned in several lifetimes. "Yuer, I still owe you a real wedding. Wait for me, I will make you the happiest woman in the world." Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart, feeling a sense of indebtedness to Zhou Yuer. And mentioning mother. There was also some gloom in Zhao Xian's eyes. After being reborn into this world and gaining consciousness, the first person he saw was his direct mother, who had raised him since he was a child, taught him to read and how to behave in society. However, just a year ago, his direct mother died of illness. She didn't even have the chance to see Zhao Xian get engaged, get married, or have children. As for his own father, Zhao Xian was a complete stranger. Because from childhood to adulthood, there was no father at all. Over time, Zhao Xian got used to it and his mind was very calm. After all, Zhao Xian had lived 2 lives and just lacked something. However, as for the existence of his father, if he really met him in the future, Zhao Xian only wanted to ask one question: why did he abandon his mother in the first place? Zhao Xian didn't care. But he had to find an explanation to his mother. After a while, put on clothes and finish dinner with Zhou Yuer. The two of them walked together towards their grandfather's house. Seeing the villagers in the village, Zhao Xian naturally greeted them politely. Although this era is not as prosperous as Zhao Xian's world, the people in this mountain village are very simple and honest. There is no intrigue from the outside world, and it is very peaceful. "Grandpa, we came back to see you." As soon as she arrived outside her grandfather's yard, Zhou Yuer shouted happily. In the yard, Zhou Yan was sipping tea. At first glance, he looked like a hermit hidden in the mountains. His temperament was completely different from that of ordinary villagers. So it has been. Zhao Xian felt that Yuer's grandfather's background was definitely not ordinary. He was probably a nobleman in the past, otherwise he wouldn't have such temperament. See Zhao Xian and Zhou Yuer coming. Zhou Yan also smiled and said kindly, "You are here." "Grandfather." Zhao Xian shouted immediately. "Xian boy, my Yuer will be completely handed over to you from now on. You can't bully her. If she is wronged, I will not be polite." Zhou Yan warned Zhao Xian. "Please rest assured, Grandpa. I will never let Yuer down." Zhao Xian responded immediately. Elders throughout the ages are all the same. How can I feel truly at ease when my daughter and granddaughter get married? Yuer, you and Xian will go to visit your mother-in-law later. Zhou Yan turned his head and asked. Kindness. Zhou Yuer nodded. I have prepared some things for worship. You go to the room and sort them out. I want to talk to Xian boy alone. Zhou Yan said. Good. Zhou Yuer turned around and walked into the room without any hesitation. Sit down. Zhou Yan waved at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian knelt down opposite Zhou Yan without saying a word. Zhou Yan looked at Zhao Xian steadily, with a complicated look in his eyes, and said, Chen Xuanjing has already told me that you have signed up for the army. Zhao Xian was slightly stunned, then nodded, yes. Have you really decided? You have just gotten engaged to Yuer. It's called engagement, but in fact I have already handed her over to you. And you also know Yuer's feelings for you. If something happens to you, will she live alone? Zhou Yan said in a deep voice, with some dissatisfaction in his tone. It is precisely because of Yuer's friendship with me that if I don't go, she will always be stuck in this mountain and will never see the real world. She may be willing, but as a man, I can't. Since she married me, I must let her live a good life. And Zhao Xian was silent for a moment, and then said, a year ago, after my mother died, I made up my mind. Yu'er marrying me has strengthened my determination. I want to give Yu'er a better future. And please rest assured, grandfather, nothing will happen to me on the battlefield. Zhao Xian said in a firm tone. Obviously. He has some hidden card in his mind. Just like Zhao Xian. Since he has come to this era, Zhao Xian naturally has to integrate into this era. In this era. Want to stand out. This was almost impossible in other countries except Qin, because they did not carry out any reforms and the nobles were in power. Unless one was born into a noble family, the common people had no chance to succeed. But there is only Qin state. Zhao Xuanzai has a chance. Even the lowest-ranking soldier can gain military merit and be awarded a title and an official position by killing the enemy. Joining the army was Zhao Xian's only chance to stand out, and it was an opportunity only available in the state of Qin. Listening to Zhao Xian's words and looking at his determined look, Zhou Yan also knew that it was impossible to persuade him to change his mind. And deep down in his heart, he also felt that Zhao Xian was right. Women may be able to take care of their husbands and children, but men definitely cannot. How are you going to tell Yu'er? Zhou Yan asked with a sigh. I will explain it to her slowly. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. Xian boy, be serious. I didn't want to marry Yu'er to you, but I don't know what tricks you, a stinky boy, used to make her fall in love with you. In short, I respect your decision, but you must not let Yu'er down. Zhou Yan said helplessly. Please rest assured, grandfather. Zhao Xian nodded immediately. In more than a month, the military camp will come to recruit soldiers. When the time comes, come to me one day in advance and don't let Yu'er know. Zhou Yan suddenly said to Zhao Xian. Yes, grandfather. Zhao Xian naturally would not refuse. I paid a visit to Zhou Yanhou. The couple came to the back mountain. Although it is summer, it is still somewhat cool on the back mountain. At the top of the mountain behind, a small grave comes into view. There is also a small wooden tablet. This is the grave of Zhao Xian's mother. A year ago, Zhao Xian's mother suddenly fell seriously ill and died. Zhao Xian also lost his only relative in this world. The couple kowtowed in front of the grave and paid tribute, then returned home. Zhou Yu'er started cooking. Zhao Xian sat in the yard with his eyes closed, resting. But no one knew that at this moment, Zhao Xian was communicating with his mind. System, I want to receive the task. Task received successfully. Mission, join the army. Reward, all heaven upgrade system, is activated. A voice suddenly sounded in Zhao Xian's mind. Hear this. There was a look of ambition in Zhao Xian's eyes. This is the golden finger that brought him to this world. Zhao Xian has always had the idea of integrating into this era, joining the army, and making a name for himself. After his mother passed away, Zhao Xian became determined to join the army, which triggered the system to start a task. However, in order to observe mourning, Zhao Xian never accepted the task. Until today. The birth of the first great unified dynasty in history. The first emperor in history. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. This era. Magnificent. This era. The first emperor in the history of Yanhuang was born, the greatest emperor of all time, Qin Shi. In the previous life, the person Zhao Xian admired most was Qin Shi. Now that he had come to this era, how could he not want to see with his own eyes this emperor who founded the unification of Yan and Huang? Time flies. Soon. Only about 30 days had passed. Over the past month, Zhao Xian has been with Zhou Yu'er all the time, and it seems that he spent the last time before joining the army with her. He also took Yu'er into the mountains to hunt and chop wood, trying his best to make Zhou Yu'er's life better in the future. Naturally, Zhou Yu'er saw all of this and guessed something in her mind. At Zhou Yan's home. Grandfather. Zhao Xian arrived at the door and bowed to Zhou Yan. Here I come. Zhou Yan glanced at Zhao Xian. I wonder what my grandfather asked me to do. Zhao Xian asked curiously. Zhou Yin didn't say anything but took out a slender box from his side. His old hand stroked the box, and a look of reminiscence hung on his old face. I'll give you something, Zhou Yin said slowly, handing the box in his hand to Zhao Xuani. This is. Zhao Xian looked puzzled and took the box. Open it and take a look. Zhou Yin smiled. Zhao Xian opened the box without hesitation. What came into view was a bronze sword carved with various patterns. The sword body was slender, but one could see how sharp the blade was. It emitted a cold light, and it was obviously a good sword. This sword doesn't look simple. Zhao Xian looked at the sword and said in surprise. Nonsense. This is God. When the words come to my lips. Zhou Yin immediately changed his words. This is a magical weapon made by the most famous swordsmith in the former emperor's capital. With it, you can be like a fish in water on the battlefield. It can also be regarded as your life-saving capital. The emperor's capital was the former Luoyi, but it has now become deserted and a city under the rule of the Qin state. Such a precious magic weapon is priceless. Grandfather, are you really going to give it to me? Zhao Xian said a little embarrassedly. I even gave you my granddaughter, what else can't I give you? You little brat. Anyway, you have made up your mind to go. As a man, you are responsible and want to stand out. That's great. But remember. You still owe Yue a real wedding. You must not die, otherwise what will happen to Yue? I won't say any more nonsense. In short, you must stay alive. Go away, and explain it clearly to Yue. Zhou Yin waved his hands at Zhao Xian with great disgust, but the worry in his eyes could not be hidden. Zhao Xian, thank you, grandfather. Zhao Xian held the sword box, bowed to Zhou Yin, his eyes filled with emotion. Looking at Zhao Xian's back. Zhou Yin sighed helplessly. I never thought that my emperor's sword would be used to fight for Qin. The Qin that destroyed my great Zhou actually used my emperor's sword. Alas, if my ancestors of the great Zhou knew about this, I'm afraid they would be angry. However, perhaps this is fate, my fate, the fate of the great Zhou, and the fate of this world. I hope that Xian can succeed and survive on the battlefield. Otherwise, what will happen to my Yue? Returned home. Zhao Xian held the sword box in his hand, his expression a little complicated. He was going to join the army tomorrow, but he didn't know how to tell Yue. See Zhao Xian come back. Zhou Yue called out gently, Brother Xian. Yue, I. Looking at the gentle Yue, Zhao Xian seemed to be hesitant to speak. Brother Xian, I know everything. Zhou Yue smiled slightly and said gently. Zhao Xian's heart sank, and he felt a little uneasy. He was afraid of hurting Yue, you know. Brother Xian. Just go ahead and make up your mind. I will stay at home and wait for you to come back. I will always wait for you. Zhou Yue spoke gently with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's expression was complicated, with guilt and emotion in his eyes. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Even though Zhao Xian had thousands of words in his heart at this moment, he couldn't say them. Zhao Xian simply put down the sword box, walked forward, and hugged Zhou Yue tightly, as if this was Zhao Xian's silent explanation. After the last night of tenderness. The next day. Most of the villagers in Huangqiao village gathered at the entrance of the village. Everyone looked at it very seriously. At the entrance of the village at this moment, a dozen warriors wearing black armor and holding weapons stood there. They came to Huangqiao village to pick up young and strong men to join the army. This time, there were 15 young men from Huangqiao village who were of military age. They were all of Zhao Xian's generation, and their ages were 15 or 16 years old. According to the original Qin law, one must be 17 years old to join the army and serve the country. However, the current king of Qin suddenly changed this law 2 years ago, and all Qin men can join the army at the age of 14. I am here to welcome new soldiers into the army in compliance with military orders. The sergeant from the recruit camp came out and said to Muramasa. The village chief of Huangqiao village is leading the military order. All the people from Wangqiao village who have been called up for military service have arrived. Muramasa said with a serious face. Response. 15 young and strong men from Wangqiao village lined up, waiting to join the army. Zhao Xian stood first with a resolute expression. Although the other young men were curious about the military, they were very nervous. After all, this is the era now. The smoke was everywhere. You never know when you will really go to the battlefield, and when you are there, nothing can be predicted. The sergeant of the sharp soldiers walked slowly forward and looked at the 15 young and strong men led by Zhao Xian. Congratulations, you will join the army and serve the king and the Qin dynasty. You will serve the Qin dynasty until your military service is completed. The sergeant spoke loudly, his tone carrying a sense of pride of being a Qin warrior. At the same time, he also had a murderous aura about him. Obviously, he was a veteran who had been on the battlefield. Yes. Zhao Xian and his 15 companions shouted loudly with manly vigor. For other young and strong men, they might be nervous about the unknown military life and the future battlefield, but for Zhao Xian, he is full of longing and yearning. Because this was the only chance for him, who was born in a humble family, to change his fate. In addition, he had no way to change his fate. In the whole world, only in Qin state can you have such an opportunity. Because the foundation of Qin's strength was its military merit system, people could be awarded titles for their military merits by killing enemies for the country. Good. Looking at the youthful vigor in front of him, especially the determination shown by Zhao Xian, the sergeant had a look of praise on his face. This new recruit is not bad. Immediately, he said to the sharp soldiers behind him, "Give me swords and armor." Promise. A dozen warriors each held a box containing armor and a sword. This is the symbol of joining the army. It is also a symbol of the Qin warriors. After putting on the armor, he was no longer a civilian, but a sharp warrior of the Qin state. I never thought I would become a soldier of the Qin state at the end of the Warring States period. It really seems like a lifetime ago. Zhao Xian murmured in his heart, and solemnly took the armor and sword, although he had the sharp weapon Zhou Yan gave him. But, this is the rule. After a while, all the men in Huangqiao village who were enlisting in the military put on their armor and tied up their hair. A dozen new recruits came into view of everyone. That was when it happened. Mission completed, successful system upgrade. The system prompted. My golden finger. Hearing this prompt, Zhao Xian was certain. At this time, put on my great Qin armor and you will become a sharp warrior of Qin. I'll give you half an incense stick of time to say goodbye to your loved ones. After half an incense stick, we will return to the camp on time. The sergeant looked at Zhao Xian and other recruits and said. The 15 people immediately dispersed and walked towards their respective relatives. And Zhao Xian also walked towards Zhou Yuer with reluctance. Brother Xian. Zhou Yuer finally shed tears of reluctance and worry and threw herself into Zhao Xian's arms. Yuer. You have to be good in the future. I will never let you down. I promise you, I will come back alive. When I come back, I will be successful and give you the best life. Zhao Xian said gently, stroking Zhou Yuer's back. As soon as the words came out, it sounded like Zhao Xian's oath. As long as you are fine, I will feel at ease. Brother Xian, you must come back. Zhou Yuer said in a crying voice. This is what my mother left me when she passed away. Today, I give it to you as a token of my love for you. Zhao Xian smiled gently, took out something from his arms and hung it around Zhou Yuer's neck. When Zhou Yan, who was standing by, saw this, his eyes showed a hint of surprise, but it was only fleeting. Soon, half an incense stick of time passed. All new recruits, line up and return to camp. The sergeant welcoming the new recruits shouted loudly. Hear the sound. Zhao Xian had a look of reluctance on his face, and he slowly loosened his arms around Zhou Yuer. Yuer, goodbye. A dozen recruits joined the recruit camp, got on the chariots, and headed out of the village. Their destination was the Lantian camp, dozens of miles away, where they would begin their military life. Brother Xian. Looking at Zhao Xian walking away, Zhou Yuer tightly held the jade pendant given by Zhao Xian, her eyes full of reluctance. Don't worry. Xian boy will definitely be able to come back. He promised you, and he will never break his promise. Zhou Yan came over and comforted his granddaughter. It was at this time. Zhou Yuer's expression suddenly changed, and she suddenly squatted down and started to dry heave. Ugh. Zhou Yan was stunned at first, his expression tense, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and said with ecstasy, Yuer, you are pregnant. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Zhou Yuer stood up and looked at the village entrance, as if she wanted to chase Zhao Xian to tell him the news. But take another look. Zhao Xian's figure has completely left the village. More than a dozen new recruits sat on several chariots and headed towards the Lantian camp. Almost every one of them showed a kind of awe and uneasiness towards the military camp. But at this moment, Zhao Xian closed his eyes and seemed very calm. Start system integration. Zhao Xian communicated with the system through his mind. System integration, obtaining a completely digital physique. Data transfer is successful. The host has the opportunity to choose a career. The host has the following careers to choose from. 1. Sword cultivation. 2. Martial arts training. 3. Immortal cultivation. 4. Magic. After making your choice, you will be given corresponding professional characteristics. Please make your choice, host, said the system. The next moment, Zhao Xian only felt that his body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. It seems to have transformed into the digitized physique of the online games in the previous life. 4 professions. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. With his experience in his previous life, Zhao Xian naturally understood these 4 professions very easily. Are there any differences in strength among these 4 professions? Zhao Xian asked. There is no distinction between strong and weak professions, said the system. Hear this prompt. Zhao Xian must have had an idea in his mind. I choose sword cultivation. Zhao Xian communicated with the system. The reason for this choice. This is because of the times, and also because among these 4 choices, the first 2 are about cultivating both inside and outside, and are also the most powerful professions in the early stages. The last 2, immortal cultivation and magic, seem to have to reach a certain level before they can become powerful. The first 2 types are just suitable for Zhao Xian to fight on the battlefield. As for why I chose sword cultivation. In his previous life, Zhao Xian had always fantasized about flying with a sword and killing enemies with it. This is also a kind of sentiment. Moreover, swordplay can also be considered a kind of cultivation, but it is more powerful. However, after reaching a certain level, the lifespan will definitely be longer than that of martial artists and magicians. Living long is also an invisible support. Choose sword cultivation. Build the foundation for the host's swordsmanship, open up the dantian, and nurture the natal sword embryo, said the system. The next moment, a golden light flashed on his body that no one except Zhao Xian could see. A great transformation took place in Zhao Xian's body. The sword cultivator's dantian was successfully opened up. The first wisp of sharp spiritual power took shape in Zhao Xian's dantian, and along with it, an illusory sword embryo appeared in the dantian. The strength of Zhao Xian's body also increased multiplied at this moment. Is this the power of cultivation? I have just established my foundation, and my strength has increased 5 times compared to before. Feeling the power contained in his body, Zhao Xian was also shocked. Congratulations to the host sword cultivator for successfully building his foundation. Reward, the high-quality yellow-level sword skill for sword cultivators, Swift Wind Sword. Reward, sword cultivation technique, yellow-grade high-quality, introduction to the sword manual. Does the host learn? System Road. Study. Zhao Xian didn't hesitate at all. The next moment, the power of the system was activated, and Zhao Xian directly learned the yellow-level martial art, the Swift Wind Sword. He also successfully completed a cycle of the entry-level sword cannon. Data-based physique is amazing. This sword technique is a skill for me. I can get started right away. After learning this sword cultivation technique, I can also turn the sword's spiritual power around. And on the battlefield, as long as I kill enemies, I can gain experience points, and I can become stronger. Zhao Xian thought excitedly in his heart. Possessing this kind of power, it can be said that he has surpassed countless elite soldiers in the military camp. This makes Zhao Xian have a greater yearning for the army and the battlefield. For others, the battlefield is full of dangers and is daunting, but for Zhao Xian, this is not only an opportunity for him to gain military merits and be awarded a title, but also an opportunity to stand out. It is also a chance for him to become stronger. The battlefield is like a fish in water for him. Sink into the mind. Character, Zhao Xian. Skill, Level 1, Entry Sword Cannon. Skill, Level 1, Swift Wind Sword. Experience points required to upgrade, 100 points. Could this light spot and airflow in the void be the legendary spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Zhao Xian calmed down and felt it. In the void, there was a very thin airflow of light spots, and it seemed that as long as he practiced the sword cultivation technique, he could absorb these airflows into his body. Can I still practice on my own? Zhao Xian thought with some surprise. The host can gain experience points and increase his level by killing enemies and monsters, or by self-cultivation and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gain experience points and increase his level, said the system. The digitized physique is indeed amazing. But fortunately, I can defeat monsters and level up, otherwise the spiritual energy of this world would be too thin. Zhao Xian sighed. At this time. Brother Xian, we are about to arrive at the military camp, aren't you afraid? The companion sitting next to Zhao Xian, who had been feeling uneasy, spoke up. As soon as the voice fell, several other companions also looked at Zhao Xian. Along the way, they were all extremely nervous, but when they looked at Zhao Xian, they found him to be very calm. On the contrary, he even had some yearning for the military camp, which was something they couldn't understand. After all, the imperial court called for military service, which was compulsory. Any village that received the conscription order had to gather enough young and strong men to serve in the army. If they evaded military service or even could not gather any soldiers, this would not only affect one person, but the entire clan and the entire village. In minor cases, the punishment is imprisonment, while in serious cases, the person is directly exiled to a remote frontier for hard labor. This is the cruelty of Qin law. Obviously, not all of Zhao Xian's fellow young men and women from the same village were like him, thinking of using military merit on the battlefield to gain titles and official positions. Most of those who succeeded in their careers were forced to serve in the military. They were terrified on the battlefield. What's the use of being afraid? Don't you still have to join the army? Zhao Xian said with a smile. Several companions immediately felt bitter and helpless. As a son of the Qin dynasty, we should have the heart to defend our country. If everyone is afraid of death and unwilling to join the army, then our country will not survive and our family will be destroyed in the end. Zhao Xian said with great emotion. Hearing this, several companions seemed to be thinking about something. The sergeant in charge of leading the new recruits also heard what Zhao Xian said, and looked at Zhao Xian with a strange look in his eyes. If everyone is afraid of death, the country will not survive. This kid has some knowledge. His demeanor doesn't seem like that of a country bumpkin, but more like that of a nobleman. However, on the battlefield, there are flashes of swords, whirlwinds of arrows, and many people are in danger of death. I hope that there will be no war during their year of military service, and that they can all return alive. Time flies. The chariot was moving at a moderate speed, and after more than an hour, it finally reached the recruits' destination, the Lantian camp, one of the 3 major camps of the Qin dynasty. There are still so many soldiers enlisting. Zhao Xian glanced around and saw many chariots carrying new recruits into the camp outside the camp. The number of soldiers is fixed every year. Old soldiers retire and return home, and naturally new soldiers join the camp. This is the recruitment order issued by the current king. There are at least 30,000 new recruits entering my Lantian camp this time, so there is no need to make a fuss. When the sergeant welcoming the new soldiers heard what Zhao Xian said, he spoke out. King of Qin, Zheng. Zhao Xian murmured in his heart. It would be a lie for Zhao Xian to say that he didn't want to meet this figure who had passed down the centuries and unified the Chinese nation. Has an understanding of the thousands of years of history of Yanhuang. Zhao Xian naturally knew that the era they were living in now was the end of the Warring States period, and Qin Shi Huang was about to start the prelude to destroying the Six Kingdoms and unifying the Yan Huang Kingdom. The reason for recruiting soldiers every year is to prepare for war and start the road to unification. The Lantian camp recruited 30,000 new soldiers. This number may not seem large, but the Qin state also had the Hangu camp and the Yongqing camp. The total number of new soldiers recruited by the three camps reached nearly 100,000. In today's world, only the Qin state could recruit so many new soldiers every year. After Shang Yang's reforms, Qin truly strengthened its national strength. The Qin state was turned into a war machine that could enter war mode at any time. "Sergeant, how will we be assigned after we enter the barracks?" Zhao Xian asked curiously. Naturally, he could also see that the sergeant's attitude towards him was pretty good. New recruits will be trained in the recruit camp for 3 months before being assigned to different places. The military camp will select elite soldiers to enter the Lantian camp. Those who fail the selection will be assigned to various cities as county soldiers or border troops. The sergeant looked at Zhao Xian and said. Zhao Xian nodded suddenly. In Qin, and even among all the countries in the world, they all have armies and soldiers. But there are also great differences between the soldiers. The soldiers stationed in a city were called county soldiers, who were responsible for managing the city and maintaining order on behalf of the court. As a border soldier, you patrol the border, guard against spies from other countries, and guard against invasions from other countries. This is the most dangerous thing when the world is seemingly peaceful. After all, the border is also a chaotic place. As for what the sergeant said about leaving the elite troops in the Lantian camp, that is naturally the best. The three major camps of the Qin state gathered millions of elite Qin soldiers, with the highest annual salary and the greatest honors. This is also the fundamental difference between soldiers. Boy, try your best. The sergeant patted Zhao Xian on the shoulder and smiled. Kindness. Zhao Xian nodded. The duties of county soldiers and border troops are to guard and patrol. Unless the troops are depleted, they will hardly have the opportunity to go to the battlefield. Only by joining the Lantian camp and becoming a member of the elite of this camp will they have the opportunity to go to the battlefield, gain military merits, kill enemies, and upgrade. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. Entering camp soon. Zhao Xian also determined his first goal after joining the army, which was to stay in the Lantian camp and take the first step to succeed in this era. Post the mission. Become a Lantian camp warrior and you will be rewarded with a low-quality yellow-grade treasure chest. Promote your rank and official position. Each time you are promoted, you will receive a treasure chest reward. At this moment, the system's reminder of releasing a task sounded in Zhao Xian's mind. What can be found in a treasure chest? Is the low-grade yellow treasure chest the lowest level? Zhao Xian asked doubtfully. The treasure chest is the reward for the system-triggered mission. You can get the treasure chest reward through missions and hidden missions. Opening the treasure chest can obtain skills, techniques, elixirs, magic weapons, and all the rewards in the heavens and the world. Everything depends on the host's luck. The treasure chests are the same as the levels of the techniques, divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Among them, the heavenly grade is the highest, and the yellow grade is the lowest. The system explained. I see. Zhao Xian immediately realized. At this time, the sergeant looked at the 15 new recruits he had brought in and shouted, "Everyone get off the chariots and line up in the camp. I will take you to get your identity cards. Promise." All the recruits got off the chariots and stood in a row in front of the sergeant. At this moment in front of this camp, it's not just Zhao Xian and his group of new recruits. There are also hundreds or thousands of new recruits lining up, ready to enter the camp. After the team entered the camp, under the leadership of this sergeant, they arrived at a quartermaster camp. Zhao Xian and others were waiting outside, while the sergeant entered the quartermaster camp. 15 new recruits from Huangqiao village, collect your ID cards. The sergeant came to the quartermaster, bowed and clasped his fists. The quartermaster took a look and took out a brocade box from the cabinet behind him. Inside the box were 15 bronze plates. The sergeant took his ID card and returned to the line facing Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian. The corporal shouted, holding a card. Arrive. Zhao Xian immediately stepped forward and took the cards with both hands. Look at the cards. The name of Zhao Xian and his hometown are carved on it. Chen Song. Li Hu. The sergeant distributed all the recruit cards to the new soldiers from Wangqiao village. Join the army. Forging cards takes time, but when recruiting soldiers, each village and town reports the names of young and strong men who are going to join the army at least 3 months in advance, so the identity cards have already been made. After. Your ID card will be closely related to you in the barracks. The card will be your only proof of identity in the barracks. You will also need the card to collect your annual salary. Moreover, if you go to the battlefield one day, if you die for your country and your body is unrecognizable, the card you carry with you will be the key to your return home. The sergeant spoke to Zhao Xian and other recruits with a serious face. After hearing that he had sacrificed his life for his country, the body was unrecognizable. Except for Zhao Xian, everyone else had a look of anxiety and fear on their faces. They seemed to have imagined the cruel scene on the battlefield. Entering the military camp is the first step. Next, I will take you to the recruit camp for 3 months of recruit training. As for the allocation of barracks afterwards, that has nothing to do with me. As the person who recruited you, I have one last piece of advice for you. The military camp is not like your home. As a soldier, the only thing you have to obey is the military orders from your superiors. There are Qin laws in the civilian world and military regulations in the military camp. The military regulations are stricter than Qin laws. If you violate them, you can't get away with just a few words. The sergeant spoke meaningfully to Zhao Xian and others. After saying, I won't say anything more. After all, although the new recruits who have just joined the army are nervous, there are also those who are domineering. The sergeant's words are also a kind reminder. If they don't believe it, there is nothing they can do. Qin state, Qin law, military camp, military regulations. Perhaps it is because of the rules that Qin can be invincible. Zhao Xian thought with some enlightenment in his heart. If we hadn't known about it for thousands of years, how would we know how powerful the Qin Empire was? Wherever the army goes, it will be invincible. Zhao Xian longs for this kind of life. Because this is not only Zhao Xian's only chance to stand out in this era, but also an opportunity to fulfill his promise to Yuer. That's all I have to say. I'll take you to the recruit camp. Everything from now on will be arranged by the general of the recruit camp. The sergeant led the way and took everyone towards the recruit camp. The Lantian camp covers a large area. After all, it is one of the 3 major camps of Qin state. After walking for a long time, finally arrived at the recruit camp. There are already many new recruits standing on the training ground of this recruit camp, and their number is increasing rapidly as time goes by. Zhao Xian stood on the parade ground, his eyes fixed on the reviewing platform in the front. Standing on it were several Qin generals wearing general armor, looking extremely imposing. The Lantian camp seems to have been commanded by Wang Jian, who was responsible for many great feats in conquering other nations during the reign of Qin Shi Huang. Lantian is the eastern gateway of Qin state, so there will definitely be many wars there. Zhao Xian thought to himself. As time goes by, more and more new recruits gathered on the parade ground. They all gathered here from all over the place, and today was set as the day for enlistment. On the stage of selecting generals, a young general came to the leading general and bowed. General, all 30,000 new soldiers have entered the camp. Please give your instructions. Kindness. The leading general nodded, walked to the edge of the reviewing platform, and looked at the new recruits on the parade ground. General Wang has issued a military order. All new soldiers, listen carefully. A general stepped forward and shouted at the new recruits on the parade ground. Suddenly, all the recruits raised their heads and looked towards the reviewing platform, some with fear and some with trepidation. Look at the leading general. With a sword on his waist and wearing the armor of a general, he exudes a murderous aura. It is obvious that his military rank in this camp is not low. Zhao Xian had a guess in his eyes. In the Lantian camp, there is a general in his 30s. Could he be Wang Jian's son, Wang Ben? The next moment. Please introduce yourself first. I am General Wang Ben. I, the commander of the Lantian camp, am hereby ordered by General Wang Jian to welcome you all to join the army on behalf of the Lantian camp of the Great Qin. You will become the elite soldiers of the Qin. Wang Ben took a quick look and said loudly, "It's indeed him." Zhao Xian thought to himself, "Today. The day when the new soldiers enter the camp. It's also the day to establish the rules. Outside, our Great Qin is governed by Qin laws. In the army, our Great Qin has military rules to govern the army. All soldiers who join the army, the moment you step into the barracks, you are no longer civilians, but become a soldier of our Great Qin. As a soldier of the Qin dynasty, a sharp warrior of Qin, the first thing is to obey the orders of your superiors. In the military camp, the orders of the superiors are the orders of heaven. If you disobey the orders of your superiors, you are disobeying the orders of heaven. Everyone." Wang Ben then continued, sweeping his eyes with the military authority of a general, "Did you hear clearly?" "I heard it clearly." There were rustling sounds of agreement in the parade ground. As a soldier of the Great Qin, even if you have just joined the army, how can you be so demoralized? I will ask again, did you all hear me clearly? Wang Ben frowned and asked in a cold voice. This shout brought everyone back to their senses instantly. With awe for Wang Ben, they shouted in unison, "I heard it clearly." "See here." Wang Ben nodded with satisfaction. Then he signaled to the generals around him. "I'm here on the orders of General Wang Jian to receive the new recruits. And for the next 3 months, your direct superior will be General Li Teng beside me. He is the commander of the new recruit camp and is responsible for the training of the new recruits." Wang Ben said, pointing at the generals beside him. When Zhao Xian heard the name Li Teng, he didn't understand. After all, in the history of Yanhuang, it was impossible for everyone to remember Zhao Xian. However, since he could be a general in the Lantian camp, he was definitely not a simple person. Li Teng stood up, his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and looked at the new recruits on the training ground calmly. "The new recruits will be trained in the recruit camp for 3 months. After 3 months, the best ones will be selected and the dross will be removed. They will be assigned to various armies. After 3 months, the best ones can be awarded the first-level title and enjoy the annual salary of the title." The words fell. There was some heat in the eyes of many recruits. To be conferred a title and receive an annual salary. This is the biggest temptation for everyone. In this era, it is normal to not have enough food to eat and not have warm clothes to wear. Moreover, the economy and commerce were not well developed, and ordinary people had to rely on farming to live in peace. For the countries other than Qin, the nobles were in power and owned 8 or 9 out of 10 farmlands in the country. If the people of the countries wanted to survive, they had to rent farmlands from the nobles, and the price was extremely high. But the Qin state was different. After Shang Yang's reforms, the system of titles and military merit was tied to the Qin state. Nobles had no right to own land. Only if they made military achievements for the Qin state and obtained titles could they be granted land. Many soldiers joined the army, not only in response to the Qin king's edict, but also mostly to survive and to keep their families alive, because only by joining the army and obtaining a title would they have the opportunity to support their family. If you are loyal to your country, you will receive compensation from the court. So this is also the point that the Qin warriors are so proud of. In addition to fighting for the country, they also fight for themselves. As long as they make contributions to the country, everyone has the opportunity to succeed. Zhao Xian knew this very well, so he also knew that the army and the battlefield were his only chance. If Zhao Xian were in any other country other than Qin, he might have to be content with the status quo, because it is difficult for a poor family to make a name for themselves in any other country. In my Great Qin, title is status, title is everything. And the only way to obtain the title is to make contributions to the Qin dynasty and kill its enemies. You have just joined the army. If you still have any questions, I can explain them to you now, but after today, all military regulations will come first and you will no longer have a chance. Li Teng said to all the recruits. But the words fell for a long time. Many people were hesitant and did not dare to speak. But at this moment, however, Zhao Xian stood up and raised his hand. On the stage of selecting generals, Wang Ben, Li Teng, and all the Qin generals looked at Zhao Xian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Many new recruits entered the camp, and most of them were nervous about military life. Facing the gazes of so many people and so many Shangguan Mews, those who had the courage to stand out showed their courage. "What do you want to ask?" Li Teng asked, staring at Zhao Xian with a sharp gaze. If it were any other recruit, even an old soldier, they would definitely not dare to look him in the eye under such a gaze from their superior. But Zhao Xian was not panicked at all. He raised his head, looked into Li Teng's eyes, and then asked loudly, "In the recruit camp, can new recruits be promoted to military ranks? Can new recruits go to the battlefield after joining the army?" Hearing what Zhao Xian said, Wang Ben and Li Teng looked at each other in surprise. Certainly. They were naturally surprised that Zhao Xian would actually ask whether to go to the battlefield. They have been generals for many years, and new recruits are afraid of the battlefield. Even veterans, after witnessing the cruelty of the battlefield and escaping near death, are still afraid of the battlefield. But think about it. Looking at Zhao Xian's young and immature appearance, everyone feels that he is like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. In the recruit camp, all recruits have the opportunity to be promoted to military positions, provided they perform outstandingly and have outstanding abilities. As for going to the battlefield, if there is a war, my Lantian camp will be the camp with the best chance of going to war in Daqin. The new recruits need to go through battlefield training and will naturally go to the battlefield. Li Teng said to Zhao Xian. "Thank you for clearing up my confusion, General." After getting the answer, Zhao Xian stopped asking questions. For Zhao Xian at this stage, the first goal is to stay in the Lantian camp and get the opportunity to go to the battlefield. If he is assigned to the county soldiers, it will be extremely difficult to go to the battlefield. But this is not difficult for Zhao Xian. So, he has another goal. That means promotion. Going to the battlefield and killing the enemy is one way to gain military merit. But it would be even better if he could perform well in the recruit camp. This is an ambition that Zhao Xian will not conceal at all. He came here just to get promoted. You want a promotion right after joining the army? You don't hide it at all. Li Teng smiled slightly and said to Zhao Xian. Return to the general. I joined the army to stand out and get promoted. Zhao Xian replied frankly. Hearing this, there was a gleam of light in Wang Ben and Li Teng's eyes. Many recruits looked at Zhao Xian and couldn't help but look sideways. Although this sentence does not show any arrogance, it shows an upward spirit, ambition, and most importantly, honesty. Good boy. That's a good truth, I like it. May I have your name? Wang Ben laughed and looked at Zhao Xian deeply. Your subordinate Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian clasped his fists and said. Okay, Zhao Xian. Ben will remember that. I hope you don't forget what you said. I'll be waiting for the day when you succeed. Wang Ben said with a smile. Wang Ben then said to all the new recruits, you all heard what Zhao Xian said. In addition to serving in the military, I believe you also have the vision of making a name for yourself and gaining promotion. And this general can tell you clearly. In my great Qin army, everyone has the opportunity to stand out and be promoted to a higher position. This is completely different from other countries. The military merit system of our great Qin has been in existence for hundreds of years, which is why our great Qin has become increasingly powerful. The current king works hard to govern the country, and is another great leader of our Qin dynasty. This is the reason why our great Qin is stronger than other nations. Perhaps in the near future, under the leadership of our current king, our great Qin will sweep away all nations and unify the world. The whole world belongs to our great Qin. My great Qin warriors will be awarded supreme military merits and be granted official titles and honors. The words fell. Many recruits also looked expectant. Who wouldn't want to be granted an official title and become a general? General Li, I'll leave it to you to arrange the next step. Wang Ben turned around and said to Li Teng. Promise. Li Teng immediately accepted the order. Then Wang Ben left the reviewing platform with his generals. The new recruits are joining the army today and will be divided into different camps. They will start training tomorrow and be assigned to different branches. After 3 months, they will be assigned to different camps and the recruit period will end. Li Teng said loudly. Then, thousands of veterans came from all over to the array of new recruits and began to randomly select new recruits to divide up the barracks. After a while, Zhao Xian was also chosen by an old soldier and headed towards the barracks. Of the 15 people from the same village who enlisted in the army, only 5 were still with Zhao Xian, and the others were disrupted. This is your camp. For the next 3 months, your barracks will not change. After 3 months, the barracks will be divided based on your performance. The old soldier spoke to the recruits, and finally, his eyes fell on Zhao Xian again. The scene in the recruit camp just now was not only remembered by generals such as Wang Ben, but also naturally seen by many old soldiers. Zhao Xian, you have performed well. The general has asked you to be the acting squad leader of this barracks and manage the soldiers in the barracks. The old soldier said to Zhao Xian. Promise. Zhao Xian naturally took it without any hesitation. Although he was only the acting leader of a barracks of 20 recruits, it was still an official position. Everyone, have a good rest today. The test will begin tomorrow. If you perform well and are favored by the general, you can be awarded a military position. The veteran said something to the new recruits and then turned and left. And after he left, all the recruits in the barracks also breathed a sigh of relief. When they first entered the military camp, they felt the might of the Qin warriors and the strictness of the camp, so they were all on edge. Brother Xian, you are so brave today. You dare to ask so many important people. Chen Song from the same village looked at Zhao Xuandao with great admiration. Yes, Brother Xian. The general today is Wang Ben. Although he was in the village before, I have heard of his name. He is the commander-in-chief of the Lantian camp and the son of General Wang Jian. He is the most outstanding young general of our Qin state. Li Hu also said. Why not? Don't think the military camp is too scary. Zhao Xian said with a relaxed smile. Among the new recruits who have just entered the camp, perhaps you, Brother Xian, are the only one who is so dull. Li Hu said with emotion. Zhao Xian smiled and didn't say much about this. Instead, he looked at the new recruits in the same barracks. Brothers, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xian. We will be living in the same camp for the next 3 months. I am lucky enough to be appointed as the acting dean. I hope you will cooperate with me in the future. If Zhao can do it, I will definitely help you. Zhao Xian smiled slightly and said to everyone. This set of moves naturally carries with it the meaning of asserting authority and winning over others. You're too polite, sir. My name is Wu Sheng. From now on, I will obey the orders of the squad leader. A new soldier immediately spoke up. Follow closely. The other recruits also introduced themselves and expressed their willingness to obey Zhao Xian's orders. This naturally achieved the effect Zhao Xian wanted. Brothers, tomorrow's test may not be easy, so go to bed early. Zhao Xian said to everyone. Then he sat on his couch. The other recruits also sat down. However, Zhao Xian was immersed in his own consciousness, quietly practicing the introduction to the sword manual, guiding the thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the void into his dantian. Inside the dantian, the sword embryo absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, increasing the spiritual power of the sword. For Zhao Xian, cultivation can replace sleep and is more effective than sleep. Naturally, this precious time will not be wasted. Time flies. The next day, Zhao Xian woke up from his practice and stopped practicing. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 experience points. The system prompted. This is my first time practicing and I feel pretty good. At this rate, I can reach level 2 after practicing for 3 more nights. Zhao Xian smiled slightly, very excited. This is also the reason why it is easy to increase experience points in the early stages of cultivation. Only he has this opportunity to become stronger. In this era, in this world, Zhao Xian is the only cultivator. And just wait until you get to the battlefield. Relying on his digitized physique and gaining experience by killing monsters and enemies, Zhao Xian's level will increase faster. Calculate the time. Qin Shi Huang should have been preparing to attack the Six Kingdoms. First, South Korea. Historical records show that Qin Shi Huang would send Nei Shiteng to lead the army to destroy Han, and that the army would also come from the Lantian camp. However, Nei Shiteng has not been seen yet. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. With his understanding of history, Zhao Xian naturally grasped the current situation. This, naturally, is Zhao Xian's opportunity. If he could grasp the opportunity and make great contributions in the war to destroy Han, Zhao Xian would be able to soar. The war to destroy Korea. Zhao Xian was determined that he must take part in it. Only in this way could he shine in the battle of Qin's unification of Yanhuang and make a name for himself in this era. And at this time, outside the camp, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. Looking at the sky outside the camp, it was still hazy. Apparently the sun had not risen yet and it was still early morning. In the new recruit camp, we will select the best soldiers, and there will be many tests. Zhao Xian thought to himself. He immediately got up from the couch. He woke up Chen Song and Li Hu beside him. Brother Xian, what's wrong? The two people rubbed their eyes, very confused. If I'm not mistaken, the military camp will have to hold an emergency assembly. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Emergency assembly? The two were stunned. Call up all the brothers, quickly. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Yes. The two men did not dare to hesitate, woke up immediately, and quickly woke up all the new recruits in the barracks. Except for Zhao Xian, the other 19 people all looked confused. It's still so early, it's not even light yet. After explaining it to them for a moment, everyone understood. However, many people are skeptical. Sergeant, it's so quiet, is there going to be an emergency assembly? A new soldier asked doubtfully. After all, Zhao Xian, like them, had just entered the recruit camp. How would he know about an emergency assembly? And at this time, outside the camp, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were bursts of violent gong sounds. The violent tremor woke up the entire barracks of the recruit camp. Accompanied by the sound of gongs. New soldiers, assemble. Time limit is half an incense stick. All personnel must assemble at the training ground. Outside the barracks, Li Teng's cold voice was heard. Walk. Follow me. Zhao Xian rushed out of the barracks first without any hesitation. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at Zhao Xian's back with surprise and admiration. They actually had an emergency gathering. However, they did not hesitate at all. In the hazy night, they followed Zhao Xian like a long snake. Outside the camp, the torches lit up, making it bright. Li Teng was still dressed as he was during the day, in battle armor, with thousands of sharp warriors standing behind him. This time, all those who have not arrived within half an incense stick will be cancelled and deprived of the chance to stay in the camp. Li Teng said coldly. General. This seems to be a departure from past practice. In the past, the assignments of new recruits were determined after all tests were completed. Why is it like this now? A deputy general asked in confusion. This time is different. Of the 30,000 new recruits, I will only keep 5,000 in Lantian. I must select the elites as quickly as possible and focus on training them, and... A hint of fighting spirit appeared on Li Teng's face. Qin, the world, is about to start a storm. General, could it be the king? The Qin generals were shocked, as if they had guessed something. But Li Teng didn't say anything more. Huh? Li Teng suddenly exclaimed in surprise, his eyes drawn to a barracks. In the dim firelight, a group of people were seen running quickly towards the training ground. How could a new recruit respond so quickly? A deputy general asked in surprise. The person in the lead seems to be Zhao Xian, who claimed yesterday that he wanted to be a general. Another deputy general said through the firelight. Mention Zhao Xian. All the generals were impressed. After all, the declaration he made today made almost everyone remember him. This kid seems to be really good at it. I hope I can perform well in the subsequent examinations. A smile also appeared on Li Teng's face. It was rare that he actually had expectations for Zhao Xian. About half an incense stick of time later, Zhao Xian and 19 new recruits arrived at the training ground first. The parade ground that could accommodate tens of thousands of people seemed extremely deserted with only 20 of them. Brother Xian. Will this emergency training ground gathering be a test? Chen Song asked nervously. Everyone else's eyes turned to Zhao Xian. Brothers. I have a question for you guys. Zhao Xian looked at everyone with a serious expression. Sergeant, just ask whatever you want to ask. I'll tell you everything. A new soldier said respectfully. The others nodded as well. After this, they became even more convinced of Zhao Xian. Do you want to stay in the Lantian camp and become true Qin warriors, stand out, and be promoted, or do you want to serve in the military for 1 year and then return home? Zhao Xian asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was silent, each with their own thoughts. Brother Xian, I heard everything you said yesterday. You joined the army to get ahead and get promoted. It would be such a waste if your life just passed by like this. If there is a chance to get ahead and bring honor to your family, how could I miss it? Chen Song said immediately. Yes, that's right. Brother Xian, I have known since childhood that you are not an ordinary person. If I can follow you, I will not be afraid even if I really go to the battlefield in the future. Li Hu continued. We also want to be generals and be given titles and official positions. Staying in Lantian camp is an opportunity. The elite camp of the Qin dynasty must be in Lantian. Staying in Lantian is an opportunity. Everyone spoke up, and for a moment, everyone's hearts were ignited by Zhao Xian. Each of them clearly remembered what Zhao Xian said yesterday, which undoubtedly ignited the ambitions of the men of the great Qin. Good. Remember your words. After hearing everyone's answers, Zhao Xian nodded, and Zhao Xian knew that in these people's hearts, he had successfully established his direct authority. If they are promoted to military positions in the future, these people can also become Zhao Xian's team. Now that he has come to this era, how could Zhao Xian not have ambitions, and how could he be willing to remain silent? Time passes slowly. After a while, sparse groups of new recruits came to the training ground from all over. More and more people gathered. At the entrance to the school grounds, there are veteran soldiers watching over them. Once the time is up, those who fail to arrive at the specified time will be deprived of the opportunity to enter the Lantian camp. But Zhao Xian naturally didn't know about this result. Soon, half an incense stick of time passed. On the training ground, most of the recruits had arrived, but some had exceeded the time limit. On the stage of selecting generals, Li Tang and his generals have appeared. Half an incense stick has passed. Those who have not entered the training ground and are listed as new recruits will be deprived of the qualification to stay in the Lantian camp and will be assigned to the affiliated new recruit camp for training. Li Tang said loudly. As soon as these words fell, the faces of many recruits changed. They did not expect that the first day of enlistment would be a test. Moreover, many of them directly lost the opportunity to become elite and be awarded a knighthood 3 months later. You know, not all recruits who have completed 3 months of training can be granted a title. Instead, they need to become the elite of the camp. If they miss this opportunity, they will have to serve in the military for at least 1 year before they can be granted a first-level title. Moreover, for ordinary soldiers, if they have not made any meritorious service, they can only serve in the military to be promoted to a title. One can imagine how precious this examination opportunity is. Promise. At the entrance of the parade ground, the elite soldiers directly closed the gate. The remaining recruits who had not returned to the training ground lost the opportunity to stay in the Lantian camp. There were quite a few of them, and all of them looked annoyed, but there was nothing they could do. The military camp is a place with strict military discipline. Congratulations to those of you who are still in the training grounds. You still have the opportunity to become the elite of my Lantian camp. This emergency gathering is a test. All soldiers who have not returned to the training ground within half an incense stick of time will be deprived of their chance. On the stage, Li Tang said loudly. Hearing this, the recruits on the training ground all breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Song, Li Hu and others looked at Zhao Xian with admiration and gratitude. If Zhao Xian had not woken them up in advance, they would never have been able to return to the training ground so quickly. I am afraid that they will lose the opportunity to become the elite of Lantian just like many soldiers who never returned. Being a great Qin warrior is not only about combat capability, but also about responding to emergencies. Even in the military camp, it is not absolutely safe. If the enemy attacks suddenly, the killing will happen in an instant. If you cannot arm yourself in the shortest possible time, you will end up as a corpse. There are differences among the soldiers. As one of the three major camps of the Great Qin, our Lantian is the strongest elite of the Great Qin. The soldiers who can stay must also be elite. This test is just the first step. There will be stronger tests today, and many more people will be deprived of the opportunity to become Lantian sharp warriors. Certainly. This gathering will also allow me to shine. He also enlisted with you, but he was alert to the war. Not only that, he also woke up all the new recruits in the entire barracks, and the first team assembled at the training ground. As Li Ting spoke, he looked at Zhao Xian on the training ground, his eyes full of praise. Zhao Xian looked calm and his expression did not change. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, Zhao Xian's character is naturally different from that of ordinary people. All right. I will not waste any more time talking nonsense. Everyone, take your meals. After you're full, come back to the training ground and return to the camp to take part in the second round of examinations. Li Ting waved his hand, turned around and left the reviewing platform. After, a team of veterans came to the parade ground and were responsible for leading the new recruits to the dining camp. In this process, almost every recruit was feeling tense. Just now, so many new recruits were eliminated from the Lantian camp at once, which made those who had just joined the army realize how rare the existence of the Lantian camp is. More than half an hour passed. The sun rises. It's getting light. On the training ground, there are thousands of stone pillars, which seem to be divided according to their weight. The remaining 20,000 plus recruits lined up on the parade ground. On the stage of selecting generals, Li Ting still looked cold and majestic. Only the elite troops will be left in the Lantian camp. The second round of test will be strength. 1 stone is the standard. You need to hold the strength of 1 stone and lift it for 10 breaths to pass the test. If you can't pass, you can't stay in Lantian camp. Li Ting pointed at the stone pillar on the parade ground and spoke loudly. The new recruits on the training ground all looked at each other, and many of them showed signs of uneasiness. Not everyone has the power of a stone, and it has to be held high for 10 breaths, which is really too demanding. 1 shi is equal to 4 jin, and 1 jin is equal to 30 jin. Zhao Xian looked at the stone pillar with interest in his eyes. After laying the foundation of swordsmanship, Zhao Xian not only nurtured the sword embryo and possessed the sword spirit power, but also tempered his body and enhanced his strength. But Zhao Xian still didn't know to what extent it had reached, and using these stone pillars to test it seemed like an opportunity. Boy, don't let me down. Li Ting looked at Zhao Xian and thought secretly in his heart. Although it was only 1 day, Zhao Xian left a great impression on him, and it was a good impression too. Zhao Xian. Li Ting shouted loudly. I am here. Zhao Xian stood up in response, bowed and clasped his fists. You take the test first. Li Ting said. General, I would like to ask a question. I wonder if you can help me solve this problem. Zhao Xian raised his head and asked loudly. What's your question? Li Ting asked. It's a test. If the power you possess exceeds that of 1 stone and reaches 2 stones, or even more, can it be encouraged? Zhao Xian asked tentatively. Ha ha ha. Hearing what Zhao Xian said, Li Ting burst into laughter. Zhao Xian. Are you too confident in your own strength? Or are you underestimating the power of a stone? I will tell you that since the establishment of my Lantian camp, there have been very few people who have been able to surpass Ishur. Those who have been able to do so are all warriors of extraordinary courage and strength. You, having just joined the army, want to compete with the real elite warriors of Lantian. Li Ting stopped laughing and his expression suddenly became serious. I am confident in my own strength. If the general can give me encouragement, I will be more confident. Zhao Xian said frankly without any fear. If he were in any other country other than Qin, Zhao Xian would not speak to his superiors, let alone join the army. But this was in the Qin army camp, where the system of titles and military merits was the most complete. What's more, in front of him is the Lantian camp. Zhao Xian believes that the generals of this camp will never bury talented people. Good. You want encouragement, I will give it to you. If you can reach the power of 2 stones, I will promote you to a true 10th master. But if you fail to do so, you will lose the chance to stay in the Lantian camp. This is a military order. Zhao Xian, do you dare to try? Li Ting stared at Zhao Xian and asked with scrutiny. Subordinates, lead the troops. Zhao Xian replied calmly and walked to the stone pier without any hesitation. There were several veterans supervising on the side. This is 1 stone, this is 2 stones, this is 3 stones. The old soldier pointed at the stone pier in front of Zhao Xian. Kindness. Zhao Xian thanked him and walked directly to the 3-stone pier. Zhao Xian, are you going to try this 3-stone weight? That won't do. Since the existence of the Qin army, the only one who possessed the power of 3 stones was Huanjuan, the former war god of Qin. You are still young, you can try 2 stones, but don't be too reckless. The veteran on the side kindly reminded. Thank you, brother, but I'll still choose these 3 stones to try. If it really fails, it will be because of my rampant behavior. Zhao Xian smiled and walked to the 3-stone pier. Does this kid really have that much power? Li Ting looked at Zhao Xian with confusion on his face. As a general for many years, he has seen countless people, some of whom are confident, some are arrogant, and some are conceited. But when he looked at Zhao Xian, he did not see any arrogance or conceit, but rather confidence. Brother Xian actually wants to directly try to lift 3 stones. Those who possess such strength are all truly brave generals. Can Brother Xian lift it? This Zhao Xian has been acting arrogant since he first entered the camp. Now he is still so arrogant and conceited that he wants to try Sanchi. It's really ridiculous. He just signed a military order with the general. If he fails, he will be deprived of the opportunity to stay in the Lantian camp. But if he really fails, it is his own fault. What a ridiculous person, just someone trying to attract attention. With the power of 3 stones, this is simply impossible. Looking at Zhao Xian's figure, many people couldn't help but mock him in their hearts. Almost no one believed that Zhao Xian could lift this 3-stone pier. But everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Xian. Most of them wanted to see Zhao Xian make a fool of himself. After all, Zhao Xian had been very popular in the past 2 days and was treated differently by the general. With the power of 3 stones, there shouldn't be any problem. Zhao Xian thought secretly. Squat down. He clenched his hands on the handle of the stone pier. Suddenly, all the strength of his body gathered in his arms, and the blue veins on his arms burst out. He lifted it up with force and vain. Zhao Xian easily lifted the 3-stone pier that was heavy enough to crush a person to death. This moment, everyone was stunned. From the generals on the reviewing platform. Even the recruits in the recruit camp all had stunned expressions and were shocked. In their eyes, Zhao Xian picked up the 3 heavy stone pillars with both hands and lifted them up quickly. It looks like. It seemed very easy and Zhao Xian did not even use his full strength. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. But the training ground was completely silent. Is it time? Zhao Xian turned his head and looked at the dazed old soldier beside him. This sound. It instantly woke up several veterans. One of them immediately replied, "It has been 10 breaths." Between words, there was even a hint of awe in his tone. In the army, the strong are respected. The Lantian camp was no exception. Zhao Xian was so brave, how could they not be in awe of him? The power of 3 stones. In the past, the only one who possessed such power was the great Qin war god, Huanjuan by Qi. In the past, Huanjuan made other nations tremble in fear. Now, how can a new soldier who has just joined the army possess such power? Could it be that the heavens knew the king's aspirations and specially gifted this child to help the king? Li Teng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Zhao Xuanli's heroic figure reaching Sanchi. Even he, a general in the new barracks, is like this. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers. Everyone was stunned. After a long time. Then I came back to my senses. The power of 3 stones, if Zhao Xian's punch hits me, will I be directly knocked several feet away. It turns out that Zhao Xian wasn't arrogant, it was me who underestimated him. It's so scary. All the new recruits were shocked, especially those who had just mocked Zhao Xian in their hearts, as they were slapped in the face. As expected of Brother Xian. He used to be the best hunter in the village, with the most accurate archery skills and the most prey. I didn't expect Brother Xian's power to be so terrifying. Chen Song, Li Hu and other new recruits from the same village were even more excited, with pride on their faces. And at this time, Chen Song couldn't help but yelled, "Zhao Xian!" at his voice. All over the training ground, the recruits cheered excitedly. Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian. With the strength of 3 stones, Zhao Xian's name became known throughout the ears of more than 20,000 recruits in the new recruit camp. With this move today, Zhao Xian's name will quickly spread throughout the Lantian camp, and even reach the ears of the emperor and the current king of Qin. After all, the existence of someone with the strength of 3 stones is extremely rare. Those who can do it are all brave men, and it is rare to see such an existence in many years. The one who possessed the power of 3 stones in the great Qin dynasty was even more famous in the army. He was the former god of war of the great Qin dynasty, who was hailed as the god of killing by various nations, by Qi, Marquis of Wuhan. Zhao Xian. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I will admit that I underestimated you. Li Teng looked at Zhao Xuandao with full of sighs. General. I want to try again. Zhao Xian put down the 3-stone heavy stone pier and walked towards the heaviest 5-stone heavy stone pier. See Zhao Xian's actions. Li Teng was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "Do you still want to try the 5 stones? This move. How not to surprise him? Since the existence of Lantian camp. Or to say, since the existence of the Qin army. Those with 1 stone's strength are ordinary elite soldiers, which is also the most basic measurement standard for the elite soldiers of the 3 camps of the Qin dynasty. Those who can reach the strength of 2 stones are very rare, and many people find it difficult to shake. The stone piers above the 3 stones are more of a decoration. Almost no one can shake it. And now Zhao Xian actually wants to directly challenge the 5-stone weight, which is a completely fake test. General, I want to give it a try. Zhao Xian said with a firm look. Good. If you want to try, then try it. I also want to see if there is really a person with the 5 stones of strength in the world. Li Teng did not hesitate, came to his senses and said immediately. Zhao Xian has already lifted 3 stones, and his strength is comparable to that of the former Qin dynasty's god of war by Qi. If it can be surpassed, it will definitely be an inspiring move to boost the morale of the Qin army. How could Li Teng miss the opportunity to witness such a victory with his own eyes? At this time, the soldiers on the parade ground also stopped shouting, and everyone looked at Zhao Xian. If Zhao Xian could really lift 5 stones of force, he would be the first person in history. The power of the 5 stones may help me lay the foundation for my position in the Lantian camp and become famous in one fell swoop. Perhaps I can become famous throughout the Qin state and even reach the ears of Qin Shi Huang. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Zhao Xian squatted down and held the handle of the 5-stone heavy stone pier with both hands. In vain. All the strength of the body is concentrated in the arms. Pull it hard suddenly. The 5-stone pier had slowly lifted off the ground, but Zhao Xian's face flushed, and he did not feel so relaxed. My strength should only be close to 4 stones, but since I have done it, I will try my best. Zhao Xian's arms felt extremely heavy, and at this moment he also understood his own strength. However, Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and did not give up. Instead, he practiced his skills and transferred the sword power to his arms. Although the sword spirit power is weak now, it also brings a force of support to Zhao Xian. Drink! Zhao Xian shouted. Suddenly. Boom. The sand that Zhao Xian stepped on sank, and Zhao Xian lifted the 5-stone pier with all his might. Looking at the scene in front of me, the generals on the stage were shocked. All the soldiers on the training ground were shocked again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the tall but not burly figure. Invisibly, a hint of awe appeared in everyone's eyes. 10 breaths passed. Zhao Xian placed the stone pillar in his hand on the ground, and with a bang, a hole was created. A feeling of weakness also came over me. This made Zhao Xian stagger a little. But in the end, he still did it. On the stage of selecting generals, Li Teng's eyes were complicated, with disbelief, shock, and all kinds of emotions appearing. The power of 5 stones. Power like never before. This is beyond human power. Zhao Xian is a warrior sent by heaven to me. Li Teng murmured to himself, his eyes full of surprise and admiration. The soldiers on the parade ground were stunned for a moment. The loud shouts broke out again, Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian. The entire school grounds and inside. Throughout the Lantian camp, Zhao Xian's name resounded throughout the void. This moment, Zhao Xian became completely famous. He became a warrior with a strength of 5 stones. It was at this time. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and gaining the reputation of 10,000 people. The reward reputation system is activated, and the reward is. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and gaining the reputation of 10,000 people. The reward reputation system is activated, and the reward is a yellow-level treasure chest. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Zhao Xian's ears. This made Zhao Xian's face show joy again. In the training ground of the recruit camp, Zhao Xian's name was heard throughout the camp. All over Lantian camp. Many warriors in training looked towards the direction of the recruit camp, somewhat surprised and puzzled. Of course, they didn't know that something had happened in the recruit camp that was enough to alarm the entire camp. Inside the Central Army Hall, Wang Jian was handling military affairs, and Wang Ben was standing by, reporting something. Suddenly, loud shouts from the recruits' camp reached the Central Military Hall. Wang Jian put down the military bamboo slips in his hand and looked outside the hall with some surprise. What happened? Whose name are they calling? Wang Jian looked at Wang Ben standing aside and said, General, it seems that they are shouting Zhao Xian's name. Wang Ben was stunned for a moment, listened carefully, and then replied. In the military discipline and regulations are paramount. There is no family affection or father-son relationship, so Wang Ben is also referred to by his military rank in the army. Who is Zhao Xian? Wang Jian asked in surprise. He's a new recruit who just joined the army yesterday. Wang Ben said with a smile. What's so special about this new recruit that he has caused so many soldiers to call his name? Wang Jian was even more surprised. Yesterday I told the general that the soldier who said he didn't want to be a general was not a good soldier, Zhao Xian. Wang Ben replied with a smile. Hear this? Wang Jian nodded suddenly. But I don't know why he is causing such a sensation now, Wang Ben replied. It's okay. If there is really something, Li Teng will come and report it. Wang Jian smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. For a general in charge of the Blue Sky Camp, there are few things that can cause ripples in his heart. Although what Wang Ben said about Zhao Xian yesterday sounded like praise, Wang Jian was not too moved. Admiral. The integration and training of the new recruits is so hasty this time. Is the king ready to take action? Wang Ben asked tentatively. Wang Jian looked at Wang Ben deeply after hearing this. After a moment of hesitation, he said, maybe. In 2 days, I will also go to Xianyang. Perhaps, this is the time for the king to make a decision. I understand. Wang Ben's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. If a war breaks out, it will be an opportunity for the general to make merit. It was at this time. A personal guard quickly ran into the hall, bowed, and had an expression of indescribable excitement on his face. General, something big has happened in the new recruits camp. What big deal can there be in the recruit camp? Wang Ben said unhappily. A new soldier named Zhao Xian broke the record of my great Qin, broke the record of bravery in the world, surpassing the former Wu and Jun of my great Qin. He lifted a 5-stone pier and possessed the strength of 5 stones. The royal guard reported excitedly. The words fell. Wang Jian suddenly stood up from his seat, his resolute face full of surprise. What did you say? 5-stone weight. Someone actually lifted it. I dare not deceive the general. This action was witnessed by tens of thousands of people. General Li Teng has specially sent his subordinates to report this. The personal guard said hurriedly. The power of 5 stones, how is this possible? In the past, Wu Anjuan's strength was nearly 4 stones, which was considered the strongest among the 3 armies. Now, someone has surpassed such strength. Wang Jian, who had always been calm, was also surprised by this incident. Zhao Xian, he really seems to have the potential to be a general. No wonder he is so confident. Wang Ben also said in surprise. The power of the 5 stones can be described as divine power from heaven. I hope this boy is not just a reckless man with courage. If so, he can only charge into the enemy ranks, but not become a general. Wang Jian calmed down and said with some emotion. General, do you want to go and see Zhao Xian? Perhaps he really is a mighty general gifted by God to our great Qin. Wang Ben smiled and suggested. I will personally witness the unprecedented power of the 5 stones. Moreover, if I report this to your majesty, it may make your majesty even more excited. Wang Jian smiled and strode directly out of the hall. Get ready to meet this amazing man. And at this time, hearing the loud shouts coming from the camp, Wang Jian and his son were not surprised. On the training ground, Li Teng walked down from the reviewing platform with a serious expression and came to Zhao Xian's side, with an indescribable complexity in his eyes. As a general of the Blue Sky Camp, there was surprise in his eyes towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, you really surprised me. The power of the 5 stones is unprecedented in history. You are the strongest man in my Blue Sky Camp, no, you are the strongest man in my great Qin, or even in the world. Li Teng said with emotion. Does the general's words still count? You just said that if I have the strength to reach 2 stones, you will promote me. Zhao Xian said with a smile. My words will naturally count. But before that, I have decided to complete the subsequent tests of the recruit camp on you. The new recruit camp tests strength, archery, and combat skills. Strength, in my great Qin military camp, you are the best, you can be called a god. With this, you can stay in the Lantian camp and become a true elite of the camp. After that, archery skills and fighting skills, do you have the courage to take the test again? Li Teng stared at Zhao Xian and asked. Why not? Zhao Xian smiled confidently. As for archery, Zhao Xian didn't dare to admit that he was the best, but he should be pretty good. Growing up in a mountain village, in order to take care of his mother, Zhao Xian naturally integrated into this era. He went hunting in the mountains with the villagers since he was a child. Maybe it was really a talent that made him the best archer in Huangqiao village. Good. Ben will be looking forward to your archery skills. Li Teng smiled. Then he instructed the deputy general beside him, prepare the target and the bow and arrow. Promise. The deputy general did it immediately. After a while, in front of all the recruits, a shooting range for testing archery skills has been set up. This is a 2-stone bow. Only the strength of 2 stones can pull it open. With your strength, it's easy. There are 3 targets. One is 2 draws away, the second is 4 draws away, and the third is 6 draws away. Li Teng first handed the bow and arrow to Zhao Xian, and then pointed to the target in front. Zhao Xian took the bow and arrow and nodded. 1 pull is equivalent to 10 feet. 6 eans are 60 feet. After integrating into this era, Zhao Xian naturally knew the distance units of this era. Let's get started. Li Teng gave the order immediately. Now, on the training ground, whether it was the real elite soldiers of the Lantian camp or the more than 20,000 new recruits, everyone's eyes were on Zhao Xian. Possessing the power of 5 stones and being the best in the entire army, this is enough to shock everyone. At this moment, they were also very curious about Zhao Xian's archery skills. And at this time, on the side of the school ground, Wang Jian, Wang Ben, and other generals from the Lantian camp also arrived quietly. But at this moment, everyone on the parade ground was concentrating on watching Zhao Xian, and did not notice the arrival of Wang Jian and other generals. Wang Jian did not disturb them, but stood on the side and watched. Zhao Xian picked up the bow, placed the quiver at his feet, pulled out an arrow, and placed it directly on the bow. Under Zhao Xian's huge power, Zhao Xian easily pulled the double stone bow, which was difficult for ordinary people to pull, into a full moon shape, and the bowstring made a clicking sound. If Zhao Xian was an ordinary sword cultivator, his physical strength would not be able to reach this level. However, after building the foundation as a sword cultivator rewarded by the system, he surpassed ordinary sword cultivators and directly gave birth to a sword embryo. If there is no foundation building to give birth to a sword embryo, an ordinary sword cultivator must be promoted to level 11 before he can give birth to a sword embryo. There is no pressure at the distance between the two. Zhao Xian stared at the target. The bowstring trembled and the sharp arrow flew out of the bow. Almost in an instant. Bang! The powerful arrow hit the bullseye, and the arrowhead penetrated deeply into the bullseye. It is detected that the host has archery skills. The current archery skill is level 7, strength reaches, and no arrows miss their target within 70 feet. The archery proficiency increases by 1 point. The system prompt sounded. Good. Li Teng laughed out loud. But he didn't ask Zhao Xian to stop. The reason why 3 targets were set up was to see how far Zhao Xian could reach. Zhao Xian drew out another arrow and stared at the target 4 arrows away. Call out. The bowstring shook. The sharp arrow flew out of the bow, making a loud sound. Bang. Pull the arrows to the target 4 times and hit the center of it. See this scene. Everyone was stunned by Zhao Xian. Being able to be so accurate at a distance of 40 meters, this archery skill can definitely be called amazing. If Zhao Xian could hit the target within 6 points, his archery skills would definitely be ranked among the best in the Lantian camp. But Zhao Xian did not stop. He drew out another arrow, the last one. The second stone bow was pulled into a full moon by Zhao Xian. Call out. The sharp arrow broke through the air. Lightning flash. Bang. With Zhao Xian's strength this time, the sharp arrow directly broke through the center of the bull's eye and flew out of the target. 6-point distance. 1 arrow still hits the bull's eye. Li Teng opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Even if he were to use this arrow, it would be difficult to hit the bull's eye with just 1 arrow. Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian is mighty. Zhao Xian. The entire recruit campgrounds were filled with people shouting Zhao Xian's name again. This moment, everyone looked at Zhao Xian with admiration. In the army, the strong are respected. Strength and archery are the basis for killing the enemy and winning. Zhao Xian won everyone's admiration and impressed everyone with his abilities. He is that Zhao Xian. During the training ground, Wang Jian looked at Zhao Xian, who was hit by 3 arrows, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yes. Wang Ben nodded. Excellent strength and archery skills. With just a little training, you can become a fierce warrior. This boy is truly a great gift from heaven to my Lantian camp. If this boy has some talent in commanding troops, that would be even more rare. At this moment, Wang Jian also said with emotion. There are very few people who can receive praise from the general. Zhao Xian is truly extraordinary. Wang Ben also echoed. And at this time, Li Teng walked to Zhao Xian's side again. Zhao Xian, you are really good. I have been a general in the Lantian camp for many years, and I have never seen a warrior as talented as you. I believe that one day, as long as you make military achievements for the Qin dynasty, you will become a general of the Qin dynasty and surpass me. Li Teng said very solemnly, his tone full of respect and recognition for Zhao Xian. You are too kind, General. Zhao Xian replied modestly. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Li Teng said firmly. General, do we want to start the third test? Fighting? Zhao Xian asked. You have such great strength. If it is not a real life-and-death duel on the battlefield, who can be your opponent in a fight with wooden weapons in the military camp? Li Teng said somewhat unhappily. With such great force in the fight, if he didn't restrain his strength, I'm afraid any sharp warrior fighting against him would be killed by him. The power of 5 stones. How terrifying would a single punch be? As for fighting, you don't need to compete at all. A little training will be enough in the future. Now, I want to fulfill the promise I made at the beginning. Li Ting smiled, held Zhao Xian's arm directly, and walked towards the reviewing platform. Standing side by side with Zhao Xian, facing the new recruits on the parade ground. When Zhao Xian was testing me, I said that if he could possess the power of more than 2 stones, I would give him the position of a true 10th leader. But Zhao Xian gave me such a big surprise. I didn't expect that there would be such a talented person among the new recruits. Now Ben will fulfill his promise, but with his ability, Shirchong is naturally not enough. I have decided to promote Zhao Xian to be the garrison commander, commanding 50 soldiers. And he was allowed to stay in the Lantian camp and become a true Qin warrior. Everyone, do you have any objections? Li Teng looked at all the recruits and said loudly. Hear the sound. All the new recruits shouted, Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian. As mentioned before. In the army, the strong are respected. Zhao Xian proved this with his strength and won the admiration of everyone, so naturally no one would have any objection. With such ability, a mere village chief is naturally not enough. Just at this moment. Pointing the generals to the audience. A powerful voice came. Li Teng turned his head suddenly and looked. Wang Jian and Wang Ben, escorted by their personal guards, walked towards the command platform. Greetings, General. Li Teng immediately bowed and clasped his fists. Greetings, General. Everyone on the training ground suddenly realized what was going on and bowed down. In the Lantian camp, there is only one general, and that is Wang Jian. In Daqin, there are only 3 great generals. One is Wang Jian. The second is Meng Wu. The 3 Huan Yis. They all made many military achievements for the Qin dynasty and assisted the current King Qin in establishing the country. Naturally, his name is also well known in the territory of Daqin. Looking at Wang Jian's figure, awe appeared in the eyes of all the soldiers. Even Zhao Xian. Looking at Wang Jian's majestic figure, respect appeared on his face. Wang Jian, the great general who helped Qin Shi Huang unify the country in history. I didn't expect I would actually see it with my own eyes. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart and was also very excited. Previous life. As for historical figures, they only exist in history books, but now Zhao Xian has seen them with his own eyes. Perhaps one day, Zhao Xian will be able to see with his own eyes the legendary Qin Shi Huang, the greatest emperor of all time. Wang Jian nodded and walked up to the stage to review his generals. I didn't know the general was coming, so I'm sorry for not coming to greet him. Li Teng said with some fear. No problem. Wang Jian raised his hand and waved it, not caring about it, while his eyes fell on Zhao Xian. Everyone get up. Wang Jian said loudly. Thank you, General. Everyone said in unison, standing up straight. Zhao Xian. Wang Jian looked at Zhao Xian and smiled slightly. I'm here. Zhao Xian responded immediately. You're pretty good. When Wu Jun first emerged in my great Qin, he had a force of 3 stones, and he was the bravest among the 3 armies. But now you actually have a force of 5 stones, which really surprises me. And you're pretty good with the bow, too. Wang Jian praised with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, General. Zhao Xian said neither humbly nor arrogantly. This time, my Lantian camp has such a talented general. The captain is not enough. I will promote you to the commander of 500 soldiers, commanding 500 soldiers. You might be able to take on this task. Wang Jian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhao Xian was also stunned, and ecstasy surged in his heart. 500 masters. He has 500 soldiers under his command. It is definitely a great honor to be promoted to this position shortly after joining the army. Certainly. This was also achieved by Zhao Xian with his own strength. The power of 5 stones. An archery skill that never misses its target. These are not things that ordinary people can have. To stand out in the recruit camp, one must have one's own strength, so Zhao Xian would spare no effort to display it, so that he could gain a place in the recruit camp, stay in the Lantian camp, go to the battlefield, and gain military merit. And now, the generals of the Lantian camp are all paying attention to Zhao Xian. This is a great opportunity. The military hierarchy in the military camps of this era was strict. The lowest level soldiers worked in groups of 5, with one group leader. 2 groups of 5 form a group, with one group leader. 5 groups form a ton, with one ton chief. 2 tons make up 100, with one commander appointed for each 100. For every 500 men, there shall be one leader. Jin Wubeizu was a junior officer of moderate rank in the military camp. Zhao Xian quickly calmed down and bowed to Wang Jian. I will never let the general down. This kid is very confident. Looking at Zhao Xian's performance, Wang Jian became even more satisfied. Then, Wang Jian looked at the more than 20,000 new soldiers on the parade ground and said, I will promote Zhao Xian to be the leader of the 500. Do you have any objections? I have no objection. Everyone responded in unison. This moment, everyone was full of respect. As long as they compared themselves in their hearts, they knew that they could never achieve the same strong divine power and accurate archery skills as Zhao Xian. Therefore, even if some of them were jealous of Zhao Xian's promotion, they had nothing to say. The military system of our great Qin is strict. Without military merit, you cannot be promoted to a noble title, let alone an official title. Promoting you to the rank of 500 lords is the greatest authority I can have. If you can make contributions to our great Qin on the battlefield one day, you will be truly worthy of the title. I hope you will not let me down. Wang Jian encouraged Zhao Xian. I will never let the general down. Zhao Xian said solemnly. Certainly. Zhao Xian also knew. The existence of the Qin dynasty system of titles and military merits is the cornerstone of the Qin dynasty's power. Without merit, one cannot be conferred a title or a nobility title. This is an iron rule. If the current king of Qin had not yet come to power, this iron law would have been overlooked. However, after Lao Ai abused his power, King Jing of Qin killed Lao Ai and punished the treason, and then issued an edict, promulgating the iron law that the military merit and title system could not be violated. This promotion to the rank of Lord Wubai is definitely the highest military position Zhao Xian has ever obtained in the Lantian camp. If he wants to be promoted again in the future, he must kill enemies and make meritorious deeds on the battlefield. But that's for now. Zhao Xian is already ahead of tens of thousands of recruits. Zhao Xian, come with me to the central army. Wang Jian said to Zhao Xian again. Hearing this, Zhao Xian was slightly stunned, but quickly came to his senses and immediately accepted the order, yes. This time, many generals looked at Zhao Xian with a bit of envy. It is a great honor for any general in the Lantian camp to be able to meet General Wang Jian in the Central Army Hall. The general values him so much. As long as Zhao Xian can make contributions to the Qin dynasty, his future will be limitless. However, with his strength, it is not too much to say that he is valued by the general. The generals thought secretly in their hearts. General Li, please continue the test. Wang Jian spoke to Li Ting again. Then, Wang Jian and Wang Ben left the general's platform under the protection of their personal guards. Zhao Xian clasped his fists towards Li Tang and followed him. However, Zhao Xian was also confused about Wang Jian's summons. Central Army Hall. It is filled with a military aura of majesty. Wang Jian sat in the main seat, while Wang Ben stood aside. Zhao Xian also stood to one side and did not speak. But Wang Jian was not in a hurry and took care of military affairs with a carving knife. The entire hall was silent. After a long while, seeing Zhao Xian still calm, Wang Jian smiled slightly. At such a young age, he has such a calm mind, which is good. Aren't you curious as to why the general called you here alone? Zhao Xian clasped his fists and replied, "In the military camp, the general's words are military orders. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. I dare not disobey them, and I will not speculate on the general's intentions. When the time comes, the general will make it clear." Good. Looking at Zhao Xian's performance, Wang Jian's eyes became even more satisfied. "Zhao Xian, what do you think of our great Qin?" Wang Jian suddenly asked, as if testing him. "General, I am just a small soldier and I dare not speak nonsense about the great Qin." Zhao Xian replied immediately. "Nothing, just tell me." Wang Jian waved his hand. "If I have any humble opinions, please don't blame me, General." Zhao Xian said first. "This is just a discussion between us. It won't have any impact." Wang Jian said with a smile. "In my opinion, since Duke Xiaogong's reform, our great Qin has begun to prosper. Reform strengthens the country, and great rulers have emerged in successive generations. Each generation is a great ruler and hero, bringing the effect of reform to its peak. King Huiwen firmly carried out reforms to strengthen the country, King Zhaoxiang stabilized the reforms, and now the current king is carrying forward the reforms. The remaining strength of the 6 generations of Qin is the key to the prosperity of Qin. Looking at the world, our great Qin is truly the strongest country. In terms of national strength, none of the 6 countries in Shandong can truly compete with our great Qin. Although various nations have tried to reform their laws, they were just empty talk." Zhao Xian spoke slowly. "Well said." Wang Jian nodded in agreement. As a powerful figure in the upper echelons of the Qin dynasty, Wang Jian naturally knew what the reforms had brought to the Qin dynasty. "I also know what the 6th king of the Qin dynasty brought to the Qin dynasty. The current king has executed Lao Ai and seized power, and has completely taken control of the Qin dynasty. Now the Qin dynasty has a strong army and is recruiting soldiers to strengthen its military. I have another guess." Zhao Xian raised his head, looked at Wang Jian, and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, perhaps you have already decided to march east and start the intention of unifying the world." Hearing this, Wang Jian and Wang Ben both looked at Zhao Xian with their eyes wide open, and a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes. "Why do you think so?" Wang Jian asked in surprise. "Since the king issued an edict 3 years ago, changing the age limit for enlistment from 17 to 14, I have speculated that the king is accumulating soldiers and military power and has his eyes on the rest of the world. As for why I thought of the king's plan to march east. Zhao Xian smiled and glanced at Wang Ben. "I saw this from the test in the new recruit camp." "A test for new recruits?" Wang Jian and his son looked at each other, both somewhat puzzled. "How can we tell?" Wang Jian asked in surprise. "There are 30,000 new recruits joining the army this time, but nearly 10,000 of them were eliminated in the early morning of today, depriving them of the qualification to stay in the Lantian camp. This is only the first day of the new recruits' enlistment, and they are already trying to eliminate the chaff from the new recruits and select the elite ones. There's only one reason. That's because the situation is urgent. The general has ordered that the new soldiers must be trained into truly elite troops in a short period of time, but this does not seem to be necessary. In addition, the general has received the king's edict and will go to war, so the Lantian camp does not have much time to train new recruits, so we have to save time as much as possible." Zhao Xian said with some analysis. Hearing this, Wang Jian and Wang Ben were completely shocked. Especially Wang Jian. "General, has the king really made up his mind to let my Lantian camp go on the expedition?" Wang Ben asked with some surprise. "Kindness." Wang Jian nodded and said, "Your Majesty does intend to have my Lantian camp dispatch troops, but the decree has not yet been issued." Upon hearing this, Wang Ben was delighted, but at the same time he was stunned. Looking at Zhao Xian in disbelief. "You actually guessed from the training in the recruit camp that the king was going to march east to mobilize troops?" Wang Ben asked in surprise. "Kindness." Zhao Xian nodded. But deep down, Zhao Xian naturally had something to say. "I know the course of history for thousands of years, and I know more about the history of Qin's conquest of the world and unification of Yan and Huang. I can't tell you this. This year was the beginning of Qin Shi Huang's campaign to destroy the Six Kingdoms. Then think about it again, which country is your majesty planning to send troops to attack? Wang Jian asked again. Han. Zhao Xian didn't think twice. Why? Wang Jian stared at Zhao Xian. Han is the weakest of the 6 states in Shandong. Its national strength is weak, its territory is the smallest, its population is the smallest, and its military strength is only a few 100,000. Its national strength is simply not enough to compete with our great Qin. Moreover, since the king came to power, the power of the Qin state has grown day by day. Han has also paid tribute to the Qin state every year and has become a vassal of the Qin state. But all this is superficial. This is what Han did to protect itself. If the Qin army marches eastward to attack Zhao, or even Wei, it will have to transport food and supplies, and even soldiers, through the border of Han. Han will certainly turn against us easily and destroy the Qin army. Therefore, if the king wants to go east, he must first destroy Han. Only after the road to the east is completely opened, will he attack other countries. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Listen to this explanation. Wang Jian and Wang Ben nodded at the same time, full of approval. At the same time, they looked at Zhao Xian with even more admiration. If our great Qin wants to destroy all the nations and unify the world, how can we do it? Wang Jian asked one more question at the end, but it has changed from a test to an inquiry. Invisible. Wang Jian's attitude towards Zhao Xian has changed a lot. 8 words. Zhao Xian looked confident and made the number 8. Which 8 words? Wang Jian and Wang Ben widened their eyes. Reform the country to strengthen it, make friends far away and attack those near. This is the foundation of the Qin dynasty's rule over the world. Zhao Xian said without changing his expression. In history, the reason why the Qin state was able to unify the world was because of these 8 words. On the one hand, it improved its national strength and expanded its military, on the other hand, it attacked its neighboring countries, and on the other hand, it made friends with distant countries. In this way, all the countries were conquered, annexed and unified under the rule of Yan Huang. Okay. When Wang Jian heard Zhao Xian's 8 words, his face was full of excitement and flushed with excitement. The same thing happened to Wang Ben, but he did not appear as excited as his father. What a reform to strengthen the country, what a way to make friends with distant countries and attack nearby ones. These 8 words confirm the foundation of my great Qin's unification of the world. Zhao Xian. You are a talented general. No, you are a great talent for the country. You are so young but have such strategic insight. In the future, you will definitely have a place in our great Qin. Wang Jian looked at Zhao Xian and praised loudly. Originally, he asked Zhao Xian to come to the Central Army Hall with the intention of testing Zhao Xian to see if Zhao Xian, who performed so well in the test of the new recruits camp, has the potential to become a general and train him in the future. But now it seems that Zhao Xian is quite talented. He is not only extremely brave, but also has great talent. You are too kind, General. These are just my shallow views. Zhao Xian immediately bowed and clasped his fists, saying neither humbly nor arrogantly. If all of this is considered shallow knowledge, then I am just a frog in the well. Wang Jian said with a smile. Wang Ben didn't say anything, but he looked at Zhao Xian with a rare admiration. Zhao Xian, you should go back to the camp for training first. Although you are extremely strong and have outstanding archery skills, you still need more training so that you can unleash your true strength. Wang Jian calmed down and said to Zhao Xian. Promise. I'll take my leave. Zhao Xian bowed and slowly left the central military hall. Looking at Zhao Xian's back, Wang Jian and his son Wang Ben stared at each other, without taking their eyes off for a long time. Until Zhao Xian's figure completely disappeared. Benner, what are your feelings? Wang Jian withdrew his gaze and asked with some sigh. This time, I finally understand why Zhao Xian is so confident and said he would become a general right after joining the army. With such courage and talent, if he is given a chance, he will surely make contributions to the Qin dynasty, be promoted to a higher position, and become the highest official in the country. I am not as good as him. Wang Ben said with great emotion. Yes. Wang Jian nodded, and then said with emotion, "Originally, I summoned him to test him and see if he has the potential to become a general. Now I see that I underestimated him. Admiral. I think I can report such a talent to the king. The king will open the road to the east. Now such a talent has appeared. This is a good sign. The king will be excited when he knows it. With the king's attention, perhaps Zhao Xian will go further in the future." Wang Ben said. "Ha. I would have mentioned it even if you didn't say it. What Zhao Xian said today, the plan to march east, and the plan to unify the country, all of these must be reported to the king. What our great Qin lacks most now is talent. Zhao Xian is so outstanding, how could I, Wang Jian, bury him?" Wang Jian said with a big laugh. Wang Ben looked thoughtful, and suddenly said, "Actually, Dad, when I saw Zhao Xian just now, do you know who I thought of?" "Who?" Wang Jian was stunned, then asked. "Your Majesty." Wang Ben said without hesitation. "Huh." Wang Jian looked puzzled. "Don't you think Zhao Xian's appearance, especially his serious and confident temperament, is somewhat similar to that of the king?" Wang Ben said with a smile. "Benner, you can't say that. The current king has no descendants among the people. There are so many people in the world, and many of them look alike." Wang Jian said unhappily. "I just mentioned it as a joke." Wang Ben replied with a smile. "The royal family is no joke. This can only happen once, otherwise I will punish you severely." Wang Jian glared at Wang Ben and said sternly. "Yes." Wang Ben also became serious. After leaving the Central Army Hall, Zhao Xian returned to the training ground. However, this time, he successfully defeated Wang Jian with his own strength, and obtained the opportunity to stay in the Lantian camp and was promoted to the Lord of 500. The one-day test ended quickly. Due to the examination, many new recruits were deprived of the opportunity to stay in the Lantian camp. Such a rigorous test. A few more days. The number of new recruits will also drop sharply. Inside Zhao Xian's camp. Due to the strength test, 5 recruits were deprived of the opportunity and have now moved out. But Zhao Xian didn't care about anything. After all, these are the rules of the recruit camp, and Zhao Xian has no right to change them. Sitting on the couch, Zhao Xian closed his eyes and rested, while his mind was immersed in the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will stay in the Lantian camp and be rewarded with a yellow-level treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to sergeant, and I will reward you with a yellow-level treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to sergeant, and I will reward you with a yellow-level treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to village chief. You will be rewarded with a yellow-level treasure chest. Several prompts in succession. As for the promotion reward to the 500th Lord, Zhao Xian directly received 5 treasure chests. There are also mission rewards left in the Lantian camp and mission rewards that open the reputation system. Now Zhao Xian already has 7 yellow-level treasure chests. There are 7 treasure chests. I hope I'll be lucky enough to get something good out of them. Zhao Xian gave the order to open the treasure chests with anticipation. The system prompt sounded, "Open all treasure chests." Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of golden wound hemostasis powder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the exquisite 5-stone bow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-quality yellow-level martial art, reverse blood. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of exquisite, inner armor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow-grade mid-grade, resilience pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-quality yellow-level martial art, Overlord Spear Technique. All 7 treasure chests were opened, and the reminder to get the reward appeared in Zhao Xian's ears. Why are the 2 skills revealed not sword skills for sword cultivators, but martial arts skills? Can I practice them? Looking at the treasure chest rewards, Zhao Xian was stunned and felt helpless. But this is also my own choice. Compared to martial arts practitioners, sword practitioners will become more powerful than ordinary martial arts practitioners after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Perhaps, the threshold for sword cultivation is a little higher than that for martial arts cultivation. Sword cultivation and martial arts cultivation have the same power attribute. The host can learn sword skills or martial arts skills. Using skill points can improve the host's mastery of skills. The system prompts. Skill points. Only then did Zhao Xian turn his attention to the 100 skill points that appeared in the treasure chest. If that's the case, that would be even better. I can learn both sword skills and martial arts. Zhao Xian smiled. Learn Reverse Blood and Overlord Spear Technique. Zhao Xian gave the order immediately. Host's instructions accepted. Learning skills. The system prompted. Under the power of the system, Zhao Xian's consciousness was directly integrated into a learning space, and Zhao Xian quickly mastered the mysteries of these two martial arts. The next moment. Learning success. Level 1 Reverse Blood can increase strength by 2 times within 100 breaths. After using it, the sword's spirit power and strength will increase by 2 times. After using it, you will be weak for 1 hour. Level 1 Overlord Spear Technique, Spear and Lance, Basic Application. An attribute panel appeared in front of Zhao Xian. 100 skill points, used to improve skills. Zhao Xian thought secretly. He immediately turned his attention to the skills he currently possessed. This cannot be improved except by practicing martial arts, it needs to be improved by increasing the level. There is also Level 7 Archery. Level 1 Wind Sword. Level 1 Reverse Blood. Level 1 Overlord Gun Technique. I will be on the battlefield soon. Judging from my performance in front of Wang Jian and his son, I should be given the opportunity to make contributions as long as I ask for it. On the battlefield, archery and spearmanship are the key. System, how many skill points are needed to upgrade archery to level 10? Zhao Xian asked after thinking for a while. Archery is a non-grade skill. It can be upgraded to level 10 perfection using 30 skill points, the system prompts. You can know this from this hint. The higher the skill level, the more skill points are required to improve it. The promotion is complete. Zhao Xian didn't hesitate at all. Instructions accepted. Deduct 30 skill points and upgrade your archery skills to level 10. The system prompted. Zhao Xian's mind moved, and his mastery of archery improved dramatically. Archery has been upgraded to level 10. Level 10 Archery, strength reached, and every arrow will hit its target within 100 feet. The attribute panel prompts. With the remaining 70 skill points, we can further improve the Overlord Spear skill. Zhao Xian ordered. Instructions accepted. After deducting 70 skill points, the Overlord Gun skill is upgraded to level 3. The system prompted. Sure enough, the higher the grade, the greater the consumption of skill points. Zhao Xian thought clearly in his heart. To improve your skills, in addition to repeatedly practicing them, you can also increase your proficiency by relying on skill points. It is not that complicated, but can be accomplished quickly. This is the amazing thing about the digitized physique. By the way, what is the use of the reputation system? Zhao Xian asked. Reputation system, reputation can be exchanged for skill points. The more people know the host's name, the more prestige you can gain, and thus prestige. Reputation settlement, before the host's novice period, it is settled once a month, after the novice period, it is settled once every 6 months. The system prompted. This way, there will be another way to gain skill points in the future. A smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. The capital of the Qin dynasty, Xianyang. As the capital for hundreds of years, it was the center of Qin's commerce, military, and government affairs. The place where royal power is held. The Qin kings of all generations issued orders from Xianyang and controlled the entire country. Similarly, Xianyang is also one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Look towards Xianyang. Countless houses stretch out over an area of over 100 miles, surrounded by city walls on all sides, giving it the majesty of a capital city. In the very center of the city, a sprawling royal palace stands there, carrying an air of royal majesty and antiquity that inspires awe and awe. Zhengtai Palace. The Qin king's bedroom was also the place where the Qin king discussed state affairs besides holding court meetings. In the main hall of Zhangtai Palace, a huge sand table stood in the center of the hall. The scenery of the Central Plains, the scenery of the world of Yanhuang, and the territories of various countries were all presented on the sand table. The flags of various countries were planted on their respective sand table territories, bringing a scene of separatism. On the side of the sand table, huge flags of the 6 countries were hung. It was hard to imagine that the flags of the 6 countries would be hung in the most supreme palace of the Qin dynasty. At this moment, there is a man wearing a royal robe. At this moment, there is a man wearing a royal robe, with his hands behind his back, standing in the center of the flags of the 6 countries. In front of him is the Central Plains and the scenery of the world. As if in front of him, everything in the world is within his sight, and everything in the world is within his control. He was the king of Qin, King Yingjing of Qin. He succeeded to the throne at the age of 13 and is now 30 years old. Since he took power at the age of 22, he executed Lao Ai, demoted Lu Buwei, and took all power into his hands. After that, he appointed and dismissed new talents to strengthen the national strength of Qin. And Yingjing did not dare to slack off for a moment. After years of development, the national strength of Qin state had reached what he wanted. Your Majesty. General Wang Jian requests an audience. At this time, a eunuch with a feminine face walked in from outside the Zhangtai Palace, lowered his head, and spoke to Yingjing with great respect. He was the personal eunuch serving Yingjing and also the most powerful eunuch in the Qin Palace, the minister of the imperial chariots, Zhao Gao. Xian. Yingjing did not turn around, staring at the sand table in front of him, which contained endless mysteries. Promise. Zhao Gao bowed respectfully and backed out of the hall. After a while, Wang Jian, wearing his official robe, walked into the Zhangtai Palace. Your Majesty, I am Wang Jian, your servant. As soon as he entered the hall, Wang Jian bowed to Yingjing. Hear the sound. Yingjing turned around. Even though he didn't speak a word, the entire hall was filled with an oppressive imperial majesty. Look at Yingjing's appearance. Young, majestic and handsome. It reveals an aura of an emperor who is majestic without even getting angry. Stand up. Yingjing raised his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Jian thanked him and stood up straight. Admiral. Come over. Yingjing said to Wang Jian, then turned around and looked at the sand table in front of him. Wang Jian naturally did not dare to refuse. He walked over and his eyes fell on the sand table. All the scenery in the world is presented. The existence of this sand table and the flags of the 6 countries. It was established after Yingjing took power. Every day, Yingjing would stop in front of this sand table for a long time, observing the scenery of the world and harboring the ambition to conquer the world. My king, are you ready to send troops eastward? Wang Jian asked tentatively. My great Qin has millions of soldiers and sufficient food and grass. Isn't this the time to mobilize the troops? Yingjing stared at the sand table with endless ambition in his eyes. In his eyes, the territories of the 6 countries seemed to be his prey, waiting for him to hunt. With the current national strength of our great Qin, no one can stop us from going east to destroy other countries. Wang Jian immediately agreed. The first place that the Qin dynasty will visit is the 3 Jins. In your opinion, General, which country should I attack and destroy first? Yingjing turned his head and asked Wang Jian. Your Majesty should have already made up his mind about which country to attack. Your Majesty, I respectfully listen to your orders. Wang Jian bowed, not daring to overstep his authority. As a minister, Wang Jian knew the way of a minister and would never overstep his authority. Nothing. Tell me what you think, which country would be most advantageous for my great Qin to attack? Yingjing said. Since your Majesty has asked, I will not hide anything. A few days ago, new soldiers were recruited, and a natural-born general appeared in my Lantian camp. Wang Jian's expression became serious, but he spoke excitedly. General. Yingjing was slightly surprised, then smiled and said, to be praised so highly by the general, it seems that this person is really extraordinary. Does the king know that the Wu and Jun of our great Qin once had the most courageous force among the 3 armies? Wang Jian asked in return. Wu and Jun by Qi, the war god of our great Qin. Command the 3 armies, and be invincible in every battle. He is extremely brave and strong. When he joined the army, he had the strength of 3 stones. After years of fighting on the battlefield, he has the strength of 4 stones. He is the best among the 3 armies and even the best in the world. Ying said with a slightly disturbed expression. For him, the death of Bai Qi, Marquis of Wuhan, is actually a pity. The only regret is that Bai Qi did not live in the era of Ying. If he had lived, he would never have died. The general who appeared in my Lantian camp this time has been tested and found to have the strength of 5 stones. Wang Jian said with a serious expression. The words fell. Ying was stunned for a moment, and then he said in astonishment, General, are you kidding me? The power of 5 stones, what kind of divine power is that? Is it something that human beings can possess? I would never dare to deceive the king. This was witnessed by tens of thousands of soldiers. Not only does this man possess the strength of 5 stones, his archery skills are even more powerful. He can hit the target with 1 arrow at a distance of 6 inches. Wang Jian said immediately. So that's it. Is there another talented general in my great Qin? Good. It seems that God knows my desire to unify the world, and has specially granted this brave and powerful general to help me destroy the other countries and bring order to the world. Well. After receiving such affirmation from Wang Jian, Ying also laughed, his expression very moved. Your Majesty. This man has brought me more surprises than just his own bravery. He also has the ability to see the general situation of the world and observe the entire army. He had just joined the army, and during the test in the recruit camp, he guessed that the king had the intention to march east, and he also guessed the king's intention to march east and the strategy of which country to attack and destroy. Wang Jian said solemnly. Tell me about it. What does he think of my plan to go east? How does he make the plan for going east? Ying suddenly became interested and asked immediately. From his point of view, if our great Qin wants to open up the land to the east and rule the world, we cannot attack Zhao, let alone Wei. We must first attack and destroy Han. Although Han is submissive to Qin on the surface and pays tribute to Qin, and even its territory has been repeatedly encroached upon by Qin, it now only has 2 counties left and its national strength is extremely weak. Han pays tribute to Qin, and it hates and fears it. But if Qin launches an attack on Zhao and Wei, Han will surely change its ways and turn against Qin, said Wang Jian. Hearing this, Ying showed surprise on his face. This person is indeed good. He can see the general trend hidden in the undercurrent. Ying praised. I will not hide the truth from you, Your Majesty. Originally, I saw him as a man of courage and strength, so I met him alone to test him to see if he had the talent to be a general. However, after talking to him, I was impressed by him. I asked him how the Qin Empire could unify the world. He said 8 words that I will never forget. Moreover, I feel that these 8 words are truly the foundation for our great Qin to unify the world. As long as the king uses them, we will be able to unify the world. Wang Jian said very solemnly. Which 8 words? Seeing Wang Jian like this, Ying became even more curious about these 8 words. Reform the country to make it strong, make friends with distant countries and attack nearby ones. Wang Jian said almost word by word. Hear these 8 words. Ying's eyes lit up and a look of shock appeared on his face. Seem. He was not unfamiliar with these 8 words. What did this person really say to the general? Ying asked in surprise. Every word the old minister said is true. I would never dare to deceive the king. Wang Jian bowed and clasped his fists, saying seriously. Ying nodded, these 8 words are indeed the key to my great Qin's unification of the world, but do you know why I am not surprised by these 8 words? I don't know, Wang Jian replied immediately. When Wei Liao came down from Gigu Mountain and joined the Qin Empire, Mr. Gigu once told me something through Wei Liao. And Mr. Gigu's words are the key to unifying the world. He once said that if the Qin dynasty wants to unify the world, it must emphasize the rule of law, agriculture, and military strength, strengthen the army, the people, and the country, and make friends with distant countries and attack nearby countries, and then the world can be unified. Ying said in a deep voice, looking at Wang Jian, his meaning was clear. Mr. Gigu's words are the perfection of the 8 words you said. Is his talent as insightful as that of Mr. Gigu? Wang Jian was also surprised. Although he was indeed shocked when he first heard Zhao Xian's words, Wang Jian was shocked again when Giguzi was mentioned. Who is Giguzi? Since the establishment of the Zhou dynasty and the division of the world, the Giguzi lineage was born from that period. It was not well known in the early days, but when the nations were at war, Giguzi dominated the world. All the countries in the world know that with the power of Giguzi Zonghang, they can strengthen their country and rule the world. With the power of Giguzi, you can conquer the world. Although there is some exaggeration in the words, everyone in the world knows the name of Giguzi and his great talent. And now in the court of the Qin dynasty, there is the descendant of Giguzi, that is Wei Liao, who is entrusted with important tasks by Yingjing and is in charge of military affairs. Like Li Si, he is highly valued. Exceedingly brave and capable, and a talented general. This is truly a great gift from God to me. What's his name? Yingjing smiled slightly and asked Wang Jian. Your Majesty, his name is Zhao Xian. Wang Jian replied immediately. Zhao Xian. Yingjing was slightly stunned. His expression was vague, as if he had thought of something. Suddenly, a beautiful figure flashed through his mind, bringing back Yingjing's memories of many years ago. Looking at Yingjing, who was suddenly stunned, Wang Jian asked anxiously, My king, is there any problem? No, I haven't. Yingjing came back to his senses, shook his head, and then said, This Zhao Xian is from the same clan as me, so we are destined to be together. This may be due to the blessing of the king. That's why Zhao Xian joined the army to serve the king. Wang Jian said with a smile. I have already sent people to summon Wei Liao, Li Si, and other important officials of the Qin dynasty. Since the general is here, let's discuss the eastward expedition today. Yingjing regained his seriousness. Yes. Wang Jian bowed without saying anything else. After waiting for a while. Outside the main hall. Several figures came. We, the ministers, have come to the audience in response to the king's order. Several people in official robes stood outside the hall and spoke respectfully. Xian. Yingjing said majestically. Zhao Gao, who was serving in the hall, immediately shouted, The king has issued an order. Please come into the hall to see him. Promise. 4 important ministers walked slowly into the hall. At the same time, Zhao Gao waved his hand. Several eunuchs immediately closed the palace door. There were also imperial guards guarding outside the palace, and no one was allowed to approach without Yingjing's imperial edict. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you, my lord. Several important ministers entered the hall and bowed to Yingjing. Stand up. Yingjing nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 4 ministers said in unison, looking at Yingjing in awe. Nonsense, I won't say any more. You should know my intentions. Yingjing turned around and looked at the important ministers in front of him and said. Hear the sound. Several people looked at each other with excitement. We, the ministers, respectfully listen to the king's order. Several people said in unison. I am preparing to march eastward and take the first step to rule the world. Do you have anything to say? Yingjing fixed his eyes and spoke in a stern voice. Your Majesty. If we go east, we must first destroy Han. Zhao is now attacking Yan. Although the country is weak, if we attack Zhao, Han will surely turn against us. Han Ming showed his submission, but most of his territory was eaten up by the Qin dynasty, and he hated the Qin dynasty to the core. Go east to unify the country. First, destroy Han. Open up the road eastwards. Then attack Zhao and Wei. This is the only way to be sure. Wei Liao, one of the important ministers, spoke up immediately. I second what Lord Wei Liao said. If our great Qin mobilizes its troops, Han will surely rebel. If Han mobilizes its troops to cut off our army's route, our great Qin will surely suffer. Destroying Han first is the national policy to rule the world. Li Si said immediately. You 2 adults are absolutely right. Other important officials also nodded. Those who can come here to discuss military affairs are all important officials of the Qin court. Some are in charge of law, some are in charge of food, and some are in charge of military strategy. Similarly, their knowledge and talents are not shallow, and they can naturally see through the general situation. Otherwise, they would not be valued by Ying. Kindness. Seeing everyone express their opinions, Ying nodded slightly but did not agree immediately. The king's power is supreme, and the ministers have a division of labor, with the ministers in charge of the country's foundation, and the king in charge of it. This is the way of kingship. A year ago, the king of Zhao joined our great Qin and swore an oath of blood with the king. His intention was to prepare for the destruction of Yan. Now the two countries are at war, and Yan has lost a lot of territory. Zhao is unstoppable, but Yan is also resisting. This old minister thinks that this is the best time to destroy Han. Wang Jian said. If there is no external intervention, Zhao's destruction of Yan is inevitable. According to what I know, Yan has sent envoys to other countries to ask for help, but Han and Wei among the three Jins will naturally not send troops to help, and Qi and Chu will not send troops either. Naturally, the only way for Yan's state to get out of its predicament is in our great Qin. According to my inference, Yan will send envoys to our great Qin to ask for help within a month at most as it continues to lose ground. This will be the best time for my great Qin to send troops. Wei Liao sneered, with a kind of foresight. What Weiqing means is that if Yan asks for help, my great Qin will pretend to attack Zhao and send a large number of troops to make a feint attack, while secretly sending troops to destroy Han and catch the three Jins off guard. Ying Zheng's eyes focused and he immediately grasped the key point. The great king's holy judgment. That is what I mean. Our great Qin is now strong, with 3 battalions of 1 million soldiers. The food and grass reserves in Guangzhou and Shu are enough for our 1 million strong army to fight for 2 consecutive years. What is lacking now is just the right time. As long as the envoy from Yan's state arrives, that will be the best time for our great Qin to send troops. Wei Liao bowed and said with a smile. Color. Ying laughed. Master Wei has a good plan. You can help our great Qin conquer Han and open up a way to the east. All the ministers praised in unison. The art of war is all about deception, and Wei Liao's strategy of leveraging the power of other countries to mobilize the army would be done without anyone noticing. To use a phrase from later generations, it means repairing the plank road in the open while marching through Qinsong in secret. Wei Liao smiled and was also very pleased. Giguzi's plan. Not only can you plan for the country and the army, but you can also plan for the world. Now everything is ready in Great Qin, we are just waiting for the right time. Besides that, we need to dispatch troops in advance. As soon as Yan State sends its envoys, our Great Qin army must march eastward through Hanggu Pass and pretend to attack Zhao's state. Zhao will surely become a frightened bird. Besides that, we need to send a large army to launch a surprise attack in secret to destroy Han. The deployment of the army still needs the decision of His Majesty. Wei Liao bowed to Ying Zheng. Go east through Hanggu Pass, and the Hanggu camp will suffice. I will send a secret decree to Huan Yi, ordering him to be on standby at all times. As soon as the envoy of Yan State brings the opportunity, the 300,000 troops in Hanggu Pass will march eastwards out of Hanggu Pass and attack Zhao. Ying Zheng said in a majestic voice. To destroy the army of Han, the Lantian camp will always fight for the king and for Qin. Wang Jian immediately bowed and asked loudly for orders. To destroy Han, we don't need all the troops in the Lantian camp. Ying Zheng said in a deep voice. Your Majesty. We will launch a surprise attack secretly and catch Han off guard. 100,000 troops will be enough. Wang Jian said immediately. Who can lead the army as the chief general? Ying Zheng asked. I have a general under my command named Li Teng. He has the talent of a general and the ability to govern. He will definitely be able to do the job. Wang Jian said without hesitation. Since he was recommended by the general, it shows his ability. Allow. Ying Zheng nodded. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust. Wang Jian bowed, feeling extremely excited. This time, the task and achievement of destroying the country fell on his Lantian camp. Before the troops move, the food and fodder must go first. Wei Qin. I'll leave the matter of food and supplies to you. Yingjing looked at Wei Liao again and said, I will definitely not disgrace the king's order. Wei Liao accepted the order respectfully. After Yingjing discussed many details with his important ministers, and after everything was agreed upon, the ministers left. But for now, everything discussed in Zhongtai Palace this time was secret and unknown to the public. Zhao Gao. Yingjing looked at Zhao Gao, who was serving beside him. Please give your orders, Your Majesty. Zhao Gao bowed and said very respectfully. Back off. Yingjing said. Promise. Without any hesitation, Zhao Gao retreated respectfully and closed the hall. The entire Zhongtai Palace. Only Yingjing was left. And at this time, he walked to his own royal couch and took out a brocade box from beside his pillow. The moment he took out the brocade box, the supreme majesty that Yingjing had just displayed in front of his subjects was no longer there, and only a kind of warmth and tenderness remained. His hand gently stroked the brocade box, with an unimaginable expression of longing and reminiscence on his face. Afang, it's been 17 years. I have been looking for you for 17 years, and I have been missing you for 17 years. Don't you really want to see me again? Yingjing stroked the brocade box and muttered to himself. There was a look of sadness in his eyes. Unimaginable. In front of him, the most majestic emperor, she actually has such a tender side. Zhao Xian. Mysterious. Alas, after all, I was too concerned about you, all because of a person's name. Yingjing smiled bitterly and hugged the brocade box tightly. It seemed that for him, for this high and mighty king, this brocade box was the only hope for him as a lonely man. Because of a person's name. A scene from many years ago appeared before his eyes. In an ordinary house. Brother Zheng, what do you think we should name our children if we have them in the future? A girl snuggled in the arms of the young Yingjing. Isn't it too early now? What? My Afang wants to marry me. And give birth to a child for me. The young Yingjing hugged his sweetheart tightly and said with a teasing smile. Brother Zheng, don't you want to marry me? Humph. The girl said angrily, very dissatisfied. Of course I don't want to marry Afang. When I return to Daqin and become king, I will not only marry Afang but also give Afang a stunning wedding. Then I will make Afang the queen and the mother of the country. Then Afang will give birth to many children for me. What do you think? Said the young Yingjing gently. Kindness. I will never leave Brother Zheng for the rest of my life. I will give birth to many children for him. If it's a girl, name her Zhao Ling, and if it's a boy, name him Zhao Tian. How about that? Does it sound nice? The girl said gently. It sounds nice for a girl, but not for a boy. Zhao Tian, this name is even more domineering than your brother Zheng's name. How can I face this kid in the future? If it's a boy, let's call him Zhao Xian. The young Yingjing said with a smile. No, just call me Zhao Tian. It sounds better than brother Zheng's name. The girl said playfully. The past scenes appeared in Yingjing's mind. Recalling. There was a warm smile on Yingjing's face, but there were traces of tears in the corners of his eyes. Afang, I will do everything I promised you. I have also dealt with all those people who harmed you. Even if I search the whole world, I will find you. If I had been able to protect you back then, perhaps our children would have grown up. What a pity that Brother Zheng was so incompetent back then. Unify the world. This is the great wish of our ancestors of the great Qin dynasty, and it is also the wish in my heart. Only in this way can I find you. Afang, you must wait for me. Wait for me to rule the world, wait for me to find you. Yingjing hugged the brocade box tightly, with a firm look in his eyes. Historically, Qin Shi Huang had many concubines and many children, but no queen and no crown prince. For many years, the ministers kept urging the establishment of a queen, especially the supporters of the eldest prince Fusu, who all hoped to make the eldest prince's mother the queen. In this way, Fusu could become the legitimate eldest prince and the future crown prince. However, Yingjing ignored any voices persuading him to establish a queen. Nobody knows. All this is because of a woman. But these things were buried deep in Yingjing's memory. No one knew what was in Ing Zheng's mind unless he had experienced the past personally. In Ing Zheng's heart, he has only one wife, and the position of queen will only belong to that person. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. More than 2 months passed. Lantian Camp. Recruit Camp. On the training ground. A heroic young man was riding a horse with a bow and arrow in his hand. The 5,000 new recruits on the parade ground were watching this heroic young man riding his horse with awe in their eyes. Tap, tap. The sound of horses galloping continued. The young man suddenly drew an arrow from his quiver and rode his horse quickly. The target in the distance is also elusive. But suddenly. Call out. The boy shot an arrow. Bang. One arrow hit the target 6 steps away. The young man continued to gallop on his horse. Draw the sharp arrow again. Call out. Another sharp arrow shot through the air. This arrow hit the center of the target accurately, which was 10 meters away. 2 arrows later. The boy pulled the reins. Stopped. The 5,000 new recruits on the parade ground raised their hands and shouted loudly, Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian. The shouting was very loud on the parade ground. But it revealed the new recruits' awe of Zhao Xian. Now. It has been almost 3 months since Zhao Xian joined the army. During these nearly 3 months, Zhao Xian, like all the new recruits, received training in the barracks. In addition, Zhao Xian also instructed all the soldiers in the new recruit camp in archery. In this process, Zhao Xian naturally won the respect of his fellow soldiers. Horse archery is extremely difficult. Among all the nations in the world, only the state of Zhao has mastered the essence of it. However, Zhao Xian mastered it in a short period of time. Moreover, he was able to hit the target with one shot even though he was 10 miles away and 100 feet away. I am not as good as you in this respect. On the stage, Li Teng said to the generals around him. Yes. If 3 months ago, Zhao Xian's divine power was the best in the entire army, then after 3 months of training, he has mastered fighting, which has made his archery skills even more powerful. In my Lantian army, I'm afraid no one can match him in terms of strength. The deputy generals also expressed their deep agreement. That's the talent and the foundation. And of course, his hard work. As long as he is given a chance, he will definitely be a new and sharp general in my great Qin army. Li Teng said with a smile. As Zhao Xian's chief officer now, he is full of recognition of Zhao Xian. General. Today is the last day of training for the new recruits. It's time to give an explanation to these soldiers. The deputy general reminded. Kindness. Li Teng nodded. Then. Wave your hand. Next to the general's platform. The sound of drums began. Suddenly. The soldiers scattered throughout the parade ground gathered together and lined up in neat rows, with 100 men in a row and 500 men in a formation. They did it very quickly, within just a dozen breaths. 3 months of training for new recruits. The soldiers who are still in the recruit camp have undergone a fundamental transformation. A few days before entering the camp, Li Teng eliminated 25,000 new recruits through extremely rigorous examinations. Those who are still there are the elite soldiers selected from the 30,000 new recruits. The 5,000 new recruits could also be called elite soldiers. All they need is a true battlefield baptism, experience blood and death, and then they can become true Qin warriors. Where are the elite soldiers of our great Qin recruitment camp? Li Teng stood on the platform and shouted loudly. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. 5,000 elite soldiers shouted in unison. Full of the morale of young and fresh warriors. Good. A smile appeared on Li Teng's face. Li Teng practiced throughout the 3 months of training. Seeing the 5,000 recruits transformed into such a person, Li Teng was very pleased. Although 3 months is not a long time, if you compare these elite soldiers with those who have just joined the army, there is already a world of difference. It took 3 months for you to complete the arduous training and stand out from 30,000 people. Today, I would like to congratulate you all here. You have become part of my Lantian camp and have become true Qin warriors. My Lantian camp is one of the 3 major camps of the Qin dynasty. Those who are able to stay here are all elites, and they will all be the backbone of the Qin dynasty in the future. After today, your parents will be proud of you, your hometown folks will be proud of you. Qin has you all, and the king has you all. The army will surely prosper. Li Teng said excitedly to the 5,000 elite soldiers. Hearing this, after 3 months of tension and anticipation, the recruits finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, each of them is full of excitement and glory. Lantian camp, the elite troops of the Qin dynasty. Now they have become part of it. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. 5,000 new recruits raised their arms and shouted loudly. Zhao Xian was also shouting among them. In military life, the love between comrades and brothers is more important than anything else. Zhao Xian has now truly integrated into it. Enjoy the honor of being a member of the Qin warriors. Qin's elite warriors, wherever they point their spearheads, they look down upon the enemy. Now I am one of them. I have stayed in the Lantian camp and became the Lord of 500, which is considered a small official. You should be happy for me. You must wait for me. I still owe you a grand wedding. When I return, I will make all the women in the world envy you. I will never let you down. Zhao Xian clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. They have been together for many years and have never been apart. Now they have been separated for several months. For Zhao Xian, it would be a lie if he said he didn't miss her. March training is over. Now I will fulfill my promise made 3 months ago. Those who can stay in the Lantian camp are all elites. As elites, they will naturally have the blessings that belong to elites. The king of Qin's edict. Li Teng said loudly with a serious face. Your Highness, I respectfully listen to your command. 5,000 elite warriors bowed their heads, their eyes filled with awe. Royal edict. Even if it is an oral order, there must not be any blasphemy, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the royal power and should be severely punished. The 3 major camps of the Great Qin, Hangu, Lantian, and Yongcheng, are the foundation of our Great Qin. All the elite soldiers who join the 3 major camps do not need to serve for a year. Those who have no faults in the army can be granted the title of public official and enjoy the annual salary of the title. Li Teng announced solemnly. We thank the king for his grace. 5,000 elite warriors shouted in unison, filled with excitement. The Qin dynasty's system of titles and military merits is the foundation of the country. Even the lowest level of nobility's annual salary is enough to support a family, which is the greatest motivation for the elite warriors from humble backgrounds. But as elite recruits staying in the Blue Sky camp, this is what they deserve. The elite will naturally receive the blessings they deserve. Those recruits who could not join the 3 major camps were assigned to county troops and garrison troops. If they wanted to be granted a title, they either had to serve for a year or make military achievements. The 5,000 new recruits have been trained, and the next step is to divide them into camps. We still need to discuss this matter with General Wang and the others. Looking at the cheering warriors, a smile also appeared on Li Teng's face. Just at this moment, on one side of the school ground, the generals from the Lantian camp escorted Wang Jian as he came. Each one had a serious expression. It seems like something is about to happen. I respectfully welcome the general. When Li Teng saw this, he immediately bowed. Welcome, General. 5,000 elite soldiers also bowed to greet them. Wang Jian said nothing, but strode onto the stage with a serious expression. In his hand, he was holding a scroll of imperial edict. The king of Qin's edict. When he arrived at the center of the reviewing platform, Wang Jian displayed the royal edict in his hand and shouted in a mighty voice. Suddenly, except for Wang Jian, everyone in the training ground bowed and shouted in unison, Your Highness, we respectfully listen to your command. The king of Qin has issued an edict. Qin is finally going to march eastward. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up and excitement and joy surged in his heart. For Zhao Xian, his chance to truly stand out, get promoted, and become stronger has finally come. Since the existence of the Yanhuang clan, there have been constant disputes and wars in the world, and the Yanhuang people have been displaced and countless people have died and injured. Family members fighting against each other, killing each other, this is unnecessary. Since I took power, the power of our great Qin has grown day by day, with powerful soldiers and horses. I have never forgotten the wishes of my ancestors, the old Qin people, and I have never forgotten the thoughts of the Yanhuang people in the world. I, an old Qin person, have the responsibility of unifying the world and resolving the wars in the world, so that the Yanhuang people in the world can enjoy eternal peace. Today, I issue a royal decree, and the great Qin marches eastward. Open the road to unification. I only wish that the great Qin would unify the world. No more fighting among the same family or killing each other. Wang Jian read out the royal edict with a serious face. Hearing the edict being read, all the warriors on the training ground felt their blood boiling, and a desire to fight for the world and for the Qin dynasty arose spontaneously. The Qin dynasty marched eastward. It is the wish of our ancestors, the Qin people. It is also the great wish of all Chinese people in the world. Stop war in the world. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. The warriors on the training ground shouted in unison, their fighting spirit boiling. As expected of Qin Shi Huang, his imperial edict reveals his kingly majesty. Qin Shi Huang was not only a heroic ruler, but also a ruler who cared about the world. In history, Qin Shi Huang unified the world. If it weren't for this prodigal son, how could the Qin dynasty have perished in the second generation? What a pity. However, the Yanhuang nation has not yet been unified. Today, Qin Shi Huang has just started the road to unification in the east. It is still a long time before Qin Shi Huang's death. As for the future, let's think about it in the future. At this stage, I can only make achievements and kill enemies on the battlefield and possess real power. Then, when the Qin dynasty comes to an end, I may be able to create a real world for myself. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. Know the history. It is also extremely important to Zhao Xian. At least he knows the future historical trends and knows what to do. Waited until the end of the Qin dynasty. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species. The Battle of the East. The king has issued an edict ordering our Lantian camp to march out. Wang Jian put away the royal edict and looked at the generals around him. Suddenly, the eyes of the generals became hot. Going east, the Qin dynasty began to conquer other nations. This is a great opportunity to make a contribution. No one wants to miss it. Wang Ben, Li Teng, and other generals were all filled with desire. I will fight you. All the generals said in unison. The king has issued an edict. Li Teng, the deputy general of the Lantian camp, is the main general of the Qin dynasty. He will lead an army of 100,000 and march eastward to destroy Han. There must be no mistakes. Wang Jian's eyes fell on Li Teng and his mind settled immediately. Hear the sound. Li Teng's face was filled with excitement as he bowed and said, I will definitely live up to the king's orders and live up to the expectations of the king and the general. Could it be that Li Teng is the Nei Shiteng in history? When Zhao Xian heard Wang Jian's words, he was slightly shocked. Historical records. Qin Shi Huang sent troops eastward to destroy Han, with Nei Shiteng as the commander of the army. They destroyed the Han state and established Yingchuan County. However, the name Nei Shiteng was not his real name, but he was later named Nei Shi by Qin Shi Huang. Very good. Now I am under the jurisdiction of Li Teng. When he goes to the battlefield, we new recruits can follow him. If it were any other commander, I might not be able to go. Zhao Xian thought excitedly. Hear what Wang Jian said. Although the generals on the stage were disappointed, they did not say much. After all, this is determined by the king's order. General Li Teng. How the new recruits are reorganized into the army is up to you. I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, you must go out to fight immediately without any delay. Wang Jian said to Li Teng. I will obey your orders. Li Teng bowed. Then, Wang Jian left with his generals. But on the training ground, the warriors who heard the news of the upcoming expedition had different thoughts. There are those who yearn for the battlefield, desire to make achievements, and be awarded titles and official positions. Some are afraid of the battlefield. After all, they had only been in the army for 3 months and had never experienced the killing on the battlefield, nor had they experienced a real baptism of blood. Anxiety and fear are inevitable. This is also inevitable for new recruits to become veterans. All that. Naturally, Li Ting saw all of this. Li Ting drew the sword from his waist and shouted, "Soldiers, the king has issued an order to march eastward to destroy Han. This is the king's order and also a military order. I am fortunate to be trusted by the king and lead the army to fight. This is a rare opportunity. Likewise, this is also the time for the soldiers to make achievements and establish their careers. To build achievements and serve the country, the time has come now. Soldiers, are you willing to follow me and conquer South Korea?" The words fell. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. 5,000 warriors raised their arms and shouted in unison. Good. Although you are new soldiers, you are worthy of the might of Qin's elite warriors. The army of our great Qin is praised by all nations as an army of tigers and wolves. Since we are tigers and wolves, we are feared by all nations. Listen up, warriors. Today, I will divide you into different camps. 3 days later, the army will be assembled and set out. Li Ting said loudly. The vanguard of the battlefield is the key to winning the first victory. I must get this job. Zhao Xian clenched his fists and thought secretly in his heart. Huangqiao village. At Zhao Xian's home. Zhou Yan sat in the yard, drinking tea. Beside him, Zhou Yuer was weaving cloth with a simple hand-cranked spinning wheel. From time to time, she soothed her belly with her hands, with a very warm smile on her face. Ever since Zhao Xian joined the army, Zhou Yan moved to Zhao Xian's home, firstly because he didn't want to be separated from his granddaughter, and secondly to take care of his granddaughter who was already 3 months pregnant. 3 months. Zhou Yuer's belly has already become slightly curved. Yuer, you might as well take some time to rest and take care of your baby. The little one won't come out yet. Besides, if the baby is really born, Grandpa will go buy clothes for him, and you won't have to work so hard. Zhou Yan said to Zhou Yuer with heartache. Grandpa. What I make myself is completely different from what I buy. Zhou Yuer said with a smile. You just don't know how to rest. Zhou Yan could only shake his head helplessly. Little guy, take your time. Don't be in a hurry. Your father doesn't even know you're already born. It's been 3 months. Mommy misses your daddy so much. I don't know what happened to your father. Zhou Yuer stroked her belly and murmured to herself, feeling warm for her unborn child and concerned about Zhao Xian. I told you to write a letter and send it to Lantian camp, but you didn't. Zhou Yan said helplessly. Brother Xian has just joined the army. I can't disturb him and distract him. Zhou Yuer said gently, her eyes full of Zhao Xian. I'm really too lazy to talk to you. Zhou Yan could only helplessly. There is no way. He only has this one granddaughter. The world is in turmoil right now. That boy Yingzheng is more ambitious than his great-grandfather. Perhaps the war will start soon. I hope boy Xian can protect himself, otherwise what will happen to my Yuer? Zhou Yan thought helplessly in his heart. After receiving the royal edict at the Lantian camp. Xianyang City. Palace of the King of Qin. Yingzheng was dressed in royal robes, wearing a crown on his head, and sat on the high seat with unparalleled majesty. Inside the main hall, the officials, both civil and military, took their seats. In the center of the temple, a man dressed in the official uniform of the state of Yan bowed and paid homage, his expression filled with fear and anxiety. The King of Qin is above. I have been waiting in Xianyang for more than a month. I wonder if the King of Qin is willing to send troops to attack Zhao and help our Yan state. If the King of Qin is willing to send troops to help us, our Yan state will be grateful and will also be willing to form an alliance with the great Qin one day. The Yan envoy said anxiously. More than a month ago, he came to Xianyang to ask for help, but until now, he has not received any definite news from Yingzheng as to whether he would send troops or not. This made him extremely anxious. You know. Now the Zhao army is making great progress in Yan state and is almost reaching the capital Jiqing. Yan state asked other countries for help but was rejected by all of them. This was because Zhao state had sent envoys to inform the other countries before sending troops, so naturally other countries did not dare to offend Zhao. After all, in this day and age, in terms of military strength, the only country that could fight Qin head-on was Zhao. So, the state of Yan also placed its last hope on the Qin state. If Qin did not send troops, Yan would surely perish at the hands of Zhao. Above the high position, Yingjing looked at the eager envoy calmly, and then waved his hand. "Envoy Yan, there is no need to worry. The king of Qin is here. It's not that the foreign minister is anxious, but that our country, Yan, can no longer hold on any longer. Pang Nuan, the Zhao army, is a veteran commander of the army. The Zhao army has strong soldiers and horses, and the national strength is strong. Our country, Yan, is really no match for us. Looking at the world, only the great Qin, and only the king of Qin, has the power to save our country, Yan." The Yan envoy said eagerly, his voice choked with sobs. "I have discussed with the officials of Great Qin and have decided to send troops to attack Zhao Yu and Yan," Yingjing said slowly. The words fell. The envoy of Yan suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yingjing. "The king of Qin is a great virtue. Our country of Yan will always be grateful to the king of Qin for his great kindness, the help of Qin, and the friendship between Qin. I will never forget it." This kneeling. It seemed to show his excitement. But Yingjing was very calm about this. Between countries, profits come first. In the face of huge interests, there is no friendship or gratitude to speak of. Yingjing saw through all of this. "Draft an imperial edict," Yingjing shouted in a mighty voice. All the civil and military officials in the hall stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, we respectfully listen to your command. Zhao is unrighteous. It has launched an unjust war against Yan, and has brought about a bloody massacre. This is an unrighteous act that is unacceptable to all nations and the people of the world. Today, Yan state has sent envoys to ask for help. Our great Qin will uphold justice and will never sit idly by. Therefore, our great Qin should dispatch the troops from the Hanggu camp, appoint Huan Yi as the general, lead 300,000 troops, and attack Zhao state to punish Zhao state for raising an unjust army, and force Zhao state to withdraw its troops from Yan state. This royal decree shall be announced to the world. Show the might of our great Qin that upholds righteousness," Yingjing said with a serious face and a dignified voice. The words fell. The entire court shouted in unison, "Your Majesty is wise and wise. The king of Qin is great." The envoy from Yan state knelt on the ground, with endless gratitude on his face and tears of excitement coming out. Hearing such an imperial edict, he knew that his Yan state was saved. This moment. In his heart, King Jing of Qin was like a savior, and he had endless respect for him. But he didn't know. He went on a diplomatic mission to the Qin Empire to ask for help, and all this was part of the Qin Empire's plan. The Qin army is strong and powerful. However, there was no opportunity to mobilize troops, because once they did so, the three Jins would definitely be on guard, and they would not be able to achieve the goal of quickly destroying Han. But Yan state asked for help. This is the best reason and also the right opportunity that Zhao gave to Daqin. Han. It will be destroyed. The road to the eastward expansion of the Qin Empire will be completely opened. I will not feint an attack on Zhao, but will actually attack. While Zhao's military strength is weak, isn't it the right time to attack the city and seize the land? There was a sneer on Yingjing's face. Inside Zhengtai Palace that day, the ministers agreed on the strategy of marching eastward. The state of Yan asked for help. The Qin state launched a feint attack on the Zhao state from its Hanggu camp, forcing the Zhao state to withdraw its troops from the Yan state and attracting the attention of other states, so that it could launch a secret attack and destroy the Han state. But in this process, Yingjing quietly changed a little. The troops dispatched from the Hanggu camp were not a feint attack, but a real attack. Now that the Qin army has set out, how can it not seize territory and return? So, Yingjing had already conveyed the secret order to Huan Yi, raising an army to attack Zhao, and before Zhao could react, he seized cities and lands. After Zhao responded, it held the city. Let Zhao's state suffer a loss in silence. This is the cunning tactics of military strategists. Qin, Han border. It was in the dim night. It was pitch black. Even the moon was hidden behind the dark clouds, making it pitch dark between heaven and earth. But in this dark night, a group of tens of thousands of black-armored cavalrymen from the Qin territory were quietly approaching the Han territory. This group of cavalrymen were tightly connected together, without lighting torches. The soldiers held their weapons tightly, wore their armor tightly, and tried not to make any clashing sounds of the armor. Even the horses' hooves were wrapped with cloth. Their speed was very slow, and the sound was suppressed very little. Obviously. This is a stealthy vanguard force. Take advantage of the cover of night and launch a surprise attack. As long as they seize this opportunity, Qin will have the chance to launch a surprise attack and break through the border camp of South Korea. As long as the border camp of Han is captured, it will be a significant victory for the Qin dynasty. The reason for the night attack. This is because Han has deployed heavy troops on the border with Qin. These years, the Qin dynasty did not openly send troops to attack Korea, but secretly, its army had been gradually encroaching on Korea's territory, causing great damage to its national strength. The king of Han wanted to preserve his remaining territory. Not only did he send envoys to Qin to mediate and pay tribute, but he also deployed heavy troops to defend the border, with a total of 30,000 troops. If the Qin dynasty suddenly attacks, if they hold out, they can hold out for some time, allowing Han to prepare and seek help from Zhao and Wei. The best strategy is to attack the enemy camp secretly at night. It was also the key to the king of Qin's plan, to catch the kingdom of Han off guard. Thousands of Qin cavalrymen marched in the dark night and had already entered the territory of South Korea, approaching its border camp. Among these thousands of cavalry, Zhao Xian was also among them, leading his 500 cavalrymen and serving as the vanguard of the army. This was the result of Zhao Xian's request. As the vanguard, he destroyed Han Bian's camp. We must not miss the opportunity to defeat Han's border camp. This time, killing the generals and enemies will be enough for me to reach level 3. Zhao Xian tightly gripped the spear, his heart secretly determined. Look at Zhao Xian's attributes at this moment. Character, Zhao Xian. Level 2, second level of Qi condensation. Sword spirit power, 200. Skill, level 2, entry-level sword cannon. Skills, level 4, swift sword, level 10 archery, level 7 overlord spear skill. Experience points required to upgrade, 280 points. Remaining skill points, 120 points. During the 3 months in the military camp, in addition to training, Zhao Xian also practiced and successfully reached level 2 and is about to reach level 3. After all, practicing in this world with sparse spiritual energy is too slow. The only way for Zhao Xian to become stronger is to kill enemies and gain experience points. Kill monsters and level up. This battle. This is Zhao Xian's opportunity to become stronger and rise. This battle. This is Zhao Xian's opportunity to become stronger and rise. Seize this opportunity. Zhao Xian can not only gain experience points and upgrade his level, but also gain military merit and be promoted. Under the cover of night, this group of Qin cavalry was approaching the Han camp at a moderate pace. This place was where Korea set up its border camp, mainly to guard against the Qin dynasty, so many checkpoints were set up outside the border camp. This camp is led by Bao Heng, the son of General Han Bao Yuan. Today, the power of the state of Han is weak, its territory is small, and naturally there are very few capable ministers and generals. Apart from Han Fei and Bao Yuan, who can be considered to have some reputation among the countries of the world, there are no other ministers and generals of high reputation. There are dozens of arrow towers outside the border camp. There are 4 or 5 Korean soldiers on duty on each arrow tower. But the Han soldiers at these checkpoints were not so dedicated. Many of them rested in batches and slept directly on the arrow towers. Among the hundreds of Han soldiers on duty, except for those who were asleep, the others were all drowsy. Beware of Qin. When this camp was first set up, Bao Heng might have treated it with caution and personally supervised the battle every day. However, as time passed, 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years passed, the Qin dynasty did not make any moves to mobilize troops, nor did it have any intention of marching eastward. For a long time. This heavily guarded Han Bien camp, which was specifically designed to target Qin, naturally had some omissions. When will this day end? I still have to serve in the military for another year before I can return home. On top of an arrow tower, a Han soldier said helplessly. Hear the sound. Another Han soldier on the arrow tower also replied, you only have 1 year left, and I still have 2 years. If you join the army, the annual salary is so little. Not to mention supporting your family, you even have to take money and food from home to live well in the barracks. And we have to do this kind of work on the border of Qin. Alas, it's really miserable. Don't worry. In the old Qin king's time, we still had to worry about the Qin army. That was a life-threatening situation. Now the Qin king has no ambitions. It's been so many years. I've been in this camp for more than 2 years. The Qin army has never crossed the border. We just need to survive the military service. Fortunately, the king of Qin has no ambitions, otherwise we would be in trouble. Speaking of which, I've heard a rumor that serving in the Qin state can earn you a title, and that your annual salary is high enough to support your family. I don't know if it's true or not. Nonsense. It must be fake. All nobles in the world are the same. Why would they give their meat to us soldiers? The same is true for Qin. Being a soldier is a life-threatening thing. Anyone who wants to do it can do it. If it weren't for the imperial court forcing them to do it, no one would do it. Just endure it. Once you're done with your military service, you'll be free. One Han soldier started talking, and the other Han soldiers on the arrow towers also started talking. It would be dawn in less than half an hour, and this was the time when they were most sleepy. If they didn't chat for a while, they would really fall asleep. But even so, they continued to yawn and doze off. At this time, a yawning Han soldier glanced into the distance unintentionally. Seems like something was discovered. Then he rubbed his eyes and looked again. In the darkness far away, something seemed to be moving. However, in the dim darkness, the Han soldier could not see clearly. Brothers, do you see anything moving ahead? The Han soldier, feeling strange, pointed at the dark area ahead and asked. Chow Lao, I see that you are sleepy and your eyes are blurry. Haha, definitely. It's almost dawn, even ghosts won't come. The many Han soldiers on the arrow towers laughed and joked. However, many Han soldiers couldn't help but look into the distance, towards the dark area. But, as they really looked closely, in that dark and hazy place, there seemed to be something moving, and there were quite a few of them. No, it seems like there is something there, but I can't see it clearly. Do you want to send someone to take a look? A Korean soldier suggested. If you want to go, you go alone, or we go together. Otherwise it will be bad if we encounter wild beasts, said a Korean soldier. And at this time, the arrow tower began to vibrate slightly, and so did the ground, and the vibrations seemed to follow a certain pattern. The faces of all the Han soldiers changed at this moment. You look at me and I look at you. Then he looked at the unidentified object in the dark distance. Dozens of feet away. Countless black-armored cavalrymen can be seen gradually emerging from the darkness. When they saw the cavalry stepping out of the darkness, the Han soldiers on the arrow tower panicked, with looks of fear on their faces. Not good. It's Qin Jun. The Qin army is coming. Beat the drums. Quickly report to General Bao. The panicked Han soldier shouted loudly. But this moment, there was simply not much time left for them to prepare. Before the great Qin cavalry of tens of thousands, Li Ting drew the sword from his waist and pointed it directly at the Korean border camp. Qin warriors, listen to my orders. Attack. Li Ting shouted loudly and swung the sword in the air. This sound is an order. Response. Wind, wind, wind. The roar of the wind resounded in the silent darkness. It was like the sounds of the Qin tigers and wolves resounding through the sky. The next moment, There was no longer any suppression voice from the numerous Qin cavalrymen. He gave the warhorse a sudden jerk. The warhorses neighed and all rushed towards the Korean border camp. Zhao Xian shouted. With a wild desire in my heart, kill. He patted his horse and charged out quickly with 500 cavalrymen under his command. First they rushed towards the Korean army camp. In the darkness, the murderous intent and might of the Qin army were fully revealed. The Han soldiers on the Arrow Tower were terrified and jumped down from the tower in a panic, fleeing towards the military camp. Some were terrified and at a loss. South Korea territory. Several years of tranquility were successfully broken when the Qin cavalry launched a surprise attack. The speed of a war horse is much faster than that of a human on two legs. Zhao Xian took the lead. He rushed directly to the Arrow Tower of the border camp and caught up with many fleeing Han soldiers. The spear in his hand was clenched tightly. Kill. Zhao Xian shouted loudly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He swung the spear in his hand with an extremely domineering force, and swept it fiercely towards the fleeing Han soldiers in front of him. The spear swept across. The enemy in front of him didn't react at all. He was swept away by the brutal force of the spear and screamed in pain. Wait until they land. He was already vomiting blood and fell to the ground. The spear swept across. Under Zhao Xian's powerful strength, their internal organs were ruptured and they died tragically. Accompanied by. It rang in Zhao Xian's ears. Kill the Han soldier and gain 10 experience points. Complete the first kill of the enemy and be rewarded with a yellow-level treasure chest. Kill the Han soldiers. In Zhao Xian's ear. 4 electronic prompts sounded in succession, and 40 experience points were gained. Does killing an enemy feel so peaceful? Killed 4 enemies in an instant. There was no ripple on Zhao Xian's face or in his heart. Before going to the battlefield, Zhao Xian naturally had some fear of the battlefield. No matter who you are, you can't be free from this feeling. Kill. This was something Zhao Xian in his previous life would never have dared to imagine. But right now, nothing happened. On the contrary, it is very exciting, just like playing an online game, with the anticipation of killing monsters and leveling up. I have now truly integrated into this era. The battlefield is full of killings, the golden weapons and iron horses are full of manly style. Maybe this is my path. To stand out from the crowd, to be promoted to a higher position, to make a name for oneself. It is not only to integrate into this era, but also for my future and Yuer's future. This is my path. As Zhao Xian thought about it, the look in his eyes became firm and his gaze became sharp again. Kill. Zhao Xian shouted loudly. On the battlefield. It's killing. On the battlefield. There is no room for distraction or mercy. Zhao Xian rode his horse and swung the spear in his hand, sweeping through the enemy troops. Under his powerful strength, the enemies were knocked away or killed one by one with an unstoppable momentum. Even the Arrow Tower outside the border camp was swept away by Zhao Xian's spear and collapsed directly. This shows how terrifying Zhao Xian's power is. Behind Zhao Xian, all the Qin cavalrymen admired Zhao Xian's bravery. Mighty. Kill. Kill. Shouts and cries of killing rose to the sky. Looking at the unstoppable Zhao Xian, all the Qin warriors were excited. Tens of thousands of Qin cavalrymen broke into the Han camp in a surprise attack and launched a frenzied attack. The strongest forces of the Qin warriors of this era were all displayed. Zhao Xian. He is indeed the most courageous one in Lantian. He is worthy of the general's personal appointment as the vanguard and training of him. With him here, the outcome of this raid will be more certain. Outside the border camp. Watching the sudden attack by the thousands of Qin cavalry, Li Teng also had an expectant smile on his face. This battle is extremely crucial for the Qin dynasty. That's why Li Teng came to supervise the battle personally to ensure that it would be foolproof. As for the subsequent 90,000 infantrymen, they are also marching quickly. After they break through the border camp, the main army will come and then attack Huanglong directly, cross the Yellow River, attack Xinjiang, and directly destroy Han. Tens of thousands of cavalry attacked. In an instant, dozens of arrow towers in the South Korean border camp were easily destroyed. The Qin cavalry rushed into the border camp unhindered. When they encountered a tent, they rode their horses straight in, quickly spreading out to the entire border camp and started killing the enemy. And in the central army of the border camp, the commander of the Bien camp, Bao Heng, was awakened from his sleep, and the naked woman beside him was also awakened. Before he could come back to his senses, bang! His tent was blown open. "General, something terrible has happened. Qin's army launched a surprise attack. My border camp has been breached, the Qin army has already invaded my border camp." A young Korean general reported in great panic. What? Bao Heng's face changed, and he heard shouts and screams coming from outside the tent. His face turned pale instantly. "Have you woken up the soldiers? Quickly wake up the soldiers and prepare for battle." Bao Heng shouted loudly. "General, someone has been sent to call. But the Qin army is coming with great force. They attacked us under the cover of darkness. We don't know how many troops they have, and they have already broken into our camp. I'm afraid we can't stop them," the young general said in panic, his tone full of fear. "You want to escape?" Bao Heng's face turned cold and filled with anger. "This camp is the gateway to our Han state. Once it is breached by the Qin army, the capital will be exposed to the Qin army. If we retreat, our king will lose all opportunities to prepare. Pass on this general's order. We swear to defend the camp to the death and fight the Qin army to the death," Bao Heng said angrily. "Promise." The young general retreated immediately. "Damn Qin people, they actually attacked at night. Hateful." Bao Heng cursed angrily, quickly put on his armor and picked up his sword. "General, what should I do?" the woman on the bed said fearfully. Bao Heng took a look at the woman, and suddenly drew his sword, slashed down with one blow, and killed the woman directly. "My woman must not fall into the hands of the Qin people," Bao Heng said coldly and rushed out of the tent. Time passes slowly. The Qin cavalry plundered the Han camp. A crazy killing started. The front camp of the border army camp fell. A large number of enemies were killed in their sleep, and many of those who woke up did not have time to think and fled to the rear camp in a panic. But Bao Heng is the son of General Han Bao Yuan after all. He is guarding the border camp. In addition to the support of Bao Yuan as his father, he also has some talents. Quickly integrate the enemies in the rear camp and the fleeing enemies. The troops are waiting. As the Qin invaded the Han camp, the killing continued. The originally dark and hazy night gradually became clear. The sun appears. Dispelled the darkness. However, the appearance of this light did not stop the Qin cavalry's sharp attack. Soon, the front camp of the Han border army had been completely destroyed by the Qin cavalry, and they attacked the rear camp directly. Arrangement. Release the arrow. Kill. In the rear camp, Bao Heng gathered tens of thousands of remaining troops and lined up to wait for the attack. When watching the Qin cavalry coming towards them, a volley of arrows flew over. Arrows flew at him. Many sharp soldiers were inevitably pierced by arrows and fell off their horses, but the Qin cavalry continued their attack. The person rushing in the front was still Zhao Xian. A battle that lasted for more than an hour. Zhao Xian seemed to have turned into a bloody evil ghost, looking extremely ferocious. Looking at the Korean troops lined up in front, Zhao Xian showed no fear at all. He raised his spear high and shouted angrily, "Kill!" Arrows flew towards us from the sky. Zhao Xian waved the spear in his hand and knocked down the arrows. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. Seeing Zhao Xian's fearlessness of death, all the Qin cavalry were greatly encouraged and attacked madly. Even though there were many casualties under the hail of arrows, no one retreated. In an instant, Zhao Xian took the lead and rushed to the front of the Han army. Die. A loud shout. The spear swept out with overwhelming force. Ah! A scream. 5 or 6 enemies in front of Zhao Xian were swept away and died tragically on the spot. There was a constant buzz of electronic reminders in my ears. The enemy is not settled yet, and the attack continues. Zhao Xian rode his horse to charge, waving the spear in his hand, frantically chasing and killing the enemy. Under his terrifying power, no enemy could survive Zhao Xian's hands. In this hour or so, countless enemies died under Zhao Xian's spear. Kill! Kill! The Qin cavalry attacked quickly, roaring wildly, with high morale, thrusting with their spears, and engaging in close combat with the Han army. The real battlefield showdown begins. However, under such a fierce attack by the Qin cavalry, the temporarily integrated Han army had no power to resist at all. Seeing this, Bao Heng in the rear of the Han army also showed signs of panic. When Bao Heng in the rear of the Korean army saw this, he also showed signs of panic. The Qin army launched a surprise attack, and our army's morale has collapsed. If we continue to fight like this, not only will we fail to repel the Qin army, but all of our border troops will die. We can't go on like this. The fast cavalry should have passed the news back to Xinjiang, and my father will arrange defenses after knowing it. Bao Heng thought in panic. Looking at the defeat at this moment, I have already begun to think about retreating. All troops, listen to my orders, fight and retreat. Withdraw. Bao Heng shouted loudly and turned his horse around immediately. Hearing this order, the Korean army, which was already in a state of decline, suddenly panicked. He immediately turned around and retreated, no longer fighting with the Qin cavalry. Your life is mine. How could I let you escape? Zhao Xian killed several enemies around him and stared at Bao Heng, who was fleeing on his horse, his eyes full of murderous intent as if he was looking at a lamb. Judging from his attire, Bao Heng is the highest-ranking officer in the Korean border camp. Kill him. This is the first credit. If he wanted to chase on horseback, he would need to cross thousands or tens of thousands of enemies. Unless Zhao Xian reached the level of flying with a sword, it would be impossible. But Zhao Xian did not panic. He stuck the spear into the ground. He picked up the 5-stone bow from his waist and pulled out a sharp arrow from the quiver. Draw the bow and draw the arrow. The powerful force pulled the 5-stone bow to its full length. 100 feet away. Bao Heng quickly fled on his horse. Zhao Xian only had one chance to shoot. Die. Zhao Xian shouted coldly. Bang. The bowstring shook. A sharp arrow flew out of the bow. It transformed into a beam of black light and passed directly over the heads of thousands of defeated enemy troops. 100 feet away. Bao Heng had no idea that a crisis was coming. But the next moment. With a puff sound. Ah! Bao Heng screamed as an arrow pierced his armor and went through his heart. A powerful force knocked him off his horse and threw him to the ground. In an instant, life was gone. General. Seeing this scene, the generals and guards around Bao Heng shouted in fear. Host killed the elite Korean general Bao Heng and gained 100 experience points. The electronic voice sounded again. Hear this prompt. A smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. This arrow successfully killed the main general of the Han army. Immediately, Zhao Xian pulled out his spear, raised it high, and shouted in a cold voice, "The commander of the Han army is dead. Those who surrender will be spared death, otherwise, they will be killed without mercy." Hearing this, the Han soldiers were horrified and couldn't believe it. The Qin cavalry were all extremely excited. Lord Zhao Bai's divine power. God's might. Those who surrender will be spared, those who do not surrender will be killed. All the Qin cavalrymen raised their weapons and shouted in unison. The mighty shout echoed throughout the border camp that had been reduced to ruins and littered with corpses. Under such power, the Han soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. They all prayed for surrender. Mercy. I surrender. It has fallen. The enemies knelt down one after another, extremely terrified. The Qin cavalry quickly dispersed and surrounded the surrendering enemy. The First World War. So it was settled. The battle is decided. Many Qin cavalry warriors looked at Zhao Xian riding on his warhorse, his body covered in blood, like Ashura from hell. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Starting from the attack on the Korean border camp, Zhao Xian took the lead and killed the enemies crazily. With his own strength, he boosted the morale of the Qin cavalry, and wherever he passed, there were corpses of enemy soldiers. And this time, the enemy commander attempted to escape. 100 feet away, he was killed by a single arrow from Zhao Xian. This shows Zhao Xian's powerful strength and ferocity. The key to victory in this battle lies in Zhao Xian's bravery. Suddenly, behind Zhao Xian, the comrades who followed Zhao Xian to kill the enemy raised their weapons and shouted happily. First came the cavalry under Zhao Xian. Follow closely. All the Qin cavalrymen who attacked the border camp shouted fanatically, full of awe. In the army, what I yearn for is the strong. Zhao Xian was so brave and had killed countless enemies. He was the strongman they respected. This evil god is not a human being at all. The surrendered soldiers of the Han army looked up at Zhao Xian on his warhorse, with fear in their eyes. Only they, as enemies, knew clearly how terrifying it was to face Zhao Xian. Whenever Zhao Xian attacked, no one could withstand a single blow from him. This time, the credit for breaking through the Korean border camp and destroying Korea will be mine. But that's not enough. If we can kill the king of Han, or capture him, that would be a real great achievement. With this military achievement, I have a chance to become a commander in the Qin dynasty, which has a military merit system. It was an extremely glorious moment to hear my name being shouted from all directions. It is enough to make any warrior or general excited and ecstatic. But Zhao Xian did not get caught up in it, nor did he show any ecstasy. Although there was a smile on his face, his mind was very calm. Zhao Xian was aware of the cruelty of this era, and even more aware of the opportunities of this era. Now his achievements are far from enough. If he wanted to gain a piece of heaven and earth and carve out a path that truly belonged to Zhao Xian, this was not enough, far from enough. At this time, Li Ting arrived at the border camp under the escort of a group of personal cavalry guards. General. Seeing Li Ting coming, all the warriors saluted with fists. Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. Looking at the results achieved this time, Li Ting's face was full of gratified smiles. This was a night raid. Great achievements have been made. When Li Ting looked at Zhao Xian, the smile on his face became even bigger. Zhao Xian, you are worthy of being called the best warrior in Lantian by the elite soldiers in the army. I have seen your achievements in this battle. Killing the enemy for Daqin is my duty. Zhao Xian immediately clasped his fists and replied. General. This is the body of the Korean commander. Killed by an arrow shot by Lord Zhao Wubai from a distance of 100 feet. Several sharp warriors carried up the dead body of Bao Heng. Li Ting looked over. A sharp arrow pierced his heart accurately, killing him instantly, and his eyes were wide open. Obviously he did not expect that he would be killed by a single arrow. Zhao Xian. You have done a great job. Do you know who this person is? Li Ting looked at Bao Heng's body and laughed. I only know that he is an enemy general in this camp. If he wants to escape, I will naturally not allow him. Zhao Xian said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xian. This is the son of the Han General Bao Yuan, the Han Chief General Bao Heng. This time, you really made a great contribution. Li Ting laughed and said, very excited. Zhao Xian didn't say anything, but he was secretly excited in his heart. It was worth all the effort he put in to kill this big fish. The merit of killing the enemy and the merit of beheading the general. This was enough to get Zhao Xian promoted. All troops, listen to my orders. Clear the battlefield. Record military merits. After the war, I was promoted to a higher position based on my military merits. Li Ting shouted loudly. Promise. The entire army responded. This battle. The Qin cavalry did not suffer heavy casualties because it was a surprise attack and they seized the initiative and caught the Han army off guard. The war is over. The vanguard army temporarily rested. Inside a tent. Zhao Xian was very excited and gave an order. How much experience did I gain this time? Host has killed a total of 148 ordinary Korean soldiers and gained 1480 experience points. Kill one elite Korean general and gain 100 experience points. The upgrade experience points are sufficient. Host, do you want to upgrade your level? The system prompts. Promote. Zhao Xian said excitedly. Upgrade the level. The system prompts. Suddenly, Zhao Xian was enveloped in white light, his whole body was undergoing a transformation, the introductory sword technique was running rapidly, and his strength and the sword spirit power in his dantian were rising rapidly. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 4, the system prompted. War and killing enemies are indeed my real chance to become stronger. After 2 levels of advancement, my strength has doubled. I'm afraid I already have the strength of 10 stones. The spiritual power in my dantian has also increased a lot. Feeling the real transformation of his body, this is a real enhancement, and Zhao Xian also had an excited smile on his face. After all, in this chaotic era, in this chaotic world, Zhao Xian wanted to be promoted. But what he really wants is a rapid increase in level, because what he gets from this will be his own. As the only cultivator in this world, one can imagine how bright the future is for Zhao Xian. Now I'm only level 4, but my strength has surpassed that of ordinary people by many times. If I can reach level 11, I really can't even think about it. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. I am full of expectations for the strength I will gain after reaching a high level. Check the attribute panel. Zhao Xian ordered. Comes into view. Character, Zhao Xian. Level, level 4, 4th level of Qi condensation. Skill, level 4, entry-level sword cannon. Skills, level 4, swift sword, level 10 archery, level 7 overlord spear skill. Experience points required to upgrade, 600 points. Remaining skill points, 320 points. Every time Zhao Xian levels up, the experience points required for the next level will double. As for skill points, 100 points will be given for each upgrade, which can be regarded as a level-up reward. At the same time, you can also exchange promotion points through reputation. Now, inside the military camp. In Li Teng's military tent. General, the military achievements and battle reports have been compiled. In this battle, our army killed more than 8,000 enemy soldiers, captured more than 11,000, and more than 10,000 escaped. Our army lost no more than 200 soldiers and no more than 500 were injured. A big win. The general who was in charge of compiling the battle reports came to Li Teng and reported. Color. We have achieved such a great result in the first battle. I will report it to the general and then to the king. It will be enough to inspire the whole country of Qin. Li Teng laughed. The result of this battle was indeed a great victory. It was already quite good that they could defeat this camp with 10,000 vanguard cavalry. After all, the assault force was limited, but they were still able to capture tens of thousands of people, which could be considered a great victory. As for the Han soldiers who escaped, it had no impact. After this battle, the morale of the South Korean army will even be greatly reduced. General. The key to this victory lies in Zhao Xian's bravery. He led the attack on the camp, boosted the morale of our soldiers, and killed Bao Heng with a single arrow, which completely crushed the morale of the Han army and captured tens of thousands of them. This great achievement should belong to Zhao Xian, said a general. Good. In this battle, Zhao Xian should be the main contributor. Li Teng nodded approvingly. By the way, how many enemies did Zhao Xian kill in this battle? Li Teng came back to his senses and asked. Although the merit of beheading Han's main general Bao Heng was enough for Zhao Xian to be called the first merit and be promoted several levels, the merit of beheading soldiers could still be coordinated and reported to the main camp. Hearing Li Teng's question, the general holding the military report had a look of horror on his face, reporting to the general, in addition to killing Bao Heng with arrows, Zhao Xian killed 148 enemy soldiers. Hearing this, Li Teng suddenly stood up from his seat, with horror and disbelief on his face. What did you say? Kill 148 enemies? Are you joking with me? Li Teng asked in shock. Return to the general. I absolutely dare not deceive you, General. Zhao Xian was extremely brave in this surprise attack on the camp. The brothers in the army saw it with their own eyes. Moreover, when counting the results of the battle, it was clear at a glance that the enemies killed by Zhao Xian were all killed by the spears that shattered their internal organs and broke their bones. So there is nothing wrong with Zhao Xian's military achievements. The general who was counting the battle results replied immediately. He killed more than 100 Han soldiers alone, and also killed Han General Baohang, the son of the Han general, with an arrow. Crazy, really crazy. Li Ting's eyes were dull and he could hardly come back to his senses. General. Should this military report be reported to the general truthfully? The general asked respectfully. The military merit system of our great Qin must not be violated. All of Zhao Xian's military achievements must be reported truthfully. With my authority, I can at most promote Zhao Xian to the rank of captain with 5,000 men in command of an army, but this is far less than the reward Zhao Xian has received for his great achievements. Let the general decide on this matter. Li Ting immediately said to the generals. Promise. The generals said. They had no objection to Zhao Xian being appointed as a captain and commanding 5,000 soldiers. This surprise attack on the Han camp severely defeated the Han army. Zhao Xian made great contributions. No one can bury his achievements. Zhao Xian. Is our great Qin going to produce another god of war? If this is true, then this chaotic change in the world should be put to an end by our great Qin. Li Ting showed a smile on his face. Li Ting was also very pleased to see such a brave general like Zhao Xian. How long will it take for the main army to meet up? Li Ting came back to his senses and asked the generals. Return to the general. Within 2 hours, the 90,000-strong army will join the general. The deputy general replied immediately. Good. Pass on my order. After the armies gather, continue to advance and destroy South Korea as quickly as possible. Don't give other countries time to reinforce. Li Ting said in a deep voice. Promise. All the generals responded in unison. His eyes turned. Zhao Xian was in the main camp. After handling military affairs, Li Ting came to the outside of the tent with a group of personal guards. General Li has arrived. A soldier shouted outside the tent. Could it be that the battle results have been counted and he is going to be promoted? Zhao Xian came back to his senses immediately and felt delighted. With this expectation, Zhao Xian walked out of the tent quickly. Catch the eye. Li Ting was outside the tent with a group of personal guards, and Li Ting was holding a bamboo slip in his hand. Your subordinate Zhao Xian greets the general. Seeing Li Ting, Zhao Xian did not dare to be rude and immediately bowed. The military has a strict hierarchy, and when you meet a superior, you must greet him politely. Zhao Xian, listen to my orders. Li Ting said with a serious face. I obey your orders. Zhao Xian responded immediately. In obedience to the king's order, we attacked the enemy at night and Zhao Xian killed 148 enemies by himself, and also killed Han's chief general Baohang. This is how our great Qin won a great victory in Dingbian and won the first victory in the first battle. Today, Zhao Xian's official position is the commander of 5,000 troops, in charge of an army formation and 5,000 soldiers. Li Ting announced solemnly, handing the appointment bamboo slips in his hand to Zhao Xuani. Thank you, General, for your appreciation. I will definitely not let the general down. Zhao Xian took the bamboo slip solemnly with a calm expression. Zhao Xian. You have just gone into battle and have made great contributions to the Qin dynasty. With this achievement, you may be promoted to a general of 10,000 men, but this requires approval from the general. I have already submitted the military report back to the camp. As for your official position and title, everything will be decided. Li Ting said with a smile. I understand. Zhao Xian nodded. From the rank of 500 chief lieutenants to 5,000 generals, he surpassed the rank of military marquis to 1,000 generals, which was already 2 levels higher. You know. Zhao Xian had just set out on the expedition, and he had achieved such great merit. If he could make more great achievements in the future, such as killing generals and enemies, his official position could be promoted further. But This battle achieved such a great success. Zhao Xian was granted the title of 500 lords in the army. If he advances again now, it will be enough to convince all the elite soldiers. After all, this was achieved with one's life. On the battlefield, it's a fight of life. You weren't injured in this battle, were you? Looking at Zhao Xian, whose armor was covered in blood, Li Teng asked with concern. Don't worry, General. This blood belongs to the enemy. I am fine now and can fight again. Zhao Xian said with a smile. This battle gained more than 1,000 experience points and promoted 2 levels. Even if Zhao Xian, who has a digitized physique, suffers a serious injury, he can recover to his peak condition as long as he upgrades. That's the benefit of upgrading. Good. Seeing Zhao Xian's momentum, Li Teng was also greatly encouraged. As the main general in this attack on Han, Zhao Xian broke through the border camp, killed the main general, and made the greatest contribution. Li Teng naturally also won credit. He was recommended by Wang Jian to be the chief general in front of the king of Qin. The war to destroy Han was his military order. If he could successfully destroy Han, his position as the chief general would be secure. But if he failed in the battlefield, not only would he be criticized, but Wang Jian would also be blamed by the king of Qin. The key to destroying South Korea lies in a surprise attack. A quick battle to defeat South Korea is the key. The border camp has been breached, and 30,000 elite Korean troops have been routed. After the main force returns, we will continue to advance, not giving South Korea any time to breathe, and head straight for Xinjiang. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. That's exactly what the general was thinking. Li Teng nodded. You take the military order to take over the cavalry battalion and be ready to go at any time. Promise. Zhao Xian clenched the military order in his hand and nodded. Then he went directly to the military camp and took over 5,000 cavalrymen. This battle. Zhao Xian was so brave in killing the enemies that all the Qin cavalry soldiers were in awe of him. So it was no surprise that he took over 5,000 soldiers. Congratulations to the host for his promotion to military rank. Jin Juanho will lead 1,000 men, and he will be rewarded with a yellow-level treasure chest. Promote the 5,000 generals of the commandery, and reward a yellow-level treasure chest. The host can open the treasure chest at any time. Open all the treasure chests. Zhao Xian gave the order directly. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 bottles of the yellow grade, mid-quality, Xiao Huan Dan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the formula for the low-grade yellow-level, hemostatic powder. Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 taels of gold. All rewards have been placed in the host's storage space, and the host can withdraw them at any time, said the system. Not bad luck. The Xiao Huan Dan is used to treat internal injuries. It is very effective in treating injuries to the internal organs. As for the formula of the hemostatic powder, it seems to be of no use to me. I am not a doctor. But is this hemostatic powder a low-end version of the Jinchuang hemostatic powder? As for gold, it is hard currency no matter what era it is. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. The mind opens the storage space. After successfully opening the system and choosing a career foundation, Zhao Xian opened up a storage space. The initial volume was 10 cubic meters, and now that Zhao Xian has reached level 4, it has reached 40 cubic meters. The entire storage space. There is already a pile of golden gold. In addition, there were also some clothes of Zhao Xian, a lot of dry food, some arrows and weapons. While in the recruit camp, Zhao Xian prepared for the battlefield. With the baggage stored in the storage space, Zhao Xian can survive even if he is left alone in the future. Although Zhao Xian is very powerful now, he will be dead if he is besieged by thousands of troops, so he is very cautious. After all, he only has one life. He also wants to keep his life so that he can go back and marry Wei. He must not break his word. Lantian Camp. Wang Jian sat in the Central Army Hall. In front of him, all the generals were gathered around a simple sand table, making their plans. This time, Li Teng led an army of 100,000 to attack Han. Many decisions were made by Li Teng, but for major decisions, Wang Jian would discuss them based on the situation on the battlefield and then quickly hand them over to Li Teng for decision-making. Certainly. Specifically, everything was arranged by Li Teng. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and as a general of the Qin dynasty, Wang Jian was naturally very clear about it. From the perspective of time, General Li Teng should have broken through the border camp, but we don't know what the outcome is yet. Wang Ben said in a deep voice. This time, our great Qin will openly attack Zhao to attract the attention of all the countries in the world. If we launch a sneak attack in secret, the losses should not be too great. Good. But we still need to wait for General Li Teng to send back the military report before we know what to do next. Other generals said one after another. Li Teng will not let me down. Wang Jian said in a deep voice. Just at this moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the hall. Report. Your Highness, General. General Li Teng sent back a military report. The personal guard held the bamboo slips in his hands and said respectfully. Benner. Wang Jian's face showed anticipation, and he immediately winked at Wang Ben beside him. For the war against Han, he personally recommended the candidate to Ing Zheng. Although he was confident in Li Teng, Wang Jian was still a little nervous. If he lost on the battlefield, it would definitely not be a good thing for him. Promise. Wang Ben immediately understood. The general took the report and then presented it to Wang Jian. After Wang Jian took it, he opened it and took a look. Suddenly, the whole crowd was also filled with excitement. Wang Jian read the entire military report and his expression became more and more excited. The many Lantian generals in the hall looked at Wang Jian's expression with curiosity. They also knew that the military report sent back from Li Teng's army this time was definitely a victory. Otherwise Wang Jian wouldn't be so excited. Color. Big prize. Wang Jian put down the military report and laughed. Admiral. What are the results on the front line? Wang Ben couldn't help but ask. All the generals focused their attention. Our army destroyed the Han camp and dealt a heavy blow to South Korea. The 30,000 defenders of the Han border camp were caught off guard by our Qin elite soldiers. Our army killed more than 8,000 enemies and captured 10,000, while our elite soldiers lost only a few hundred people. Do you think this is a big victory? Wang Jian laughed and said. A night raid can indeed be effective, but the Han border army is the strongest elite in South Korea, and they will react quickly. It is rumored that the commander of the Han border camp is Bao Heng, the son of Bao Yuan. Although he is not a top-notch general, he is quite capable. As long as he could react and lead his troops to retreat, we would not have captured so many of them, right? Wang Ben said in surprise. Not just him. All the generals in the hall were equally surprised. The strategy of surprise attack. This was decided when Li Teng went on the expedition. He marched in secret, launched a surprise attack with tens of thousands of cavalry, caught the enemy off guard, and broke through Han Bian's camp. This was the strategy. It is almost impossible for tens of thousands of cavalry to capture so many Han troops. Indeed. Li Teng led 10,000 cavalrymen to launch a surprise attack. The force was limited, and the initial strategy was to launch a surprise attack and break through the Han border camp, catching Han off guard. But on the battlefield, things change rapidly. There will be changes in the Qin army. You can guess how we achieved such a result this time. Wang Jian said with a smile to the generals. General Li Teng is good at commanding troops, which is why we have such a great victory. Wang Ben said without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Wang Jian laughed and said, Li Teng is indeed a good commander, but the credit for this great victory does not belong to Li Teng. Could it be? Wang Ben was shocked and had some guesses in his mind. This is the war against Korea. Zhao Xian killed 148 enemies. Han's commander, Bao Heng, attempted to withdraw his troops and flee, but was shot dead by Zhao Xian with an arrow from a distance of 100 feet. It is precisely because of Bao Heng's death that the morale of the Han border army was destroyed, resulting in so many prisoners. Wang Jian said with a big laugh. It's him indeed. Wang Ben suddenly understood. but a moment of distraction. Wang Ben recalled Wang Jian's words again, and his expression changed. General, you just said that Zhao Xian killed 148 enemies. Good. This number was obtained after Li Teng made a detailed statistical analysis. There is only less, not more. Wang Jian said in a deep voice. One man killed so many Han soldiers and killed Bao Heng with arrows. This record is truly horrifying. All the generals in the hall were horrified. They are all battle-hardened generals who are able to stand in this Lantian camp. They have experienced the suppression of the Lao Ai rebellion and the invasion of various countries. Of course, I have experienced too much. If Ben will remember well. The most enemies killed in a single battle on the battlefield of our great Qin was probably only dozens of people, Wang Jian said with a hint of nostalgia. Not only were there only dozens of people, but the one who created this record was the god of war of our great Qin back then. The generals looked even more horrified and confused. As for Zhao Xian's bravery, he can be said to be the best in the entire army. In the three camps, no one can compete with Zhao Xian in bravery. Admiral. Zhao Xian has made such a great contribution. According to the military merit system of the Great Qin, he should be rewarded generously. General, have you thought about how to promote Zhao Xian? Wang Ben bowed and asked. The merit of defeating Han Shou and killing the enemy, these merits are enough to allow Zhao Xian to sit firmly on the throne of a general of 10,000 people and be promoted 5 ranks. Wang Jian said in a deep voice, with affirmation of Zhao Xian in his eyes. The general is wise. All the generals said in unison that they had no objection to this. However, the specific rewards are all up to the king, Wang Jian said loudly. The generals looked at each other and nodded. As the general of the Blue Sky Camp, in charge of the army, he undoubtedly possesses great power. This time Zhao Xian has made great contributions, and with his power as a general, he can indeed be promoted. But he knew how to be a minister. Zhao Xian is so brave and has such great military talent. Naturally, the power to regain control should be given to the current king of Qin, Yingzheng. If he were to overstep his authority, it would not be a good thing for him. This was Wang Jian's prudence in the way of a subject. Report the victory report to Xianying as soon as possible. Wang Jian instructed Wang Ben. Promise. Wang Ben bowed and accepted the order. Zhao Xian, you are really good. You have made such a great contribution in your first battle. The current king is wise and decisive, and is a truly heroic ruler. Our great Qin has not fought for a long time. You have made such a great contribution and have enhanced the prestige of our great Qin. The king will definitely use you as a base to inspire the entire army and will definitely reward you greatly. Wang Jian thought secretly in his heart. While Wang Jian had a deep understanding of the ways of being a minister, he naturally also knew the courage of the current king of Qin. The most he could do was give Zhao Xian 10,000 generals and promote him to 5 ranks. But it is different in the hands of the current king of Qin. Not only will it allow Zhao Xian to leave his name in front of the current king of Qin, but he will also have the opportunity to receive even more generous rewards. You can say that. Zhao Xian owed Wang Jian a favor invisibly. The Qin army advanced straight ahead. After breaking through the Han border camp, they were unstoppable. Launch an attack deep into Korean territory. And at this moment the state of Zhao. But it is different from the past. Borderland. The Qin cavalry crossed the border, and Huan Yi, the general of Hanggu, personally led an army of 300,000 to attack the state of Zhao. The momentum is so huge. There was a momentum of fighting a decisive battle with the state of Zhao. For a while, the eyes of all countries in the world were turned to Zhao. Zhao State, Handan. Inside Longtai Palace. All the officials of Zhao State gathered in the hall. With a bang. King Zhao Yan of Zhao angrily threw the bamboo slips in his hand into the hall. This sound. All the Zhao officials in the hall lowered their heads in fear. After a while. Your Majesty, calm down. The Zhao officials in the court shouted in unison. Calm down, how can I calm down? My grand plan was ruined by that Yingzheng. Asshole, damn Yingzheng. You are a traitor who betrayed our alliance. I will never stop fighting you. Zhao Yan's face was full of rage and he roared angrily. His whole face was red and distorted. You can imagine how angry he is at this moment. In order to destroy the state of Yan and expand the territory of the state of Zhao, Zhao Yan had been planning for many years, and even entered Qin and signed an alliance with King Yingjing of Qin to not invade each other, but now. Yingjing actually disregarded the alliance and sent troops to attack Zhao's state in the name of aiding Yan. This made Zhao Yan extremely angry. But Qi returns to Qi. Zhao Yan had no other options. In this era, in the face of the interests of all nations, the covenant is a joke and can be torn up at any time. Moreover, this time the Qin state had a legitimate reason to send troops. The Yan state sent envoys to ask for help, and the Qin state sent troops in the name of justice. Other countries did not dare to offend Zhao, but Qin was not afraid. Your Majesty, calm down. Now the Qin state has mobilized its army. General Huan Yi of Qin has led 300,000 troops to attack our great Zhao. Our border has been breached by the Qin army, and the border cities have fallen into the hands of the Qin state. For now. It means withdrawing the army from Yan state to deal with the Qin state's offensive. The first among the military officials, an old official, stood up and spoke loudly. General Lianpa, is it true that the Zhao army alone cannot stop the Qin army? Even if you are the commander-in-chief yourself. Zhao Yan looked at the old minister and said unwillingly. He was about to conquer the state of Yan. As long as Yan was conquered, not only would the territory of his state of Zhao be expanded, but he, Zhao Yan, would also become the king of expanded territory, with his reputation resounding throughout the world, completely refuting the claim that he had come to the throne by illegitimate means. Now the Qin state suddenly launched an attack, making Zhao Yan's plan fail. How could he be willing to accept this? But until the last step, Zhao Yan really didn't want to withdraw his troops from Yan state. Your Majesty. My great Zhao has been attacking Yan for more than a year. Although we have captured most of Yan's territory, my great Zhao has also suffered serious losses in terms of food, supplies, and soldiers. If we don't withdraw our troops from Yan, our great Zhao will not be able to fight against Qin's army and Yan's counterattack at the same time. What's more, Qin is coming with great momentum and has mobilized 300,000 troops. It will be impossible to stop them. Even if I, an old minister, were to lead the troops, it would be impossible to do so. General Huan Yi of Qin is a senior general of the Qin state and is good at commanding troops. He is not that easy to deal with. Lianpa said helplessly. Even the old general can't resist. There was disappointment in Zhao Yan's eyes. Who is Lianpa? The chief military general of the state of Zhao and a veteran who was also well known throughout the world. Even when facing the once invincible Bai Qi of the state of Qin, he responded calmly and prevented the army from being defeated. This shows Lianpa's ability to command troops. Your Majesty. The best plan now is to withdraw the army attacking Yan and repel Qin first, only then can we be safe. Lianpa spoke again. I will remember this vengeance. Yingjing, you are a treacherous villain. Back then, I was able to trample you under my feet and make you suffer. It will be the same in the future. You will never be able to climb over my head. One day, I will settle accounts with you. Zhao Yan cursed angrily, showing great reluctance and hatred towards Yingjing. But in the end we had to succumb to reality. In his heart. When Yingjing became king, he was extremely angry. He did not believe that a person who had been stepped on by him all the time would become king, so it also fostered Zhao Yan's unwillingness to set up a strategy to seize the king's power. Become king in Zhao. Deep down in his heart, he has always looked down on Yingjing. He thinks that Yingjing will always be at his feet. Prime Minister. Practice. Summon Pang Nuan and Luqing to lead the army back to the country. Zhao Yan said in a reluctant tone. I accept the edict. The leader of the civil servants, Zhao Xiangguokai, responded respectfully. Old General. It will take some time for Pang Nuan to lead his army back to the country, but the Qin army is approaching fiercely. I hope you will lead the troops to defend. When the army comes back for reinforcements, you can defeat the Qin army in one fell swoop. Zhao Yan said to Lianpa. Old Minister accepts the edict. Lienpa responded respectfully. Okay, if nothing happens. Then let's disperse. Zhao Yan waved his hand feebly. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to him. Outside Longtai Palace, a Zhao soldier rushed into the hall quickly, with an order flag hanging behind his back, obviously reporting urgently. Start the memorial, Your Majesty. Urgent news coming from South Korea. After Zhao Bing entered the palace, he knelt on one knee and looked very frightened. What can happen to South Korea? Zhao Yan looked confused. And inside the hall, after hearing the word Korea, Lien Po's expression changed slightly. The Qin army has broken through the border camp of Han and is now attacking the Han capital Xinjiang. The Qin army is advancing rapidly and the Han army is retreating. Han General Bao Yuan has gathered his troops in Yangdi to defend it. According to a tip-off, the King of Han has sent envoys to our great Zhao and Wei, hoping that our two countries will send troops to reinforce them. The Han envoy should arrive in Handan in a few days. The Zhao soldier reported in panic. What? Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yan was stunned. What a calculation, what a scheme. This Qin King Yingzheng is indeed not a simple person. Lienpa said with a look of shock. Old general, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yan raised his head in a daze and looked at Lienpa. Qin announced to the world that Zhao had raised an unjust war, and then Yan asked for help. Qin had a legitimate reason to attack Zhao, which attracted the attention of other countries. They all thought that Qin sent troops to attack Zhao and save Yan. However, their fundamental goal was not Zhao at all, but Han. They secretly sent troops to destroy Korea. The fundamental goal is to destroy South Korea and open up a way out to the east. Lienpa said this in a serious tone, and his expression became unusually cautious. Visible. How afraid he was of Qin at this moment. If Qin were to destroy Han, one of the three genes was destroyed. Not only did Qin open up the way to the east, but it also had the means to attack other countries in the world, including Zhao and Wei in the north and Chu in the south. This shows how important Korea's strategic location is. We must not allow Yingzheng to open the way east, and we must not allow Yingzheng to destroy Han. Old general, what should I do? Hearing Lien Po's words, Zhao Yan's face turned horrified and he immediately said. Unless the Qin army led by Huan Yi is defeated, or the Wei state quickly sends troops to rescue, the army of my great Zhao will not have enough time to save Han, let alone the opportunity to save Han. Lienpa shook his head, somewhat helpless. At this moment he is in Zhao's state. It can be said that he can hardly protect himself. Huan Yi led his troops to attack not only to force Zhao to withdraw its troops from Yan, but also to seize Zhao's territory. We are three states of the Jin dynasty, and although there are frictions, we are also united against Qin. Prime Minister, you should immediately send someone to Wei to explain the pros and cons to the King of Wei and ask Wei to send troops to rescue us. King Zhao said with a serious face. Yes. Guo Kai responded immediately. I hope it's not too late. If Qin really destroyed Han, it would be extremely disadvantageous to our great Zhao. I hope Wei will send troops. If not, we can only try to help Han restore its country later. Qin can indeed destroy a country by force, but it is not so easy to defend it. Lienpa thought secretly in his heart, and he came up with a plan against Qin. Xianyang. The Qin palace is where state affairs are discussed and court meetings are held. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you, my lord. May the king live forever, and may great Qin live forever. All the civil and military officials in the court held court tablets, wore uniform official robes, and shouted in unison. It looks extremely majestic and dignified. The scene of royal power and the solemnity of the heavenly family. It is clearly displayed in this hall. At the top of the hall, above the high seat, Yingzheng was wearing a royal robe, a crown on his head, and a pearl curtain covering his face. Even though he sat on the throne without moving, he exuded a majesty that surpassed the world. Perhaps this is what it means to be majestic without being angry. Gentlemen, please stand up. Yingzheng waved his hand, and his mighty voice resounded throughout the hall. Thank you, Your Majesty. All the ministers thanked him in unison. They all returned to their original positions. Just like the strict laws of the Qin dynasty. The positions in the hall are also divided according to the official rank. At the head of the line of military officials stood Meng Wu, one of the great generals of the Qin dynasty. He is in charge of the Yongqing camp, defending the northern border. There is no war here, so he returns tonight to report on his work. The head of the civil officials, holding the highest position of power among the civil officials of the Qin dynasty, is the Prime Minister Wang Wan. King Yingjing of Qin inherited the throne at the age of 13, but did not actually take power until he was 22. Before that, his mother favored a fake eunuch who abused her power, causing the Lao Ai rebellion. There was also Prime Minister Liu Buwei who controlled the government. Afterwards, after years of planning, Yingjing executed Lao Ai and suppressed the rebels. He demoted Liu Buwei, who had controlled the government for many years, and sent him back to his fiefdom. Later, there were rumors that he secretly poisoned Liu Buwei, which completely wiped out Liu Buwei's former followers. The current court scene. New people replaced the old ones, and most of them were young and capable ministers, all of whom were created by Yingjing himself. Many talented people were employed by Yingjing, and even foreign guests were valued by him. Although Wang Wan was old, he was also capable. After defeating Liu Buwei, he was appointed as prime minister by Yingjing. Then he recruited talented people such as Li Si, Zheng Guo, Feng Qiuji, and Meng Yi. He had 3 great generals of the Qin dynasty and many young generals. This is how the Qin dynasty came to be today. The national strength increased greatly and the royal power was in hand. If you have the right to report, then you should leave the court. Zhao Gao, who was serving beside Yingjing, screamed loudly. Your Majesty. Since the troops were dispatched from Lantian camp and Hangu camp, I have coordinated the supply of food and fodder and mobilized 100,000 civilians. The supply of food and fodder has been worry-free. If the war continues, there will be no omissions in the mobilization of food and fodder. Wang Wan stood up and said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Xiangbang. Yingjing nodded. Your Majesty. Since the troops were mobilized, all the weapons, copper and iron have been transported to the army without omission. If any weapons are damaged in the army, they can be replenished at any time. Meng Yi stood up and said respectfully. Yes. Yingjing nodded, indicating that he understood. Start a war and attack other countries. It can be said that a single move can affect the entire Qin state. The whole nation's efforts will be based on war. Naturally, there cannot be any omissions. After listening to the reports from the ministers, Yingjing said, the warriors of our great Qin are the foundation of our country. They can die on the battlefield to serve their country and die at the hands of the enemy, but I will never allow them to die at the hands of their own people because of the lack of food and supplies for our great Qin. This matter. My lords, please bear this in mind. If this causes casualties to our great Qin's elite soldiers, please do so. I will never tolerate it. Yingjing's cold and majestic voice resounded throughout the hall, striking the hearts of every minister. The ministers' hearts tightened, and they all said with awe, we understand. Let's continue the discussion. Yingjing nodded majestically. Your Majesty. It has been some time since our great Qin went on the expedition, and the other nations should have known our great Qin's purpose. In the territory of Han, should our great Qin send more troops to prevent other countries from sending troops to help us? Meng Wu stood up and said respectfully. Yingjing raised his hand and shook his head. I believe in General Wang Jian's recommendation. Li Teng will never let me down. 100,000 troops are enough to destroy Han, and will not give other countries a chance to reinforce. Yingjing employs people. He has the tremendous spirit of a king. He trusts people he employs and does not employ people he does not doubt. Since Li Teng has been chosen, Yingjing will believe it. Your Majesty, your judgment is wise. I understand. Meng Wu bowed and responded without saying anything more. Calculate the time. Military reports should have appeared in Zhao and Han, right? Yingjing looked at Wei Liao and asked. Reporting to the king. Military reports from Zhao and Han are coming in about the mobilization of the army, but no results have been reported yet. Once there is any result of the battle, it will be reported to the king as soon as possible. Wei Liao stood up and replied respectfully. Kindness. Ying nodded, a calm look on his face. This time the Qin army mobilized. 2 large camps were dispatched, one full camp and the other with an army of 100,000. It would be a lie to say that Ying was not concerned. Ever since the imperial edict was issued to mobilize troops, Ying went to bed very late every day, waiting for military reports from the battlefield. However, in front of all his ministers, Ying showed absolute confidence, which was enough to inspire every minister. At this time, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the hall. An expedited messenger ran quickly into the hall. Hangu Camp, military report from General Huan Yi. Please read it, Your Majesty. After the messenger entered the hall, he knelt on one knee and began to speak respectfully. Show it up. Ying said immediately with a hint of excitement on his face. Promise. Zhao Gao immediately walked down the hall quickly, walked to the messenger, quickly took the military report, then returned to the platform and handed the military report to Ying with both hands. Take the military newspaper. Ying immediately opened it and took a look. All the officials focused their attention. They vaguely saw Ying smiling immediately under the pearl curtain. Obviously, the news sent back from Zhao was definitely good news. After reading the general newspaper, Ying smiled and laughed, colorful. General Huan Yi is worthy of being one of the 3 great generals of the Qin dynasty, and is worthy of being a famous general renowned throughout the world. In one battle, we broke through the border camp of Zhao State, killed nearly 10,000 enemies, and defeated the 50,000-strong army of Zhao State. We have now successfully captured 5 cities on the border of Zhao State and seized 100 miles of territory. Ying's voice echoed throughout the hall. Color. Big prize. We congratulate the king. All the civil and military officials in the court spoke up to congratulate him. As ministers of the Qin dynasty, they were quite excited at this moment. Gains and losses on the battlefield, expansion of territory, these are also the glory that belongs to them as Qin's subjects. Report. In Lantian camp, General Wang Jian sent back a military report. Before Ying could come to his senses, another messenger ran into the hall. Hear the sound. Ying's expression also quietly turned serious. The gains and losses of Zhao State on the battlefield are not the basis of this strategy. In the current situation, it is impossible for Daqin to confront Zhao State head-on. For Zhao State, Daqin can openly attack and seize the city, but the key lies in Han. Destroying Han is the strategic basis that Ying really wants to achieve. So, that's why he values it so much. Show it up. Ying said. Zhao Gao ran into the hall again and presented the military report. Ying opened it and took a look. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Ying took it and took a look. There was a sudden surprise. After taking a look, Ying seemed a little uncertain. He took another look at the military newspaper, and only put it down after reading it completely, but the surprise on his face did not diminish. Zhao Xian, it's him again. Ying was surprised. In this military newspaper, he saw a name that he still remembered clearly, and also the military achievements written by Wang Jian himself behind the name. And in the court, Ying didn't speak for such a long time. The expressions of the court officials also became uneasy. Many ministers were also surprised. Could it be that something unexpected happened in the war against Han? Your Majesty. How is Korea? Meng Wu stood up and couldn't help but ask. Huan Yi led the troops to attack Zhao, which attracted the attention of countries all over the world. Li Teng led tens of thousands of cavalrymen to raid the border camp of Han at night, defeating 30,000 Han troops in one fell swoop and winning a great victory. Ying said with a big laugh. Color. The border camp of Han has been breached. In such a hurry, Han has no chance of fighting against our Qin army. As long as the battle situation is as our court predicts, it won't take long for Han to be destroyed. Good. If we destroy Han and return the territory of Han to our Great Qin, the road to the east will be completely open for our Great Qin. Color. First, Huan Yi brought the good news, and now it's the territory of Han. This time, the Qin army has achieved a great victory in the early stages. Wang Jian really has good judgment. He recommended Li Tang as the commander-in-chief to attack Han, and he achieved such a great success in the first battle. Although he and Meng Wu had always been at odds, Meng Wu still praised him in surprise at this moment. But he had just finished speaking. The first credit for this battle is not from Li Tang. Ying shook his head. Not Li Tang. All the ministers looked at Ying in confusion. Admiral. Take a look at the military newspaper yourself. Ying waved his hand. General Zhao Gao took the report, quickly ran into the hall and handed it to Meng Wu. Promise. Meng Wu took it respectfully and opened the military newspaper to take a look. Suddenly. It was the same expression that Ying had when he saw the military report before, with a look of surprise on his face. Zhao Xian killed more than 100 enemies by himself. From a distance of 100 feet, he shot Han's main general Baohang with one arrow. The Han army was demoralized, allowing our great Qin to win a great victory and capture tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers. Looking at the military report, Meng Wu said in shock. As soon as these words fell, the eyes of all the officials in the court were focused. Killed so many enemies. What arrow killed Baohang? Is there something wrong with this military report? It's impossible for one person to kill so many enemies, right? Zhao Xian, who is this person and why have I never heard of him? The ministers discussed the matter one after another, all of them expressing their disbelief. Although many of the ministers sitting in the court had never been to the battlefield, they had handled many battlefield affairs, including those related to killing the enemy to gain promotion and titles, and they were also involved in these matters. But they had never seen such a battle report. He killed more than 100 people by himself and killed the enemy commander with a single arrow. This is almost impossible to do. Everyone, do you still remember? Meng Wu put down the military report and looked at the court officials. In the past, when our great Qin Wuanjun was fighting on the battlefield, he led the troops and killed more than 70 enemies by himself. From then on, he became famous in the army and was praised as the most courageous general of our great Qin. From then on, he also had the reputation of our great Qin Wuanjun. All the ministers nodded. Even though Wuanjun has been dead for many years, his reputation is still spread in the army and even in the world. Especially in Zhao State. If Bai Qi's name is spoken, crying children will be scared and stop crying. This shows Bai Qi's reputation in the world. I can tell you for sure. This military report was written by Wang Jian himself, and the military achievements recorded are all true. Zhao Xian, the establishment of a great merit, is the first merit to break through the Korean territory. The number of enemies he killed in this battle is several times more than that killed by Wuanjuan in the past. Meng Wu said to everyone with a serious face. After saying, Meng Wu turned around and bowed, "My king, I have won the first victory over Han, the first victory over the enemy, the first victory over the general, and the first victory over the general. This has enhanced the military power of our great Qin. Zhao Xian should be heavily rewarded for this feat, and his achievement of killing the enemy should be publicized to the entire army. This will boost the morale of our great Qin army." The ministers came to their senses. They also spoke up, "I second the general's words. May I ask, Your Majesty, who exactly is this Zhao Xian? When did our great Qin army have such a brave general?" Wang Wan stood up and asked in surprise. "He just joined the army a few months ago." Ying smiled faintly. "A new recruit who just joined the army this year? The war against Korea was his first battle." All the ministers in the hall were stunned. This was a little different than they expected. Such a brave general is actually a new recruit who just joined the army. A new recruit who just went to the battlefield. Your Majesty has set his sights on unifying the world and creating everlasting peace for it. Therefore, God has given this child to help the king. With such a great contribution, with this boy, soon our great Qin will have another world-shaking general." Meng Wu said with a big laugh. As soon as these words fell, the minister said nothing. Because Zhao Xian's results in the first battle were too amazing, especially when compared with the former Wuanjun Bai Qi, he surpassed the results of the former Wuanjun Bai Qi. according to the military merit system of the Great Qin. Zhao Xian, you deserve such a reward. What title should he be given? Ying Jing glanced at all the civil and military officials in the court and asked in a majestic voice. Wei Liao stepped forward slowly and said loudly, the military merit system of the Qin Empire is the foundation of a strong country. The military rules are strict and regulated by the law. If you kill one enemy, you can be promoted to the first level Gongshi. If you kill 5 enemies, you can be promoted to the second level Shangzhou. If you kill 20 enemies, you can be promoted to the third level Zhanyao. If you kill 50 enemies, you can be promoted to the fourth level Ju. If you kill 80 enemies, you can be promoted to the fifth level Ju Daifu. If you kill 100 enemies, you can be promoted to the sixth level Ju Guan Daifu. The Qin military merit system. You can be awarded a title by making military achievements and killing enemies. And be granted a title by killing the enemy. The highest title was the 6th rank, the official rank of doctor. The reason for this rule is that after being promoted to the 6th level of nobility, the lowest military rank is a military marquis or a general of 1,000 men, which is already considered a minor general. A general's military merit is not calculated by killing enemies, but by completing the military orders given by his superiors. But apart from Zhao Xian today, no one, not even Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuhan in the past, has ever achieved such military merit of killing the enemy in one go. If he was really granted a title for this, he would be promoted directly to the 6th title. This was unprecedented in the Qin army. For the merit of killing the enemy, Zhao Xian can be promoted to the 6th rank. But Zhao Xian killed Han's main general Baohang with an arrow, and also made great contributions. According to Qin law, those who are above the 6th rank can be promoted 1 rank, but those who are below the 6th rank can be promoted directly to 2 ranks to show the king's grace. Without waiting for the ministers in the hall to come back to their senses, Wei Liao continued. Although Wei Liao was a civil official in the court, he was in charge of the military affairs of the Qin dynasty, including military merits and titles, and the allocation of food and supplies. As for the promotion to a noble rank based on military merit, Wei Liao naturally knew it by heart. But after hearing Wei Liao's words, the officials in the court were also shocked. If we follow Wei Liao's explanation to promote Zhao Xian's title, wouldn't that mean he would be promoted 8 titles in one day? After all, when he killed the enemy's main general, Zhao Xian was only 1 level noble, and had not exceeded the 6th level, but could have been promoted to 2 levels. Your Majesty, if we promote Zhao Xian to a higher rank as Lord Wei said, it would be a step to heaven. He is just an ordinary new soldier. Although he has made great contributions, it seems a bit inappropriate and against etiquette for him to receive such a reward all at once. I think this matter can be discussed in the long run. You can reward Zhao Xian for his contributions, but you can't reward him like this all at once. A middle-aged minister who was standing in the row of civil officials stepped forward and spoke righteously. Master Chun, are you trying to overthrow the military merit system of our Great Qin? Upon hearing this, Meng Wu stood up with a bad look on his face and looked at the person who had spoken out to refute him. Inside the main hall, the expressions of many ministers also changed slightly. The general's words are serious. The Great Qin military merit system is the foundation of the Great Qin state. How could I subvert it? As the imperial censor of the Qin dynasty, I, Qin Yu, should advise the king for the sake of the Qin dynasty. I just think the reward is too much. Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to speak righteously. We, the Great Qin, govern the country by law, and strengthen the country by military merit and title. If you say that, the soldiers have made meritorious contributions, then we need to distinguish them just because they have just joined the army and have made meritorious contributions on the battlefield. They are both risking their lives on the battlefield and serving the country, but when it comes to meritorious service, we still need to make such a distinction. Chun Yue, you are subverting my Great Qin army and my Great Qin country. Meng Wu couldn't help it and pointed at Qin Yu and scolded him. As a general in the army, he naturally knew how important the military merit system was to the Qin dynasty. Why was Qin stronger than other countries and why was it feared by other countries? Why were the Qin warriors so brave and fearless on the battlefield? The root of everything is because of the Qin dynasty's rule of law and military merit system. Because the military merit system gives every warrior the opportunity to change his destiny, obtain a title, and stand out. While serving the country, you can also stand out. Fight for your country, and fight for yourself. If we follow Qin Yu's words, and negate the military merit system just because it is inconsistent with the etiquette and the distinction between new soldiers and old soldiers, then the Qin dynasty will surely decline. Seeing Meng Wu so angry, Qin Yu's face turned cold, and he said immediately, "General, you are too kind. What I said was for the sake of the Qin dynasty." You. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Above the high position, Jing frowned and said coldly, "Enough." This sound shocked the court. Everyone's expression changed. "Your Majesty, calm down." All the civil and military officials in the court bowed and said in fear, "The military merit system of our great Qin is the foundation of a strong country. If you follow your words, I will chill the hearts of millions of great Qin warriors and even shake the foundation of our great Qin." "I don't want to hear this a second time." Jing stared at Qin Yu and said coldly, "I understand." Qin Yu's face changed and he lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the person in the high position. He could feel the coldness in Jing's eyes, which made him feel cold all over. This Qin Yu is really too stupid. With such a vision, I don't know the king's heart, but he is qualified to be the teacher of the eldest son. If you really follow his words and subvert the military merit system of our great Qin, then our great Qin will really be doomed. The ministers looked at Qin Yu who was being scolded, and some of them were even a little angry. Zhao Xian has made great contributions to the Qin dynasty. He should be promoted to Fengshan according to the Qin dynasty's military merit system. Gentlemen, do you have any objections? Jing looked down at the civil and military officials in the court and said in a majestic voice, "I have no objection." All the civil and military officials in the court shouted in unison. "Wei Qin, what position do you think Zhao Xian should be given and what title he should be promoted to?" Jing's gaze fell on Wei Liao again. "Return to the king." According to the military merit system, Zhao Xian can be promoted to a general of 10,000 men, promoted to 7 ranks, and granted the 8th level rank of Gongqing, and enjoy the annual salary of 8 ranks. Wei Liao replied without hesitation. "According to the military merit system of our great Qin, this is the way it should be." But Jing nodded slightly, but paused, with a thoughtful look on his face. Those who have made contributions must be rewarded, and those who have made mistakes must be punished. Qin's laws govern the country, and military merits govern the army. Zhao Xian has made great contributions and enhanced the military power of our Qin dynasty. It allowed me to see the bravery of the Qin warriors in serving their country. Propagate my imperial edict. Appoint Zhao Xian as a minor general, commanding 10,000 troops, and promoted to 9 noble titles, with an annual salary. After he conquers the kingdom of Han, he will be given 1,000 acres of good farmland, 1,000 gold coins, 1,000 pieces of cloth, and 100 servants. Jing wrote in a majestic voice. As soon as these words fell, for a while, the faces of all the officials in the court changed. Especially Qin Yu, there was even a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, and he wanted to speak out, but seeing his colleagues around him lowering their heads, he did not dare to speak anymore. Although Zhao Xian has made such a great contribution this time, but it is really unprecedented for Jing to re-enemy him like this. Based on this military exploits, Wei Liao, the minister in charge of military affairs, said that the highest he could be promoted to was the 8th noble, and the 8th noble was the limit. If calculated strictly, Zhao Xian could only be promoted to the 7th noble. However, Jing issued an edict in one fell swoop to promote Zhao Xian to the 9th level of peerage, and was granted the title of general by to command the entire army. There are also thousands of acres of fertile land and various rewards. This kind of kindness, this kind of king's favor, can be said to be as heavy as a mountain. And this is for a new recruit who has just joined the army. This reward can be said to be the king's great kindness. He created a precedent for the formation of the Qin military merit system since the founding of the country, and his promotion speed was even faster than that of Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuhan in the past. Zhao Xian entered the Lantian camp, one of the 3 major camps of the Qin dynasty. Once he became a sharp warrior in the camp, he would be awarded the first-level nobility. This time he was promoted to the 9th nobility, making him the 10th rank's Wushuchang. For a new recruit, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a step to heaven. Relying on his military achievements, he became a middle-level general in the army. Certainly. For Zhao Xian, the greater significance is he was given a new title by the current king of Qin, which also meant that he had completely entered the eyes of the current holder of the Qin royal power. This is a truly precious opportunity for the officials. I will give you this reward. Do you have any objections? As soon as Yingjing finished speaking, he stared at the civil and military officials in the court. Although it was just a question, there was a sense of arrogance in his words. No one is allowed to disobey. This is the king's power, and what he decides will never be changed. Hearing what Yingjing said, all the civil and military officials in the court understood Yingjing's intentions. If anyone dares to object at this moment, it would be a blasphemy and subversion of the Qin military merit system and would definitely be severely criticized. Chun Yu, who had just been reprimanded by Yingjing, was a lesson for us. I second this motion. Your Majesty is wise. All the civil and military officials in the hall shouted in unison. Among them, the voices of the military officials were the loudest. The foundation of a military official lies in military merit. If even this is denied, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to him. Spread the word about Zhao Xian's military exploits in slaying the enemy among the troops to boost the morale of the millions of elite soldiers of the Great Qin. Yingjing said majestically. Zhao Xian was conferred the title again today. Ultimately, it all comes down to Yingjing's courage and ambition. When Wang Jian mentioned Zhao Xian in Zhongtai Palace that day, Yingjing had an impression in his mind. The fact that he was able to recite those 8 characters that contained the fundamental strategy of the Qin dynasty showed his talent. With bravery surpassing that of Bai Qi in the past, he has achieved such great military exploits tonight. It is totally worthy of Yingjing's attention and reward. With this young and brave general can be conquered by Yingjing, and he can be convinced by the grace of the king. This is also what Wang Jian saw. Wang Jian held the power of general and could have promoted Zhao Xian to a higher rank, but he did not do so. Instead, he presented it to King Yingjing of Qin for approval. This shows how wise he was in understanding the ways of being a minister. He held the kingship for many years. How could Yingjing not know what Wang Jian was thinking? Having this reward issued by royal decree is enough to make people sincerely convinced and grateful to the royal power. And Yingjing's heavy title would make Zhao Xian sincerely convinced. In addition, there is another key. The Qin dynasty had been at war with other nations for many years, and the Qin dynasty's military merit system had been passed down, but many soldiers had been away from the battlefield for a long time. Although the military discipline was strict and those who made contributions to the country could be rewarded, there had been no rumors of promotions in the army for a long time. Yingjing took Zhao Xian as the basis and announced it to the entire army. Zhao Xian, a new soldier, made great contributions to the country and was promoted to the 9th rank and became a general of 10,000 men. He was rewarded with such a heavy title. It is equivalent to telling all the brave warriors of the Qin dynasty that as long as they can make great contributions to the country, the current king of Qin can also reward them with such a high title. This was done to inspire the millions of Qin soldiers and boost their morale. This move. We have to say that Yingjing had a very good grasp of the royal power. He is worthy of being the greatest emperor in history. A reward contains a lot of profound meaning. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Liao, Meng Wu, Wang Wan, Li Si, and other capable ministers immediately thought of the profound meaning of Yingjing's announcement to the entire army, and immediately agreed. Both armies of our great Qin did not disappoint me this time. Prime Minister, pass on my edict and order Huan Yi to make his own decision on the battlefield in Zhao territory. If Zhao strikes back, he will have full authority to deal with it. Order Li Teng to destroy Han as quickly as possible and not give other countries a chance to send troops to help. Yingjing said majestically. I accept your order. Wang Wan responded immediately. My lords, do you have anything else to report? Yingjing looked around the court and asked loudly. After receiving the news of victory from the battlefield, Yingjing felt relieved. Judging from the current situation, everything in the battle was under his control. The eastward strategy has been half successful. Your Majesty. I have a memorial. Qin Yu, who had just been scolded, stood up again. What is it? Jing said in a deep voice. Now, the military might of our great Qin is strong and powerful, and we are unrivaled in our battles. This is the time when our great Qin is prosperous. The great Qin has a great king in charge of the country, which is the foundation for its prosperity. However, since the great king took over the country, the head of the harem has been vacant, and the queen has not been crowned, so the country is incomplete. Madame Zheng, the mother of our eldest son Fusu, is honorable, generous, knowledgeable in etiquette, and virtuous. I propose that we make Madame Zheng the queen. This will help stabilize the foundation of our country and bring prosperity to our great Qin. Qin Yu spoke loudly with a serious face. I second this motion. The mother of the eldest son Fusu is virtuous and kind. She can be made queen, and from now on, the foundation of our great Qin will be preserved. After Qin Yu finished speaking, more than a dozen ministers immediately stood up and spoke loudly. And in the court, many people looked at him in surprise but did not say anything. However, old Qin ministers like Wang Wan and Meng Wu showed a bit of solemnity on their faces, and their expressions suddenly changed. As ministers who had experienced this before, they understood that the issue of the queen was a taboo for the king, and anyone who dared to bring it up would definitely be rejected by the king. These years, there have been many proposals to make Fusu's mother the queen. But they were all ignored by Zheng, and those ministers who proposed this idea were marginalized by Zheng and had no chance to set foot in the court again. But now, Qin Yu dared to speak again. Obviously, he had just become the teacher of the eldest Prince Fusu and had no idea what was going on in the court. Just as those old ministers thought. On the throne, Zheng's face had turned cold. I am isolated and have no one to support me. Do I need you to bring this up? Zheng said coldly. A terrifying feeling of oppression suddenly appeared in the entire court. But Qin Yu didn't see it. I am doing this for the stability of the Qin state. This is my duty as a Qin minister. Qin Yu said righteously. When he put forward this proposal, he definitely joined forces with many ministers who echoed him. Now he is Fusu's teacher, responsible for teaching Fusu. If Fusu's mother becomes the queen, then Fusu will be the legitimate eldest son and the first choice for the future position of crown prince. His position will definitely be difficult to shake. Gu, say it again. And this is the last time. Queen, I will establish you if you want to, and not if you don't want to. If anyone dares to mention this in the palace of the king of Qin again, I will punish him severely. Jing spoke coldly to Qin Yu, and it was also a warning to all the civil and military officials in the court. After saying, Jing slowly stood up, waved his royal robe, turned around and left the hall. Upon seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately shouted, "Dismiss the court." Then he quickly chased after Jing and served him. Your Majesty, I respectfully bid you farewell. The civil and military officials in the hall stood up one after another, holding their imperial tablets and shouting. But Qin Yu was the only one who stood there in a daze, with a look of surprise and confusion on his face. He didn't understand why Jing suddenly became angry. Censor Chun, from now on, do not mention the matter of establishing a queen again. The king may have spared you this time for the sake of the eldest son, but if you dare to mention it again, the consequences will be unpredictable. If you have anything else to do in the future, you can discuss it with me first. Wang Wan walked up to Qin Yu and whispered. Xiang Bang, why is this? Why is the king so angry about opposing the queen? Is there some reason behind this? Qin Yu was still puzzled. It's better for you not to know about this. In short, the court is not the common people. You should think twice before doing anything. If you make a wrong step, you may be doomed. You are the eldest son's teacher now, so you must not implicate him. Wang Wan said meaningfully, then turned and left. Qin Yu remained in a daze, completely confused. Even the ministers deliberately avoided him when they passed by him. Return to Zhongtai Palace. Back off. Jing raised his hand. Promise. Zhao Gao responded immediately, quickly left Zhangtai Palace and closed the palace door. This moment, Zhao Gao didn't dare to disturb Ying. As a eunuch who had served beside Ying when he ascended the throne, Zhao Gao was deeply trusted by Ying and knew what had happened. Apart from the veteran ministers who had served in the court, he was the only eunuch in the palace who knew the whole story. Chu Yu's actions today. It seemed unintentional, but it reopened the scar that Ying was most reluctant to mention in the past. Now, Ying seemed calm, but Zhao Gao could imagine how much anger Ying was hiding. After there are no outsiders, Ying walked to the bed and took out the brocade box that was next to his pillow again. Just like usual, Ying stroked the brocade box gently, his face full of nostalgia. Open the brocade box. Catch the eye. It is not some precious treasure, nor is it jade or agate. There were just some dressing tools, including a comb, a small bronze mirror, some needlework that had shown signs of age, and a letter. These things. Very, very ordinary. Compared with the luxurious scene in the palace, the things in this brocade box seem extremely ordinary. But this is for Ying. This is a treasure more precious than gold. Because this was left by the woman he loved most in his life, and it could not be replaced by anything. Afeng. Where on earth are you? Ying held the brocade box tightly, looking at the items inside with endless attachment. After a long time, Ying closed the brocade box and placed it back next to the pillow. The confusion on his face gradually disappeared, and he became the cold and majestic king again. Turn around. He walked to the huge sand table of the world. Gazing at the borders of South Korea, he drew the Qin sword from his waist and raised the flag on the territory occupied by Qin. Afeng. Don't worry. I will never forget the promise I made to you. Even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth or to the corners of the sea, I will find you. The Queen of Daqin is only you. In my heart, there will always be only you. One day, I will hear your voice again. Now, no one in the world can stop me. Ying gazed at the sand table of the world, with unlimited ambitions for his kingdom. In his eyes, all countries in the world are prey. His eyes turned. Han, Yangdi. The corpses in front of the city have piled up like a mountain. In front of the city, nearly 100,000 black-armored troops lined up to attack. Catapults, archers, and arrow arrays. Put. A low shout. The trebuchet is activated. Tens of thousands of archers release their arrows. Above the sky, huge rocks and arrows flew everywhere. It was thrown fiercely towards Yangdi city. Under the huge rocks and arrows, on the city gates and inside the city, countless Han soldiers were killed by the crushing rocks and arrows. Under such suppression, the Qin army's vanguard soldiers, armed with siege equipment, launched a frenzied attack. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. The sound of the wind roared throughout the earth and sky, revealing the presence of endless murderous intent. Countless Qin soldiers rushed towards the city one after another. I vowed to capture this city. But under such offensive suppression, on the city gate, a middle-aged general had a look of indifference on his face. Facing such a swift attack by the Qin army, he did not panic. He stared at the distance where the Qin army was rushing in front of the city, with a calculating look in his eyes. When the Qin army was less than 60 or 70 feet away from the city, the Han general drew his sword and pointed it towards the city. Kill. Drink it coldly. Suddenly, the Han soldiers who were hiding behind the city wall to avoid the rain of arrows stood up one after another, bent their bows, drew their arrows, and instantly formed a dense rain of arrows, which they shot towards the Qin army attacking in front of the city. Under a hail of arrows, many Qin soldiers also fell. Wait until the Qin army's elite soldiers attack the city. Use ladders and battering rams to attack the city gate, and also use chariots to approach. The rolling stones, battering rams, and kerosene on the city gates were all over the place. For a while, the entire battlefield seemed extremely tragic. The Han army vowed to defend the city to the death. If one man died, one would be immediately replaced. If 10 men died, 10 more would be immediately replaced from the foot of the city. The general supervising the battle in this city is General Han Baoyuan. As the only general of Han, although his reputation is not as great as the 3 generals of Qin, let alone the generals of Zhao, the fact that he is in charge of the military power of a country is enough to show his ability. Baoyuan looked coldly at the Qin soldiers who died one after another, his eyes filled with waves of revenge. Hanger, don't worry. Father will avenge you. These Qin people are your murderers. As long as I am here, they will never be able to break into the city. I will kill as many as you can. Baoyuan looked at the Qin army attacking the city with hatred in his eyes. The pain of losing his son made him feel extremely hateful. He personally supervised the battle at the city gate. The purpose was to stop Qin outside the city, wait for reinforcements from other countries to arrive, and then annihilate all the Qin troops in one fell swoop. The rear of the Qin army. On the chariot. Looking at the soldiers who were killed one after another, Li Ting clenched his fists and anger appeared on his face. He knows. This attack failed again. If the army continues to attack so frantically, it will suffer heavy losses and may not be able to capture the city. Withdraw. With no other options, Li Ting issued the order to retreat. The order was given. The sounds of beating drums and ringing gongs rang out. The attacking Qin army warriors retreated in an orderly manner. Catapults and archers began to provide cover. The warriors evacuated with the wounded, but the bodies in front of the city were left there. Admiral. The Qin army has attacked 5 times, but has failed to capture the city gate. With the general here, the Qin army will not be able to break into the city. We can definitely hold out until reinforcements from other countries arrive. Looking at the retreating Qin army, the general beside Baoyuan said excitedly. Pass on this general's order. Send the wounded to the hospital for treatment and take turns to rest. And tell the soldiers that reinforcements from Zhao and Wei will arrive soon. As long as we hold on, we will be able to drive the Qin people out of our great Han territory. Baoyuan said confidently. Promise. All the Korean generals looked at Baoyuan with great respect and believed him without a doubt. Sir, do you think it is necessary to go to the Qin camp to negotiate peace when the war situation has become so severe? Baoyuan turned around and looked at a man wearing a Korean official robe. Hear the sound. The man in the official robe walked forward. He looked like a civil official, but his face remained calm as he looked at the tragic scenes on the battlefield inside and outside the city. At this moment, with the general guarding the city, we have the best chance to negotiate with the Qin army. If we miss this opportunity, even if the Qin army's reinforcements arrive, we will not be able to defend the city. After all, there are only 80,000 soldiers in Great Han, and our national strength is simply not enough to compete with Qin. The men said in a deep voice. Although the troops are insufficient, with my presence, they are enough to defend the city for a month. Could it be that the reinforcements from other countries have not arrived in this month? Baoyuan said with some dissatisfaction on his face. General, do you really think there will be reinforcements? The man asked with a wry smile. Why not? If the lips and teeth are separated, don't Zhao and Wei know that? The 3 genes are one. If Han is destroyed by Qin, will it be a good thing for them? If the Qin state opens its way eastward, is that a good thing for other countries? The king has already sent envoys to lobby, and I believe that all countries will definitely send troops. Baoyuan said confidently. Admiral. Interests motivate people, and things are not as simple as you think. Let's wait and see. The man shook his head, turned around and walked down the city gate. Look at this man. There was anger in Baoyuan's eyes, but he didn't explode. Obviously, he did not agree to go to the Qin army to negotiate peace. Han Fei, you think you are talented, but how can you understand the situation on the battlefield? If you want to negotiate peace, then do it. If you lose your life, you can't blame me. Baoyuan looked at the man's back and thought coldly in his heart. Han Fei. A prince of the royal family of Han, he once studied at the Jixia Academy and was a man of great talent. But even if you have talent. However, he was marginalized in the Korean court and was not valued. Moreover, the national strength of Korea was weak, so he could not realize his ambitions at all. He was helpless and there was nothing he could do. All he could do was to do his best to protect Korea from destruction. Qin Camp. It presents a scene of low morale. The city has been under attack for 5 or 6 days. Before that, no city could stop the Qin army's advance. But in this city, the Qin dynasty lost thousands of elite soldiers, and the wounded were countless. All 5 attacks failed. In the camp, the wounded were carried to the wounded camp, and the sounds of wailing and screaming continued. It sounds extremely sad. Inside the central army tent, Li Ting sat in the main seat, with anger on his face. In the account, many generals gathered there, including all the officers above the rank of captain and 5,000 generals. The same goes for Zhao Xian. 5 attacks, 5 failures. This is not a solution. Li Ting looked at the generals in the tent and said in a deep voice, "General Bao Yuan is worthy of General Han. He has gathered all the troops of the country of Han in Yangdi, ready to defend it strictly and delay the attack of our great Qin, giving other countries time to reinforce. Our army suffered nearly 10,000 casualties this time, but the Korean army also suffered many casualties." A general with 10,000 men spoke up. "Bao Yuan is defending the city, so our army has no choice but to attack. If we cannot break the city, and other countries send their armies to Korea for reinforcement, our great Qin strategy will fail. General, I request to lead the troops in person and attack Yangdi city at all costs. I also request your permission." The generals in the tent spoke one after another. "All right." Li Ting raised his hand to stop the noise in the tent. The words of these generals are of no help to the current situation and are just nonsense. At this time, Li Ting turned his gaze to Zhao Xian, who was sitting quietly without saying a word. "Zhao Xian, how do you plan to defeat Yang Di?" Li Ting asked. All the generals also gathered together, but none of them took Li Ting's questions to Zhao Xian lightly. The attack on South Korea has been going on for more than 2 months. In a battle on the border, Zhao Xian made great contributions to the Qin dynasty, beheaded the enemy's main general and killed many enemy troops. Later, in the continuous attack, Zhao Xian still made many contributions to killing the enemy. Although Zhao Xian was young, he had outstanding military achievements and no one in the army dared to underestimate him. Just as the general said, Bao Yuan gathered the whole country's troops and defended Yangdi to the death in order to wait for reinforcements from other countries. He thought that once the reinforcements from other countries arrived, they would work together to annihilate our army. But Zhao Xian paused, with a confident look on his face. "I can be sure that no reinforcements will come from other countries, so the general does not need to worry too much." Hearing this, Li Ting looked determined and asked, "Why are you so sure?" "The king has issued an edict that this time, our great Qin will openly attack the state of Zhao and promise to aid the state of Yan. All the countries in the world will know this. The attack on South Korea was carried out in secret. The reinforcements that Han is asking for must come from Zhao and Wei. As for other countries, distant water cannot quench nearby fire. It will take at least 3 or 4 months for their reinforcements to arrive. Moreover, can the envoys of Han ask for help from other countries, but not the envoys of our great Qin? Han is asking Zhao and Wei for help. Zhao was attacked by our great Qin Hanggu camp, and its main force has not yet returned, so it is difficult to protect itself. Wei's power is weakening, and the situation at court is not perfect. They may send troops, but it will definitely be delayed." Zhao Xian said with certainty. "Hear this explanation." All the generals in the tent nodded. Li Ting's originally tense expression also relaxed a lot. "Zhao Xian, you are right. But even if other countries do not send troops, with Bao Yuan resisting stubbornly, our army will have to pay a huge price to take it down. What should we do? Is the only way to use force?" Li Ting said solemnly. As the main general in this attack on Korea, he had to endure a lot. Now that he was blocked outside Yangdi city by Bao Yuan and his 5 attacks had been unsuccessful, Li Ting was also nervous. If he delayed in this city, he would not be able to explain to Wang Jian, let alone Yingzheng. Zhao Xian was about to speak. But at this time, a personal guard ran in from outside the tent, came into the tent, and bowed. "General, South Korea has sent an envoy, saying that they want to negotiate peace with our Qin. The envoy is Prince Fei of South Korea. I wonder if the general would like to meet him. Young Master Fei. The generals in the tent were stunned. Although they didn't know Han Fei's background, when they heard the word young master, it meant that Han Fei was a member of the royal family of Han. The name of Han Fei. His reputation was well known in Korea, but it would certainly not spread among the Qin army. In the Qin army, the most well-known ones are the three great generals, warriors with extraordinary courage and strength, who worship the strong. Han Fei, the man who brought together the best of the legalists, is a man of great potential in history. He was also a talented person who died young. Hearing the name of Gongzi Fei, Zhao Xian came back to his senses and immediately thought of Han Fei's origins. The history of Yanwang has been passed down for many years. Countless outstanding people were born here. During the late Warring States period, Qin ruled the country and made Qin strong, which made the legalists powerful. However, historical records show that the only person who could be regarded as the culmination of legalism in this era was Han Fei. Historical records. Han Fei's death was due to Li Si's jealousy of his talent. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. Seeing Han Fei, a historical celebrity in front of me, Zhao Xian was naturally a little curious. Han Fei was born into the royal family of Han and had a noble status. When he was young, he studied at the Jixia Academy and studied under the famous teacher of his time, Xuanzi. The two junior brothers also became famous in history. One is Zhang Song and the other is Li Si. All have great achievements. But Han Fei's fate was not so good. I'd like to see what this famous young master is going to do. Li Ting sneered and said to his guards, "Let Han Fei in." Promise. The guards retreated immediately in response. After a while, a man dressed in a Korean official robe and with an extraordinary demeanor walked into the tent. A man walked into the enemy camp, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, he revealed a kind of confidence, which showed Han Fei's character and courage. Han Fei. It really got a different response. Zhao Xian looked at Han Fei's demeanor and sighed slightly in his heart. He was also deeply impressed by Han Fei. Han Fei, meet General Li. Walking into the center of the tent, Han Fei bowed slightly and clasped his fists to greet Li Teng. Gong Zifei, a great talent from Korea. Our two countries are now at war. I wonder why you joined my Qin camp. Li Teng looked at Han Fei and said calmly, I came here to resolve the war between the two countries. Han Fei raised his head and said calmly, Ha ha. Han Fei, are you joking with me? Now that my great Qin has mobilized its troops, do you think there will be room for maneuver? Li Teng said with a big laugh. Although the national strength of our Han state is weakening, we still have 100,000 troops. Now our great Han General Bao Yuan is guarding Yangdi, which is impregnable. The general has also attacked many times, but all have returned in defeat. Now that my king has sent envoys to ask for help from other countries, do you have the confidence to conquer Yangdi before the reinforcements from other countries arrive? Han Fei came here this time to stop the war. As long as the general withdraws from our great Han territory, the war will stop. In addition, as long as the general withdraws, our country will definitely provide military supplies and fodder for the expedition, and the tribute to the great Qin will be doubled on the original basis. Han Fei said neither humbly nor arrogantly. He naturally understood the situation in South Korea very well. It was almost impossible to force the Qin army to withdraw for no reason. The only way to survive is to rely on Bao Yuan to defend the city and other countries to send troops to reinforce it. If we come here to negotiate with Li Teng and increase the tribute to Daqin, there may be a glimmer of hope. Are you so confident that other countries will send troops to aid South Korea? Li Teng sneered. As soon as these words fell, Han Fei's heart sank, but he didn't dare to show any surprise on the surface. The lips and teeth are interdependent. How could the other countries not know that? When two countries are at war, they do not kill envoys. I don't want to say more to you. I'll just tell you one thing, my great Qin will destroy Han. See a visitor out. Li Teng said loudly, raising his hand. 2 guards came in immediately and came to Han Fei's side. Please. The 2 guards pointed outside the tent and made a gesture of invitation. See here. There was a hint of bitterness in Han Fei's eyes, and there was nothing he could do. Goodbye. Han Fei clasped his fists, whispered something, then turned and left the tent. He has seen through the strategy of the Qin dynasty and knows that Han will be destroyed, but he wants to stop it. Looking at Han Fei's appearance, Zhao Xian thought to himself. Wait until Han Fei leaves. Li Ting's gaze fell on Zhao Xian again. Zhao Xian, do you have any way to break into the city? Li Ting asked again. Zhao Xian stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the tent. If we want to conquer Yangdi, there is no other way but to attack with force. I would like to lead my elite soldiers to attack Yangdi. I will never retreat a single step until the city is taken. If I retreat, I will be subject to military law. Zhao Xian asked with a firm face. During these days, Zhao Xian has not had the opportunity to lead the attack. After all, the generals in the army also want to make merit. But the end result? 5 attacks resulted in heavy casualties. Even a general and a lieutenant were killed in the battle. Returned empty-handed. Zhao Xian, you are serious? Li Ting said seriously. I am willing to issue a military order. Zhao Xian said loudly. Good. Li Ting nodded with satisfaction, and then immediately made the decision. Tomorrow's attack, you will be the vanguard and lead the army to attack. I will personally supervise the battle and order the catapults and archers to support the battle. If the city is captured, I will record your great achievement and report it to the general. Thank you, General. Zhao Xian stood up straight and accepted the order immediately. Look at Zhao Xian's courage. All the generals in the tent also looked at him with admiration. 5 attacks, 5 failures, and the morale of the generals who led the attacks was also hit. At this time, the king of Qin's edict. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard outside the tent. Hear the sound. The expressions of everyone in the tent became odd. The king ordered to come. It was like the king of Qin himself coming, and everyone had to show respect. Immediately, Li Tang and the other generals stood up from their positions and walked out of the tent, led by Li Tang. Outside the account, more than a dozen elite guards of the Qin palace were waiting, led by a man holding the royal edict. When Li Tang and the others came out, immediately greeted and paid homage, your subjects respectfully listen to the king's order. The king of Qin's edict. Zhao Xian from Lantian camp, during the Qin's attack on Han, killed many enemies and even killed Han General Baohang, which helped to secure a great victory and enhance the prestige of the Qin army. Today, I hereby appoint Zhao Xian as a deputy general, commanding 10,000 troops, and promoting him to the 9th rank. He will enjoy the annual salary of the rank, and will be granted the right to form a 500-person guard battalion. I hope Zhao Xian will continue to work hard, serve Daqin, and defeat powerful enemies. Also, Zhao Xian's bravery inspired the entire army. We should announce Zhao Xian's achievements to the entire army. The leading guard held the royal edict and read it aloud. As soon as these words fell, Li Tang, all the generals, and even Zhao Xian were stunned. Such a reward cannot be said to be not generous, such a reward cannot be said to be not the king's grace. With one imperial edict, Zhao Xian was promoted to 9 higher ranks, reaching the 10th rank of Zhuoshuzhang. Zhao Xian was also appointed as a minor general, commanding 10,000 troops. Such a reward. It can be said that this has never happened before in the Qin army. No matter how fast one is promoted and how much favor one receives from the king, no one can be promoted to 9 ranks in just one day. But today, Zhao Xian became the first person to be promoted to the 9th nobility that day, and also the first person in this world. After hearing such a heavy seal, not only Li Tang and the others were stunned, even Zhao Xian himself was the same, finding it difficult to recover from his shock. When the Qin king's edict arrived, Zhao Xian didn't know that it was about him. After all, military merit and promotion were all conveyed by orders from the main camp, and it was generally difficult to alarm the Qin king in Xianyang. But today, the situation is completely different. Who is General Zhao Xian? Why don't you accept the imperial edict immediately? Seeing the stunned generals, the guards who delivered the imperial edict immediately shouted. Hearing the words of this royal guard's warrior, all the generals came back to their senses and looked at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, why don't you quickly accept the imperial edict? Li Teng hurriedly said to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian immediately stepped forward, solemnly took the imperial edict with both hands, and then said, Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace. General Zhao Xian. When he arrived, the king specifically told his subordinates to pass on a message. The royal guard said to Zhao Xian. Your Majesty, I respectfully obey your orders. Zhao Xian said solemnly. The king said that in the past, Bai Qi, the Wuan Jun of the Great Qin, killed more than 70 enemies in the first battle and became famous in one battle. Now, you, Zhao Xian, killed 100 enemies in one battle, which can be said to be an even greater achievement for the Great Qin army. The king hopes that you can stick to your original intention and achieve more extraordinary feats on the battlefield. The king will wait for General Zhao's triumphant return in Xianyang. The imperial guards relayed Ing Zheng's words completely. Your Highness, I will remember your words. I will make new contributions for the king and the Qin dynasty, and help the king annihilate the 6 kingdoms and unify the world. Zhao Xian bowed and said. That's what the king said. Generals. The king's edict has arrived. We will not stay any longer and will return to Xianyang to report. Goodbye. After conveying the royal edict, the dozen or so guards did not stay any longer and immediately turned around and left. Farewell, royal envoy. All the generals said in unison. Although the titles and official positions of the generals are much higher than those of the imperial guards, they represent the current king of Qin, Ing Zheng, and are the face of the current king of Qin, so they naturally cannot be disrespectful. Until the guards walked away. Zhao Xian, congratulations. You have been personally conferred the title by the king, and have been promoted to 9 ranks in one day. You have become the #1 person in the army of the Great Qin, no, even in all the countries under heaven. Soon, everyone in the world will know your name. Your future is limitless. Li Teng walked over and said to Zhao Xian with a smile. Thank you, General. It is my honor to be granted an appointment by the king and to gain his trust. Zhao Xian said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Certainly. Zhao Xian also felt ecstatic in his heart. It was worth his madness on the battlefield to receive such a reward. He is worthy of being the first emperor of all time, Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor who founded the unification of Yan and Huang. You actually promoted me to the 9th rank directly. This is truly unprecedented. With Qin Shi Huang ruling the country, and his ability to employ people, as long as I make contributions to Qin, I will definitely be given a higher position. He will never think that his achievements will surpass his master. As long as we seize this opportunity, when Qin unifies the world, I, Zhao Xian, will surely have a place among the powerful people. By the end of the Qin dynasty, it might be possible to establish a kingdom and hegemony. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart, full of longing for the future. Since he possesses the golden finger of the upgrade system of the universe and a digitized physique, Zhao Xian is destined not to be limited to being a minister of one side or an ordinary person in the future. Kill enemies, level up, and embark on the path of cultivation. For Zhao Xian, there is hope for the future of immortals and gods. In this era, Zhao Xian adapted to the times. Now he is insignificant, and he can gain power by relying on the Qin state. When Qin unifies the world, he can gain high enough power to kill enemies and become stronger, and turn it into his own strength. Now Zhao Xian is only at a few levels, but relying on the great opportunity of Qin's conquest of the 6 kingdoms and sweeping the world. For Zhao Xian, level 10, level 20, he has stepped into the level of a true practitioner. His strength will truly be fearless. If you have strength, you will naturally have ambition. Now he adapts to the times. We got on the Qin's chariot and everything went smoothly, but what about the future? Zhao Xian understood history and knew the fate of the Qin Empire. After the death of Qin Shi Huang, the world was divided. The world will fall into chaos again. In this era, if Qin Shi Huang had not died, the world would not be in chaos. Zhao Xian would naturally be content with the status quo. But according to historical records, the first emperor will die, and the world will be in chaos. By then it will be just like the historical records. Qin Shi Huang's bastard son Hu Hai ascended the throne and asked Zhao Xian to be loyal to this idiot. Is he worthy? So, now that Zhao Xian has obtained all the power and strength, he is preparing for the end of the Qin dynasty. When the first emperor was alive, Zhao Xian was a minister of Qin, but if it was the end of the Qin dynasty, it might not be the same then. Zhao Xian knew history, and when it came to his own interests, he would naturally do his best to fight for them. Certainly. It is still a long way from the end of the Qin dynasty, and Zhao Xian only has some ideas in his mind. Congratulations, General Zhao. Other generals also congratulated Zhao Xian. Today, the king of Qin issued an imperial decree to confer the title, which is enough to show that Zhao Xian's name has appeared before the current king and is highly valued by the king. Future. Zhao Xian will surely have a bright future. They didn't dare to be disrespectful in any way. Thank you, generals. Zhao Xian naturally immediately clasped his fists in return. General Zhao, you're welcome. All the generals laughed. Now Zhao Xian has been appointed by the king as a deputy general to command the army. I will make the arrangements myself. During yesterday's attack, General Wu of the 5th Army was killed. The army is short of a deputy general to lead the troops. Zhao Xian, are you willing to lead this army? Li Ting asked. I have no objection. Zhao Xian immediately accepted the order. In yesterday's battle, the 5th Army suffered heavy losses, with nearly 2,000 killed and more than 2,000 injured. I will allow you to incorporate the 5,000 cavalrymen under your command into the 5th Army, and lead the army to attack the city tomorrow. Li Ting said in a deep voice. Thank you, General. Hearing this, Zhao Xian felt even more satisfied. Over the past 2 months, Zhao Xian had been leading his cavalry to kill enemies everywhere and had become completely familiar with the situation. Moreover, his subordinates were full of awe and support for him. If they were separated, it would also have an impact on Zhao Xian. But now. But there is no need to worry. Ren Xiao, Zhang Han. Li Ting said loudly. I will be here in the end. Response. 2 generals came out with blood stains on their armor and bandages wrapped around their bodies. They were none other than the 5,000-man commander of the 5th Army. Yesterday's attack. The deputy general was killed and the 2 of them were also injured. Zhao Xian, they are the 5,000 generals of the 5th Army. They will take over the 5th Army. You just need to negotiate with them. Li Ting said. I will obey your orders. Zhao Xian nodded. He looked at the 2 generals in front of him. Although he seemed calm, Zhao Xian was actually very happy in his heart. Ren Xiong and Zhang Han. In this era when the Qin dynasty has not yet unified the world, their reputation is still very unknown, but Zhao Xian, who is well versed in history, knows clearly that they all have leadership talents. The first one is arrogant. After Qin conquered the world, the first emperor set his sights on the Lingnan area, and Ren Xiong was appointed as the deputy general of the army of 500,000. Zhang Han was even known as the strongest Qin general left after the end of the Qin dynasty. Now they are under Zhao Xian's command. If he cannot subdue them, it would be Zhao Xian's incompetence. It seems that my luck is really good. Knowing that I have no one under my command, they sent me 2 generals. Zhao Xian smiled secretly in his heart. This time Li Ting commanded an army of 100,000. Every 10,000 men army was divided into 2 military formations, with 5,000 men in 1 military formation, and 2 military formations forming a camp. Under the guidance of Ren Xiong and Zhang Han, Zhao Xian arrived at the 5th Army camp. How many warriors are there in the 5th Army now? Zhao Xian asked as he walked. Return to the general. In yesterday's battle, our army suffered heavy losses. Currently we only have 5,700 elite soldiers available to fight. Ren Xiong replied respectfully. Kindness. Zhao Xian nodded and said nothing more. The brutality of yesterday's battle may have far exceeded Zhao Xian's expectations, but it was not surprising. In war, casualties are inevitable. In a battlefield where arrows were raining down, it was impossible for Zhao Xian to guarantee his complete safety. Zhao Xian turned his head and looked at the two generals behind him. They were injured and had tired looks on their faces. Obviously, they were also hit hard by yesterday's battle. Why? Are you afraid already? Zhao Xian said to the two of them. I dare not. The two generals suddenly came to their senses and bowed to Zhao Xian. Victory and defeat are common in war. Even Wu Jun, who was once known as the god of war of our great Qin, has had defeats before. If you lose your will to fight just because of one defeat, then you are really unworthy of being a general. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice, with a hint of reprimand in his words. General, can we really capture the city tomorrow? Ren Xiong raised his head and looked at Zhao Xian with anticipation. Zhang Han did the same, staring at Zhao Xian. There was a lack of confidence in their eyes. Bao Yuan led an army of 80,000 to guard the city and defend it with all his might. Judging from the current battle situation, if they want to break the city they must attack by force, which will result in huge casualties. Ren Xiong and Zhang Han also know that if they attack by force they will be in danger of death. If you say you are not afraid of death, then it is naturally false. However, as the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty, they would die for the Qin dynasty without regrets. But if they could not capture the city, they would not be willing to die. Feeling the gazes of both of them, Zhao Xian said solemnly, yes. The confidence on his face also made Ren Xiong and Zhang Han feel certain. Infected invisibly. Call the soldiers to the parade ground. Ben will give a lecture. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Promise. Generals Ren Xiong and Zhang Han responded at the same time. Then he quickly retreated and summoned the soldiers of the Fifth Army. After a while, on the parade ground, selecting generals. Zhao Xian was wearing a general's armor and had a sword at his waist. He looked majestically at the thousands of elite soldiers gathered below. Behind Zhao Xian, Ren Xiong, Zhang Han, Chen Song, and Li Hu followed him. When one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Zhao Xian naturally took care of Chen Song and others from the same village and kept them by his side. As Zhao Xian killed enemies and made meritorious services, they also made many contributions in killing enemies and have now been promoted. On the training ground, thousands of soldiers stood in silence. A bird's-eye view from the Dianjiang terrace. It was obvious at first glance that something was wrong. The elite soldiers who originally belonged to the Fifth Army were in a state of low morale. Yesterday's battle had damaged their fighting spirit and their morale had plummeted. However, the 5,000 soldiers who had been following Zhao Xian were in high spirits, with a desire to fight in their eyes. Soldiers of the 5th Battalion. Perhaps this is the first time you have met this general. Today. I'm Zhao Xian, the general who has been greatly favored by the king and appointed as a deputy general to command the 5th Army camp. From now on, I will be the chief officer of the 5th Army and the direct superior of all the soldiers. Zhao Xian stared at all the elite soldiers of the 5th Army and shouted loudly. Why don't you go and pay your respects to General Zhao? Ren Xiong shouted loudly. Response. A voice that was both low and loud could be heard in the training grounds. Greetings, General Zhao. On the one hand, they suffered a great defeat and their morale was low. While following Zhao Xian, their morale was high. Good. Zhao Xian raised his hand. The voices on the training ground suddenly fell. Ben will know. Yesterday's battle. The 5th Army suffered a great defeat. The general who originally led all the soldiers died for the Qin army. Many soldiers also died for their country. This defeat may have made you lose the will to break the city. I will not blame you for this. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Tomorrow, the 5th Army will launch another attack as the vanguard to attack Yangdi. Zhao Xian said loudly, his eyes examining the soldiers on the parade ground. It was just as Zhao Xian expected. When many soldiers of the 5th Army heard this, a look of despair suddenly appeared in their eyes, and they looked even more tired. To this, Zhao Xian didn't care. On the battlefield, victory and defeat are common. If we lose, our morale will be greatly damaged. But the only way to restore morale is a big victory. And now, All Zhao Xian could do was to awaken their morale and prepare for tomorrow's siege. I know that you are afraid of Yang Di. We believe that with General Bao Yuan of the Han army guarding the city, it will be impossible to break through. But Zhao Xian paused, and suddenly a fierce look appeared in his eyes. If you lose the will to fight as a soldier of the Qin dynasty after a defeat, how can you be worthy of being a soldier of the Qin dynasty? You all know. Do all the nations in the world regard our great Qin warriors as tigers and wolves? Do they fear them like fierce tigers? You all know. Are the armies of all nations in the world afraid of the sharp warriors of our great Qin? The discussion has led to changes. Since our great Qin has been known as a country of tigers and wolves, the armies of other countries have been afraid of our great Qin warriors as much as they are fierce tigers. How can we be afraid of our fierce tigers? Victory and defeat are common in the military. If we lose our morale and willpower after a defeat, how can we call ourselves a fierce army? Do you think you will give up your reputation as the elite soldiers of the Qin Empire and the army of tigers and wolves? Do you want to give up the fearless glory of being a soldier of the Qin dynasty? Zhao Xian's voice resounded throughout the training ground, and his thunderous voice reached the ears of every sharp soldier. Hear the sound. A change of expression appeared on the faces of the soldiers of the Fifth Army. The confusion in his eyes and the weakened morale gradually recovered a little. Qin is a country of tigers and wolves. The army of the Great Qin is an army of tigers and wolves. The Qin's sharp warriors, fierce and fearless soldiers, how could they be defeated in just one battle? I am General Zhao Xian. For the soldiers of the Qin dynasty. Fight for Qin. Since I have accepted the mission to capture the city, I have no intention of retreating. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. I will make this promise to all the soldiers here. Tomorrow's siege will be led by me, and all the soldiers will follow me. If you see me take a step back, you can kill me. A battle tomorrow. I will definitely capture Yangdi. If I cannot capture the city, I will fight to the death and die in the siege. I will have no regrets even if I die. Commandants of the Fifth Army, are you willing to follow me and capture Yangdi, make great contributions to the Qin dynasty, and wash away the humiliation of the Fifth Army's inability to capture the city? Soldiers of the Fifth Army, are you willing to follow me, kill the Han army, punish Bao Yuan, and avenge the brothers who died under the city of Yangdi? Zhao Xian, with great passion, suddenly drew the sword from his waist, pointed it in the direction of Yangdi, and shouted in a stern voice. These words. Like the sound of thunder, these words. Like the sound of thunder. It reached the ears of every sharp soldier on the training ground. Looking at the unrivaled mighty figure on the stage and the overwhelming self-confidence. All the soldiers of the Fifth Army were infected. Yesterday's defeat greatly damaged their morale, and yesterday's defeat made them afraid to attack the city. But now, encouraged by Zhao Xian, their badly damaged morale was recovering, and the fighting spirit was regained in their eyes. They are the fierce and brave warriors of the Qin dynasty, the fearless soldiers of the Qin dynasty. How can we lose the will to fight just because of one defeat? They want to capture the city and avenge their comrades who died tragically at the hands of the enemy. They want to wash away yesterday's humiliation by conquering the city. I will follow the general till death. Ren Xiong and Zhang Han shouted loudly with excitement on their faces. This moment, the warriors on the entire parade ground raised their weapons high and shouted in unison, "We will follow you to the death, General. We will conquer Yangdi and die with no regrets. I will follow the general till death." Millions of Fifth Army warriors shouted in unison, their voices rising to the sky with a spirit that frightened the enemy. The morale, which had been at a low point, actually recovered a lot at this moment. On one side of the barracks, the Fifth Army was defeated yesterday and its morale was greatly damaged. I originally thought that Zhao Xian could not change the situation, but now it seems that I thought too much. Zhao Xian not only possesses the strength of a brave general, but also the strength of a great commander. Li Teng looked at Zhao Xian on the stage, his eyes full of praise. If he was not a truly top-notch commander, he would be helpless in the face of the defeated soldiers. After all, his heart was already broken. But Zhao Xian managed to boost morale and make the Fifth Army's elite soldiers regain their fighting spirit, which is worthy of praise. See this. Li Ting no longer had any worries. He left the Fifth Army camp with his personal guards, and he was assured of everything about Zhao Xian. Good. Zhao Xian raised his hand, his eyes full of relief. The warriors on the parade ground stopped shouting and looked at Zhao Xian in awe. These are the soldiers of our great Qin. These are the fierce and powerful troops that terrify other nations. I will lead you all to capture Yangdi tomorrow and wash away the humiliation. Now, everyone go back to the camp to rest and wait for tomorrow's battle. Zhao Xian ordered loudly. Promise. All the elite soldiers said in unison, and then returned to the camp under the leadership of their respective generals. General. Ren Xiong and Zhang Han walked up to Zhao Xian, respect in their eyes. Zhao Xian's declaration not only restored the morale of the Fifth Army soldiers, but also moved Ren Xiong and Zhang Han with awe. I will return to the main camp first. You will send me the military report of the main camp. I will make careful plans. Zhao Xian said to the two of them. Promise. Without any hesitation, the two of them turned around and went down. Promoted 9 times in succession, and promoted to the rank of lieutenant general. Don't miss out on the treasure chest rewards. Zhao Xian returned to the main camp of the Fifth Army with anticipation. System, calculate the rewards. Zhao Xian said immediately. Congratulations to the host for his promotion to a higher rank, becoming a lieutenant general. 2 yellow-level treasure chests as rewards. Congratulations to the host for his promotion to the 9th rank, and the title of Zhuoshuzhang. He is also rewarded with 9 yellow-level treasure chests. Host, do you want to open the treasure chest? The system prompted. 11 treasure chests, it depends on luck. Zhao Xian was looking forward to it. Give the order immediately. Open all the treasure chests. Zhao Xian said. Instructions accepted. Open all the treasure chests. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of high-quality yellow-grade qi boosting pill. Congratulations to the host for winning 500 gold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strong liquor brewing recipe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade Xian level martial art, exploding continuous arrows. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of yellow-grade mid-quality qi restoring pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian level mid-grade martial art, sunflower acupuncture point pressing hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of hemostasis powder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian level high-grade martial arts technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra Volume 1. All rewards have been distributed to the storage space, and the host can withdraw them at any time. The system prompt sounded in Zhao Xian's ears. Hear this prompt. Zhao Xian smiled. 11 treasure chests. 11 chances to win the prize. Zhao Xian's luck was pretty good and he hardly got anything useless. Even if he got gold, it would be useful to Zhao Xian. At least he could use the gold to do something secretly. It actually opened 2 martial arts and 1 technique. I'm lucky. Especially this Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, which is a powerful profound skill from the world of martial arts. Zhao Xian immediately set his sights on the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. Although there is only the first volume available, it is more than enough for Zhao Xian, because there is no such thing as cultivation in this world. There is only one cultivator in the world, Zhao Xian. System, can I practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra? Zhao Xian asked. The host can practice the sword skills and martial arts skills rewarded by the system, but cannot switch to other skills unless the host changes his job in the future. The system prompts. To this, Zhao Xian was not disappointed. The digitized physique is already amazing enough. Moreover, Zhao Xian can practice any martial arts rewarded by the system, which is already very good. Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, this is a technique that is especially suitable for the military. It can increase strength and defeat 10 kinds of skills with 1 force. If I want to create a force that is completely loyal to me, this technique will be the foundation. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. For the future, Zhao Xian naturally had some plans. Now his authority is granted by the royal power, but if something happens to offend the royal power in the future, The royal power will deprive him of his authority with a single word, and Zhao Xian will have no chance to resist the power of the royal power. So, while adapting to the era of Qin's rule over the world, Zhao Xian also had to create his own power and prepare for the end of the Qin dynasty when the first emperor died. Decades of time. Zhao Xian can definitely create a behemoth in secret. Learn the linking arrows and the sunflower point acupuncture hand. Zhao Xian said immediately. Instructions accepted, the system prompted. A halo flickered and enveloped Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian quickly comprehended and mastered the mysteries of these two martial arts. Soon, Zhao Xian went straight in. If perfection of my archery is the highest level of archery, then this chain of arrows is the sublime level. This sunflower acupuncture finger can be very useful at critical moments. Zhao Xian thought with great satisfaction. Qi boosting pill. To increase the sword spirit power, I am only 100 experience points away from level 5. This energy enhancing pill will definitely allow me to level up. Zhao Xian's eyes fell on the Qi boosting pill. Then, a thought came to mind. Summon the Qi boosting pill. The fragrance of elixir is strong. Without any hesitation, Zhao Xian took out a pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, the sword spirit power in Dantian grew rapidly. Gain 50 experience points. One Qi boosting pill directly increased Zhao Xian's experience points by 50. Strictly speaking, it seems like Zhao Xian has been practicing for several days. Qi boosting pill, not bad. Zhao Xian praised. Then he poured out 2 more pills and swallowed them directly. After the pill entered his stomach, the sword's spiritual power increased again. Experience gained, 100. Achieve upgrade experience. The host has been upgraded to level 5, and is awarded 100 skill points, successfully passing the novice stage. The host is appointed as a deputy general, commanding 10,000 troops, and is given the title 10,000 Generals. After wearing it, the attributes of the title can be viewed, said the system. Then a ray of light enveloped Zhao Xian's entire body. The sword spirit power in Dantian grew rapidly, and the strength of the body was also increasing. When he immersed his mind in it, he saw that the sword embryo in Dantian became more and more sharp. Properties panel. Zhao Xian's mind moved. Character, Zhao Xian. Level 5, 5th level of Qi condensation. Skill, level 5, Introduction to the sword cannon. Skills, level 10 perfect, swift sword dancing is as fast as a shadow and as quick as lightning. Level 10 archery, level 10 riding. Level 10, Overlord spear skills, the spear skills are dancing, like a violent storm, sweeping away thousands of troops. Level 10 reverse blood, can increase strength by 2 times within half an hour. After using it, the sword's spiritual power and strength will increase by 2 times. After using it, the Dantian's spiritual power will be consumed by half, and the physical strength will be consumed by half. Level 1, Exploding arrows, can fire 2 arrows in succession. With the blessing of spiritual power, the arrows will explode when hitting the target. Level 1, Sunflower acupointment pressing hand. Experience points required to upgrade, 6,000 points. Remaining skill points, 560 points. After level 5, the Real training begins. The experience points required to level up have also increased several times. Zhao Xian thought to himself. Use skill points to upgrade the continuous arrows to perfection. Zhao Xian said. Instructions accepted. Consume 550 skill points, said the system. The next moment, a mysterious light enveloped Zhao Xian, and before his eyes appeared a series of demonstrations of his mastery over the continuous arrows. In almost an instant, the chain of arrows was elevated to the perfect stage. Look at the properties of the consecutive arrows, 10 arrows in a row, each arrow can add spiritual power, and the spiritual power will explode when it hits the target. Use the remaining skill points to upgrade the sunflower acupointment pressing technique. Zhao Xian said again. Consume 100 skill points to upgrade to level 5, said the system. After a moment of trance, Zhao Xian gained a greater grasp of this skill. The novice period is over. From now on, the exchange of reputation for skill points will need to be settled once every 6 months. Zhao Xian thought with some disappointment. Killing enemies and making achievements on the battlefield earned Zhao Xian a great reputation among the army attacking Han, which was then converted into skill points, allowing Zhao Xian to improve all the skills he mastered to perfection, so the consumption was extremely high. However, the improvement of skills has greatly increased Zhao Xian's strength. This time, Qin Shi announced my name to the entire army. I think I can gain even more reputation. Qin Shi, the greatest emperor of all time. I don't know what it looks like, but I'm really looking forward to it. Zhao Xian thought with some anticipation. Then he joined the army. I have met many famous people recorded in history of my previous life. Wang Jian, Wang Ben, and even Han Fei, etc., but what Zhao Xian was more interested in was Qin Shi. That's right. There is also a title of a general of 10,000 people. Zhao Xian suddenly thought of it. Immediately ordered to wear the title. The next moment, the attributes of the title appeared in front of Zhao Xian. Title: General of 10,000 men. Attributes: the host commands an army, morale and combat power are doubled, orders are enforced, and the host can gain 1/5 of the experience points when his troops kill enemies. This is a joke. Seeing the attributes of this title, Zhao Xian was completely stunned. Zhao Xian really didn't think much about the title of 10,000 generals he had obtained. At most, it was just some bonus to his attributes. But from this point of view, this is completely incredible. If his subordinates kill enemies, Zhao Xian can get 1/5 of the experience points. This means that there are 10,000 people helping him kill the enemies. If he kills 10,000 enemies, he can get 1/5 of the experience points of these 10,000 enemies. This will definitely be a huge increase in Zhao Xian's experience points. Joining the army is the right path. Now I am a general of 10,000 people, with tens of thousands of soldiers under my command killing the enemy. If I get promoted again in the future and command a larger army, won't the title I get be even more powerful? Now I am only at the 5th level of Qi condensation and I have such strength. When I reach the 11th level, the foundation building stage of sword cultivation, and my spiritual power is radiating, how strong will I be? In the future, is it really possible to become an immortal god by killing all the enemies in the world? If I really become an immortal god, can I revive my mother? Think of this. A sense of ambition emerged in Zhao Xian's eyes. This is worth his ambition. For Zhao Xian, there are two most important people in my life, one is my mother and the other is my fiancée Yuer. More than a year ago, Zhao Xian's mother passed away, and it took him a long time to get over the grief, all thanks to Zhou Yuer's constant company. But for Zhao Xian, his biggest regret was that his mother passed away and he could not take care of her anymore. But now, he may have a chance to resurrect his mother in the future. General, I and others request to see you. Outside the tent, Ren Xiong's voice came in. Come in. Zhao Xian came to his senses and shouted outside the tent. Promise. Response. Ren Xiong, Zhang Han, Chen Song, and Li Hu walked in. General, this is the 5th Army Battalion's military report, the status of each branch of the army. Ren Xiong held a bamboo slip in his hand and said respectfully. Kindness. Zhao Xian took the military report and looked at it carefully. I have a thorough understanding of the 5th military camp. In addition to the 5,000 cavalrymen I originally had under my command, there are more than 5,000 elite soldiers left, including 4,000 long spear soldiers and 1,000 archers. In this way, tomorrow's attack can indeed carry out what I have in mind. Zhao Xian said to himself. Come back to your senses. Zhao Xian looked at the 4 people in front of him. Ren Xiong and Zhang Han were originally from the 5th military camp. Chen Song and others have also become military marquises. There were also several people from the same village who were promoted to higher positions, and of course some died on the battlefield. Thanks to your Majesty's great kindness, I will have 500 personal guards. Chen Song, Li Hu, who among you is willing to be the commander of my personal guard camp? Zhao Xian looked at the 2 of them and asked. General. I am willing. Chen Song said immediately. Wait a minute, go to the cavalry camp and select 500 elite soldiers and incorporate them into the royal guard camp. Zhao Xian said to Chen Song. I understand. Chen Song immediately took the order. Ren Xiong, you will command the infantry of the 5th Battalion. Zhang Han, you will command the cavalry of the 5th Battalion. Li Hu will be your deputy. Zhao Xian said to the remaining 3 people again. I will obey your orders. The 3 of them responded in unison. Please sit down. Next. Agree on a plan for tomorrow's attack. Zhao Xian spoke to the 4 people, his expression becoming extremely serious. Attack tomorrow. Extremely critical. Zhao Xian has already issued a military order that he will not retreat until the city is captured. This battle. For Zhao Xian, it was a battle to the death. Taking down the city is a great achievement. If you can't break through, you will die. There is also a kind of pressure for Zhao Xian. But since he has taken on the important task, Zhao Xian will never give up. The promise Zhao Xian made in front of the tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the 5th Army that they would not retreat even if they died was by no means empty talk. A battle tomorrow. I will personally lead the troops to attack, with the cavalry in front and the infantry in the back. Zhao Xian said to the 4 people. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of Ren Xiong and Zhang Han changed slightly. General. It is true that cavalry can charge a city faster than infantry, and can reach the city in a few dozen breaths, thus avoiding heavy casualties. However, cavalry cannot carry siege equipment, so how can they break into the city? Ren Xiong asked in surprise. The other 3 people also looked at Zhao Xian in confusion. Cavalry is indeed the mainstream in battles on the plains and is the type of troops that crushes infantry. However, in siege battles, cavalry is not the mainstream. Only infantry equipped with various siege equipment can break into the city. Otherwise, how can the cavalry break through the towering city walls? I will make my own decision on this matter. You don't need to say anything. Zhao Xian glanced at the 4 people. Promise. The 4 of them replied respectfully without saying anything more. Tomorrow, the Japanese general will personally lead the cavalry to charge the city, and Ren Xiong will lead the infantry to follow, carrying siege equipment. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice again. I obey your command, Ren Xiong replied. General, will General Li agree with your plan of attacking the city? Zhang Han asked tentatively. Since I have requested the order to attack the city, then everything will naturally be undertaken by me. All you have to do is obey. Do you understand? Zhao Xian said in a deep voice, with a sense of majesty. I understand. The 4 generals responded immediately. We still have 1 afternoon to prepare everything we need for tomorrow. Go ahead. Zhao Xian said to the 4 people and said no more. Promise. The 4 generals stood up and bowed. Just when I was about to leave. General Zhang Han, why are your chests bleeding again? Chen Song exclaimed and looked at Zhang Han's chest. Blood was flowing under his armor. Haha, no problem. Yesterday when we were attacking the city, I was shot by a kid from the Han army. The wound was not deep, but the hemostatic medicine in the barracks was just so. We just applied some herbal medicine. Zhang Han said with a smile, very heroically. Wounded by an arrow and bleeding profusely, he remained calm. This is the spirit of the Qin soldiers. General Zhang is so heroic, I admire him very much. Chen Song said with sincere admiration. Zhao Xian glanced at Zhang Han, and the white bandages under his armor were stained red. Here is a bottle of medicine, Chen Song, apply it to Zhang Han. Zhao Xian reached into his bosom, and with a thought, a bottle of hemostatic powder appeared in his hand. A total of 30 bottles of hemostatic powder were obtained from the treasure chest, including 10 bottles of the better golden wound hemostatic powder, but Zhao Xian had never tried out their effects. Medicine. The 4 generals looked at Zhao Xian in some confusion. However, Chen Song did not hesitate at all and took the hemostatic powder directly. Thank you for your concern, General. There is no need to waste my minor injury. Zhang Han immediately bowed. Chen Song. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Promise. Chen Song immediately walked up to Zhang Han and smiled, General Zhang, I will not be polite. Speaking of. He directly dragged Zhang Han's armor off. Then pulled the bandage off. A bleeding arrow wound appeared in front of the eyes of several people, and the bleeding could not be stopped at all. Seeing the blood, Chen Song felt a little numb. However, he quickly opened the bottle of hemostatic powder. General Zhang, hold on. Speaking of. Pour the hemostatic powder on the arrow wound of Zhang Han. Maybe it's for miraculous effects. Just a dozen breaths. The wound that had been bleeding profusely suddenly scabbed over quickly and the bleeding stopped. See this scene. Inside the tent. Except for Zhao Xian, the other four were stunned. You look at me, I look at you, both finding it a little unbelievable. General, your hemostatic powder is extremely powerful. If used in the wounded camp, the effect will be even stronger. Zhang Han said in surprise. Can. I still have some stock, which can be used for the wounded soldiers. If the effect is good, I can give you the formula. Zhao Xian nodded. Great General. The generals around him said in unison. Okay. What we should focus on now is not this, but tomorrow's battle. Zhao Xian looked thoughtful. Tomorrow's battle will determine the outcome. Ordinary soldiers can't bring me much experience points unless they kill the whole army. But the experience points and rewards for killing generals, or even killing the king, are what I want. King Han. Zhao Xian muttered to himself, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It seemed like he had some plan in his mind. The next day. In front of Yangdi City. Nearly 100,000 troops were at the gates of the city. The sound of beating drums resounded through the sky. The entire Han army in Yangdi was on high alert under the supervision of Bao Yuan. And at this moment, General Zhao Xuanbi was wearing armor, holding a spear, with a sword at his waist, and a bow and arrow hanging on his horse's back, looking fully armed. Behind Zhao Xian, thousands of soldiers in the 5th Army camp stood in 2 military formations. Behind Zhao Xian, Zhang Han led 5,000 cavalrymen, and behind the cavalrymen were 5,000 infantrymen of the 5th Army. Then there are the other armies that are attacking Korea. General. What kind of tactics is this, Zhao Xian? The cavalry is attacking, and the infantry is the rear guard. Isn't this just courting death? The location of the Central Army. Several generals were surprised when they saw the battle strategy planned by Zhao Xian. In this battle, Zhao Xian is the vanguard commander, and all strategies are determined by him. All we have to do is trust Zhao Xian. Li Ting stood on the chariot and spoke to the generals in a deep voice. Although in his heart he was somewhat puzzled by Zhao Xian's attack strategy, he did not ask further questions. He believed that Zhao Xian would not joke about his own life. Moreover, judging from Zhao Xian's past performance, he was definitely not a stupid person. Where are the soldiers of the 5th Battalion? Zhao Xian raised the spear in his hand high and shouted in a threatening voice. Huangqiao Village. Zhou Yuer, who was sewing clothes, suddenly felt dazed and inexplicably aroused a strong sense of worry. Brother Xian. Zhou Yuer stood up, her pretty face full of worry. Yuer, what's wrong? Seeing his granddaughter's suddenly frowned face, Zhou Yan immediately asked with concern. No, nothing. Zhou Yuer replied in a daze, but the expression on her face could not deceive Zhou Yan. Miss that kid Zhao Xian? Zhou Yan smiled and said. Kindness. Zhou Yuer nodded and gently stroked her belly. Half a year has passed and my belly has become very big. Don't worry. Zhao Xian will be fine, don't worry. He owes you a wedding, and he also promised you that he would come back. Zhou Yan smiled and comforted. Grandpa, has Brother Xian gone to the battlefield? Zhou Yuer raised her head, with a strong worry in her eyes. When Zhao Xian joined the army, Zhou Yuer did not show any reluctance, because that was Zhao Xian's pursuit, and as his fiancée all she had to do was support him. But after Zhao Xian actually joined the army, how could Zhou Yuer not worry? She prayed in her heart that war would not break out, so that her brother Xian would not have to go to the battlefield. Hearing this, Zhou Yan's old face showed a trace of helplessness. Alas, more than 3 months ago, the Qin state and the Han state had already started a war. According to the news from the city, it was the Lantian camp that participated in the war. But don't worry. Generally speaking, new soldiers won't go to the battlefield in large numbers, so Xian boy will be fine. Obviously. Zhou Yan had known about the war between Qin and Han for a long time. After all, as the oldest person in the village, he knows a lot and is respected by the villagers. Even Muramasa trusts him, so many things are told to him. The reason I didn't tell Zhou Yuer was that I didn't want to make her worry. Kindness. Zhou Yuer nodded, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish at all. Rest assured. Xian boy will be fine. When he comes back, if he really becomes a real man, Grandpa will tell him a good news. Zhou Yan suddenly said mysteriously. What good news? Zhou Yuer turned around and said in surprise. About his mother. In short, what you need to do now is to take good care of your pregnancy, have a good rest, and wait for Xian to come back. Maybe by then Ma Yuer will really become the general's wife. Zhou Yan smiled and joked. Grandpa. Zhou Yuer pouted, but she was very curious about what her grandfather said about her mother-in-law. But Zhou Yan's look made it impossible to tell. Donger. However, your boy Xian has really grown up and become more responsible. If you have the chance to meet again in the future, you will definitely be very pleased. Zhou Yan thought secretly in his heart, with a deep thought in his eyes and a myriad of thoughts. Look back. Yangdi. Where are the soldiers of the 5th Battalion? Zhao Xian raised his spear high and shouted. The voice was as loud as thunder, and it also showed Zhao Xian's fearlessness. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. The soldiers of the 5th Army shouted in unison. The world is so big, and wars and chaos have been raging for years. The Chinese people have been displaced for nearly 1,000 years. The great king of today has great ambitions and aspirations to unify the world, to pacify the world and unify the Chinese nation. The warriors of Qin should serve their country and bring peace to the world. This is the great cause of the people of Yan and Huang. Anyone who hinders the army of Qin will be a sinner through the ages. Qin warriors. Today I will lead the troops and bear the brunt of the attack. As long as I, Zhao Xian, am still on horseback, the attack will not stop. If I fall off my horse, even if I die, you must not stop attacking until you capture the city. Zhao Xian stared at all the warriors and shouted in a stern voice. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. All the warriors shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Today. It is the day for all the brave warriors to wash away the shame and avenge their brothers who died in this city. My great Qin warriors. Follow me. Kill. Zhao Xian shouted, clamped his legs around the horse's belly, and patted the warhorse. Tread. The war horses rushed out and attacked the city ahead. Take the lead. Brave and fearless. The moment Zhao Xian rushed out. Follow General Zhao. Kill. Zhang Han shouted angrily. Kill. The thousands of siege vanguard troops shouted in unison. The shouts and cries of killing shook the sky. 5,000 cavalrymen launched a surprise attack, following Zhao Xian's figure, and rushed towards the city. The cavalry attacked at great speed. After they rushed out. Follow General Zhao. Kill. Ren Xiong shouted angrily. He led 5,000 siege infantrymen to charge out. Suddenly. The horses hooves stamped and the earth shook like thunder. Tens of thousands of vanguard soldiers rushed towards Yangdi city like a torrent. But the Qin warriors in the rear did not attack for the time being. Zhao Xian. Whether we can break the city depends on you. If you can take the city, the credit for destroying Han will definitely be yours. Li Teng looked at Zhao Xian leading his troops to attack with great anticipation. In his heart, he was also beating his drum, but he was also full of anticipation. If we can break the city, there will be no more obstacles to destroying Han. After taking this city, we can go straight to Han's capital Xinjiang and destroy Han. As long as we break this city. Even if other countries really come to help, it will be of no avail. Send a message to the whole army. Prepare for war. Li Teng ordered loudly. Promise. Suddenly, hundreds of messengers around the chariot pulled the reins, ready to deliver orders at any time. Just wait for the city to be breached and the vanguard troops to attack the city gates. The army will attack with the force of a raging wave. Zhao Xian, can cavalry really attack the city? If the city gates are not broken, the cavalry will die if they attack the city. Many generals in the rear were thinking with great doubt. After all, this strategy has never been implemented by anyone before. When cavalry attacks a city, there is a chasm in front of the city that is difficult to cross. Unless the city gates are opened and the cavalry rushes in. But the city gate was solid. How could it be broken if it had not been hit by the battering ram? But that's it. The Qin generals had no other choice but to trust Zhao Xian. After all, this attack was also a gamble with Zhao Xian's troops. His eyes turned. On the city gate, Bao Yuan looked at the Qin cavalry charging forward, a look of surprise and confusion flashed across his face. Qin Jun, are you crazy? Using cavalry to attack the city, isn't this courting death? Bao Yuan said in surprise. General. It must be that the Qin army has been attacking without success for many days, and they are desperate and trying all kinds of methods. They had no choice but to do this time. The deputy general beside Bao Yuan said with a smile. It's really seeking death. The cavalry attacked the city and sent themselves to die for no reason. One incompetent general brings disaster to the entire army. Ridiculous. Bao Yuan taunted. With a wave of the hand. As soon as the Qin army is within range, shoot with all your strength. We'll kill as many as come. Yang Di is their hell. Bao Yuan said coldly, full of cruelty. Trebuchet. Archer. Attack. Li Teng shouted loudly. Response. The catapults and archers that had been prepared long ago immediately moved. Hundreds of catapults launched huge rocks, smashing them hard at the city gates. 20,000 archers released arrows, forming a dense rain of arrows, which were thrown towards the city gates. In this era, why was Qin able to conquer every attack and win every victory, and dominate wherever its troops went? It relies not only on the bravery of the Qin's fierce warriors, but also on the innovation of Qin's weapons. The military equipment and weapons of the Qin dynasty were much stronger than those of other countries. The trebuchets were capable of carrying heavier stones than those of any other nation. The range of the bow and arrow is also farther than that of other nations. To strengthen the army, you must sharpen its weapons. The Qin dynasty achieved this. At Li Teng's order, huge rocks and arrows were flying towards the city gates, forming a dense mass of murderous intent. He provided cover for Zhao Xian's siege of the city and suppressed the Han army. Faced with such an offensive, the Han army inside and outside the city naturally suffered heavy casualties. Some were crushed by boulders, and some were killed by arrows. However, under Bao Yuan's supervision, every time a man was lost, he would be replaced by another, and the Han army was temporarily suppressed. Zhao Xian held the reins of the horse with one hand, tightly grasped the spear with the other, stared at the city gate in front of him, and galloped away on his horse. Take the lead. 5,000 cavalry followed closely behind him. Invisible. Perhaps it was the effect of Zhao Xian's title of 10,000 generals. The tens of thousands of elite soldiers under Zhao Xian had no fear, were full of fighting spirit, and were completely united in the army formation without any omissions. Almost just 10 breaths. The vanguard army was less than 10 feet away from the city gate and would attack the city gate in the next moment. And at this time, kill. Bao Yuan shouted angrily. All the Han troops on the city gate came out and frantically shot arrows at the Qin army below. Arrows flew in a mad rush, like a rain of arrows. Under this hail of arrows, many sharp warriors were inevitably hit by arrows and fell off their horses. This is the advantage when attacking and the advantage when defending the city. It is unavoidable. But even so, under the command of Zhao Xian, thousands of soldiers showed no fear and advanced quickly. It is extremely stupid for cavalry to attack a city. Looking at the Qin army warriors who were killed by arrows, Bao Yuan smiled coldly, full of ridicule. And at this time, Zhao Xian stared at the city gate in front of him, holding the spear tightly in his right hand, and mobilizing all his strength. If cavalry attack a city without siege equipment, it is indeed impossible to break through, and it will be a situation of suicide. But that is for ordinary people. For Zhao Xian, possessing the power of a cultivator, he is a siege weapon. He tried his best, but the city gate was not unbreakable. Break open the city gate. If the cavalry can enter the city, the outcome of the battle can be decided. This was Zhao Xian's strategy, to use his own strength to break through the city gate and conquer South Korea in one battle. The king's gun technique. Break. When Zhao Xian was less than 10 feet away from the city gate, he wielded the spear in his hand and charged towards the city gate. With the help of tyrannical force, he suddenly attacked, and the spear broke through the air at a very fast speed. A sound. Boom. The spear hit the city gate hard. Unimaginable. The sturdy city gate suddenly trembled, and the Han army guarding the city gate changed their expressions and looked a little puzzled. But the Han soldier closest to the city gate had blood flowing from his body. He wanted to speak, but he had no strength left. What's going on? The Qin cavalry attacked the city without a battering ram, so how could they have such great power? The Han soldiers inside the numerous city gates thought in confusion. One strike failed. Then come again. Zhao Xian sneered and pulled back the spear violently. The sturdy city gate was pierced directly by the spear, and the spear tip was stained with blood. But what surprised Zhao Xian was, after he hit with all his strength, the spear broke directly the moment it was retracted. This ordinary weapon simply cannot withstand his power. The weapon is too weak. Zhao Xian immediately threw away the broken spear in his hand and tightly grasped the sword at his waist. This is the magical weapon given to Yuer by her grandfather when she joined the army. Yuer. Your brother Xian will never lose. Zhao Xian said secretly in his heart. Whoosh. The magic weapon was unsheathed, flashing with cold light. With a sharp sword in hand, it is a better fit. A swift sword. Zhao Xian shouted in a low voice. Ride your horse forward. He swung the sword in his hand. It looked like a sword, but cold rays of light suddenly appeared on the city gate, causing deep cracks to appear on the entire city gate. A sword with gust of wind. Now Zhao Xian has improved this skill to perfection. The wind is fast. Cut with the wind. It looks like one sword strike, but in fact it is 10 sword strikes. In the city, the Han soldiers gripped their weapons tightly and stared at the city gate in horror, completely puzzled. The city gate in front of him actually had cracks like spider webs and was crumbling. The next moment, the cracked city gate suddenly trembled. Boom. The entire city gate suddenly broke into a dozen pieces and collapsed with a loud bang. It appeared before the eyes of the Korean army in the city. It was Zhao Xian, with a cold face and a sharp sword in his hand. Looking at Zhao Xian and the collapsed city gate in front of them, all the Han soldiers were stunned. Kill! Zhao Xian shouted. He spurred his horse and charged directly into the crowd of Han soldiers, swung the sword in his hand and slashed. In an instant, several Han soldiers were killed by Zhao Xian's sword. As Zhao Xian swung his sword, more than a dozen Han soldiers around him died instantly. And at this time, the Qin cavalry behind Zhao Xian were all stunned. Zhang Han, Li Hu, and 5,000 Qin cavalry looked at the broken city gate and the open city gate. It's all unbelievable. The city gate was actually cut open by the general. Is this still human power? All the warriors thought with horror. But at this moment, Zhao Xian's angry shout of killing came out of nowhere, pulling all the sharp soldiers' hearts back from their tense state. General Zhao is mighty. Follow the general and attack. Kill. Zhang Han and Li Hu came to their senses and shouted angrily. He immediately led his troops and rushed into the city. The city gate was breached. The city gates are wide open. This time, it is the cavalry's home court. This moment, Zhang Han, Li Hu, and even all the cavalry warriors understood why Zhao Xian ordered the cavalry to be in front and the infantry to be in the back. Because their general had already been confident that he could break down the city gate with one force. This is a risky move, using cavalry to attack the city. This not only caught the enemy off guard, but also made them underestimate the enemy and become arrogant. Kill. 5,000 Qin cavalrymen followed Zhao Xian's figure like a raging wave and charged directly into the city. Facing the cavalry attack. Without the guards at the city gates, the Han army's infantry were like lambs to the slaughter, and were swept away and crushed by the cavalry. This city has been breached. And at the city gate. The shouts and screams from below the city made Bao Yuan's expression change drastically, and the Qin cavalry in front of the city seemed to have already rushed into the city. Admiral. It's not good. The Qin cavalry has broken into the city. The city was breached. A Han general reported to Bao Yuan in panic. Hear the sound. Bao Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the deputy general in panic. What did you say? The city gate was breached. Did someone open the city gate? Speaking of. Bao Yuan looked towards the city in disbelief. The Qin army was advancing rapidly into the city, and the sound of fighting in the city had covered everything. Admiral. Yes, it was the commander of the Qin army who broke through the city gate. He's not human. General Han said in great fear. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might not have believed it. The power of one person. The city gate was chopped into pieces. The rear of the Qin dynasty. Li Teng on the chariot kept looking at the city ahead with a tense expression. Although he believed in Zhao Xian, he was still worried. If Zhao Xian can't break through, we can only attack by force. Today is the 6th attack, and we can't delay it any longer. As long as we can break the city, it is worth it no matter how high the price is. As for the general's punishment, I, Li Teng, will bear it all. Li Teng placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, his expression showing his thoughtfulness. After Zhao Xian asked to lead the troops to attack the city, Li Teng had already made a decision. Even if Zhao Xian failed, he must capture the city today at any cost. Because the Qin dynasty's strategy cannot be delayed. Although Li Teng also felt that other countries would not send troops to reinforce South Korea, if any sudden situation occurred, it would be beyond his control. Only by destroying Han as soon as possible can the Qin dynasty's eastward strategy be stabilized as soon as possible. But just then, Li Teng's eyes changed slightly. He looked at the city gate with great surprise, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The deputy generals around him were also stunned. General. Zhao Xian, the city gate has been breached. A deputy general said in shock. How did he do that? How do cavalry attack a city and break it? Another deputy general was shocked. No need to know how he did it. You only need to know that the first merit of conquering Yangdi this time is Zhao Xian, and the first merit of destroying Han is even more Zhao Xian. After Li Teng's shock, his face turned into one of ecstasy. Immediately, he drew the sword from his waist, pointed it at Yangdi city, and shouted, "All troops, listen to my order. Attack." Suddenly, the messengers around the chariots quickly dispersed and delivered orders to the 80,000 Qin troops. The general has given orders. Attack. Catapults, archers stop shooting. Attack. The messenger roared in the army formation. Suddenly. Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. The roars of the Qin warriors shook the earth and were like the angry howls of tigers and wolves. The Qin warriors who had been standing still in front of the city began to move. Step, step, step. There was thunder and lightning on the earth. More than a dozen military formations attacked Yangdi fiercely. Kill, kill all the enemy troops. Kill. Zhao Xian waved the sword in his hand and madly hacked at the surrounding Han troops. Behind him, 5,000 cavalrymen attacked frantically and killed the Han troops. Bao Yuan's deployment in the city was instantly thrown into chaos. And at this time, Ren Xiong led 5,000 infantrymen to attack the city head-on, approached with chariots, and set up ladders, but the Han army had already lost the opportunity to stop the Qin army. Violent kite. Looking at the city gate that had been conquered, Bao Yuan had no way to retreat. Zhao Xian sneered, jumped off his horse, and rushed towards the stairs leading to the city gate with a sword in hand. South Korean General Bao Yuan is the biggest fish in this city. How could Zhao Xian let it go? Even though there was a surging Han army in front of him, Zhao Xian did not show any fear. He held the sword in his hand and slashed wildly. No one could stop him. The system's prompts kept ringing in my ears, all of which were the sounds of gaining experience points by killing enemies. Now that Zhao Xian has passed the novice period, he also possesses strength that is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Killing ordinary enemies can no longer bring Zhao Xian too much experience points. Only quantity can bring it. But this time, Zhao Xian led thousands of soldiers to kill the enemies, and 1/5 of the number of enemies they killed would belong to Zhao Xian's experience points. This will bring Zhao Xian a level increase. Kill. Zhao Xian held a sharp sword and slashed wildly. I have to say, the sword that Yuer's grandfather gave to Zhao Xian is really good. Not only is it sharp enough to cut hair, but it can also withstand Zhao Xian's powerful strength without breaking. Let Zhao Xuanru have divine help. Follow the general. Kill. Chen Song shouted loudly. All 500 guards dismounted and followed Zhao Xian, charging towards the city gate. As a superior, Zhao Xian was so brave and fearless of death, which was even more of an encouragement to the elite soldiers under his command. Moreover, under the persistence of the attributes of Zhao Xian's title, the morale of his soldiers doubled, their combat effectiveness increased, and they became even more brave. Zhao Xian personally killed the enemies and cleared the way, followed by 500 personal guards. Kill enemies crazily. Although the Han troops on the stairs were numerous, they were defeated by Zhao Xian and his personal guards. They retreated towards the city gate in fear. Zhao Xian was like a Shura, swinging his sword to kill the enemies and gradually climbing up to the top of the city gate. And at this moment at the city gate, the originally good battle situation suddenly changed. All the defenses arranged by Bao Yuan became useless in an instant, and Yang Di was in complete chaos. Even at the city gate where he was personally supervising the battle, there was chaos at this moment. Facing the head-on attack from the Qin infantry, they had lost their ability to defend themselves. Looking at the already panicked defenders, Bao Yuan was filled with anger. He drew his sword and directly killed a few disorderly soldiers to shock them. Then he shouted loudly, "Don't panic, keep defending." But the next moment, screams were heard from the steps of the city gate. Several Korean soldiers were knocked flying and hit a large number of Korean soldiers. Zhao Xian, holding a blood-stained sword, attacked towards the city gate. Wherever his figure passed, the Han soldiers retreated in panic and did not dare to engage Zhao Xian at all. Behind him were many personal guards holding long spears, stabbing wildly, smashing down and killing the enemy. General Qin. Bao Yuan looked at Zhao Xian and his face turned pale. Zhao Xian attacked the city gate, which meant that the area below the city gate had been completely lost and he had become an isolated army surrounded. General Han's violent kite. I've heard of it for a long time. Zhao Xian looked at Bao Yuan coldly, his eyes as if he was looking at prey. It was you who broke through the city gate. Bao Yuan looked at him with serious eyes. Good. And your son was killed by me personally. Zhao Xian said coldly. It's you. Qin General, Zhao Xian. Hatred emerged in Bao Yuan's eyes. How could he not know about the revenge for his son's death? After his son died, Bao Yuan investigated and found out that it was done by a man named Zhao Xian in the Qin army. Now that his enemies have met, how can he bear it? Give me the will to kill him. If anyone retreats, he will be killed without mercy. Bao Yuan shouted angrily and pointed his sword at Zhao Xian. Kill. Under the threat of Bao Yuan, the Han army on the city gate rushed towards Zhao Xian. I will send you to accompany your son today. Zhao Xian sneered. He raised the sword in his hand. At the same time, a thought came to mind: reverse blood. Skill casting. Skills are cast. Zhao Xian's blood surged all over his body, and his strength suddenly doubled. Even the sword spirit power in his dantian suddenly doubled. Zhao Xian at this moment His whole body was filled with an extremely terrifying power, which immediately restored Zhao Xian, who had originally consumed some physical strength, to his peak state. Kill. Looking at the Han soldiers rushing towards him, Zhao Xian took a step forward and slashed fiercely with the sword in his hand. Skill casting. A sword with gust of wind. The sword is as fast as the wind. Just a moment. The heads of more than a dozen Han soldiers in front of him were chopped off. Zhao Xian stared at Bao Yuan and rushed forward with an unstoppable and violent attitude. Follow the general. Kill. Chen Song shouted. He followed Zhao Xian closely with 500 personal guards, fearless of life and death, and charged towards the Han army. On the city gate. The number of Han troops was indeed many times that of the soldiers who attacked the city gate, but under Zhao Xian's bravery, they were defeated one after another. And at this moment, from the front of the city gate, Ren Xiong led his infantry soldiers to attack, and when he saw the Han troops, he immediately joined the battle. Violent kite. Your life is mine. Zhao Xian's momentum was unstoppable. He stared at Bao Yuan and gradually approached him. With his powerful strength and the sharp weapon in his hand that could cut hair with a single blow, no Korean army could stop Zhao Xian's advance. Seeing Zhao Xian's powerful strength, Bao Yuan's eyes also revealed a kind of fear. None of the soldiers under his command could stop Zhao Xian. Hanger, your spirit in heaven is watching your father kill your enemies for you. Looking at Zhao Xian approaching, Bao Yuan gritted his teeth, clenched the sword with both hands, and rushed towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, prepare to die. Bao Yuan roared and slashed at Zhao Xian with all his strength. Bite. He used all his strength to strike the sword, but Zhao Xian easily blocked it. That's all. Zhao Xian sneered, revealing sarcasm, now I will send you to meet your son. The words fell. He swung the sharp arrow in his hand, a cold light flashed, and blood splattered. Bao Yuan's head flew up and his body fell to his knees weakly. Zhao Xian grabbed Bao Yuan's head with his left hand. Congratulations to the host for killing the elite enemy, the Korean general Bao Yuan, and gaining 600 experience points and the yellow-grade high-quality weapon, double-hook gun. The system prompted. The next moment. Facing all the Han troops on the city gates, he shouted angrily, I have already killed Bao Yuan. If you surrender, you can be spared. If you resist stubbornly, I will kill you without mercy. Hear the sound. The fighting at the city gate ceased. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Xian. When they saw the head of Bao Yuan held high by Zhao Xian with his eyes open in death, all the Han soldiers were filled with fear. Their fighting spirit and morale, which had been destroyed by the killing, were completely gone. The Qin soldiers who captured the city were extremely excited. Looking at Zhao Xian with great fanaticism. The general is mighty. The general is mighty. All the warriors shouted in unison, their fanatical gazes beyond words. I surrender. General, spare my life. Please forgive me, General. The thousands of Han soldiers at the city gate no longer had the will to fight. They threw away their weapons and knelt down to surrender. As Zhao Xian stepped onto the city gate, he killed the violent kite. There is no chance of accident in the survival of this city. The city gate that had blocked the Qin army for 5 days was now broken. Ren Xiong. Looking at the city gates praying for surrender, Zhao Xian turned his eyes and shouted. I will be here in the end. Ren Xiong came over and bowed to Zhao Xian, his eyes full of fanatical respect. This battle. Cavalry attacking the city. This feat that was impossible to accomplish was actually accomplished by Zhao Xian. The shame of the Fifth Army's disastrous defeat yesterday and the tragic loss of soldiers and generals were washed away here. Hold the violent kite's head, force the enemy to surrender, and control the city gate according to the original strategy. Zhao Xian said in a mighty voice, and handed the head of Bao Yuan in his hand to Ren Xiao. I will obey your orders. Ren Xiong immediately took the head and led his army to attack the city. Take off all your armor. Zhao Xian shouted at the Han soldiers who were kneeling in surrender at the city gate. Many sharp warriors held weapons and pointed at the Han troops. Yes, yes. The Han soldiers took off their armor immediately in panic, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Chen Song. Zhao Xian shouted to Chen Song, and without staying at the city gate, he quickly went to the foot of the city. Chen Song led hundreds of personal guards to pick up the Han army armor on the city gate, and then quickly followed Zhao Xian. Obviously. After breaking the city, Zhao Xian also has some plans. And at this moment, the main force of the Qin army also took advantage of the situation and attacked the city. Deal with the Korean troops in the city. Although there were 70,000 to 80,000 Han troops in the city, once the city was breached and Bao Yuan died, their formation collapsed, they lost their will to fight, and were gradually surrounded and suppressed by the Qin elite soldiers who broke into the city. There is no suspense in this battle to break the city. At the city gate, Li Teng came in a chariot. Looking at the broken pieces of the city gate on the ground, the horror on his face was beyond words. Zhao Xian led the cavalry to attack the city, creating an unprecedented feat. Li Teng was also curious about how the city gate was broken. But looking at the city gate in front of him, he was at a loss. What kind of power could have chopped the city gate into so many pieces? How is this done? Li Teng said in a very shocked tone. Reporting to the general. This city gate was cut open by General Zhao Xian with his sword. The general stationed at the city gate immediately replied, looking at the city gate, it was difficult to hide his respect. Zhao Xian cut it open with his sword. How much power does this require? How sharp is the sword? This method of breaking into a city is truly unprecedented and will go down in history. Li Teng stared at the fragments of the city gate, and the expression on his face became even more shocked. Where is Zhao Xuanren? Li Teng came back to his senses and asked. Return to the general. General Zhao Xian led his troops to pursue the enemy. This is the head of General Han Bao Yuan, which was beheaded by General Zhao Xian. Ren Xiong came to Li Teng holding Bao Yuan's head. When I saw Bao Yuan's head with his eyes open after death, Li Teng was stunned for a moment, then he showed ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Bao Yuan, you old bastard, you blocked my advance for 5 days, but I didn't expect that you would still die at the hands of my army. You and your son both died at the hands of Zhao Xian. This can be considered a reunion. See this. The generals around Li Teng also had smiles on their faces. We destroyed the city and killed the Korean general, which meant we had already won a great victory. Moreover, the cost of breaking the city this time was extremely small, and not many elite soldiers were lost. Someone come. Seal Bao Yuan's head with gray stone and send it to Lantian camp by express horse. Tell the general the good news that our army has conquered Yangdi. Certainly. The key to breaking the city this time goes to Zhao Xian, and we must tell the truth. Li Teng laughed and said. Promise. The generals replied immediately. There is no doubt that the credit for this great victory goes to Zhao Xian, and no general could compete with Zhao Xian for the credit. Ren Xiong. Go tell Zhao Xian that after he has taken down Yangdi, ask him to come to the main camp to find me. I will personally celebrate his success for him. Li Teng laughed at Ren Xiong again. Big win today. Li Teng was extremely excited as he washed away the gloom he had been feeling for the past 5 days. But Ren Xiong did not respond happily, but whispered, General, please move aside and talk. Li Teng looked at him in surprise and said nothing more. Jump off the chariot. Then he moved to one side, and Ren Xiao followed closely. Zhao Xian, did you go somewhere? Li Teng is not stupid, otherwise he would not have been recommended by Wang Jian as the main general to destroy Han. When the general formulated the strategy yesterday, taking the city was not his real intention, Ren Xiao said in a deep voice. What is his intention? Li Teng opened his eyes wide and had a guess in his mind. A surprise attack on Xinjiang, destroying Han in one fell swoop. Ren Xiao lowered his voice. Zhao Xian's 5,000 cavalrymen are not here. Does that mean he is planning to lead 5,000 cavalrymen to launch a surprise attack on Xinjiang, the capital of Han? Isn't he too brave? Although Han is weak and almost all its military forces are concentrated in Yangdi, there are still tens of thousands of troops left in Xinjiang. Moreover, as the capital of Han, Xinjiang is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Wouldn't it be a suicide mission for him to send 5,000 troops there? Li Teng said in surprise. reporting to General Li. General Zhao had already explained it yesterday. No one is allowed to tell this matter unless General Li asks. War is a treacherous act, and he wants to take this opportunity to destroy Han in one fell swoop. Ren Xiong replied, his tone full of respect for Zhao Xian. It only took one day. For Ren Xiong and Zhang Han. They had a heartfelt respect for Zhao Xian, who was a new superior and much younger than them. Kindness. Li Ting nodded and said no more. A battle today. Zhao Xian pioneered the use of cavalry to attack a city and conquered Yangdi in one fell swoop, which greatly shocked Li Tang and also made him have a deep faith in Zhao Xian. I will keep the news of Zhao Xian's departure from the camp secret. No one will know except you and me. Li Tang said in a deep voice. The general is wise. Ren Xiong said hurriedly. Outside Yangdi City. The journey to Xinjiang. As the last gateway to Han's capital Xinjiang, if Yangdi is conquered, Xinjiang will no longer have any city to stop it. And before breaking the city, Zhao Xian issued an order to attack the city and first take control of the two gates of Yangdi to prevent anyone from escaping. Certainly. In this process, Bao Yuan also helped Zhao Xian a lot. When he was gathering troops to defend the city, he issued a strict order. No one in the city could leave without his order. Anyone who violated the order would be directly enforced by military law by the guards stationed in the city. That is exactly the case. This allowed Zhao Xian to get a good deal. The two city gates were controlled as quickly as possible to prevent anyone from escaping and to prevent the news of Yangdi's capture from leaking out. After all, there were no carrier pigeons in this era, and the only way to spread the message was to ride a horse at full speed. Now, on the official road from Yangdi to Xinjiang, Zhao Xian, Zhang Han, Li Hu, and nearly 5,000 elite soldiers under their command have all changed into the armor of the Han army, looking like a Han cavalry. According to the general's instructions, we have prepared 4 days of rations for this march, which is enough for my cavalry to march for 2 days. Yangdi is far from Xinjiang, so 2 days is enough. Zhang Han respectfully reported to Zhao Xian. Do you know how dangerous this raid is? Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Following the general, serving the Qin, I will not fear danger. Zhang Han and Li Hu said in unison. If this strategy succeeds, Han will be destroyed. We must not let this opportunity slip away. Pass on my order to march quickly. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice, patted his horse, and rushed out quickly. Follow the general. Zhang Han and Li Hu led their 5,000 cavalrymen and rushed out following Zhao Xian. While galloping on horseback, Zhao Xian's telepathic communication system calculate the experience points for killing enemies. The battle to capture Yangdi. Zhao Xian alone killed more than 300 or 400 enemies. As his level increased, it became easy for Zhao Xian to kill ordinary soldiers. This was also the powerful strength of being the only cultivator in this world. In addition, the thousands of elite soldiers under Zhao Xian's command killed a large number of enemies. Instructions accepted. Host killed 398 ordinary soldiers and gained 1990 experience points. The host's army killed 8,650 enemies and gained 8,650 experience points. Level reached, the system prompts. Upgrade. Zhao Xian didn't hesitate at all. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 6, the system prompted. The next moment, a force spread throughout Zhao Xian's body, his strength increased, his sword spirit power strengthened, and all the attributes of his body recovered to their peak. Level 6. After the upgrade, Zhao Xian was smiling and very excited. Look at the properties panel. Character, Zhao Xian. Level 6, 6th level of Qi condensation. Skill, level 6, basic sword cannon. Skills, level 10 perfect, swift sword, sword dancing is as fast as a shadow and as quick as lightning. Level 10 archery, level 10 riding. Level 10, overlord spear skills, the spear skills are dancing, like a violent storm, sweeping away thousands of troops. Level 10 reverse blood, can increase strength by 2 times within half an hour. After using it, the sword's spiritual power and strength will increase by 2 times. After using it, the Dantian's spiritual power will be consumed by half, and the physical strength will be consumed by half. Level 10 Exploding Arrows. Experience points required to upgrade, 1,760 points. Remaining skill points, 210 points. Just from this battle, Zhao Xian gained more experience points than usual. This is also brought about by the troops killing the enemies. This is just Zhao Xian commanding tens of thousands of troops. If he commands more armies, kills more enemies, and increases the proportion of experience points he gains, Zhao Xian's path to upgrading will be smoother. After all, now it is just a small Han, and in the future the Qin dynasty will have to deal with the Central Plains countries. After the end of the Qin dynasty, Zhao Xian had ambitions to be a king, and all the foreign countries in this world will be his targets. Although there are no cultivators in this world, the numbers can definitely push Zhao Xian's level to a higher level. After conquering Handu, I gained enough experience points to advance to level 7. When I reach level 11, I can enter the realm of true sword cultivation, the foundation building stage of the sword art. When I release my spiritual power, my strength will be 10 times stronger than that of the Qi condensation stage. I was rewarded with a sharp weapon for killing Bao Yuan. If I kill King Han, will the reward be even greater? Also, given my great achievements, it would be even more unreasonable if Qin Shi Huang didn't promote me to a higher position. Zhao Xian smiled secretly in his heart and was very much looking forward to it. Huangqiao Village. From the Lantian camp, a team of 100 elite soldiers came to Huangqiao Village with their annual salary. This also attracted many villagers to gather and watch. An ant walked past Zhao Xian's house, looked at Zhou Yuer, and immediately shouted with a smile. "Girl you, the court has issued the annual salary. Your son Zhao Xian should have received some too. Why don't you go and collect it?" the ant said to Zhou Yuer. Annual salary. Zhou Yuer was stunned for a moment, then a hint of anticipation appeared on her face. "Aunt, does the annual salary come from the military camp or from the government?" "I don't know. Aren't military camps and government offices the same?" "You'll know when you get there," the ant said with a smile. "Grandpa." Zhou Yuer immediately turned her head and looked at Zhou Yendao in the yard, her whole pretty face full of anticipation. "I haven't seen my brother Xian for more than half a year. I don't even know the news about him. Now that I have this opportunity, how can Zhou Yuer miss it? Let's go, let's go." Zhou Yan smiled and directly supported his granddaughter, fearing that she would fall. Although Zhou Yan is very old, he is in good health and doesn't look frail at all. With Zhou Yan's support, he walked towards the village entrance. The entrance to the village at this moment. Most of the villagers came to watch the fun. Village entrance. Most of the villagers in Huangqiao village gathered there. And at the entrance of the village, more than 100 elite soldiers arrived with cartloads of annual salaries. There is money, food, and cloth. These were all sent by the government. The current king of Qin, Yingzheng, has long ago issued an edict that no one is allowed to withhold the annual salary of the warriors who fight for the country. If discovered, the entire clan will be exterminated. Yingzheng attached great importance to such matters of national importance. As for the annual salary paid to the elite soldiers in the army, generally there are two ways. The first is that the elite soldiers receive money in the military camp, and the second is that the local government pays the annual salary to their homes every 3 months or a quarter. In the military, there was almost no place to spend the money, so 9 out of 10 warriors chose to distribute their annual salary to their families so that their wives, children, and the elderly at home could have a better life. Muramasa. Have all the military families in the village arrived? The general in charge of distributing the annual salary looked at Huangqiao village and asked. Reply, Sir. There are a total of 55 military families in my Huangqiao village, and all of them have arrived now. Muramasa immediately replied with a smile. Many people from Huangqiao village joined the army. It's not just the 15 people who joined the army with Zhao Xian, there were many people who joined before that. After all, in this era, in Daqin, if you want to have the opportunity to support your family, the only way to make life better for your family is to join the army and serve your country. That's good. The general nodded. Then he looked at the villagers who had gathered together. Dear military dependents from Huangqiao village. I am a general in charge of delivering annual salaries to the Lantian government. Following the order of the imperial court, I am here to distribute the annual salaries to the elite soldiers who have served the Qin dynasty. First, on behalf of the imperial court and the military camp, I would like to thank all the military families who stayed behind at home for sending their young and strong men to defend our country. This is the honor of all military families and they deserve the respect of the people. The general said to all the military families with a serious face. See this scene. Zhou Yan was also moved. Qin state respects military power and honors the army, indeed from top to bottom. With such a heart of respecting military power and honoring the army, it is no wonder that Qin state is so powerful, because it gives every soldier the dignity they deserve. Compared to other countries in the world, and even more so to my former great Zhou, we have never taken the lower-class soldiers to heart. Alas, the scene of the demise of my great Zhou may be the scene of other countries in the future. But no one knows what Zhou Yan is thinking. It seemed that he was not going to tell his secrets. He kept everything in his heart, and even his granddaughter Zhou Yuer didn't know. Hearing the words of these generals, all military families also share a sense of emotion and a sense of honor. The annual salary will be paid out now. Hundreds of generals held a bamboo slip list. Start calling the roll. Wu Jun from Huangqiao village has been in the army for 3 years and is a third-class nobleman with an annual salary. The general said loudly. Behind you. The sharp soldiers began to move and moved down the annual salary belonging to Wu Jun. Before the annual salaries were delivered, the military camps and the government had already counted them all, so all that had to be done was to call out the names and distribute them. After all, each elite soldier's annual salary was paid according to his rank and was fixed. But even the annual salary of a first-class noble is enough to ensure that the whole family will not go hungry. Here it comes. Here it comes. My Wu Jun has made great progress. Wu Junjun's family ran over with a smile on their faces, very excited. Huangqiao village, Luo Ming, has been in the army for 2 years, and has been promoted to the second-level rank and received an annual salary. The general shouted again. The warriors behind him continued to carry the things. The military families received their annual salaries with great joy. Zhou Yuer was also looking forward to it, hoping to get news about her brother Xian from the process of receiving the annual salary. She would go and ask after the annual salary was paid out. After all, she absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Yuer, don't worry. Chen Song, Li Hu, and the other guys have all received their annual salaries, and your Zhao Xian must have received some as well. And he's sure to be fine. Seeing his granddaughter's nervousness, Zhou Yan smiled. Having lived in Qin for so many years, Zhou Yan naturally understood the situation of annual salary and pension. The two should not be confused. One is paid once every 3 months by the camp and the government, and the other is paid once the war is over, by the current king of Qin issuing an edict to pay pension. Soon. Most of the annual salary has been paid out. Zhao Xian from Huangqiao village has been in the army for half a year and is awarded the first-class duke title and receives an annual salary. The general said loudly. The annual salary paid now is for the first 3 months of enlistment. There is some time interval, after all, the war broke out. At that time, Zhao Xian was still a first-class noble. If the annual salary is paid next time and Zhao Xian's current title is read out, it will definitely shock the entire Huangqiao village. Yuer, go collect your annual salary. Zhou Yan smiled and said gently. Kindness. Zhou Yuer was waiting for this opportunity. In the company of Zhou Yan, Zhou Yuer walked up to the generals and pressed her handprint on the bamboo slips for receiving her annual salary. This was the receipt. Grown-ups. I want to ask a question. While the annual salary was being moved in, Zhou Yuer looked at the hundreds of generals in front of her and said. Seeing Zhou Yuer was pregnant, the general did not dare to be rude and immediately clasped his fists and said, Madam, you don't have to be polite. Just ask if you have anything to ask. I want to ask about my husband's situation. Is he on the battlefield now, or is he staying in the Lantian camp? I haven't heard from him for more than half a year. Zhou Yuer asked with a somewhat sad expression. Ma'am, I'm ashamed. I don't belong to the Lantian camp, but to the government. My main responsibility is the payment of annual salaries. I only contact the camp when the annual salaries are paid. As for the wars in the camp and the expeditions, I don't know anything about them. The general said with some shame. Oh well. Excuse me. Hearing this, Zhou Yuer was a little disappointed. Although I don't know about the Lantian camp's expedition, I know a little about the mobilization of troops. Madam, your husband is a first-class nobleman who has just joined the army. To have this title, he must have stayed in the Lantian camp to have such an honor. This time, the camp has sent out 100,000 troops, and there are quite a few new recruits to fight. So it's possible that the madam's husband has already gone to the battlefield. Of course, please rest assured, madam. Our Qin army has achieved great results and has not suffered any defeats. Looking at the disappointed Zhou Yuer, the general said with some reluctance. Although he had seen this situation many times, he couldn't bear it every time. Especially seeing that Zhou Yuer is still pregnant. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, sir. Zhou Yuer thanked him, but her heart felt heavy. Etc. Madam's husband is called Zhao Xian. The general suddenly came to his senses and looked at the roster in his hand again with a surprised expression. Kindness. Zhou Yuer nodded. 17. Bai Jiang asked again. Hear this question. Zhou Yuer nodded again. My husband just turned 17 not long ago. Hearing this, the generals were all shocked. The look he gave Zhou Yuer was filled with a bit of surprise and speechless awe. That's right. Lady. If I'm not mistaken, there was indeed a man named Zhao Xian in the war against Han. He also made great contributions to the Qin dynasty. In the first battle against Han, he killed more than 100 enemies and killed the commander of the Han border with an arrow, which enabled the Qin dynasty to achieve a great victory. Now the king has issued an edict to announce to the entire army that Zhao Xian bravely killed the enemy. The name of Zhao Xian is known to the entire army. The general said with awe on his face. He was full of admiration for Zhao Xian. Sir, you must have got the wrong person. Hearing this, Zhou Yuer shook her head, somewhat unable to believe it. After all, the world is so big, and there are so many people with the same name. There shouldn't be any mistake. It was a new recruit who killed the enemy and made great contributions and was commended by the king himself. The generals were somewhat certain. Oh. Zhou Yuer was a little confused. What she hoped in her heart was that her brother Xian was safe and sound, but she was not that concerned about anything else. Then if my husband really goes to the battlefield, when will he be able to come back? Zhou Yuer asked with concern. Lady. The war has been decided. Unless our great Qin succeeds in destroying Han, the army will not withdraw. Certainly. If your husband is really the Zhao Xian announced in the royal edict, then his future is limitless. Bai Jiang said with a smile. Kindness. Zhou Yuer nodded. She didn't care about the limitless future. What she cared about was that her brother Xian would return home and the family would be reunited. Lady. Now that my annual salary has been paid and my mission is complete, I will return to report. And please rest assured, madam. If the war is settled, the Lantian camp will definitely send someone to notify you. General Bai said to Zhou Yuer. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, sir. Zhou Yuer thanked him. After the elite soldiers who were assigned to receive the annual salary moved the salary to the homes of the military families. They left as well. Yuer, don't worry. Xian boy will be fine. Perhaps the Zhao Xian mentioned by the general just now is the boy Xian. If it's him, then he is not only a good soldier in the army, but also has made great contributions. Zhou Yan consoled with a smile. Certainly. In my heart. Zhou Yan knew. This Zhao Xian who killed more than 100 enemies and even shot the Han commander with an arrow should not be the Zhao Xian that Zhou Yuer was worried about. After all, I have watched Zhao Xian grow up since he was a child. Although he is indeed outstanding among his peers and has a mentality that surpasses ordinary people, he cannot kill the enemy just like that on the battlefield. It's based on true courage, fearlessness, and more importantly, luck. If you are unlucky, a flying arrow may be fatal, so besides courage and strength, luck is the most important thing on the battlefield. As long as Brother Xian is safe, that's all. Zhou Yuer said gently. He killed more than 100 enemies by himself and even slew the enemy commander. Such a brave man is truly unprecedented. If my great Zhou could have had such a brave general in the past, perhaps the fate could have been changed. Alas, it was just my imagination after all. The country's destiny is like this. The emperor is no longer the emperor, and the ministers are no longer ministers. No matter what I did in the past, I could not change it. Zhou Yan thought secretly in his heart. He could never forget what happened in the past. Mr. Zhou. At this time, Muramasa walked up to Zhou Yan and glanced at Zhou Yuer, as if he had something to say. Girl from the Qin family, please take my granddaughter home. Zhou Yan immediately shouted to a village girl. Good. The village girl responded immediately. Since Zhou Yan was the oldest and most knowledgeable person in the village, naturally no one in the village would refuse him. Yuer, Grandpa will be back soon. Zhou Yan said to Zhou Yuer again. Kindness. Zhou Yuer nodded and followed the village girl home. Then, Muramasa and Zhou Yan walked to the entrance of the village. Both of them had a thoughtful look on their faces. You are thinking about Zhao Xian's mother again. Zhou Yan looked at Muramasa and said. Mr. Zhou. It has been kept secret for almost 2 years. How long can it last? I felt uneasy when I did this. Now that Zhao Xian has gone to the battlefield, what should we do if something happens to him? Muramasa said helplessly. I will take care of everything. He is my grandson-in-law. I am not anxious, so why are you anxious? In short, everything depends on me. Zhou Yan said in a low voice with a serious expression. Yangdi. The Qin dynasty has completely taken control of the city. The city that Bao Yuan swore to defend with his life has now finally become empty-handed as it was breached by the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty. County Magistrate's Office. Li Teng is in the main position. The generals in the hall are reporting the results of the battle. Your Highness, General. This battle to break the city was truly a great victory, and the Han army was severely defeated. In this battle, the Fifth Army led by General Zhao Xian alone killed more than 10,000 enemies and dealt a heavy blow to the Han army defending the city. In addition, after our army broke through the city, the Han army was already greatly emboldened by General Zhao Xian's army and their morale was completely gone. This battle. In total, we killed nearly 15,000 enemies, captured more than 60,000, and seized countless food and supplies. This is a great victory. The deputy general who was counting the battle results excitedly reported to Li Teng. Hearing the results of this battle, many generals in the hall were all excited, completely different from the depressed look they had after being defeated in front of the city yesterday. Color. Color. Big prize. All the generals cheered excitedly, and everyone was excited. Bao Yuan gathered all the troops of Han in Yangdi, with a force of more than 80,000, and a large amount of food and supplies, in order to fight against our great Qin for a long time. Now the city has been destroyed, and Bao Yuan is dead. This is a big win. This completely cuts off South Korea's chance to compete with our great Qin. We will conquer Xinjiang and destroy South Korea within these 10 days. The general spoke again, very excited. Han was the weakest country in the world, with an army of only a few 100,000. Yangdi gathered the last of Han's strength. If it was destroyed, the last of Han's national destiny would be burned out. General. General Zhao Xian has made great contributions this time, but where are the others? Such a great achievement deserves our celebration for him. A general suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words came out, this also resonated with the generals, and they spoke up immediately with expressions of interest. Yangdi has been initially settled, and there are still many things to deal with. I will assign Zhao Xian an important task. Li Teng said with a smile. Zhao Xian's strategy was extremely strict. Apart from him, only a few people including Ren Xiong and Zhang Han knew about it. Li Teng would naturally not be foolish enough to spread the news. After all, This surprise attack was a risky move. Dangers are everywhere. Zhao Xian led his troops to raid Xinjiang, which could indeed catch the last capital of Han by surprise, but if he failed, Zhao Xian would also be in danger. Therefore, Li Teng would naturally not reveal Zhao Xian's surprise attack plan or where it had gone until the last moment. Has the news of the great victory been reported to Lan Tian and submitted to the general? Li Teng asked the generals. Return to the general. After the battle results were counted, your subordinates immediately sent a fast rider to deliver the victory report, and Bao Yuan's head was also included. A general replied immediately. As a subordinate army of the Lantian camp, Li Teng could not have reported beyond his authority. His direct superior was Wang Jian. Southwest. The first place to report the victory news was the Lantian camp, and then through the Lantian camp and Wang Jian to Xianyang. This is a pyramid power structure. No one may cross over. Although Yangdi city has been conquered, our army has captured nearly 70,000 surrendered soldiers in this battle. We must treat it with caution. If the surrendered soldiers mutinied, our army would be trapped. Guard the surrendered soldiers outside the city, and send 10,000 elite soldiers and 5,000 archers to take charge. If the surrendered soldiers show any disobedience, they will be killed immediately to deter them. Li Teng said in a deep voice. Promise. All the generals responded in unison. Other. Get ready. Tomorrow the Japanese general will lead his army to attack Xinjiang and destroy Han in one fell swoop. Li Teng said loudly. General, we just conquered Yangdi today, and we're going to attack Han tomorrow. Isn't that a bit too hasty? A general asked in surprise. The conquest of Yangdi city will catch Han by surprise. Our army will be able to destroy Han only if we march quickly. In this battle, we must attack Han as quickly as possible and catch him off guard. Li Teng said in a deep voice. Certainly. In Li Teng's mind, the reason why he mobilized troops so quickly was because of Zhao Xian. This time Zhao Xian's move was risky, and if it failed, he would be in crisis, so he had to lead the army to support as soon as possible, so that the crisis could be resolved. The general is wise. Hearing Li Teng's words, all the generals nodded. At this time, outside the main hall, a man ran into the hall quickly, looking anxious and with an indescribable look of surprise on his face. Seeing this man, the guards at the door did not stop him. Dr. Song, what brings you here? Seeing the person coming, Li Teng asked in surprise. General, great joy, great joy. Song Lu said excitedly. It is indeed a great joy that we have captured the city today. Li Teng said with a smile. General, the great joy I'm talking about is not the joy of capturing the city, but something else. Song Lu said excitedly, his eyes scanning the many generals in the hall. But after looking around, he didn't find the person he was looking for. General, I wonder where General Zhao Xian is. Song Lu asked hurriedly. Zhao Xian is currently on military duty and is not in the city at the moment. Li Teng replied, and then asked in confusion, could it be that Dr. Song wants to see Zhao Xian for something important? Alas, what a pity. I'm so happy, but I can't even tell General Zhao Xian in person. Song Lu was a little disappointed when he heard that Zhao Xian was not there. Li Teng and the generals in the hall were even more surprised and puzzled when they saw Song Li's performance. Song Lu is the eldest disciple of Xia Wuqie, the #1 imperial physician of the Qin dynasty. He is not only an excellent doctor, but also a very steady person. He is respected by all the elite soldiers in the military camp and is also calm and steady. And today, Song Lu actually behaved so unsteadily, which was a complete change from his previous image. Dr. Song. What on earth has happened that has alarmed you so much? Li Teng couldn't help but ask. This all started with General Zhao Xian giving me a miraculous medicine to stop bleeding, and Qi Huang's medical treatment method. Although Zhao Xian was not there, Song Lu did not want to hide the good news. Dr. Song, are you sure it's Zhao Xian? When Li Teng heard this, he was shocked and immediately asked back. General Zhao Xian sent someone to tell me personally, and I also asked for advice afterwards. How could I admit my mistake? It really works wonders. Song Lu said excitedly. But hearing these words, Li Teng and the generals in the hall all looked surprised and puzzled. Obviously. They were somewhat caught off guard. Etc. Dr. Song, please let me sort it out for a while. Did Zhao Xian teach you medical methods? And also gave you a magical medicine for stopping bleeding? Li Teng calmed down and asked tentatively. Good. The treatment method is effective, and the medicine given by the general is even more effective. Song Lu replied immediately. Zhao Xian, when did you learn the art of Qi Huang? Li Teng looked at the generals in the hall in complete confusion. But the other generals had the same look as Li Teng, completely surprised and confused. On the battlefield, Zhao Xian was extremely brave, which made them extremely awed. This time, he captured the city and killed Bao Yuan, which was an extraordinary achievement. It made the entire army awed. But they never thought that Zhao Xian actually had attainments in medical skills. General Zhao Xian is not only good at medicine, but also more powerful than me, Song Lo. Song Lo, I admit defeat. This time, General Zhao Xian has given us a good prescription and a miraculous medicine. For our Great Qin army camp and all the wounded soldiers of Great Qin, this is a great blessing to save their lives. In my life, Song Lo, besides my teacher, General Zhao Xian is another person I respect. Song Lo, I obey. Song Lo said with a look of reverence. It can be seen how much he believes in Zhao Xian at this moment. Watching this scene, everyone in the hall knew that Song Lo was not joking at all, but was serious. Zhao Xian, is he a god? It's okay that he's invincible on the battlefield, but he's also involved in the art of medicine. Even Dr. Song admires him so much. Everyone thought in shock. Dr. Song, is everything you said true? How many times did Zhao Xian increase the wounded soldiers' chances of survival? Li Teng asked after calming down. Good. Strictly following General Zhao Xian's instructions, the soldiers' chances of survival have greatly increased. General Zhao has made great contributions. Song Lu praised with heartfelt respect. Certainly. These words are not Song Li's personal praise at all. But it's true. Because the methods and miracle medicines provided by Zhao Xian can indeed open up a new era of medical care in this world. The 7-day wind that will kill you can be avoided. Wounded soldiers who were dying from bleeding could also have their bleeding stopped and their lives saved. On the battlefield, countless people died because of these two reasons, but from this moment on, it all ended in Zhao Xian's hands. Hearing Song Lu say this, Li Teng nodded. He knew that Song Lu was not joking at all, but was serious. Where did Zhao Xian get that magical medicine? Li Teng asked. The hemostatic powder was developed by General Zhao Xian himself. Song Lu said. Dr. Song wants the formula for the hemostatic powder in Zhao Xian's hand. Li Teng seemed to have thought of what Song Lu meant. Please rest assured, Dr. Song. This magic medicine is so effective. For the sake of the millions of elite soldiers of our Great Qin, I will shamelessly ask Zhao Xian for the prescription. Moreover, I will personally report to the king and request credit for Zhao Xian's contribution of offering this medicine and saving countless wounded soldiers of our Great Qin. Li Teng said seriously. But Song Lu smiled and shook his head. General, you worry too much. General Zhao Xian gave me the prescription when he taught me the treatment method. Moreover, General Zhao Xian never mentioned any merits from beginning to end. He went to the wounded soldiers' camp in person. After looking at his comrades in the camp, he resolutely proposed his treatment method and gave me the formula of the hemostatic powder. Song Lu said. Hearing this, Li Teng was stunned. All the generals in the hall were also stunned. If Song Lu hadn't said it, they might never have thought that Zhao Xian would be such a saint. Without asking for anything, he presented a formula for a miraculous medicine that could help the wounded soldiers in wars all over the world. Let alone military achievements, just based on this prescription for hemostatic powder, it is comparable to the achievement of destroying a country. But Zhao Xian gave the prescription to Song Lu without saying a word. I am not as kind as him. Li Teng thought secretly in his heart. Even as a leading general, he was full of admiration for Zhao Xian at this moment. None of them were stupid, so they naturally understood the significance of this hemostatic powder. Not to mention in Qin. Even in other countries outside the Qin dynasty, This prescription could be used to exchange for wealth, honor, and noble titles. Great virtue, Zhao Xian. I will admire it. Although Zhao Xian has not put forward any conditions, Dr. Song's affirmation is enough to show Zhao Xian's contribution. He does not want a reward, but I must mention it. Please rest assured, Dr. Song. I will personally report Zhao Xian's achievements to His Majesty. With your great ambition, you will definitely be rewarded handsomely, Li Teng said immediately. The general is wise. All the generals said in unison. I also understand what General Li said. So I have sent people to Xianying to tell my teacher about the hemostatic powder and the medical strategy proposed by General Zhao Xian. The credit of General Zhao Xian will never be buried. Song Lu also said with a smile. That's great. Li Teng nodded. Who is Song Li's teacher? That was Xiao Wuqie, the imperial physician of the dynasty, who was highly valued by the current king. Although Li Teng did not know much about him, he once heard Wang Jian say by chance that in Xianying, there might be opportunities to bump into the civil and military ministers in the court, but Xiao Wuqie must not be bumped into. This shows the influence of Xiao Wuqie around Yingzheng. Xinjiang, the capital of Han. As the most prosperous city in South Korea, the city gates were closed and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The Korean troops patrolling the city gates are now on high alert. Now. It was evening and, as usual, the court meeting had already ended. But today, all the officials gathered in the court of Han, and the king of Han sat high on the throne with a solemn expression. Han Qin, do you mean that the Qin army simply does not agree to negotiate with our great Han? Even if our country increases the amount of tribute, or even compensates for the funds for the expedition, they are unwilling to do so. King Han looked at Han Fei in the hall with a serious face. Return to the king. Qin has made up his mind to destroy our great Han in order to open up a way to the east. Now, we have only two choices. First, we can resist Qin and pray for the other countries to send troops to help us, thus saving our country from destruction. Second, we can surrender to Qin and destroy our country, but we can keep our people alive. Han Fei said with a dejected look. With his talent, he could naturally see that Han was now at the end of its rope. Not to mention that other countries did not send troops to help, even if they did, it would be too late. Perhaps it is advisable to protect oneself and surrender to Qin. Mr. Fei. Now that the general is still holding on, you have declared surrender. What is your intention? An old man, who was the head of the civil officials, pointed at Han Fei angrily. He was the Prime Minister of South Korea, Zhang Kaidi. Prime Minister. Do you have any other solution now? Han Fei looked at the open tunnel calmly. The tyrannical Qin state is marching eastward with the intention of destroying our great Han state. Even though our country is weak, we must fight to the death with Qin state and must not entertain the thought of surrendering. Zhang Kaidi said righteously. But he finished his words. However, there was little response from the Han officials in the court. Visible. Having fought to this point, they no longer have much morale. Even though Bao Yuan still held on to the city and defended the last gate of Xinjiang, they all knew that if other countries did not send troops to help, they would have no chance of competing with Qin. It is only a matter of time before the city falls. Prime Minister, Han Qin. Is it true that Korea is powerless to recover? King Han said with a lonely and unwilling look on his face. Before the last step, he really didn't want to surrender, and even more so, he didn't want to become a king of a fallen country. Unless the other nations come to our aid quickly, Korea has no chance. But at this moment, Zhao was caught in the flames of war. Qin's general Huan Yi attacked fiercely, and Zhao's Lian resisted him, and the battle took place in Zhao's territory. Other countries are just standing by and watching. Is there any way for our great Han to turn the tide? Han Fei said with a wry smile. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. If it really comes to the last step, I am willing to swear to defend the country and protect the king until my death. Open your mouth and say loudly. He also has a bit of the majesty of the Prime Minister of South Korea. But even though he was in a high position, there was no sign of a bloody battle on the king of Han's face. He is still young and has been a king for many years enjoying glory, so how could he want to die? Maybe we can only take one step at a time. King Han thought helplessly in his heart. But they don't know. Outside Xinjiang at this moment, a cavalry unit that was showing signs of defeat was slowly approaching their capital. On the city gate, the Korean soldiers on duty took a look. A dozen tattered Korean flags were flying in the sky, and below them were cavalrymen with low morale and no fighting power at all, approaching Xinjiang in a disorderly manner. Take a look at the whole thing. It's a defeated army. Above the Xinjiang city gate, looking at the defeated army arriving in front of the city, many Han soldiers were puzzled. Did the Yangdi army fail? Many Han army soldiers thought uneasily. Don't panic. Yangdi is guarded by the general, the Qin army has no ability to break through. I think this should be the army returning from Yangdi for rest and recuperation. General Ho of the Han army on the city gate shouted loudly. Hear this explanation. All the Korean troops also felt relieved. After all, they knew that Bao Yuan had been guarding Yangdi and resisting the fierce attacks of the Qin army for consecutive times, and there were more than 80,000 troops in the city, so it was expected that it would be impossible to break through. After a while, this defeated Korean army arrived at the city. Han Juinho on the city wall shouted, "Who is the general under the city? Where did he come from?" "The cavalry battalion under the general, Li Xiong." Zhao Xian replied loudly. Hearing Li Xiong's name, the Korean military commander on the city gate did not suspect anything. After all, this person really exists, and he is indeed one of the 5,000 generals under Bao Yuan's command. What happened in Yangdi? Why do you want to go back to Xinjiang? Han Juinho asked with some surprise, but there was not much guard in his words, it was just a routine inquiry. Speaking of this, Zhao Xian showed a helpless look and said, "To be honest, the Qin army attacked the city and was defeated. We followed the order of the general to go out of the city to pursue the Qin army, but we were ambushed by the Qin army and our cavalry suffered heavy losses. So the general ordered us to return to Xinjiang to defend in case of emergency and to recuperate and restore morale." Hear this explanation. The Korean troops on the city gate all nodded in understanding, completely understanding. That's right. The general is stationed in Yangdi and is defending with infantry. Your cavalry is indeed of little use there, and the capital is short of troops. It's just right that you're back. Han Juinho said with a smile. Military Marquis. Can we enter the city now? After several days of marching, the soldiers are already very tired. Zhao Xian asked with a smile. General, do you have any proof to mobilize troops? The Korean military marquis still asked cautiously. However, after asking, he was still afraid of offending Zhao Xian, so he added, "The king has issued an edict, the capital is on alert, no one is allowed to enter or leave the city. If you want to enter or leave the city, you can only do so with the king's edict and the general's order." Hearing this, Zhao Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we were prepared, otherwise it would not be possible to break into the city so easily. Thinking about, Zhao Xian directly took out a token from his arms. This is the general's token. Hold it high. The military officer on the city gate took a closer look, then looked at Zhao Xian's calm attitude, and then he was completely relieved. Thank you for your help, the military marquis said. Then he waved his hand and said, "Open the city gate." Promise. The Korean army under the city responded immediately. The city gate that was originally closed slowly opened. Behind Zhao Xian, everyone stared at the slowly opening city gate, but the Han army on the city gate did not see their bloodthirsty eyes. Zhao Xian also held the double-hook spear tightly in his hand, waiting for the city gate to open, then rushed in, launched a surprise attack on the capital of Han, and destroyed Han in one fell swoop. The first step of the general's plan has been successful. Zhang Han, Chen Song, and Li Hu stared at the city gate, tightly gripping their spears, feeling excited and a little nervous. It takes only a few thousand troops to launch a surprise attack on another country's capital. It has to be said that this is a bold surprise attack, but if it is effective, it will surely bear fruit. When the city gate was completely opened. Moreover, the Korean troops in the city did not take any precautions. It was at this time. Zhao Xian squeezed the horse's belly and slapped its back hard. The war horse galloped out, and Zhao Xian raised the double-hook spear high in his hand, before all the Han soldiers reacted. Kill! Zhao Xian shouted coldly, like an order, and rushed into the city, sweeping out with the double-hook spear in his hand. Several Han soldiers were killed instantly. Kill! Zhang Han, Chen Song, and Li Hu shouted at the same time. Following Zhao Xian, they rushed into the city. Thousands of Qin cavalrymen immediately dispelled the idea of defeat and rushed into the city like a raging tide. They looked at the Han troops and began to kill them without mercy. This sudden change. The expressions of the soldiers on the city gate changed drastically. "You, what are you doing?" But my voice just fell. Looking at the cavalrymen under the city who were killing decisively and mercilessly. The Korean military commander also understood it instantly. "You are the Qin army. Hurry up and defend, they are Qin's army. Quick!" At this moment, the military officer's face was filled with extreme fear and he shouted loudly. "Defense! The Qin army is coming. It's over." The Han troops inside and outside the city were suddenly in chaos and extremely terrified. Some were forced to fight against Zhao Xian's army, while others fled in a panic. But now Zhao Xian had already led his army into the city, catching them off guard. His cavalrymen even rushed into the city quickly, saw the Han troops on duty, and started killing them. The Han army was simply not able to resist. Zhao Xian dismounted from his horse and quickly led his personal guard battalion towards the city gate. "Take control of the city gates first. Leave a way out." "You, who are you?" The Korean military commander looked at Zhao Xian in horror. "Thank you for opening the gate. If not, I will have to put in more effort." Zhao Xian sneered, shook the double-hook spear in his hand, and directly dealt with the military marquis. "Kill elite enemies and gain 300 experience points," the system prompts. "Kill. Leave no one behind." Zhao Xian shouted coldly again. "Now that we are here alone, there is no need to take prisoners. The general has given orders. Leave no one behind." All the generals responded in unison. They quickly charged towards the Han army at the city gate with a devastating force. Inside and outside the city, corpses were everywhere. But the battle was quickly resolved. There were 3,000 or 4,000 more Korean soldiers' bodies on the ground. So many Han troops were eliminated in a short period of time, which shows the bravery of Zhao Xian's elite soldiers. But now is not the time to be happy. "Zhang Han, Chen Song, Li Hu," Zhao Xian said in a mighty voice. "I am here." The two men responded immediately. "I order you two to lead 1,000 elite soldiers to guard the city gate and leave a retreat route for our army. Zhang Han, you will follow me straight into the palace of the King of Han, kill the King of Han, and destroy Han in one fell swoop." A murderous look flashed across Zhao Xian's face. "Promise." The three generals gave the order in unison. Suddenly, the 5,000 cavalry were divided into two columns. Thousands of people guarded the city gate, leaving a retreat route for Zhao Xian. The remaining 4,000 elite soldiers galloped on their horses and attacked towards the palace of King Han under the command of Zhao Xian. When the Korean people in the city saw this, they were all terrified. They didn't understand what was going on. And at this moment, inside the main hall of the King of Han's palace, the discussion on how to counter the Qin offensive was fruitless, and a look of bitterness and helplessness appeared on the King of Han's face. It has come to this point now. Without support from outside, there was no strength within to contend with Qin. It seemed that there was no other choice but to fight to the death with the Qin state or surrender. That's all. That's all. Since you have no other options, then let's adjourn the court, King Han said helplessly. But at this moment, suddenly, there were bursts of hurried footsteps outside the hall. It seemed that a lot of people were rushing towards the hall. What's going on? King Han frowned and looked outside the hall. However, all the officials in the court were looking outside the hall in surprise and confusion. The next moment, several embarrassed Korean generals came into the hall, looking extremely terrified. "Your Majesty," Something bad has happened. Qin's army broke through the city gate. They have already entered the city. The leading Han general said in panic. What? King Han suddenly stood up from his throne, a look of horror on his face. The same was true for all the officials in the court. They were horrified, surprised, and confused. The Qin army entered the city. This seems a little wrong, doesn't it? Isn't the general guarding Yangdi? Why did the Qin army break through the general's defense? And the general has not reported any defeat. What's going on? King Han said in a panic. Facing the king of Han's question. The ministers also looked confused and at a loss. They had no idea what was going on. Kill. Break into the palace of King Han. Kill the king of Han. At this time, it seemed that there were bursts of shouting and killing coming from outside the palace, and the air was filled with murderous intent. This made the officials in the Korean court turn pale. The Qin army is really coming to attack us. Everyone in the hall knew about it and was terrified. How many people are there in the Qin army? King Han asked in panic. Return to the king. This Qin army seems to have a small number of people, less than 10,000. But I don't know if there will be backup later. General Han replied respectfully. There are still more than 10,000 soldiers and horses guarding my capital, including 10,000 imperial guards. Quickly fight against the Qin army. We must not let the Qin army break through the palace gate. King Han shouted loudly. Promise. Several Han generals retreated immediately. The king of Han slumped on the throne, looking somewhat frightened. Now, the opportunity to give him a choice seemed to be gone. My lords, what should I do? Are you really going to surrender? The king of Han looked at his ministers bitterly. Your Majesty. Although Korea is weak, its integrity remains. I will protect the king and fight the Qin army to the bitter end. Open your mouth and say loudly. I second this motion. Many more Han officials spoke up. The Qin army has already breached our capital. A bloody battle with them will lead to our death and the extinction of our race. The only way out is to surrender. Please think twice, Your Majesty. Another Han Qin spoke up. Suddenly, the country was already on the verge of destruction, and the court started arguing again. One side advocates war, the other side advocates surrender. Watching this scene, King Han's face looked even more miserable and full of helplessness. His abilities were mediocre to begin with, and looking at the chaos in the court, he had no way of making a choice. And at this moment, outside the palace, from above the palace wall, the Han army fired arrows in an attempt to kill the Qin cavalry, but this did not stop the attack speed of the Qin cavalry led by Zhao Xian. Looking at the closed palace gate in front of me, Zhao Xian turned all his strength around and gripped the double-hook spear tightly. Just like when the city was captured that day. As they approached the city gate, the king's gun technique. Break. Zhao Xian shouted angrily. He wielded the double-hook spear in his hand and struck hard at the palace gate in front of him. With a loud bang, the powerful force exploded directly on the city gate. But this time, there were no surprises. The walls of the city gates fixed on the city walls were cracked. Boom. The sturdy city gate was blasted open and collapsed. Nearly 10 Han soldiers inside were crushed to death. The general is mighty. Zhang Han shouted excitedly, with an indescribable awe in his eyes. This terrifying power. It is not an exaggeration to call it divine power. Even 10 men with battering rams could not have broken down the city gate with one blow, but their general did it. The general is mighty. All the warriors behind Zhao Xian raised their weapons and shouted fanatically. King Han. The merit of destroying a country. It belongs to me, Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian glanced at him coldly and shouted angrily, kill. The next moment, ride out on horseback. He waved the double-hook spear in his hand and easily took the lives of the Han soldiers in the palace. The Qin army broke through the gate. We're fucked. Run away. Looking at the extremely ferocious Zhao Xian, the Han imperial guards were terrified and lost all will to fight. After all, this is the royal palace of their Han dynasty. Zhao Xian led his troops to attack here. It is obvious that they are at the end of their road. How can they have the morale to compete with the Qin dynasty? Wind, wind, wind. Strong wind. The sound of the wind roared across the Han palace, carrying with it endless murderous intent. Thousands of Qin cavalry rushed directly into the king of Han's palace. Looking at those Korean guards, he started killing them directly. The Han palace, which had been peaceful and tranquil for many years, was now filled with blood and killing. Zhao Xian led the Qin cavalry to kill people, leaving corpses all over the ground. The main hall of the palace. The king of Han sat on the throne with an uneasy look on his face. The Korean officials in the hall had the same expression. They could clearly hear the shouts and the sounds of weapons clashing in the palace. Time passes slowly. But they did not dare to leave the hall. Even the king of Han. At this moment, he didn't dare to escape. Because the royal palace had been captured by the Qin army, even if there was a secret passage inside the palace to escape from the city, the outside of the city was probably filled with Qin troops, and there was no way to escape. Report. A Han general ran into the hall covered in blood. How is the battle going? King Han asked nervously. The Qin army has breached the palace gate and is heading towards my King Han's palace. My imperial guards suffered heavy losses and were unable to stop the Qin army. General Han said in panic. It's over. The king of Han sat down weakly, his face pale. And at this time. Boom. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of Han's imperial guards were forced to retreat into the king of Han's palace. In front of them, Zhao Xian, Zhang Han, and a large number of Qin's elite soldiers rushed into the king of Han's palace with weapons in hand. The armor on each of them had been dyed red. They were like an army that had emerged from hell. General. A tremendous achievement. It's ours. King Han, and all the officials of Han are ours. Looking at the Han officials in the hall and the king of Han who was in a high position, Zhang Han could not help but burst out laughing. Now. Not to mention Zhang Han, the Qin warriors behind him were also excited when they saw the officials of the Han court in the hall. It was like seeing prey and seeing that a great military achievement was about to be achieved. Even Zhao Xian had a smile on his face. The ultimate purpose of this raid on Handa was for this purpose. Destroy Han and capture or kill the king of Han. Thus, he won the great feat of destroying Han, and with this achievement, he firmly established himself in the Qin army. And looking at the big fish in this hall, Zhao Xian smiled. He knows. Based on this achievement, the merit of destroying a country, it was impossible for Qin Shi Huang not to reward him greatly. Protect the king. He yelled with his mouth wide open. Directly guard the stairs. Those Han ministers who were loyal to the king of Han and had no fear also stood in front of the king of Han. Deal with the remaining enemies. Zhao Xian raised his hand and said coldly. Promise. Many sharp warriors stepped forward, wielding spears and long spears, and charged at the remaining Han soldiers in the hall. This solemn hall was immediately littered with corpses, and blood dyed the bright hall red. Next. You are the only ones left. Zhao Xian pointed the double-hook spear in his hand at Zhang Han, drew the sword at his waist, and walked slowly towards King Han. Every step Zhao Xian took. These frightened Korean officials took a step back, each of them with fear on their face. I am the ruler of Korea. I am willing to surrender. Please, General, let me and my officials go. King Han looked at Zhao Xuandao with horror. It seems too late to surrender now, right? Zhao Xian said with a smile, but he didn't stop. Tyrant Qin thief. I will fight you. Zhang Kai roared angrily and rushed towards Zhao Xian regardless of his life. The tyrannical Qin should not exist. Fight him. More than a dozen ministers who were loyal to the king of Han all rushed towards Zhao Xian. Watch them rushing towards you. Zhao Xian sneered and swung the sword in his hand. Prime Minister Han opened his mouth and died directly under the sword. The other Han officials who rushed over were also killed mercilessly by Zhao Xian. Kill the elite enemy and gain 500 experience points. Kill the elite enemy and gain 200 experience points. The reminder sound of experience points gained rang in Zhao Xian's ears. For Zhao Xian, who has passed the novice period, killing ordinary soldiers can no longer bring much experience points. Only killing powerful people can bring rich experience points. Zhao Xian walked slowly towards King Han Zhoutsu, the sword in his hand still dripping with blood, but no one dared to stop Zhao Xian at this moment. All the Han ministers retreated one after another, and only Han Fei stood in front of the King of Han. But Zhao Xian did not attack Han Fei either, and smiled faintly. Han Fei, we meet again. Who are you? Han Fei looked surprised. I remember you when you came to my military camp to negotiate for peace that day. Zhao Xian smiled faintly. How did you conquer my capital? Did you manage to capture Yangdi in just a few days? Han Fei asked with an uneasy expression. If Yangdi is not defeated, how can I come to Xinjiang? Zhao Xian smiled. Get out of the way. Ben will not kill you. Zhao Xian pushed Han Fei in front of him away, walked up the stairs, and came to King Han in front of the throne. The blood-stained sword in his hand was placed directly on King Han's neck. No, don't kill me. I surrender. I am willing to hand over the seal and map. I will issue an edict requiring all officials and troops of my country to surrender to Qin. Before Zhao Xian could speak, King Han spoke tremblingly, his whole face full of fear. This is your king. Zhao Xian glanced at Han Fei and the other powerful civil and military officials of Han State, his tone full of sarcasm. Hear the sound. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly. Rest assured. Capturing a king is much better than killing him. I won't kill you. Zhao Xian put away his sword, squatted down, and patted King Han on the back a few times. Thank you, General. Although King Han felt some pain in his back, he could only bear it and dared not say anything more. Zhao Xian looked at the table in front of King Han, where there was his royal seal, and picked it up without hesitation. Write a royal edict of surrender. Zhao Xian said coldly. No, I'll write it right away. Faced with the threat of life and death, the King of Han dared not hesitate. He immediately picked up his pen and wrote an edict of surrender to the Qin dynasty. Then Zhao Xian pressed the royal seal without any hesitation. Use this royal decree. It is enough to take control of the city of Xinjiang. Han was also destroyed. Zhang Han. Zhao Xian shouted. I will be here in the end. Zhang Han responded immediately. Detain everyone in this hall. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed without mercy. Also, take this royal decree and take control of the entire city. Let Jin Song send someone to convey a message to General Li Teng, stating that Xinjiang has been conquered and Han has been destroyed. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. I obey your command, Zhang Han responded excitedly and took the royal edict. Everyone. I hope you guys behave yourself. Otherwise, these bodies on the ground will serve as a warning to you. Zhao Xian glanced around with a cold gaze, then turned and left the King of Han's palace. Looking at Zhao Xian's figure, the King of Han and all the officials of Han looked at each other in fear. I didn't expect that the one who destroyed my country of Korea would be such a young Qin general. Perhaps, the destiny really lies with Qin, and the chaotic world will eventually be unified. Han Fei showed a bitter smile on his face. After the failure of the negotiations that day, Han Fei realized that it was impossible to prevent Han from being destroyed. But he did not expect that this day would come so soon, and the one who destroyed Han was a general he had never heard of. Left the palace of King Han. Zhao Xian also relaxed from the tension he had been feeling along the way. This time, the credit for destroying Korea belongs to me. And I don't know what kind of reward I will get if I kill the king. Standing outside the hall, looking at the busy warriors, Zhao Xian smiled in his heart. The King of Han has surrendered. It would be inappropriate for Zhao Xian to kill him. After all, he had given up being an enemy of Qin, and his fate should be handed over to the current king of Qin, Ying Zheng. If Zhao Xian acted privately, he would definitely be impeached by some people in the Qin court. So Zhao Xian chose to be cautious. Strike in secret. He redirected the sword's spiritual power in his dantian and used the skill of the sunflower acupoint pressing hand to force a stream of sword spiritual power into King Han's meridians. In a short time, this sword spirit power will not cause any abnormalities in King Han's body, but as time goes by, 2 months, 3 months later, things will be different. He cannot be killed openly, but in secret. With this method, who would know that it was Zhao Xian who did it? Calculate the experience points for killing enemies. Zhao Xian gave the order. Host kills the enemy and gains 3,650 experience points. The host's army killed 4,620 enemies and gained 4,620 experience points. The upgrade experience value has been reached. Do you want to upgrade your level? The system prompts. Upgrade. Zhao Xian naturally didn't hesitate at all. Give the order immediately. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 7, the system prompted. Just like Zhao Xian's online game upgrade in his previous life, the light enveloped Zhao Xian's whole body. All his attributes were improving, and his strength, sword spirit power, and consumed physical strength were also rapidly recovering to their peak. Soon. Successfully upgraded. Zhao Xian also smiled, I'm already level 7, and I'm not far from level 11. When he reached level 11, the foundation building stage of swordsmanship, no one in this world could rival Zhao Xian in terms of martial arts strength. Although Zhao Xian has a digitized physique, he can level up and improve his strength by killing monsters and enemies. But in essence, Zhao Xian is also a cultivator, the only one in this world. And in addition to increasing his level by defeating monsters, he can also, like ordinary practitioners, improve his strength and increase his experience points by practicing martial arts and absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Certainly. In this ordinary historical world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very thin. Although it is stronger than in the modern polluted world, it is still not enough if calculated at the world level. This world has not even reached the most entry-level low-level martial arts world. Therefore, Zhao Xian's practice of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not very effective. But when he reaches level 11 and enters the foundation building stage of swordsmanship, the meaning will be different. Zhao Xian can use spirit stones and absorb the spiritual energy inside to increase his experience points, which is 100 times stronger than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the void. Below the foundation establishment stage, one cannot refine the spiritual energy within the spirit stone. Zhao Xian's Sword Realm. Starting from the Qi condensation stage, the 11th level is the Sword Foundation establishment stage, the 21st level is the Sword Embryo stage, and the 31st level is the Sword Infant stage. These realms are no different from the realms of immortality, and they are similar in nature, but the power of swordsmanship is more powerful, which is equivalent to one focusing on physics and the other focusing on magic. Certainly. The subsequent realm is still very far away for Zhao Xian now. Congratulations to the host for capturing the King of Han, forcing him to surrender, completing the hidden mission, destroying the Central Plains countries, and successfully destroying Han. A Xian-level treasure chest as a reward. The host can open the treasure chest. Just as Zhao Xian was immersed in the joy of upgrading, the system's electronic prompt sounded. It's actually a Xian-level treasure chest. The reward for destroying a country is indeed possible. After hearing about the system's reward, Zhao Xian's already delighted expression became even more excited. That's all Zhao Xian knows at the moment. The treasure chest is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. These are divided in the same way as skills, martial arts, magic weapons, and magical weapons. The yellow level is the lowest, and the black level is the second. The treasures that can be opened from this treasure chest are beyond the Xian level. As long as Zhao Xian is lucky enough, he will be able to get good things. Open the Xian level treasure chest. Zhao Xian naturally couldn't help it and gave the order immediately. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword cultivation technique, the first volume of the high-quality earth-level, Shushan sword cannon. The system prompted. See this practice that has been developed. Zhao Xian had a smile on his face. He was sitting on the stairs of the King of Han's palace surrounded by dead bodies, with a smile on his face. If anyone saw it, it would definitely be extremely eerie. If the King of Han saw it, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the smile of Shura. Although the entry-level sword manual can be practiced continuously, its grade is not high, and it is not a truly powerful sword technique. However, this Shushan sword manual is completely different. Although it is only the first volume, it should be completely sufficient before level 50 or 60. By practicing this technique, the sword spirit power in my Dantian will become stronger. Zhao Xian thought with surprise. This Xian-level treasure chest brought too much surprise to Zhao Xian. Practice the Shushan sword cannon. Zhao Xian didn't hesitate at all and started practicing directly. For him, who has a digitized physique, switching careers within the same profession is naturally very easy and he can change instantly. Practice the Shushan sword cannon, the system prompted. Suddenly, just like the halo when upgrading, it enveloped Zhao Xian's whole body. The core secrets and mysteries of this Shushan sword classic were all presented in Zhao Xian's sea of consciousness. The technique was also operating on its own, and the sword spirit power in Zhao Xian's Dantian began to rise rapidly. Although the level did not change, the sword spirit power was increasing rapidly. This was the change brought about by the technique. After a while, a smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. As expected of a high-grade earth-level sword technique, it is indeed powerful. Although it is still level 7, my sword spirit power has increased 5 times compared to before I switched to cultivation. Even though Zhao Xian has not yet reached the foundation building stage of swordsmanship and cannot release his spiritual power, the spiritual power can be circulated throughout the body and still has great destructive power. The capital of Han has been conquered by me. Han has been destroyed. The next step is to wait for the victory report to reach Xianyang and wait for Emperor Qin Shi Huang to reward me. As an emperor throughout the ages, I already have great courage. The reward given to me this time will definitely not be too little. Zhao Xian showed an expectant smile. The reason why Zhao Xian was so keen on joining the army was to change his fate of being at the bottom of the world. There was no other way. By joining the army, going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Not only can he gain rich experience, but he can also obtain the power and position of this era. How could Zhao Xian not be enthusiastic about it? And all this. Zhao Xian is preparing for the future. After all, only with power can he do something. Without power, nothing can be done. Xianyang City. From outside the city, a messenger soldier with a command flag on his back quickly rode his horse towards the city gate. Wherever the horse passes, the carriages and pedestrians outside the city retreated one after another. Even the sharp soldiers guarding the city gate removed all the barricades in front of the city. The command flag is urgent and no one can stop it. No one may hinder. Those who disobey orders will be beheaded. This is the explicit provisions of Qin law. Moreover, even if the messengers were among the people, no one would dare to stop them. Even the bandits and evil gangsters would not dare to rob the command flags, because once they did so, they would break off relations with the imperial court and would be suppressed at all costs by the court, and their entire clan would be exterminated. Express message. Could it be that something unexpected happened on the Korean battlefield again? Looking at the expedited messenger rushing away, the sharp soldiers guarding the city gate also looked on curiously. However, for these ordinary soldiers defending the city, they have no access to military orders and military reports. The royal palace. Inside the Qin palace, Yingjing sat on the throne with a very solemn expression. The fact that Yangdi could not be conquered for a long time delayed the war to destroy Han, which made him a little angry. Your Majesty. According to yesterday's military report, Bao Yuan has gathered the troops of South Korea to guard Yangdi, and has also stockpiled supplies and food. It would be difficult to break through unless we attack with force and suffer heavy casualties. This time, should we order Lantian to send more reinforcements to Korea? Meng Yi stood up and started to play loudly. But he had just finished speaking. A civil official immediately stood up and shouted, "Absolutely not. I wonder what Lord Yao Jia thinks." Meng Yi frowned. Although Lantian is located in the eastern camp of our great Qin, the order to mobilize troops is complicated, and once more troops are added, the money, food and supplies will have to be mobilized again, which is by no means completed in a moment. But the battle to destroy Korea depends on a quick victory. It would be inappropriate to send reinforcements from the Lantian camp. Yao Jia said loudly. Then according to Lord Yao, what should our great Qin do? Meng Yi asked again. I don't deserve your advice. I do have some humble opinions. Yao Jia glanced at Meng Yi, then bowed to Ing Jing, who was in a high position, and said, the momentum of attacking Han has been blocked. Our army has been unable to capture Yangdi for a long time and has suffered heavy casualties. This is not due to our army's combat effectiveness, but the failure of our commander to lead the troops. To solve this dilemma, we only need to send another brave and resourceful general to supervise the battle. Lord Yao Jia, don't you know that changing generals on the battlefield is a taboo? Meng Yi said in a deep voice. It's not about changing generals, but supervising the battle. Yao Jia replied immediately. I second what Lord Yao Jia said. Yangdi has been under siege for a long time, which is a big disadvantage for our great Qin's plan to quickly destroy Han. We must destroy Han as soon as possible, otherwise other countries will send troops to aid Han, which will be a big problem. The three Qins are united. Zhao is now intimidated by the military might of our great Qin, and has fought a long battle in Yan State, consuming a lot of food and supplies. It currently has no spare capacity to send troops to aid Han. Although Wei's national strength has been weakening in recent years, he also knows that the three Qins are united. If Han is destroyed, it will be a great harm to Wei, so Wei is very likely to send troops. Li Si stood up and agreed loudly. Suddenly, there was a chorus of seconding voices in the court. See here. A row of military officials. Meng Yi and many other military officials' faces turned pale. Visible. Even in the powerful Qin dynasty, the court is not united. There are different factions among the officials in the court, and they are confronting each other. What do you think, Wei Qin? Ing Jing looked at Wei Liao, who remained silent, and asked. Return to the king. Yangdi was not conquered after a long siege, not because Li Teng was unable to conquer it, but because he did not want to take it by force at the cost of his troops and generals. But if the city really has to be breached by force, Li Teng will make the decision. Wei Liao stood up and said loudly. In words. There was no nonsense at all, but the key points on the Korean battlefield were revealed. Even though I have never been on the battlefield. However, from the military report, Wei Liao could also see the situation in front of Yangdi City. There is no need to mention the idea of changing generals before a battle. Since I have appointed Li Teng as the commander-in-chief and responsible for destroying Han, I will naturally trust him. Ing Jing said this in a powerful voice, but as soon as he finished speaking, a pair of cold eyes fell on Yao Jia from under the beaded curtain. Also, civil officials should not interfere too much in military affairs. Feel this gaze full of warning. Yao Jia immediately bowed and said, I understand. All right. Let's not talk about Yangdi for now. Let's talk about the battle against Zhao. Ing Jing said majestically. Your Majesty. General Huan Yi led an army of 300,000 to attack Zhao. Before the Zhao army could defend, they had already captured 15 cities and hundreds of miles of land. When the king of Zhao issued an edict ordering the army attacking Yan to return for support, Lian Pa led an army of 300,000 to fight against General Huan Yi. But General Huan Yi is defending the captured Zhao cities and refusing to go out. Each city is in a defensive posture. Lian Pa has no way to break through the defense of our great Qin, and it is difficult to take back the lost territory. Meng Yi stood up and spoke loudly, mentioning such results. Meng Yi's voice was also very excited when he started playing. Compared with the many days of defeat on the Korean battlefield, the situation on the Zhao battlefield was bright. Huan Yi was worthy of the title of one of the three great generals of the Qin state. He was not at all inferior to Lian Pa, the veteran general of the Zhao state, and he defended the captured cities without losing a single step. The sparrow occupied the dove's nest, but the dove could do nothing about it. Color. Ing Jing smiled and laughed loudly. Huan Yi attacked Zhao. Indeed, rare results have been achieved. Propagate my imperial edict. Order General Huan Yi to defend the city without giving up an inch of territory. In addition, Xiangbang. Gu, it's still the same sentence. My great Qin warriors may die on the battlefield, but they must never die due to lack of food and supplies. You should understand what I mean. Yingjing looked at Wang Wan and said loudly. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I, Your Honor, have tried my best to transfer the food and supplies. Whether it is on the battlefield of Han or Zhao, the soldiers will definitely not lack food and supplies. Wang Wan immediately stood up and said. Kindness. Yingjing nodded and said no more. The formation of an empire. The structure of rights. Just like a pyramid. Yingjing was the supreme ruler of the Qin Empire. All the officials in the court were chess pieces in his hands, as were the millions of troops. Just at this moment, outside the main hall, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. Yingjing's eyes fixed with some anticipation. The Korean battlefield was blocked for many days. Although Yingjing knew that the impact on the fundamental war situation was not very large, the destruction of Korea was related to the Qin's strategy of moving eastward and unifying the country. As the ruler of the empire, how could Yingjing not be concerned? Report. Han Yangdi urgent battle report. The expedited messenger rushed into the hall breathlessly, knelt on one knee, and shouted loudly. In his hands he was holding a bamboo slip of war report. Show it up. Yingjing waved his hand and his voice became urgent. Promise. Zhao Gao, who was serving on the side, immediately walked quickly into the hall and presented the battle report to Yingjing. Yingjing took over the battle report. Just open the seal and take a look. The expectation on his face at first turned into surprise and shock. It seems a little unbelievable. Then he read the battle report from beginning to end. Color. Color. Yingjing suddenly stood up from the throne. His expression, which had been tense for many days, immediately relaxed. He revealed an ecstatic smile and cheered loudly. All the civil and military officials in the court looked at the ecstatic Yingjing and naturally guessed the content of this battle report. It is definitely true that Yangdi has been conquered. Moreover, the loss of troops was not great, otherwise Yingjing would never have been so ecstatic. We congratulate the king. All the civil and military officials in the court congratulated Yingjing. My lords, do you know how Yangdi was conquered? Yingjing raised the battle report in his hand, with a smile on his face without any concealment. The originally depressing court became exceptionally relaxed under Yingjing's smile, without the trembling feeling that made all officials tremble. It makes the king so happy. It was definitely a great victory for Yangdi, with no casualties. Wei Liao stood up and said with a smile. Indeed, we did not lose any soldiers or generals, and the losses in this battle were also the smallest in the history of siege battles of our great Qin. Yingjing said with a smile. This time, Li Teng has made great contributions to the Qin dynasty. Once Yangdi is conquered, there will be no more obstacles for our great Qin to conquer Han's capital Xinjiang. Within half a month at most, Your Majesty will receive the news of the victory in conquering Han's capital. The king's strategy of moving east is about to be completed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Wei Liao said excitedly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All the civil and military officials in the court shouted. The general who made great contributions this time, conquered Yangdi, and saved my great Qin from losing soldiers and generals, was not Li Teng. But Yingjing smiled and looked at the civil and military officials in the court with a bit of amusement. For Zhao Xian. In the future in Qin, he will surely have a bright future. After all, he has been valued by the current king Qin, Yingjing. For the officials in the court, there is also one more target to make friends with in the future. Now, the ministers in the court who belonged to different factions were completely obsessed with Zhao Xian and were secretly calculating in their hearts. After Yingjing finished speaking, God bless Daqin, God bless the king. We congratulate the king. All the civil and military officials in the court congratulated Yingjing. Your Majesty. Zhao Xian conquered Yangdi, killed Bao Yuan, and conquered the last gate of Han. This has made it a foregone conclusion that the Qin dynasty will destroy Han, and complete the king's grand plan to march east. Such a great achievement deserves a great reward. Wei Liao stood up and started playing loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the civil and military officials in the court stood up. They all echoed, "Zhao Xian has made great contributions, please reward him generously." Naturally, there are very few stupid people who can stand in this court. Zhao Xian has made such a great contribution this time, and made Ying so happy. Anyone who opposes rewarding Zhao Xian is definitely stupid and will definitely be criticized by Ying. With everyone agreeing, naturally no one wants to anger Ying, and at present no one wants to offend Zhao Xian, a rising star of the Qin dynasty. Reward, of course it must be a big reward. Seeing the rare unanimous agreement from all the civil and military officials in the court, Ying smiled slightly. Such courage and such patriotism. How could Ying not reward him handsomely? Moreover, when Wang Jian had a secret conversation with Ying before, Wang Jian mentioned Zhao Xian's strategy for governing the world, which made Ying realize that Zhao Xian not only possessed courage and strength, but was also a talented general with strategy. Brave and resourceful. How could Ying not use him? This time Zhao Xian can at least be promoted 2 more ranks, and his official rank can be promoted to deputy general, commanding 50,000 troops. Many court officials thought secretly in their hearts. This was also the biggest reward they could think of for Zhao Xian. After all, although Zhao Xian had made great contributions, he had only been in the army for less than a year. This speed of promotion was unprecedented in the Qin dynasty. A big reward is a big reward. But Ying's eyes fixed, and he glanced around the court. "I am not going to reward you this time." Hearing this, all the ministers were suddenly puzzled. But Wang Wan's eyes turned and she immediately saw what Ying was thinking. "Your Majesty is wise." He immediately began to praise. Many court officials were still puzzled. Yangdi has been conquered, and the destruction of Han is a foregone conclusion. I want to see if Zhao Xian can accomplish the feat of conquering the capital again and give me another surprise. Ying said with a big laugh. "Your Majesty is wise." Many court officials who had not figured it out suddenly realized it and immediately praised it loudly. Han will be destroyed. Next, we must have capable ministers to govern the Han territory, stabilize the people's livelihood in the Han territory, and bring this 1,000-mile territory under the complete control of our great Qin. Prime Minister, what do you suggest? Ying's expression became serious again. Reporting to the king. To govern the territory of Han, it is enough to select 2 capable ministers from my court. One handles government affairs and people's livelihood, and the other is in charge of law and governs according to Qin law. Wang Wan raised the imperial tablet high and replied loudly. Kindness. Ying nodded and glanced at the ministers in the court with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Many civil officials showed anticipation on their faces. This was an opportunity to achieve great merit, and many court officials naturally did not want to miss it. Does the Prime Minister have anyone to recommend? Ying asked. The destruction of Han is a matter of vital importance to the country, and requires the decision of your Majesty personally. I, an old minister, dare not overstep my authority. Wang Wan immediately bowed. As the Prime Minister of the current dynasty, he is very thoughtful and knows what he can and cannot do. Ying glanced at Wang Wan and didn't say much. However, as for the candidate to govern the territory of Han, Ying already had a candidate in mind when he first set out on the expedition. Plan ahead. This is Ying's character. Meng Yi, Yao Jia. Ying spoke immediately. Hearing Ying's words, the 2 did not dare to hesitate, and immediately stood in the hall, holding the imperial scepter in both hands, bowed to Ying and said, I am here. Really? When Wang Wan saw the 2 people standing in the hall, he smiled in his heart, not surprised. Meng Yi entered the Korean territory to take charge of government affairs. Yao Jia entered Han territory and took charge of Qin's laws. I will give you half a month to prepare. After entering the territory of Han, and when Han is completely controlled by our great Qin, you can return to Xianyang. Ying said to the 2. The 2 heard this. There was excitement on their faces. As long as the governance in Korea is completed, it will be a great achievement. The fact that the king chose them is also a sign of his appreciation for their abilities. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. We will never let the king down, the two men immediately stated. Ying looked at the two of them and nodded. The reason why Ying used these two people naturally had some deep meaning. Yao Jia was not a native Qin person but a former visitor from the state of Wei. He lobbied various countries for the Qin state and avoided the alliance of various countries. For this reason, he was rewarded by Ying and stayed in the Qin state to serve. He now serves as the Minister of Justice. As for Meng Yi, that is an old family of the Qin dynasty. In the past, there was General Meng Ao, who was the pillar of the Qin dynasty. The two can check and balance each other in Korea, and this is the way to balance the royal power. The profound meaning behind this. People with discerning eyes like Wang Wan, Li Si, and Wei Liao could naturally see through it. Do you have anything else to report? After arranging the two people, Ying asked again. I have no right to make further appeals. All the officials of the Qin dynasty in the hall bowed and said respectfully. In this way. Then let's adjourn the court. Ying nodded and prepared to turn around and leave. But just then, outside the main hall, an old man appeared. Xia Wuqi's imperial physician has arrived. The eunuch in the hall shouted loudly. Hear the sound. Ying stopped. All the civil and military officials in the court turned their eyes to the old man outside the hall, and everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Why is Dr. Xia here? Normally, he never attends court, and he has also been granted the authority by the king not to attend court. Could something have happened? Imperial physician Xia is deeply trusted and valued by the king. All the doctors in our great Qin are under the supervision of Imperial physician Xia. Could something have happened to the doctor? Looking at this old man, none of the officials in the court dared to look down on him, but every one of them looked at him with curiosity. After all, this old man didn't need to go to court before. Unless he was summoned by Ying. Such kindness. This old man was the only one in the court. Xian. Ying stopped and looked at the old man. A hint of respect appeared in his eyes, but it was not noticed by others. The king has issued an order. Xian Xia Wuqie, the imperial physician, has come to the palace to see you. Zhao Gao immediately shouted loudly. Response. Xia Wuqie straightened his clothes and walked slowly into the hall. After walking to the center of the hall, he bowed to Ying and said, I am Xia Wuqie, your majesty, your honor. The first credit for breaking the city wasn't given to Li Teng. All the civil and military officials in the court were a little surprised and looked at Ying in confusion. Your Majesty. Is there anything different about the attack on Yangdi this time? Wei Liao asked in confusion. In the battle to attack Korea, Li Teng was the main general. But the real credit for breaking the city was not his. Only 2 points. First, Li Teng pushed his credit to others, and it was not stated in the battle report. Second, the credit for breaking the city did go to others, and Li Teng also tried hard to state it in the battle report. As the main general attacking South Korea, the goal is to destroy South Korea. As long as it succeeds, it will be a great achievement for Li Teng, which will make his position as the commander more stable and there will be no more objections. The meritorious service of his generals was also due to Li Teng. But this time he did not take credit for it, which shows his character. You have heard about the people who conquered Yangdi before in the court. You may as well guess who it is. When the good news came, Ying's tense mood immediately relaxed. Did you hear it in the court? The civil and military officials in the hall all had thoughtful looks on their faces. But Wei Liao's thoughts were obviously faster. Suddenly, he raised his head and said in surprise, Your Majesty, are you talking about Zhao Xian, the new recruit who made great contributions in the first battle against Han, killed the son of Bao Yuan, and was promoted to the 9th rank by Your Majesty and appointed as a deputy general? Hearing Zhao Xian's name, all the ministers in the court were slightly surprised. Even if an ordinary general has made great contributions, he will not leave such a deep impression on the officials in the court. But Zhao Xian's name is too famous in the court. A new recruit who had just joined the army fought bravely on the battlefield, and his results surpassed those of Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan, who fought his first battle in the past, and he even killed a general in one fell swoop. This is already outstanding enough. Let all the officials in the court remember it in their hearts. But what shocked the court officials and even the Qin army even more was the reward from Yingzheng. Zhao Xian, who was originally a first-level noble, was directly promoted to the ninth-level noble and became the left minister. This is an unprecedented honor. Good. Zhao Xian, it's Zhao Xian again. He surprised me so much. It was his ability to command the troops that enabled us to defeat Yangdi. I really did not re-infect the wrong person. He did not disappoint me, nor did he fail my expectations of him. Yingzheng said this with a smile on his face, and his words were full of respect for Zhao Xian. You can see. At this moment, he was feeling fortunate for having re-ennobled Zhao Xian that day. Perhaps, this was also because he had a keen eye and successfully selected a talented general for the Qin dynasty. Zhao Gao. Read the battle report to you gentlemen. Yingzheng handed the battle report in his hand to Zhao Gao. Promise. Zhao Gao took the battle report respectfully. He unfolded it and read it to the whole court. Report on the attack on Han. Your servant Wang Jian pays homage to you. In the Battle of Yangdi, Han's general Bao Yuan gathered a large number of troops in one city and used the whole country's strength to defend Yangdi to the death and stop the Qin army. Li Teng, the commander of the attack on Han, tried to attack Yangdi 5 times. Bao Yuan supervised the battle and the defense was tight. It took huge casualties to break through Yangdi. That's why Li Teng was blocked and Yangdi was not broken. The strategy of our great Qin to destroy Han Dong cannot be delayed. Li Teng is determined to attack at all costs. At the critical moment, Lieutenant General Zhao Xian requests to be the vanguard to attack Yangdi. Attack the city with cavalry. When Zhao Gaoshuan read this, he paused. Even though he was a eunuch, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the words, cavalry siege the city. At this moment, all the officials in the court also showed a look of surprise. Cavalry attacking the city. Isn't this courting death? How can cavalry break through a city without siege weapons? But the battle report now states that Yangdi has been breached, and judging from your majesty's attitude, Zhao Xian was the first to achieve this. But how did he break through the city with his cavalry? The civil and military officials in the court thought to themselves. Now, even Wei Liao, a disciple of the great strategist Guguzi, found it a little difficult to understand. When cavalry attack a city, they can indeed rush to the city at a speed that infantry cannot reach, but if there is no insider to open the city gate, it is almost a death trap. Could it be that Zhao Xian has won over the Han army in the city to open the city gates and thus break into the city? Wei Liao guessed in his heart. In addition, Wei Liao really couldn't think of any other way to use cavalry to break into the city. Continue reading. Yingzheng turned around and shouted at Zhao Gao. But, despite the excitement of this great victory, Yingzheng was not really angry. Even he was shocked by this method of breaking into the city, let alone Zhao Gao, a eunuch. I am sorry for the inconvenience. Zhao Gao suddenly realized and said in panic. But seeing that Yingzheng did not blame him, Zhao Gao felt relieved. Zhao Gao was naturally very cautious when serving Yingzheng. Although he was the director of the imperial chariots, the highest-ranking official serving in the Qin palace, he was like an ant in front of royal power, even though he had his own wings. Zhao Xian led the cavalry to attack the city, and he led the troops to attack the city, and he told his thousands of elite soldiers that even if Zhao Xian fell off his horse and died, the army would not stop charging. Attack the city. Zhao Xian held a sharp sword and cut through the city gate. The elite soldiers of our great Qin successfully entered the city and captured Yangdi. Zhao Xian also killed General Bao Yuan of Han with his own hands, intimidated the Han army defending the city of Yangdi, and then won a great victory. After Yangdi is defeated, there will be no more obstacles to Han's capital Xinjiang. The destruction of Han by our great Qin is just around the corner. Zhao Gao read it out loudly with a tone of shock in his voice. The reading is finished. The whole court was shocked. This is how to break the city. This was indeed something they had not expected. I didn't expect that Zhao Xian would break into the city in this way, by cutting down the city gate with the sharp sword in his hand. What kind of power and magical weapon does this require to be able to do that? Wei Liao thought with a look of shock. Not just him. At this moment, all the civil and military officials in the court had the same expression. It's extremely difficult to understand. Even if they imagined the destruction of the city in their minds, they could not imagine how Zhao Xian broke through the city gate and entered Yangdi. Although they had heard of Zhao Xian's amazing bravery before, they could not imagine the power to break through the city gate. My lords, God bless the Qin. God bless me. So I gave Zhao Xian to serve the Qin dynasty, so that I could have this brave general. The cavalry breaks the city, the sword breaks the gate. This is truly unprecedented, creating a battlefield scene never seen before in history. Moreover, Zhao Xian is not only incredibly brave, but also has a fearless heart to serve his country. In the past, King Zhaoxiang had Wu and Jun, whose courage and strength pacified the world and whose leadership shocked the nations. Now, I also have such a brave and powerful general, who is brave and resourceful, and fearless of life and death. It is a blessing from heaven that I have this son to serve me. Yingjing stood on the throne, spread his hands and said excitedly. Hearing Yingjing praising Zhao Xian so much, all the officials in the court were shocked. Compared with Zhao Xian, the former Qin Wu and Jun and the god of war by Qilai, this is an unparalleled honor. It can also be seen that Yingjing has completely fallen in love with Zhao Xian. Yingjing immediately waved his hand and said gently, Xia Qin, stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Wuqi thanked him and stood up straight. From Yingjing's gentle tone towards Xia Wuqi, it can be seen how kind Yingjing is to the latter. This is also the reason why Northwest One in the court dared to offend Xia Wuqi. Because standing behind him is Yingjing, the supreme kingship of the Qin dynasty. Is there any important matter that Xia Qin came to the palace to meet me today? Yingjing asked. Your Majesty. Great joy. The Qin army is overjoyed, and so is the whole world. Xia Wuqi, who was always calm and never smiled, was now all smiles, and his whole old face showed extreme excitement. Where does happiness come from? Yingjing was stunned and asked again. Song Lo, the disciple of this old minister, led 100 doctors under his command to follow the Korean army to the battle and treat the wounded in the wounded camp. But it was many days ago. Song Lo once handed a handwritten letter to the old minister. I would like to ask the king to review this matter. The king will know where the joy comes from. Xia Wuqi said excitedly and took out a letter from his arms. He couldn't explain these things in a few words, so Yingjing would understand them just by reading the letter. Kindness. Yingjing nodded. Zhao Gao, who was serving beside him, immediately walked quickly towards Xia Wuqi and handed the letter to Yingjing. All the civil and military officials in the Qin court watched with wide eyes. They were also very curious about Xia Wuqi, who suddenly came to report the good news. After all, Xia Wuqi has always been indifferent to the court, and his sudden appearance today must be due to something big. Kindness. After opening the letter, Yingjing's eyes immediately widened and his expression became surprised. Even through the crown and pearl curtains, the ministers in the court could see the changes in Yingjing's expression. Something big has definitely happened. Such an expression made the court officials even more curious and puzzled. Zhao Xian, it's him again. How many surprises can he bring to me? When Wang Jian first heard of this man, he highly praised him and said he had the talent of a general. In the war against Han, we have achieved many remarkable feats. Yingjing thought in surprise. Come back to your senses. Yingjing held the letter in his hand and looked at Xia Wuqi. Xia Qin, is everything in this letter true? Yingjing asked seriously. Return to the king. These have all been tried many times by our senior disciple Song Lo, and they are absolutely true. Xia Wuqi said with great excitement. Why is it Zhao Xian again? What did Zhao Xian do again? Even imperial physician Xia was alarmed. Hearing Xia Wuqi's words, all the civil and military officials in the court were even more shocked and puzzled. They didn't expect that there would be something else that could be related to Zhao Xian. And it seemed that this was another big incident caused by Zhao Xian. I heard Xia Wuqi's affirmative answer. Yingjing's originally serious expression turned into a smile again. He looked extremely excited, raised his hands high and said, God bless the Qin, God bless me. Your Majesty. What happened? Wang Wan couldn't help it and asked respectfully. "Xia Qin, you speak." Ing Jing said. "My lords. During the Qin's invasion of Han, there was a general in the army named Zhao Xian. You may not know him, but he did a great thing for Qin. You have saved the lives of countless wounded soldiers of the Qin dynasty." Xia Wuqi spoke with excitement on his face and told the whole situation in the military camp. Hear the sound. All the civil and military officials in the court were shocked again. This news. For them, it was far more shocking than Zhao Xian's cavalry breaking through the city. Zhao Xian, this Zhao Xian again. During this period, his name is really well known. The ministers in the hall began to discuss in surprise. They all showed their extreme shock at Zhao Xian. "My lords, do you know this Zhao Xian?" Xia Wuqi was surprised to hear the discussion about Zhao Xian among the ministers in the court. After all, if it weren't for medical skills and medical philosophy, Xia Wuqi wouldn't care much about other things. For Zhao Xian. If his eldest disciple had not stated it clearly in the letter, and had not strongly praised him, and had not begged him not to let Zhao Xian's contribution be buried, Xia Wuqi would never have come to this court. He is here today. It is also for the sake of medicine, and to open up a new situation for medicine in the world. He came here specifically to ask for credit on behalf of Zhao Xian. At this court meeting, all the civil and military officials are gathered together, so this is the best way to ask for merit. Not enough. Now all the officials in the court had heard of Zhao Xian's name and seemed very familiar with it, which made Xia Wuqi very puzzled. According to the letter from his eldest disciple, Zhao Xian was only a minor general and a middle-level officer in the army. How could he be known by the civil and military officials in the temple? Logically speaking, this should be rare. Listening to Xia Wuqi's surprised words, Wei Liao stood up and said with a smile, "Dr. Xia, you don't know that Zhao Xian is not just the extraordinary man you mentioned, but also a brave general of our great Qin. He made many military achievements for the great Qin in the war against Han. The king just praised Zhao Xian in person. Southwest, everyone in our court knows Zhao Xian's name." "I see." Xia Wuqi then nodded in sudden realization. But he quickly came to his senses. He bowed to Ing Jing and said, "Zhao Xian's actions are truly a great achievement. Based on what he did in the military camp, the infinite grace of saving lives can be exchanged for wealth and honor in any country in the world, but he did not ask for anything. I, your humble servant, asked the king to reward Zhao Xian generously. Don't worry, Xia Qin. In my great Qin, those who have made contributions will be rewarded, and we will never treat our meritorious officials unfairly. After conquering Han, I will add to your achievements and reward Zhao Xian generously. We will never let the heroes down." Ing Jing immediately said to Xia Wuqi, with affirmation in his words. "Your Majesty is wise." Xia Wuqi said immediately. "My lords. Did you hear that? This is the backbone of our great Qin. I am very lucky to have Zhao Xian as my minister." Ing Jing looked at the civil and military officials in the court and said with some pride, "We congratulate the king." All the civil and military officials in the court shouted in unison. "All right. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Xia Qin, please come to Zhongtai Palace." Ing Jing waved his hand and said loudly. Then he left the hall under the respectful gaze of all the court officials. Xia Wuqi did not hesitate and walked out of the hall and headed towards Zhongtai Palace. Inside Zhongtai Palace, cold, majestic, and solemn, Ing Jing was the only one in the hall. His attendants, including Zhao Gao, were all dismissed. This old minister pays respect to the king. Xia Wuqi walked into the hall and bowed to Ing Jing. But this time, Ing Jing did not accept the gift calmly, but walked up to Xia Wuqi and helped him up. His majestic face no longer showed coldness, but a sense of shame. "Father-in-law. I still haven't found her," Ing Jing said with a sad tone. "Hear the sound." Xia Wuqi's whole body trembled, and a smile appeared on his old face. Even though there was infinite sadness in his eyes, he hid it all. This is the word father-in-law. Contains a lot. If people outside knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. You know. There were many concubines in Zheng's harem, and many of them gave birth to princes and princesses. But anyway, the parents of those concubines were not called father-in-law and mother-in-law by Zheng, because he is the king who is high above. But the Xiao Wuqie in front of him was different. He was the only father-in-law that Zheng recognized and the only elder he respected. The relationship between them, few people know. Well, my king, so much time has passed, and you have been searching for her secretly for so long. Maybe she really doesn't want to see us again. Xiao Wuqie smiled bitterly. Speaking of this, Xiao Wuqie showed a sense of powerlessness. He has only one daughter, but he hasn't seen her for more than 10 years. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't miss her. He was afraid that he would not be able to see his daughter again when he died. It was me who failed to protect her. I didn't have the ability to protect her at the time. Otherwise, why would she leave me? Zheng clenched his fists, a look of unwillingness and anger appearing on his face. This is unwilling. It was his resentment and anger that he had no power to protect the woman he loved most, and his anger towards those people who had targeted his woman and himself. Even though so many years have passed, Zheng couldn't forget it after all. I don't want to forget it all. Zheng. Xiao Wuqie's way of addressing Zheng changed. When he looked at Zheng, he was not like a subject looking at his king, but like an elder looking at a younger person. Naturally, all this has nothing to do with you. Back then, you underestimated the power of the temple, underestimated the human heart, and underestimated the ambitions of those people even more. Now Zheng, you have grown up and become the true king of Qin. Those people were also eliminated by you. This was also your revenge for Afang. If Afang knew what you did for her, she would definitely come back to find you. Xiao Wuqie said with some seriousness. Father-in-law. I'm just worried about her. She and I suffered so much in Zhao State. We were bullied and beaten. She and I bore all of it together. This also caused her health to remain poor. She is a woman out there, what should she do if something happens to her? But, she hit it too deeply. I have no choice. Zheng clenched his fists, an indescribable worry appearing on his face. Don't worry. She will be fine. She will be able to reunite with you in the future. Xiao Wuqie suppressed the sadness in his heart and comforted Zheng. Kindness. Zheng nodded, his eyes full of determination, turned around and stared at the sand table. I once promised Afang that if I became king, I would make wars disappear. Now, I have completed the first step of what I promised her. I will complete everything I promised. Looking at Zheng's domineering look, Xiao Wuqie also showed praise in his eyes. Now she is watching you somewhere in the world. She will definitely reunite with you and me. I will definitely see that day. Outside Xinjiang city, Li Teng led the army to attack Xinjiang as quickly as possible. But when they arrived at Xinjiang city, looking at the dozens of Qin flags flying on the city gate, all 70,000 soldiers were stunned. General, what's going on? Why is the gate of Han's capital wide open, and the flag of our great Qin flying on the city gate? Is there any fraud involved? Beside Li Teng's chariot, the generals said in surprise. But after a moment of surprise, Li Teng suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhao Xian, worthy of being Zhao Xian, he really did not disappoint me. It seems his surprise attack was successful. The credit for destroying Han belongs to Zhao Xian. Hearing what Li Teng said, all the generals looked confused. They all knew nothing about Zhao Xian's surprise attack on Xinjiang. So when they saw the flag of the Qin dynasty flying in the capital of Han in front of them, they were completely confused. General, what's going on? Could it be that General Zhao Xian was not in the barracks these days and he captured the Han capital ahead of time? But how is this possible? The infantry of the 5th Army under General Zhao Xian is still in the army. He only has 5,000 cavalry. How can he break through the capital of Han? The generals around Li Teng asked in great confusion. In the past few days, they had no idea of Zhao Xian's whereabouts, and Li Teng kept it extremely secret from them, stating that Zhao Xian was following military orders and not mentioning anything else. Everyone After Zhao Xian conquered Yangdi that day, he decided to launch a surprise attack on Xinjiang. He attacked Xinjiang as quickly as possible, catching Han off guard and destroying Han in one fell swoop. For the sake of safety, I have not told anyone. Now, Zhao Xiangong has succeeded, and Xinjiang has been taken by him. Han has been destroyed. Li Teng laughed and said, very excited. Hearing what Li Teng said, all the generals looked surprised. A moment. Now I understand everything. Zhao Xian, you are really brave and resourceful. The capital of Han has been conquered, and our mission to the east has been completed. Compared to Zhao Xian, we are really far inferior. Zhao Xian is really brave and courageous to lead a few thousand cavalry to launch a surprise attack on the capital of Han, risking being surrounded and annihilated. After knowing the truth, all the generals had a look of sudden respect on their faces. And at this time, from the city, a cavalryman rushed over quickly. It was Qin Song, the commander of Zhao Xian's personal guard camp. General Li. I am here on the orders of General Zhao Xian to welcome you into the city. Han's capital Xinjiang has been captured by General Zhao Xian. The king of Han and all the officials in the Han court have been imprisoned and are awaiting punishment. All surrendered soldiers in the city are under strict guard. There will be no more chaos in this city. Qin Song clasped his hands together and said loudly to Li Teng. Color. Li Teng laughed, his expression becoming even more moved. All the generals, listen to my orders. Send 10,000 infantrymen into the city to guard it. The rest of the army will set up camp outside the city. Then follow me into the city. Li Teng immediately gave the order. Promise. All the generals responded in unison. Follow closely. Qin Song led the way, leading Li Teng towards the city. In the city at this moment, it was just a half-day fight, and the outcome changed overnight. For the hundreds of thousands of people in Xinjiang city, it was difficult to recover. Therefore, there is still an indescribable sense of oppression in this city. Except for a few people, most people hide in their homes and dare not come out, for fear of being killed by the rumored brutal Qin soldiers. After all, the Central Plains countries all had a deep fear of Qin, even in their propaganda among the people. Qin, tiger and wolf. The Qin army burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of atrocities. Once the city is conquered by Qin, the whole family will be destroyed. The hundreds of thousands of Zhao soldiers who were killed by Qin in the Battle of Chongping in the past are a lesson for us. That is exactly the case. The people of various countries had a natural fear of Qin, fearing that Qin would massacre the city. But they were obviously overthinking it. The current king of Qin, Yingzheng, pursues the kingly way of hegemony and takes it as his mission to unify the world and unite all the people in the world. How can he bring peace to the world and the people by massacring cities, burning, killing and looting? Again, the Qin army had strict military discipline and harsh military laws. Without the permission of the commander-in-chief, burning, killing and looting are strictly prohibited. So in the city at this moment, there are black armored warriors holding long spears patrolling and controlling the enemy's capital, which is just under their control. They are also maintaining the undercurrent in the city. Once someone dares to take advantage of the chaos, these patrolling warriors will never miss the opportunity to gain military merit. But with the arrival of the main army, the pressure on Zhao Xian's elite soldiers to patrol will be reduced, and there will be no need for them to patrol at all. Under the guidance of Qin Song, the journey was smooth. Arrived at the King of Han's palace. Outside the palace of King Han, General. Seeing Li Teng coming, Zhao Xian immediately stepped forward and bowed with his hands clasped together. Ha ha ha. You are such a great hero of our army, you can't be so polite. When Li Teng saw Zhao Xian, he immediately came over and helped him up with a smile on his face. Ha ha, you're too polite, General. Zhao Xian also smiled immediately. During this attack on Han, you really shocked the entire Qin army. In the first battle, he killed the enemy and made great achievements. Afterwards, he defeated Yang Di and killed Bao Yuan. Now we have launched a surprise attack on Xinjiang, the capital of Han, and taken it captive, capturing the king of Han and his entire court. Zhao Xian, I have to say that you did a great job in destroying Han this time. Li Teng said with sincere admiration. Zhao Xian created so many achievements. To be honest, if Li Teng were to do it himself, he simply wouldn't be able to do it. Thank you for the compliment, General. Zhao Xian replied with a smile. You have made many great contributions to the Qin dynasty this time. When the king knows about this, I'm afraid your official position will not be lower than mine. Li Teng said, feeling happy for Zhao Xian but also a little jealous. But this is Qin, the Qin dynasty's military merit system of nobility. The foundation of the powerful Qin state. Merits must be rewarded, and mistakes must be punished. At this point, there will never be any violation in Qin. Even if he is a small soldier without any identity or background, he can still be promoted as long as he has made contributions to the Qin dynasty. Military merit is everything in the Qin dynasty. Under the current rule of King Qin Engzheng, the military merit system is supervised by him personally, which is more strict and there will not be any mistakes. And this time Zhao Xian made such a great contribution. Li Teng could imagine that he would definitely receive a huge reward from the current king. In Li Teng's mind, with such great achievements, Zhao Xian might be able to be promoted to general and command an army of 100,000. Certainly. This is also Li Teng's guess. It all depends on the heart of the current king. If that's the case, then it's all thanks to the general for letting me go to the battlefield. Zhao Xian said with a smile. Speaking of which, you've been in the army for less than a year. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Looking at Zhao Xian's young and heroic face, Li Teng felt even more jealous. This kid. But he is more than 10 years younger than me. This success in destroying Han, the general, has also made a great contribution. The king will surely reward the general handsomely. Zhao Xian said with a smile and raised his eyebrows at Li Teng. Historically, Nei Shirting pacified the kingdom of Han, and was thus highly valued by King Engzheng of Qin. Later, on the road to destroying the kingdom of Chu, Nei Shirting made many contributions. Nothing else. My position as the commander-in-chief is now completely secure. And the title should be able to be promoted 1 or 2 more ranks. Li Teng said very proudly. He now. Naturally, he had no authority as a superior towards Zhao Xian in front of him, and treated Zhao Xian as a peer. This time, the main credit for the destruction of Han was Zhao Xian, and he knew that Zhao Xian's future must be limitless. Judging from the level Zhao Xian has shown now, he is both brave and resourceful. Perhaps in the future, he can become a general of the Qin dynasty. Then I would like to congratulate the general. Zhao Xian said with a smile. Speaking of which, have you forgotten something? If no one had told me, I would still be kept in the dark. Li Teng suddenly came to his senses and looked at Zhao Xian. Hearing this, Zhao Xian was a little confused. What's the matter? How come I don't know? Zhao Xian asked. You really don't know? Li Teng widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Xian with amusement. General, just speak frankly. What have I done wrong? Logically speaking, I have always abided by military rules and regulations, and I have never done anything bad. Zhao Xian said somewhat innocently. Looking at Li Teng, he looked as if he was coming to call for an explanation. Well, where did you get off to? Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, Li Teng smiled even brighter, and then said, You have done such a great thing for my great Qin. Are you prepared to remain unknown? If Song Lu hadn't found me, I wouldn't have known that you are proficient in the art of medicine. This really surprised me. That's all. Li Teng said that what had been hidden from him had become clear. Does that mean everything I said is effective? Zhao Xian asked immediately. Efficient. Li Teng immediately replied, According to your method, the chances of survival will greatly increase. That's good. Hearing this number, Zhao Xian nodded with relief. Nothing else to say. This was something he did for his fellow soldiers. Killing and fighting on the battlefield is a life-threatening situation. If you are traumatized, it would be like stepping into the gates of hell. Zhao Xian is now giving you and them a greater chance of survival, which is also a kind of peace of mind for Zhao Xian. I heard from Song Lo that the methods and medicines you provided are priceless. Are you really willing to give them up? Li Teng asked with interest. Since you have joined the army, all the soldiers in the barracks are brothers in arms. You can trust each other with your life and death. Compared with their chances of survival, what does this mean? I'm just doing the best I can. Zhao Xian smiled and said calmly. Certainly. In the heart. This kills two birds with one stone. This would not only save countless wounded comrades and give Zhao Xian peace of mind, but would also allow him to gain military merit. Why wouldn't Zhao Xian want to do it? What a great army, where all the brave soldiers are brothers, where life and death are entrusted to each other, where we do our best and leave the rest to fate. Zhao Xian. Originally, there were only a few people I had ever admired in my life, but today, you made me admire you. Li Teng looked at Zhao Xian very seriously and said with respect in his eyes. I, Li Teng, bow to you on behalf of all the brave soldiers in the army. Speaking of. Li Teng had a lot of thoughts on his face. He clasped his fists and bowed to Zhao Xian. Respect to General Zhao. Behind Li Teng. Many generals also bowed to Zhao Xian, with respect in their eyes. What are you doing? Seeing Li Teng and the other generals bowing, Zhao Xian was stunned. Don't just say it's us who are bowing to you. All the millions of elite soldiers of the Great Qin will bow to you. In short, General Zhao, I respect you, not only because of your outstanding military achievements, but also because you care about your brothers. The generals behind Li Teng spoke to Zhao Xian one after another. Among them there were 50,000 generals, deputy generals, and military marquises. But everyone looked at Zhao Xian with eyes full of respect. Some of them remembered that their relatives died in the wounded barracks and they were powerless to do anything, and at this moment they were in tears. See this scene. Zhao Xian did not stop him. He received their greeting. But Zhao Xian did not show any arrogance, but said with some shame, how can I, Zhao Xian, deserve to be treated like this by you generals? All right. Don't be so sad on the day of your great victory. The capital of Han has been conquered by Zhao Xian, and the king's strategy of marching eastward has been completed. Our army's mission has been accomplished. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit weird, Li Teng laughed and said to Zhao Xian and the generals beside him. Color. Color. The destruction of Korea has been accomplished, great success. All the generals came back to their senses and cheered, their faces filled with excitement. This time the destruction of Han was successful. Although they did not have the first credit like Zhao Xian, they also had a share of the credit for destroying the country. After returning triumphantly, they will also be promoted. Where is the king of Han now? Li Teng looked at Zhao Xian and asked. The whole clan has been imprisoned. Just wait for the general to deal with it. Zhao Xian smiled. Although Han has been destroyed, the king is still the king. I dare not do anything about it. Only the king has the authority to deal with this matter. Li Teng laughed immediately. Escort King Han to Xianyang as quickly as possible. We can reach Xianyang within 10 days. Zhao Xian said. Just as you say. Immediately send the entire Han family to Xianyang and hand them over to the king for disposal. I believe that the king will be very happy to see the living king of Han. Li Teng said with a smile. General, how do you plan to deal with those Korean officials? Zhao Xian asked again. Among those Han ministers, there were only a few who were worthy of Zhao Xian's attention, and Han Fei was the only one. Historically, this outstanding legalist died so unjustly. If possible, Zhao Xian would like to recruit him for his own use. Han Jingding. The king will definitely send someone to govern. As for the treatment of the Korean court officials, I will write a letter to report to the general, and then let the general report it to the king. Li Teng thought for a while and said. Kindness. Zhao Xian nodded. Everyone, the Han capital has just been decided, and there are still many things to be discussed. All the generals, get busy. General Zhao, I want to talk to you alone. Li Teng gave orders to the generals. Promise. The generals bowed and immediately retreated. Go into the king of Han's palace and take a look. I have been in the army for many years, but I have never set foot in the court of a foreign country, let alone the court of my great Qin. Li Teng said with some emotion. Zhao State. Han Dan. Inside Longtai Palace. Asshole. It's been almost 4 months. Why can't Lianpa defeat the Qin army and take back the territory of our great Zhao? King Yan of Zhao sat on the throne and fiercely threw down the battle report in his hand, his face twisted with anger. The Qin army invaded on a large scale. Originally, King Yan of Zhao thought that by waiting for the Zhao army that had attacked Yan to return for support, he would be able to drive the Qin army back to Qin. But the war lasted for several months. The result was that he was angry. The Qin army took root in Zhao State, guarded its cities, occupied its territory, and used its cities to resist the attacks of its army. This made Zhao Yan, who had the ambition to expand his territory, destroy Qin and trample Yingjing under his feet, very angry and even humiliated. Your Majesty. Qin General Huan Yi was extremely cunning. After he captured our great Zhao city, he strengthened the city defenses and used multiple cities as pincers to support each other, making it unbreakable. Even if General Lianpa attacked with all his might, he could not break the city. There is no solution to this matter. After all, Qin's mobilization of troops is comparable to General Lianpa commanding a large army. At this time, a civil official named Zhao Chen stood up, holding the imperial tablet in his hand, and spoke loudly. He is about the same age as Zhao Yan, and looks somewhat similar to him. He is Zhao Yi, the Chunping Jun of Zhao State, who is in charge of the royal family of Zhao State and the elder brother of the current king of Zhao, Zhao Yan. And originally he was the crown prince of the state of Zhao. After the fall of the former state of Zhao, it should have been Zhao Yi who inherited the throne. However, at that time Zhao Yi was a hostage in the state of Qin and could not return to his country. Later, when the state of Zhao sent people to welcome Zhao Yi back to the country, the current Zhao Prime Minister Guo Kai sent people to ambush and kill them secretly, and eventually all the envoys who were there to welcome Zhao Yi back to the country died. Then, Zhao Yan successfully succeeded to the throne and became the current King Yan of Zhao. Look at Zhao Yi and speak. There was deep fear and jealousy in Zhao Wangyan's eyes. If he had not been cautious, he would have wanted to kill Zhao Yi. After all, to him, his former elder brother, the former crown prince of Zhao State, was a threat. Every time Zhao Yan saw Zhao Yi, he hated Yingjing even more. Because Zhao Yi's return to the country was intentional by Yingjing, with the purpose of disgusting Zhao Yan. As the former crown prince of Zhao, he naturally had supporters, such as the royal family of Zhao. Then according to Chunping Jun's words, if we cannot repel the Qin army, then let Qin seize more than a dozen cities and hundreds of miles of territory from our great Zhao. Do I want to be a landless king and let that bastard Yingjing be proud? Zhao Wangyan shouted angrily. That's not what I meant. Zhao Yi's face changed slightly and he replied immediately. Prime Minister. Zhao Wangyan said loudly. I am here. Guo Kai stood up immediately, very respectful. In your opinion, how should I defeat the enemy? Zhao Wangyan asked loudly. Return to the king. Your Majesty does not understand military affairs, and I dare not say much. Guo Kai said fearfully. Waste. King Yan of Zhao cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Just at this moment. Report. Urgent news from Xinjiang. It was a secret agent from Xinjiang who risked his life to spread the news. A Zhao spy quickly ran into the hall, holding a small scroll in his hand. By the way, I don't know what's happening in Hanjing now. Zhao Wangyan suddenly came back to his senses and said immediately, quick, present it quickly. Promise. The eunuch who was serving nearby immediately went to the main hall and presented the secret report to Zhao Wangyan. King Yan of Zhao quickly opened the secret report and took a closer look. Suddenly, his already angry face turned red and white, burning with rage. Asshole. Damn it. The King of Wei really doesn't know that the three Jins are one, and he really doesn't know the threat from Qin. He didn't even send troops to rescue Han. King Yan of Zhao slammed the secret report in his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Your Majesty, calm down. Looking at the furious King Zhao, the expressions of the civil and military officials of Zhao state in Longtai Palace changed and they all spoke up. Han has been destroyed by Qin. The entire family of the King of Han and all the officials of Han have been captured by the Qin state. There will never be another Korea in the world. From now on, one of our 3 genes is missing. Qin, the way out to the east has been opened. Zhao Wanyan spoke slowly, his face becoming distorted with each sentence. What? Han was destroyed by Qin. How is this possible? Didn't Bao Yuan guard Yangdi, which the Qin army could not capture for a long time? Why was it suddenly conquered by the Qin army? Could it be that Bao Yuan has surrendered to Qin? Impossible. Bao Yuan's son died at the hands of the Qin army. He and the Qin state are sworn enemies and will never surrender. Upon hearing that Han was destroyed, all the ministers in the Zhao court panicked. Nowadays this world. The 7 kingdoms have been in power for many years, maintaining a delicate balance among themselves. But now that Han has been destroyed, this delicate balance has been broken, especially since Han was the place where Qin state went eastward, and its strategic location was extremely critical. The destruction of Han caused panic among the officials in the Zhao court. Your Majesty. Han has been destroyed. The situation has changed. For now, we must be careful that Qin will gather its forces to deal with our great Zhao. Our 3 Jin states are connected, so please make sure that Wei guards the important roads. If Qin launches a surprise attack from the border of Han, it will not be a good thing for our great Zhao. Zhao Yi said. But King Yan of Zhao ignored Zhao Yi at all. Pass on my edict. Order Lianpa to intensify the attack and drive those damned Qin people out of our great Zhao territory. If he can't do it, then he shouldn't lead the troops. King Yan of Zhao said angrily. I obey the imperial edict. Guo Kai responded immediately. At the same time, the area where Qin and Zhao meet. Jinyang City. It was originally an important border city belonging to the state of Zhao and was also a major military city for guarding against the Qin state. But a few months ago, Huan Yi captured this important military city and turned it into the territory of the Qin dynasty. It has been several months since the city was used to resist the attack of the Zhao army. Even though Lianpa was a good commander of the troops, he was unable to capture the city when facing Huan Yi, the general of the Qin dynasty. Inside and outside Jinyang City, the air was filled with smoke. The Zhao army retreated in an orderly manner in front of the city, leaving behind a field of corpses. Looking in front of the city, there were broken walls and broken weapons everywhere, the ground was littered with sharp arrows stuck in the ground, and there were corpses everywhere and blood flowing. One could imagine how cruel and terrible the wars in recent days had been. Facing the retreating Zhao army, they were already far away from the range of the arrows from the city gate, and the Qin army did not pursue them, but just watched quietly. Since we have the power to defend the city, it will naturally not be wasted. Admiral. This is the 8th attack by the Zhao army in the past few days. Every time, the Zhao army's offensive becomes weak. It seems that the Zhao army's morale must have been greatly damaged. A young Qin general bowed and reported. In front of him, Huan Yi was wearing the armor of a general. He was middle-aged, had a military heroic air, and looked even more powerful. Li Xian. You have a talent for commanding troops, but you can't just look at the surface when it comes to military affairs. Li Xian. You have a talent for commanding troops, but you can't just look at the surface when it comes to military affairs. Huan Yi turned around and said to the young general beside him. Is there something fishy going on behind the low morale of the Zhao army? Li Xian asked in surprise. Lianpa was a master at using troops. When he deployed his army in Chongping, even Wu Jun was unable to break through his formation. He could only fight a protracted war with the state of Zhao. In the end, he used a strategy of alienation to make the then king of Zhao remove Lianpa and replace him with Zhao Kuo. Only then was Wu Jun able to defeat the state of Zhao, which has had a great impact on the state of Zhao today. This time I will defend the city, not leave the city, and not pursue. There are also many cities that support each other from a distance, so Lianpa has no way to capture them. So, He showed our army's weakness in order to make me let down my guard and make our army despise him. I have to say that his method is very clever. If he was a little more reckless, he would probably have wanted to take credit and chased after the enemy outside the city. Huan Yi smiled, with a look of insight. Lianpa, indeed, is a shrewd and calculating person. Fortunately, the general is in charge of the army himself, otherwise, I will not be a match for Lianpa. Li Xian said with some emotion. Li Xian, you still have a long time to go, and you are still young. On the battlefield, in addition to being familiar with the art of war, you must also practice it in person. If you are like Zhao Kuo of the Zhao state in the past, even if you have the talent of a military strategist, you only have theory and have never been on the battlefield in person, and have no experience in commanding an army, then you will eventually be defeated and die. Huan Yi said to Li Xian, with strong expectations for the latter in his tone. Thank you for your teachings, General. I will keep them in mind. Li Xian replied solemnly. Among the younger generation in the Qin army, you are quite outstanding. The only ones who can compare to your talent are Meng Wu's son Meng Tian and Wang Jian's son Wang Ben. They grew up in the army and are familiar with military affairs. They have a talent for commanding troops, and you are not much behind. You three are the best among the younger generation in my great Qin. Huan Yi said with a smile. Thank you, General, for your appreciation of me. I am still far from that. However, in my eyes, there is someone else who deserves my respect. Li Xian said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Who? Huan Yi smiled. The young general who is now in the limelight on the Korean battlefield is Zhao Xian, who has been favored by the king and has been given the title of Zhao Xian to be promoted throughout the army. From what I know now, he seems to be beyond the expectations of ordinary people in terms of bravery and command of troops. Li Xian said with some admiration. Zhao Xian. Huan Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, in the battle of my great Qin to destroy Han, the most outstanding person was Zhao Xian. Break through the border and kill a main general, and stand out. In the Battle of Yangdi, Bao Yuan gathered his troops to defend the city. It would have been impossible to break the city without a violent attack. It would have been almost impossible to break the city without paying the price of tens of thousands of elite soldiers. But Zhao Xian used cavalry to attack the city, defeat Yangdi, and kill Bao Yuan, which was really beyond my expectation. Huan Yi also sighed. Speaking of which, although Zhao Xian's cavalry's attack on the city seemed reckless, it also caused Bao Yuan to despise them. After the city gate was broken by Zhao Xian, the morale was lost. Perhaps this was the purpose of Zhao Xian's cavalry's attack on the city. Firstly, the speed was very fast, and secondly, it was to cause Bao Yuan's contempt. Li Xian analyzed. Yangdi was destroyed. Perhaps the capital of Han has already been conquered by our great Qin. Han has perished. Huan Yi said with a smile. To be the general, not only do you need to command troops to defend against the enemy, but you also need to analyze the battlefield situation around the world. As a veteran general of the Qin dynasty, Huan Yi naturally has his abilities. Report. Just at this moment, a soldier quickly came up to Huan Yi and bowed. What's the matter? Huan Yi looked at the person who came. Your Highness, General. The secret report just came in that the capital of Han has been conquered by our great Qin. Han has been destroyed. The soldier said excitedly. So fast. Huan Yi was stunned, his expression showing both joy and surprise. General, this is the detailed battle report on defeating Han. The soldier respectfully handed the battle report to Huan Yi. Huan Yi took it. Open it and take a look. His expression immediately changed to one of surprise. After looking carefully for a long time, put together the battle reports. Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian. It seems that I have underestimated him. With such ability and courage, among the younger generation, perhaps Zhao Xian is the best. Huan Yi said with great emotion. General, could it be that the person who captured the capital of Han was this Zhao Xian again? Li Xian asked in surprise. See for yourself. Huan Yi smiled and handed the battle report in his hand to Li Xian. Li Xian took it, looked at it carefully, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. After conquering Yangdi, Zhao Xian led his 5,000 light cavalry, wearing Han army armor, and attacked Xinjiang by surprise. He tricked the city gates into opening, entered Xinjiang, killed thousands of enemies, and conquered the palace of the king of Han. He eventually captured the king of Han and all his officials, and forced the king of Han to surrender. He is so courageous and resourceful. No wonder Han was destroyed so quickly. It turns out that it was all because of Zhao Xian's surprise attack. Li Xin said with a look of surprise. How do you feel? Huan Yi looked at Li Xin and smiled. Zhao Xian, I'm not as good as him. Li Xin replied honestly. The credit for destroying a country goes to one person. The king will reward Zhao Xian handsomely. I can conclude that in the future our great Qin will destroy all nations and unify the world, and Zhao Xian will definitely be the best general. Huan Yi said in a deep voice. Yeah. Li Xin also nodded, with some expectation in his eyes. I really want to meet Zhao Xian and see who he is. I heard that he has just joined the army for less than a year and comes from an ordinary mountain village. He has never received military training, but he is so powerful. Maybe this is his extraordinary talent. We'll have a chance to meet in the future. But now the situation has changed. Han has been destroyed by our great Qin. The great Qin's strategy to move eastward is complete. Zhao will definitely take action. Based on my understanding of the king of Zhao, he will definitely be furious and order Lian Pa to increase his offensive. Li Xin, you must immediately send a message to the entire army to increase defense efforts. In addition, report our military situation to the king and make it clear that as long as our troops are stationed there, Zhao will have no hope of regaining its territory. Huan Yi said. I obey your command. Li Xin bowed. Lian Pa. In the past, you held Chongping to resist Wu and Jun and refused to leave. Now I will let you have a taste of the same. But my situation is different from yours. The kings you are loyal to are all shallow and incompetent kings, while the king I, Huan Yi, am loyal to is a true hero. Looking at the raging war in front of the city, Huan Yi sneered. His eyes turned. Xianyang City. Prime Minister's Mansion. The current Prime Minister of the Qin dynasty, Wang Wan, and Yao Jia, who serves as the Chief Justice, sat opposite each other. Xiangbang. I wonder what important matter is that you have summoned me here this time. Yao Jia asked Wang Wan. Have some tea. Wang Wan poured Yao Jia a cup of tea slowly and smiled slightly. Thank you, Xiangbang. Yao Jia thanked him. But there was still a look of doubt on his face. After all, Yao Jia and Wang Wan didn't have much interaction before. Lord Yao, you will be going to Han soon. As long as you govern Han well and implement all the laws of our great Qin, it will be a great achievement. Wang Wan took a sip of tea and said with a smile. I was given this important task only because of the king's trust. I will not let the king down and will implement Qin law in Han territory. Yao Jia said immediately. Your Majesty is a man of great talent and strategy. Now that Han has been destroyed, your strategy of marching eastward has also been completed. Perhaps in the next 10 years or so, the world will be unified in your hands. Wang Wan spoke again. With your great ambition, you can definitely unify the world. Yao Jia said without hesitation. Your Majesty is young now and has great ambitions, but you already have many children. Wang Wan suddenly spoke, looking at Yao Jia meaningfully. Hearing this, Yao Jia's hand holding the teacup paused and his expression changed slightly. But he quickly came to his senses. Yes, the king now has many children, but the throne has been vacant, and there has been no crown prince. However, the oldest of the king's sons is the eldest son Fusu. He is young and intelligent, and has been taught by famous teachers. He will definitely make a name for himself in the future. Master Yao. Since I have invited you here today, I will not waste any more time talking to you. The eldest son is young and intelligent, and has the support of the royal family and many court officials. I am no exception. I wonder if Lord Yao is willing to support the eldest prince. Wang Wan asked directly. This. Yao Jia said with difficulty, Prime Minister, the king is now in his prime, it is too early to say these things now. The king is indeed in his prime, but the position of the crown prince and the master of the harem cannot remain vacant forever. After all, the king has more than one son. If it is delayed, it will be disadvantageous to the eldest son. I am already old, and when I retire and return to my hometown in the future, I believe the king will ask me to recommend a candidate for prime minister. That's all. Wang Wan didn't say anything, but his meaning was very clear. There was already a burning look in Yao Jia's eyes. The eldest son is the eldest son of the king and the first person to take the position of crown prince. I naturally support the eldest prince. Yao Jia said immediately. Ha ha ha. Lord Yao is indeed a straightforward person. Since Lord Yao is one of our own, I will not hide my true identity. When he returns to his hometown in Japan, he will recommend Lord Yao as prime minister. Wang Wan said with a smile. Thank you, Xiangbang. You summoned me here today because you must have other instructions. Please let me know, Prime Minister. I will do my best to follow them. Yao Jia said even more happily. The eldest prince has many supporters, including members of the royal family, court officials, and censors, but he has no military generals. Huan Yi, Wang Jian, and Meng Wu are only loyal to the king. I have tested them before, and they will not get involved at all. But the eldest prince's supporters cannot be just civil officials, they must also have military power. And this time you are going to Han to enforce Qin law. This is a great opportunity. Wang Wan narrowed his eyes with a shrewd and calculating look. What the prime minister means is to win over Zhao Xian, who is favored by the king. Yao Jia immediately understood. Good. Wang Wan nodded. He has only been in the army for a year, but he has made such great contributions to the Qin dynasty. The king will definitely reward him handsomely this time. And with the king's ambition, he will definitely be used in the future. From the current perspective, he may become a person who controls the military power of the Qin dynasty in the future. If he is won over now, it will be of great help to the eldest son. But, I don't know what kind of person Zhao Xian is. Can he be won over? Yao Jia asked in surprise. We have to give it a try. Tell him your true intentions. If he is willing to support it, he will be able to thrive in the court one day. If not, let him think about it carefully again. The court is a more dangerous place than a battlefield. Wang Wan said with a faint smile, but his tone was grim. I understand. Yao Jia immediately nodded in response. Besides, before I came to you, Li Si also came to you, right? Wang Wan suddenly asked. Yes, I did. Yao Jia nodded. What's the matter? Wang Wan asked again. This. Yao Jia hesitated to speak, seeming to have some concerns. I know it's because of Han Fei even without you telling me the truth, right? Wang Wan smiled faintly. Hear this. Yao Jia was so shocked that he even broke out in a cold sweat. His meeting with Li Si was secret and no one knew about it, but Wang Wan knew about it. Moreover, what they discussed was even more secret, but no one expected that Wang Wan also knew about it. This moment. Only then did he feel the horror of Wang Wan. Being able to become the prime minister of the current dynasty and ranking above the 9 ministers, he is indeed not a simple person. Okay, I won't ask any more questions. But I have remembered your statement today. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Wang Wan smiled and waved at Yao Jia. I'll take my leave. Yao Jia's face was a little pale. After bowing to Wang Wan, he slowly left. Wang Wan looked at his back with a thoughtful look on his face. A chess piece wants to be a prime minister, but that's too much. If Li Si hadn't been unwilling, I wouldn't have come to you. And Zhao Xian, I hope you will make the right choice, otherwise, I will not be polite. You are indeed brave and invincible on the battlefield, but the court is not as simple as you think. A sneer appeared on Wang Wan's face, looking extremely terrifying. Inside Zhengtai Palace. Yingjing stared at the sand table in front of him and glanced at the countries that day. After a long time, Yingjing took down the flag of Han and threw it on the ground, and then planted the flag of Qin in Han. Han, there is no way we can compete anymore. Next, it's Wei and Zhao. Yingjing muttered to himself, with a sharp look in his eyes. At this time, Zhao Gao bowed his head and walked into the hall with a bamboo slip in his hand. Your Majesty. Imperial physician Xia sent a memorial. Zhao Gao said respectfully. Read. Yingjing didn't even turn his head. This old minister has ordered the imperial physician's office to make every effort to prepare the hemostatic powder. It has now been successfully produced and has the same miraculous effect as the one made by Zhao Xian. We only need to increase the production efforts so that it can be distributed throughout the army. Zhao Gao opened the memorial and said respectfully. Propagate my imperial edict. Let imperial physician Xia do his best to prepare the medicine. I am authorized to prepare all the medicinal materials, but the formula of the hemostatic powder must not be leaked. All the doctors who prepare the medicine must keep a close eye on it. Yingjing said in a deep voice. Promise. Zhao Gao retreated immediately. Just after Zhao Gao left, a figure covered in a black robe appeared in front of Yingjing. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The man in black robe was covered in a black robe, so his figure could not be seen. He also had a mask on his face, so his face could not be seen. The whole person exudes a sense of mystery. How is it? Yingjing turned around and looked at the person in front of him. Everything has been arranged. The Imperial Medical Hall has been guarded at every level, and every doctor is under close surveillance. Any movement is under my control. If anyone has the intention of collaborating with the enemy or committing treason, he will be killed immediately. In addition, Imperial physician Xia is also extremely skilled. He is also worried that the formula of the hemostatic powder will be leaked, so he carries out each development process separately. Except for the disciples he truly trusts, other doctors are not able to master the real formula. The man in black robe reported respectfully. Kindness. Yingjing nodded. No more questions. In addition, I have checked Zhao Xian's hometown from the Lantian camp. He grew up in our Great Qin since he was a child. We can eliminate the possibility of him being a spy. He is a native of our Great Qin. The man in black robe replied respectfully. That's good. Yingjing nodded again, his expression relaxing a little. When he hired people, he focused on their ability and loyalty. If you use it, then trust the person and don't use the person if you don't trust him. But the prerequisite is loyalty. It is indeed incredible that Zhao Xian emerged from the crowd in just 1 year and made so many great contributions to the Qin dynasty. No matter how much Yingjing values it, he must get to the bottom of it. Only by eliminating the possibility that Zhao Xian was a spy from other countries and knowing that he was a Qin person could he use him with confidence. Back off. Yingjing waved his hand. Promise. The man in black robe bowed and quickly retreated, but he did not go through the main gate of Zhongtai Palace. Instead, he walked to the back hall and then disappeared. Zhao Xian. Maybe this is really a blessing from heaven to me. I hope you won't let me down. Yingjing looked outside the hall and muttered to himself. Time flies. A few days passed. Inside the Qin palace, the court meeting started again. Yingjing, dressed in a robe and wearing a crown, sat on the throne with great dignity, overlooking the Qin officials in the court. Zhao Gao, who was serving at the side, shouted to the whole court, the mountain cheers. Response. All the Qin officials in the hall raised their imperial tablets, bowed, and shouted, "We pay our respects to the king. May the king live forever, and may the Qin dynasty live forever." The roar of the mountains resounded in the hall and reached outside the hall. The king's majestic power, which was superior to all living beings, was displayed at this moment. Gentlemen, please stand up. Yingjing raised his hand and waved, showing infinite majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. All the civil and military officials in the court shouted in unison, and then sat down in their respective seats in an orderly manner. If you have the right to report, then you should leave the court. Zhao Gao looked at the court and shouted loudly. Your Majesty. I have a memorial. Wei Liao stood up and said respectfully. Kindness. Yingjing nodded. You go ahead, Wei Qin. The war to destroy Han has no more obstacles for our great Qin. We will have victory news within a month at most, or at least half a month. Now that the king has chosen Meng Yi and Yao Jia to go to Han to govern, there is no need to worry about government affairs and laws, but there is still one matter that needs to be handled with caution. If it is not handled properly, there will be endless troubles. Those are the surrendered prisoners of the Han army that our great Qin captured when it attacked Han. Han has only a few 100,000 soldiers in total, and according to the current military reports, our great Qin has captured more than 80,000 people. These 80,000 men will be captives if they lay down their weapons, but if they take up their weapons again they will become soldiers. If we don't properly resettle them and give them the opportunity to take up weapons again, there will be endless troubles. Wei Liao said seriously. These words fell. Many ministers in the court also nodded. Prisoners, surrendered soldiers. This is not a problem specific to the Qin dynasty, but a problem that has existed in this world for thousands of years. In the past, there were 3 ways for various countries to deal with surrendered soldiers. The first was to let the surrendered soldiers return home, but the consequence was that after they returned home, they would be recruited by their former court again and become soldiers again, and would still be enemies of the court. For South Korea, although the Qin dynasty will destroy them. However, if so many surrendered soldiers were allowed to return home, those Korean nobles who were unwilling to see their country destroyed and those Korean authorities who had escaped would definitely not sit idly by and wait for death, and other countries would also inevitably create trouble secretly. Therefore, releasing the surrendered soldiers is absolutely not an option. That would cause endless troubles for the Qin dynasty. The second, and most direct, method was used once by the Qin dynasty in the past, causing all nations in the world to fear it like tigers and wolves. In the Battle of Chongping, Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan of the Qin dynasty, killed hundreds of thousands of Zhao soldiers, turning Chongping into a living hell. To this day, Chongping is deserted and filled with a gloomy atmosphere, and no one dares to enter. The consequence of doing this was that people all over the world feared Qin like tigers and wolves. For the former Qin dynasty, this was a deterrent, preventing other countries from invading. It also saves trouble and completely eliminates the risk of surrendered soldiers taking up arms again to fight the enemy. But times are different now. Yingjing is now seeking to unify the world. If the hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers were buried alive like the Chongping massacre, it would definitely arouse hostility from people all over the world, and countries all over the world would resist to the death. In their opinion. In the end, you will die anyway. Surrendering means death, and fighting on the battlefield means death as well. It is better to fight with Qin. Therefore, the first and second options are both unacceptable. So there is only the third method. This is also the method that all the countries in the world are implementing today. Although it will also cause some loss of baggage and money, it is not as cruel and lenient as the previous 2 methods. That is to disperse the surrendered soldiers, send them to work in bitter and cold places, demote them to corvée labor, and continue until they die of exhaustion and old age. There are indeed quite a lot of surrendered soldiers this time. If we let them take up arms again, there will indeed be endless troubles. Yingjing pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Then treat them as before. After breaking them up, send them to exile in Shu, Guangzhou, and the bitter cold lands in the west, and demote them to corvée labor, to work for the Qin forever. Yingjing said majestically. Your Majesty is wise. Deal with this. All the officials in the court echoed in unison. In a short time, more than 80,000 surrendered soldiers were forced to perform corvée labor. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be exhausted to death by corvée labor for the rest of their lives or die of old age. This is kingship. A single word can determine life or death. Your Majesty. Now the kingdom of Han is about to be destroyed, but the territory of Han is a strategic location for our great Qin to go east, and we cannot lose it. After the destruction of Han, should we let General Li Teng continue to guard it? Or should we dispatch troops from other camps to guard it? Meng Yi stood up and said respectfully. I will make the final decision on this matter. However, I would like to meet Zhao Xian. Yingjing suddenly spoke, with strong interest in his eyes. Zhao Xian is a general in the army. He can come to Xianying for an audience with just one decree from the king. Wei Liao said with a smile. Just at this moment. Report. Lantian camp, urgent report from the general. Outside the main hall. A messenger quickly rushed into the hall. watching the soldiers outside the hall quickly running into the hall. All the civil and military officials in the court were stunned at the same time. Urgent news from Lantien. Could it be about the war in Korea? Could it be that the capital of Han has been breached by our army? It shouldn't be that fast. Even if the main force of the Han army has been defeated by our army, there are still 10,000 or 20,000 troops guarding the Han capital. It won't be that fast to break through. Looking at the soldiers rushing into the hall, all the ministers were surprised. What urgent news do you have, General? Read it directly. Jing looked at the sharp soldiers who were paying homage in the hall, with surprise and anxiety in his eyes. Promise. The warrior calmed down, took out the battle report from his pocket, and read it out loudly. Your servant Wang Jian, I pay homage to you and submit the battle report on the attack on Han. The elite soldiers of our Lantien camp have not let the king down. The capital of Han has been conquered by our army, and the entire family of King Han and all the officials of Han have been captured alive. Han has been destroyed. The king's strategy for marching east has been completed. The reason why this battle was so quick was that after conquering Yangdi, the capital of Han was conquered by our army in less than 3 days. The key to the war to destroy Han lies not only in the bravery and fearlessness of our great Qin warriors, but also in the command of the commander-in-chief and the strategy of the brave generals. Yangdi city was captured, and the main credit goes to Zhao Xian, who adopted a surprise attack strategy. He led his 5,000 cavalry to change into the Han army's armor and raided the Han capital Xinjiang. He used the order of Bao Yuan to trick the Han garrison commander into opening the gate of Xinjiang, and thus captured the city in one fell swoop. This battle is the first achievement of Qin's conquest of Han, and it is well deserved. The warrior opened the battle report and read it aloud. Although for Jing, for all the civil and military officials in the court, they had heard Zhao Xian's name many times. But the impact each time brought to them was huge. And this time, the impact is greater than ever before. This Zhao Xian is really brave and resourceful. He broke through Yangdi and took advantage of the fact that the Han capital had not yet prepared. He disguised himself as a Han soldier and tricked the city into opening. This has to be said to be a risky move. Wei Liao couldn't help but say. This move did have the effect of a surprise attack, but it also put the entire army in danger. If the Han general saw through it and set an ambush in the city, Zhao Xian and his several thousand cavalrymen would lose their lives. Although the surprise attack was successful, victory is by no means as simple as the battle report says. Zhao Xian is really amazing, Meng Yi said in surprise. The merit of destroying the capital and the country, the merit of capturing the king has not yet rewarded Zhao Xian for his merit of defeating Yang Di and killing Bao Yuan, and for his merit of offering medicine. Now that he has made such a great contribution, I wonder how much the king's reward will be. In the future, there will be a new general in my great Qin army. While all the civil and military officials in the court were shocked, they were also a little envious. They were also full of curiosity about Zhao Xian, whom they had heard of many times. After Yangdi was captured, they expected that it would take Qin only half a month to conquer Han, but Zhao Xian's surprise attack brought this time forward. Judging from the battle report, on the 3rd day after conquering Yangdi, Zhao Xian conquered the capital of Han. Zhao Xian is truly my lucky general. He actually destroyed the country just like that. Not to mention the civil and military officials in the court, even Jing was the same, with a look of shock on his face. Color. I congratulate the king. The strategy of going east has been completed. The gateway to the east for our great Qin has been opened. The world will be unified in your hands. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All the officials in the court burst into cheers after being shocked. Attack Zhao openly and attack Han secretly. I have accomplished the first step to unify the world. Moreover, this Dingwa battle will be faster than I expected. All this is because of Zhao Xian, a lucky general given to me by God. An excited smile appeared on Jing's face. The 7 kingdoms in the world have been in a tripartite relationship for many years. Now, this situation has been broken by Jing himself. Same. This is also the prelude to the unification of the world. Your Majesty. I will go ahead and present the battle report. Other. The king of Han and his entire family have been escorted here. They will be in Xianyang within half an hour at most. The sharp soldier said respectfully. Good. A smile appeared on Ing Zheng's face, and he was extremely excited. My lords. Have you ever seen a king who destroyed a country? Ing Zheng stood up from the throne and looked around the court. Never. Thanks to the king's grace, I will see you today. The great Qin has a great king, and will surely usher in a unified and prosperous era. In the future, the world will only have the great Qin. All the civil and military officials in the court shouted loudly. Propagate my imperial edict. As soon as the king of Han arrives, bring him into the palace immediately. Ing Zheng said in a majestic voice. Now. Outside Xianyang city. There was a military marquee at the head, and behind him were dozens of prison carts, each of which held members of the Han royal family. Zhao Xian launched a surprise attack on Xinjiang, destroyed its capital and annihilated its country. Except for a few members of the Han royal family who had fled Xinjiang long ago, all the others had been captured. A royal family with a population of over 1,000 people. This time, Wang Jian issued an order and ordered 5,000 elite soldiers to escort them, and Wang Ben personally supervised the army. If there is any abnormality, kill the Han royal family first. Now. Inside the prison van. The king of Han sat there in a daze, his face lifeless. As a king who was once high and mighty, now he has become a prisoner. One can imagine how heavy his mood is at this moment. And it's not just him. His entire clan. Concubines and children. The princes and princesses who were once high and mighty are now prisoners. Their life, death, and destiny are no longer under their control. Soon. Under the escort of sharp soldiers. The entire family of the king of Han was taken into Xianyang city in prison carts. When the people on the official road saw that the people in these prison carts were wearing gorgeous robes, one of them was even wearing a king's crown robe. This moment. The people of Xianyang city were in an uproar. Are these prisoners from South Korea? These people are all dressed so gorgeously, and they are obviously from noble families. Are they all Korean nobles? Look, is that the one wearing the royal robe the king of Han? Could it be that my great Qin has successfully destroyed Han? If that's the case, that's really colorful. Big prize. My great Qin has destroyed Han. Long live the great Qin, long live the great king. When the people of Xianyang city saw this, they gathered around to watch. When they guessed the truth, countless Qin people and countless ordinary people burst into cheers. Listening to the warm applause. The faces of King Han and his entire family in the prison car turned even paler. Soon. Under the escort of the sharp soldiers. The king of Han was escorted to the Qin palace alone, and the other royal family members were directly thrown into the Tingwei prison, awaiting punishment. Inside the main hall. Wang Ben walked slowly into the hall. When Wang Ben saw Ing Zheng sitting on the high seat, he immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty. I, Wang Ben, am following the order of the general to escort the entire Han royal family back to Xianyang. King Hanan is now outside the palace. Will the king summon me? Inside Zhengtai Palace. Your Majesty. Wang Ben bowed to Ing Zheng, his face filled with joy. This kind of joy is not only as a subject, but also as a friend. Wang Ben, how long has it been since we last met? Looking at Wang Ben's smile, Ing Zheng's face also showed gentleness. Return to the king. It's been several years. Wang Ben said with a look of reminiscence on his face. Time flies so fast. Unconsciously, we are already in our 30s. When I first returned to the Qin dynasty, it was you and Meng Tian who came to pick me up, and then we learned martial arts in the army. Those days are really nostalgic. Ing Zheng smiled, with a nostalgic look on his face. At that time, Ing Zheng had just returned to Qin. The previous king, Ing Zichu, had naturally made thorough considerations for Ing Zheng and selected several young men from large families for Ing Zheng to study with. Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and Wang Ben, they were the ones who had always been with Ing Zheng. In addition, There are also the two brothers Feng Qiji and Feng Jie from the Feng family. These people have now become the backbone of the Qin court and the army, and are also the team left behind by Ing Zichu for Ing Zheng, who was in power for only 3 years. Afterwards, Ing Zheng executed Lao Ai and demoted Lu Buwei. These ministers who grew up with Ing Zheng also made many contributions. Now they are in the army and in the court, each performing their duties, and are truly loyal to Ing Zheng. The relationship between them is not just that of a ruler and his subjects, but also that of brothers who grew up together and lived together. Your Majesty has now fulfilled your great wish. Han has been destroyed, and the road for our great Qin to move eastward has been opened. Han has been destroyed, but this is only the first step in your grand plan. In the future, your Majesty will be able to unify the world and create achievements that will last for thousands of years. Wang Ben said excitedly. Good. Han is destroyed. This is only my first step, the first step for the Qin dynasty. The world is what I want. There was undisguised ambition in Ing Zheng's eyes. Your Majesty, I, the millions of elite soldiers of the great Qin, are willing to swear allegiance to your Majesty until death and remove all obstacles for your Majesty. Wang Ben bowed. All right. It's just you and me in this palace, there's no need to be so restrained. Speaking of which, I still miss my childhood, when I was with you. Those were the real days. Ing Zheng smiled slightly. When the world is unified, we will definitely return to the king's side. Wang Ben also said with a smile. That day will come. Besides, what I want is a real reunion. Ing Zheng said with deep meaning. At this time, Ing Zheng suddenly thought of something, looked at Wang Ben and said, Zhao Xian, you should have seen him, right? Yes. Wang Ben nodded and said, when he first joined the army, I saw him in the recruit camp. What kind of person is Zhao Xian? Ing Zheng asked with a smile, and his words showed great interest in Zhao Xian. Your Majesty, come to think of it, this kid is really somewhat similar to you. Wang Ben smiled and said. Oh. Ing Zheng was surprised, and then asked, he is somewhat similar to me. In what way? His personality is very similar to that of the king when he was young. He is confident and will accomplish what he has decided to do. Moreover, he is not afraid of anything. When he was in the recruit camp, he was outstanding. Other recruits were a little nervous and worried about the military, but Zhao Xian was not. On the contrary, he was very eager to join the army. Moreover, his personality was as calm as that of the king in his youth. Moreover, from the very beginning when he joined the army, he set a goal. Wang Ben smiled. What goal? Ing Zheng became interested. Promotion. Wang Ben replied with a smile. After 3 months of training in the recruit camp, he is not only very strong, but also outstanding in archery and riding. When the king issued an edict to attack Han, this kid directly asked to be the vanguard just to get promoted. Come to think of it, when we went to the battlefield in the past, we were still worried, but this kid was not. Wang Ben said slowly. Hearing what you said, this Zhao Xian does have a lonely personality. When I first ascended the throne, I also wanted to prove it. Besides, this kid is frank enough. Ing Zheng said with a smile. If the king had not left no son among the common people, I would have suspected that Zhao Xian was the king's son. They look so much like him. Wang Ben said to himself. But he didn't dare to say this. Since it involves the royal family, this is a capital crime. Your Majesty. Actually, there is one thing I don't understand. Why let Li Ting go back to Xianyang to report on his work instead of Zhao Xian? Wang Ben asked puzzledly. Although Li Teng has the talent to command troops, don't you think he is inferior to Zhao Xian in terms of military strategy? Ing Zheng said slowly. Kindness. Wang Ben nodded and said, indeed, Zhao Xian was too outstanding in destroying Han this time. Let alone Li Teng, even if I, Meng Tian and others were in his shoes, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do as well as Zhao Xian. You come with me. Ing Zheng turned around and walked to the sand table of the following countries that day. His eyes gazed at the territory of the 3 Jins. Zhao is located in the northeast corner of our great Qin, and Han is located in the southeast of our great Qin. With Hanggu Pass, the territory of Han, and the mainland of Qin, we can encircle Zhao and Wei. After destroying Han, the Qin Empire has opened the way to the east. The next step is Zhao. Yingjing stared at the territory of Zhao state on the sand table with sharp eyes. Like. The state of Zhao has fallen into Yingjing's sights. Wang Ben also stared at the sand table, thinking about Yingjing's decision in his heart. During the past few months of destroying Han, I have learned a little about Li Teng from the battle reports. He is good at fighting steadily, but lacks the courage to take risks and win big with a small investment like Zhao Xian. So, I left Zhao Xian to guard the border of Han, so that he could judge the situation and create victory when the Qin army attacks Zhao or Wei. This is why I left Zhao Xian in Han territory. Gu, believe him. Yingjing said in a deep voice. If Zhao Xian knew that the king valued him so much, he would be even more loyal to the king until death. Wang Ben said immediately. You should go in person this time to receive the imperial decree, confer the title on Zhao Xian, and bring back the surrendered soldiers from Han. Yingjing said to Wang Ben. I obey your order. Wang Ben bowed. Then, Wang Ben withdrew from Zhangtai Palace. In the huge palace, Yingjing was the only one left again. Standing in front of this huge sand table, the king's loneliness is revealed. Zhao Yan. Next, it's your turn. I will make you truly experience the pain of losing your country and the hatred of humiliation. I will repay you for everything you did to me in Afang. Wait. Zhao State, Zhao Yan. Yingjing's eyes fell on the territory of Zhao State, filled with hatred from the bottom of his heart. This kind of hatred. Ever since he was born in Zhao State, he was bullied by the people of Zhao for many years, which was deeply imprinted in Yingjing's heart. Xian. Yingjing said majestically. The next moment. Outside the main hall. King Han Hanan, wearing a crown robe but without the tassels, walked into the hall with an air of decadence. Him at this moment. He has lost all his strength and is like a walking corpse. From a high and mighty king, he suddenly fell to become a prisoner. This kind of impact was like falling from the sky into the nether world of hell. If the king had a bit of backbone, perhaps he would live and die with his country at the moment when the city was destroyed and the country was perished, but Hanan did not have that kind of blood. He was afraid of death and he did not dare to do so. Hanan, the king of a fallen country, pays homage to the king of Qin, the king of the superior country. Hanan walked into the hall and knelt on the ground with a feeling of unwillingness, loneliness, and fear. Hanan. Are you very dissatisfied? Very unwilling. From a high position, looking at Hanan's expression, Yingjing sneered. Hanan doesn't dare. Hanan said fearfully. What else can a king of a fallen country be unwilling to do? If I were you, the moment the capital was breached, I would have died with my country, rather than lingering on and living in the world. As a king, you don't have the blood of sharing the same fate with your country. You are not worthy of being a king. Yingjing stared at Hanan, and his cold voice echoed throughout the court. Hanan's face turned pale, with shame, but more of fear of death. Among the countries in this world, they are able to become kings because they are born into noble families, are clothed in fine clothes and fed with delicious food, are superior to all other living beings, and have never suffered any hardship. But Yingjing was different. Before he was 10 years old, he endured suffering that ordinary people could hardly imagine. After he succeeded to the throne at the age of 13, he still did not have power throughout his life and nearly died at the hands of traitors many times. Now he holds the kingship, all thanks to his courage and strategy. Rest assured. I won't kill you. A ruler who loses his country should behave like a ruler who loses his country. From now on, you and your entire clan will stay in Xianyang. Yingjing said coldly. With a wave of the hand. Several sharp warriors came up behind Hanan and took him away from the court. Your Majesty. This is the royal seal of Korea and a map of the Korean territory. Wang Ben was holding a box in his hand, which contained a jade seal and a scroll. Show it up. Yingjing said. Zhao Gao immediately walked into the hall, picked up the box, and handed it respectfully to Yingjing. Yingjing glanced at Wang Shi, then took out the map and opened it. The entire Korean border is in sight. My lords. From now on, there will be no more Han in the world. Jing held the map high and said excitedly. We congratulate the king. My great Qin will destroy all nations and unify the world. The king will create a unified and prosperous era. The civil and military officials in the court shouted in unison. This time we will destroy Korea. General Wang Jian recommended Li Teng as a general, and he led the army to destroy Han and open up a road to the east. This battle. It also brought out a rare general for me in my great Qin. First achievement in this battle. Zhao Xian, no doubt. What do you think, my lords, should I do to reward Zhao Xian? Jing glanced around the court and asked in a powerful voice. Original. For the merit of this battle, the first person to be rewarded was the commander-in-chief Li Teng. However, compared with Li Teng's command of the troops, Zhao Xian's military exploits in helping Qin conquer Han were too brilliant. This can serve as an example of the Qin dynasty's strategy of eastward expansion. Having joined the army for less than a year, he has achieved such great achievements, which can inspire the entire army. Reporting to the king. For Zhao Xian's achievements, he can be appointed as the chief general. Wang Ben, who had just arrived at the court, spoke up immediately. And this. It also represents the intention of Wang Jian of Lantian camp. With such military achievements, he fully deserves the position of commander-in-chief. But Wang Ben finished speaking. The expressions of many people in the court also changed. Although Zhao Xian has made such a great contribution, it is indeed very dazzling. But he was just a soldier who had just joined the army for less than a year. If he was appointed as the commander-in-chief, he would command an army of 100,000. This made many people in the court jealous. A year ago, I was just an ordinary citizen. A year later, he became a general and commanded an army of 100,000, which could be said to be a rapid rise to fame. Zhao Xuanjin is the chief general, commanding an army of 100,000. It is totally worth it for him to have made military achievements for the Qin dynasty. Jing said immediately. As soon as these words fell. Seeing Jing's unquestionable majesty, all the officials in the court understood that there was no objection to Zhao Xian's promotion to the position of commander. If anyone spoke out against it at this moment, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Your Majesty. Zhao Xian has made such a great contribution. According to the military merit system of the Great Qin, he will definitely be given a high honor. It is not too much to be promoted to the position of chief general. But to re-enfeoff Zhao Xian, we need to summon him to Xianyang. Wang Wan stood up and began to speak respectfully. See him stand up. Li Si also stood up immediately. I second the proposal. As a commander-in-chief with high position and power, we need to summon Zhao Xian to Xianyang. I second this motion. Many ministers also stood up and echoed. Wang Qin. The kingdom of Han has been destroyed. General, do you have any words for me? Jing ignored the ministers in the court and turned his gaze to Wang Ben. Return to the king. Han's borders have been stabilized, but they are still under the watchful eyes of other nations. We still need a large army to guard them to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The general has reported that the army going to Korea will continue to be commanded by Li Teng, assisted by Zhao Xian, to guard the Korean border. Wang Ben replied respectfully. What the general said is in line with this. However, how can one realm accommodate two commanders? I will make use of Zhao Xian's achievements. Jing shook his head, and then said in a powerful voice, draft an edict. Promise. Zhao Gao responded immediately. In the war to destroy Han, Zhao Xian deserves the most credit. He killed the main general in the first battle against Han, killed the general in the battle to break the city, and destroyed Han's capital in a surprise attack. He also presented the magic medicine to the Qin dynasty, which saved the lives of millions of Qin soldiers. Now, Zhao Xian is appointed as the chief general, commanding 100,000 soldiers and horses, promoted 3 levels to the rank of middle commander, and given the authority of the chief general's 2,000 personal guards. In addition, the troops under Zhao Xuantong's command are stationed in the Lantian camp to guard the Han territory. I will also give you 10,000 acres of good farmland, 10,000 ounces of gold, 10,000 pieces of fine cloth, and 1,000 slaves. Also, order Li Teng to return to Xianyang to report on his work. When he returns, I will reward him generously. Ing Jing said in a majestic voice and issued a royal decree. Hearing this, all the officials in the court were stunned. Especially Wang Wan and Li Si. They had just requested that Zhao Xian return to Xianyang to report on his work, but they did not expect that Ing Jing would directly appoint Zhao Xian as the commander-in-chief, and even promoted him 3 levels in a row, and also gave him the power to guard the border of Han. Instead, Li Teng was summoned to Xianyang to report on his work. The king really thinks highly of Zhao Xian. If Zhao Xian is unwilling to support the eldest prince, he will be difficult to deal with in the future. Wang Wan said to himself. Your Majesty is wise. Wang Ben bowed immediately. As he opened his mouth, the court officials came to their senses and shouted in unison, Your Majesty is wise. Huangqiao Village. After such a long time, Zhou Yuer's belly is getting bigger and bigger. In this mountain village, her life was very ordinary. It was not as prosperous as that of a big city. She just sewed clothes every day to make clothes for her unborn baby. Fortunately, Zhou Yan has been taking care of her, and the ants in the village often help out. Yuer. Grandpa has good news for you. Zhou Yan walked back home very happily and said with a smile on his face. Grandpa, is there any good news? Could it be that Brother Xian is back? Zhou Yuer smiled gently and asked expectantly. I just heard from Muramasa that the war in South Korea is almost settled. Maybe soon, that brat Zhao Xian will be able to come back. Maybe I'll have the chance to see my grandson's birth. Zhou Yan said happily. Real. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Yuer also smiled. Son, your father will be home soon. Maybe I can even see you being born. Zhou Yuer stroked her belly happily. In about a month, my grandson will be born. I'm really looking forward to whether it's a boy or a girl. Zhou Yan was also looking forward to it. Brother Xian should like boys. I want to carry on his family line. Zhou Yuer said with a smile. After all, we are in this era. They all have the concept of clan inheritance, and even Zhou Yuer is no exception. This is the responsibility of a wife. I don't care about boys or girls. If that brat dares to despise me, I will break his legs. Zhou Yan said angrily. No. Zhou Yuer said reluctantly. You little girl, Grandpa raised you to this age, but all you have in your eyes is that bad boy. Grandpa is so sad. Zhou Yan said with tears in his eyes. Grandpa is also the most important. Zhou Yuer said with a smile. Time. The time passed slowly as the grandparents and grandchildren chatted. For Zhou Yuer, she looked forward to Zhao Xian's safe return every day. It would be best if you could witness the birth of your child. Xinjing City. Inside the military camp. Compared with the luxury in the Xinjing Palace, Zhao Xian preferred life in the military camp. So since the capture of the Han capital and the successful destruction of Han, Zhao Xian stayed in the military camp all the time, training soldiers and exercising the army on weekdays. Time also passes at this moment. But Zhao Xian was also very much looking forward to the victory report being sent back to Xianyang. He had made such a great contribution this time, and his previous contributions had not been rewarded. With Qin Shi Huang's courage in employing people, he should be rewarded handsomely. This time, maybe I can meet Qin Shi Huang. Han has been destroyed. Given the current situation, Qin Shi Huang may summon me to Xianyang and reward me. The greatest emperor of all time, Qin Shi Huang. I really want to meet him. I don't know what he looks like. Zhao Xian was full of curiosity about Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. After all, in his previous life, Zhao Xian admired this emperor the most, who was the founder of the unification of Yanhuang and was also the first emperor of Yanhuang. At this point, it is worth remembering by any member of the Yanhuang ethnic group. General. At this time, Chen Song, Li Hu, Ren Xiao and Zhang Han walked into the tent. Training completed. Looking at the 4 people, Zhao Xian asked in a deep voice. Return to the general. Today's training has been completed and the soldiers are resting. Ren Xiong replied respectfully. Kindness. Zhao Xian nodded. If there is nothing else, you can have a good rest. Thank you, General. The four of them replied immediately. But after they came to report the military situation, they did not leave the tent. What else do you want? Looking at the four people standing in the camp, Zhao Xian raised his head with a puzzled look on his face. But the next moment, the four of them knelt on one knee and knelt towards Zhao Xian. What are you doing? Looking at the four people, Zhao Xian's expression changed slightly. I want to follow you, General, and pledge my loyalty to you. Please grant my wish. The four of them said in unison. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's expression also turned serious. To the four people in front of me. Zhao Xian has always had strong expectations in his heart. Chen Song and Li Hu are brothers from the same village and can be given absolute trust. As for Ren Xiong and Zhang Han, they are famous in history. Although they are only about 20 years old now, their abilities have been demonstrated. Under Zhao Xian's command, they did not disappoint Zhao Xian. After meeting them, Zhao Xian already had expectations in his heart. Are you sure? Zhao Xian stood up and stared at the four people. We are willing to swear to follow you till death and never betray you, the four said in unison. Apart from Qin Song and Li Hu, Ren Xiong and Zhang Han did not spend much time with Zhao Xian, but after several months of fighting, they were deeply impressed by the courage and ability shown by Zhao Xian. They know. If one could follow Zhao Xian and truly become Zhao Xian's own, then one would definitely have seized the opportunity. If you missed it. Once Zhao Xian takes a high position, they will lose their opportunity. I accept your allegiance. But I have something to say. If you pledge allegiance to me, there will be no chance for you to betray me. If you do, I will make your life a living hell. Zhao Xian warned with a hint of coldness. Swear allegiance to the general until death. If you betray me, your soul will fall into hell and you will never be reincarnated. The four of them replied in unison, with determination in their eyes. Obviously. They are all well thought out. Although there is no cultivation in this world, let alone immortals and gods, for the people of this world, immortals, gods, ghosts, heaven and hell, all exist in myths and legends. The fact that they pledged allegiance with such a vicious oath showed their sincerity and determination. Good. Zhao Xian walked forward and helped the four people up one by one. From now on, you are mine. Thank you, General. The four people responded excitedly. Zhao Xian has a bright future. Today, they are pledging allegiance to Zhao Xian, which is equivalent to completely binding Zhao Xian's warships. Future. Their status will also rise. Your loyalty to me is only in secret. On the surface, you are still generals of the Qin dynasty. If there are outsiders, they must not be exposed. Zhao Xian warned seriously. Promise. The four responded immediately. After all, now Zhao Xian is a minister of the Qin dynasty, and so are Ren Xiong and Zhang Han. Zhao Xian's power also depends on the Qin dynasty. If he showed any signs of forming a clique for personal gain at this moment, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Zhao Xian. Future. The great Qin destroyed all the nations and ruled the world. As long as Qin Shi Huang was around, the Qin Empire would be as solid as a mountain, but in the future, Shi Huang would die and the world would be divided. It was the end of the Qin dynasty. That was Zhao Xian's real opportunity, and his ambition to become king would be realized at that time. Congratulations to the host for gaining the loyalty of his subordinates and opening the power system. Anyone who pledges allegiance to the host can have their name entered into the faction system, and can check the loyalty of their subordinates. At this time, the system's electronic prompt sounded. This shocked Zhao Xian for a moment, and then he was surprised. This is undoubtedly a real artifact. Decades. Zhao Xian is definitely able to create a force that influences the entire world because he can put it to use. Open the power system. Zhao Xian said immediately. The next moment, rows of names appeared in front of Zhao Xian. There are not only Chen Song, Li Hu, Ren Xiong, and Zhang Han. There are also 500 elite soldiers from Zhao Xian's personal guard camp. The royal power granted the right to form a personal guard camp. Not all those who have reached the 10th level of nobility have this honor. Only generals in the army have this honor. In addition, if you are not a general in the army, you can't get it. After all, there are so many officials in the court. If everyone forms a personal guard, they will form an army together. The personal guard battalion of a general in the army is under the command of the general. Its duty is to protect the general's safety, even at the cost of his own life. This is the meaning of the personal guard battalion's existence. Looking at Qin Song and others whom he trusted the most, they had all reached the level of die-hard fans. That is to say, Zhao Xian can trust them completely. However, the 500 guards were not fully formed at that time, and not everyone was loyal, but it could be seen. These disloyal people can be dealt with secretly. Zhao Xian thought secretly in his heart. Belonging to his personal guard. Even his subordinates naturally have to be completely loyal to him. Follow me to the training ground, Zhao Xian said to the 4 people. Then he strode out of the tent. My lord has commanded. The 4 of them followed Zhao Xian without any hesitation. Inside the training ground, many royal guards dispersed and prohibited anyone from entering the training grounds. Zhao Xian stood in front of a human-shaped wooden stake used to train sharp warriors to thrust with spears, followed by 4 generals. Do you know why I have the power to break through city gates with my sword and shoot arrows through a willow tree 100 feet away? Zhao Xian turned around and looked at the 4 people and asked. The Lord is gifted with extraordinary talents, which is a divine power bestowed by heaven. My subordinates and others are just ordinary people. Chen Song replied respectfully. The other 3 also nodded in agreement. This is a view. It was not only engraved in the hearts of the 4 of them, but also known to all the elite soldiers in the army. Zhao Xian's powerful divine power and brave fighting achievements have been widely spread throughout the army under the edict of the current king of Qin, inspiring the entire army. Such divine power. If it weren't for the extraordinary talent and divine power given by God, there would be no other explanation. Hee. Hearing this answer, Zhao Xian smiled. Turn around. Suddenly, with a move of his right hand, the sword at his waist instantly flew out of its sheath. Zhao Xian shot an arrow directly at the human-shaped wooden stake in front of him. The next moment, he quickly put the sword back into the sheath. The 4 of them looked at the human-shaped wooden stake. But the next moment, the 4 of them widened their eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. There was a series of crackling sounds. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wooden stake, and each crack was very neat, as if it had been cut by a sword. Suddenly, boom! The wooden stake split into dozens of pieces and shattered, scattering all over the place. Watching this scene, all 4 of them were stunned. After a long time, Zhang Han was surprised and asked, "It seems that the master only swung the sword once just now, but why did this wooden stake seem to have been chopped by dozens of swords?" The other 3 didn't say anything, but the shock in their eyes showed that they had the same idea. In your opinion, I just swung the sword. But in fact, I swung out 25 swords in a row at a speed you couldn't see. Zhao Xian smiled faintly and said, My lord, how did you do this? Really? Is this a divine power from heaven? But no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to have such speed. The 4 looked at Zhao Xian in shock, unbelievable. Without waiting for them to come back to their senses, Zhao Xian's next words made them feel like they were struck by lightning and they couldn't believe it. You also have the opportunity to possess this kind of power, Zhao Xian said slowly. What? Can my subordinates also possess such power? Could it be that this kind of power is not a natural gift from the Lord, but a divine power bestowed by God? Several people stared with wide eyes, and a kind of expectation appeared in their eyes. Have you ever heard of the power of immortals and gods in myths and legends? Zhao Xian asked again. Of course I have. The 4 of them nodded. Then they thought of something almost at the same time. Could it be that the Lord is the reincarnation of the immortal god in myth and legend? We grew up with the Lord, but the Lord has always been different from his peers. This. Chen Song said in horror. Li Hu nodded, with shock in his eyes, as if he understood why Zhao Xian had been so mature since childhood and different from his peers. Now I understood everything. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiong and Zhang Han did not say anything, but the awe in their eyes became even stronger. Zhao Xian did not explain anything about the four people's speculations. In this era, immortals and gods do not exist at all, but legends about them have been passed down through the ages. Ordinary people have a natural awe for immortals and gods, and for the heavens and the earth. The title of reincarnation of an immortal god was secretly circulated, which would definitely greatly increase Zhao Xian's status in the eyes of his subordinates in the future. To know. In the history of Yanhuang, there were many kings who established their authority in the name of immortals and gods, and there were even rumors of true dragon emperors and true emperors to deceive people. For example, the late Qin dynasty. Liu Bang, who was known as the son of the Red Emperor, relied on rumors to establish his extraordinary status, thereby bewitching countless people who followed him. With such a silent halo, it will be more mysterious and awe-inspiring to the subordinates. Do you want to have this kind of power? Zhao Xian looked at the four people in front of him and said, I am willing to swear allegiance to my master until death. The four of them knelt on one knee and spoke excitedly. Among the immortals and gods in myths and legends, some are born immortals, but most become immortals through cultivation. The method of cultivation I am going to give you is called the way of martial arts. Practicing martial arts will multiply your strength and surpass that of ordinary people. When you reach the true pinnacle level, it will be easy to flatten a city with a wave of your hand. Even becoming an immortal. Zhao Xian spoke slowly. These words, like the voice of a soul, reached the ears of the four people and stunned them. Raise a city with a wave of your hand. This is the power that only true immortals and gods possess, right? Do we have the chance to possess it? The four people's gazes became extremely hot. This moment. Only then did they realize how great an opportunity it was to submit to Zhao Xian and join his army. Start practicing. Possessing terrifying power that transcends the mundane world, and even having the chance of immortality, this is an opportunity that countless people in the world cannot obtain. Digitize the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamita Kung Fu. Zhao Xian communicated with the system. Instructions accepted. The system prompts. Then. Zhao Xian stared at the four people, transmit the skills. The next moment. The four people only felt a sharp pain in their heads, and then they gained an extremely mysterious skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. A top-notch martial arts technique in the world of martial arts, and one that is particularly suitable for the military and military commanders. The first level is to increase strength, and the second level produces true qi. It is more inclined to increase strength than ordinary martial arts techniques. Thank God for the gift. The four of them said excitedly. You are very lucky. I still have 5 elixirs left that can allow you to enter the realm of martial arts directly, at least saving you 1 or 2 months of hard training. Zhao Xian smiled and took out a jade bottle from his arms. It was the energy-boosting pill that Zhao Xian had obtained from the treasure chest before. For Zhao Xian now, this qi-enhancing pill is not of much use. It can only increase a few dozen experience points. However, for those who are just beginning to enter the threshold of cultivation, it is definitely a great tonic. Each person can take one, and by practicing the technique, they can enter the first realm of martial arts. Zhao Xian distributed the pills in the bottle to 4 people, and took back the remaining one. Thank you, my lord. The 4 of them thanked him and swallowed the pills with a nervous and expectant mood. The 4 of them only felt as if a burning flame was burning in their bodies, and the energy of the elixir dissipated instantly. They did not dare to hesitate and immediately activated the first level of Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra and started their first practice. Under the power of the elixir, the 4 of them successfully opened up their dantian without any accidents. They possessed the internal force of the Dragon Elephant Prajnaparamita power and their physical strength was greatly improved. My strength feels so strong, I have at least the power of 3 stones. Me too. This is the power of martial arts. We are so powerful even though we have just started. All 4 of them thought with great horror. The realm of martial arts. There are many distinct realms. The first level is the acquired realm, which is the threshold of martial arts. The second level is the innate realm. With each breakthrough, your strength will double. You have just stepped into the first level of martial arts, and you still have a long way to go. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Thank you for your gift, my lord. I swear to be loyal to you till death. The four of them bowed to Zhao Xian again. I am too lazy to say more. But this martial arts technique can only be bestowed upon those who are truly loyal to me. Without my order, none of you may leak the technique to others. If anyone disobeys my order, I will personally punish him. Zhao Xian stared at the four people and said sternly. As you command. The four of them were startled and replied immediately. Okay, everyone get up. Zhao Xian nodded and said no more. Their loyalty has reached the point where they will not betray, so Zhao Xian naturally trusts them. Certainly. The power system is also the key, which is the basis for Zhao Xian to truly trust his subordinates. Without this system, Zhao Xian would not have the power to see through people's hearts. At this time, one of Li Teng's personal guards came to the outside of the training ground. But he was stopped by Zhao Xian's personal guards. General Zhao. The king's edict has arrived. The general orders you to go and receive it as soon as possible. There was no way, Li Teng's personal guards shouted at Zhao Xian in the training ground. Hear the sound. The generals immediately came to their senses. This time, the Lord has made many great contributions to the Qin dynasty by destroying Han. The arrival of the royal decree must be a great reward for the Lord. Perhaps the Lord can be summoned by the king and enter Xianyang. If that's the case, that would be great. If the king summons you, your lord will be highly honored. Chen Song, Zhang Han, and the other three immediately spoke excitedly, happy for their master. Now they have completely pledged their loyalty to Zhao Xian. The further Zhao Xian goes, the more they will benefit. Looking at the four happy people, Zhao Xian had a thoughtful look on his face. It is indeed a great honor to be present at the imperial court in Xianyang, but this is not what I want, Zhao Xian thought to himself. Entered Xianyang. I just don't know what position Qin Shi Huang can confer on him. Maybe he can be favored by the king and stay in Xianyang to serve. This would be a great honor for anyone. But for Zhao Xian, this is definitely not a good thing. When he joined the army, in addition to gaining military merit and gaining power, the more important purpose was to improve his own strength. Only on the battlefield, only by killing enemies, can Zhao Xian gain enough experience points, increase his level, and improve his strength. So even if Zhao Xian didn't want to go to Xianyang, he could go, but at most he would just pay a visit to the emperor and then return to the army. This was what Zhao Xian thought. Alas, it's useless to think too much now. The decision on how to reward is entirely up to Qin Shi Huang. After thinking for a while, Zhao Xian could only sigh helplessly. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. This is kingship. The kingship is supreme and cannot be offended. I will be there immediately. Zhao Xian shouted to Li Teng's guards. Immediately. He led his four generals towards the main military camp. Now. Inside the main military camp. Wang Ben has arrived, and all the generals who are heading to conquer Korea have gathered in the tent. When Zhao Xian arrived with his four subordinates, everyone was already there. And saw Zhao Xian. Wang Ben smiled and stood up immediately. The king of Qin issued an edict. Zhao Xian, Li Teng, listen to my orders. Hear the sound. All the generals in the camp stood up, faced Wang Ben and bowed respectfully. Zhao Xian, who had just arrived, was no exception and immediately bowed and said, I respectfully listen to the king's order. Wang Ben unfolded the imperial edict and read it aloud, the imperial edict of Qin. In the war to destroy Han, Zhao Xian deserves the most credit. He killed the main general in the first battle against Han, killed the general in the battle to break the city, and destroyed Han's capital in a surprise attack. He also presented the magic medicine to the Qin dynasty, which saved the lives of millions of Qin soldiers. Now, Zhao Xian is appointed as the chief general, commanding 100,000 soldiers and horses. He is promoted 3 levels to the middle level and enjoys the annual salary of the 13th level of nobility. He is also granted the authority to form a 2,000-person guard battalion. In addition, the troops under Zhao Xuantong's command will guard the border of Han and be in charge of all military affairs in Han. They are under the command of the Lantian camp. In addition, I ordered General Li Teng to bring his 50,000 generals back to Xianying to report on their duties and receive their rewards. Wang Ben read aloud. Hear this. All the generals in the tent were stunned, and then looked at Zhao Xian with awe. Although they all had some guesses about the purpose of the royal edict this time. However, they did not expect that the current king would directly promote Zhao Xian to be the chief general, to guard the newly pacified Han state, and to be in charge of all military affairs. They had not expected such an honor. But none of the generals were dissatisfied with Zhao Xian being appointed commander-in-chief and commanding an army of 100,000, because the contributions Zhao Xian made to the Qin dynasty were totally worth it. I accept your order. Zhao Xian and Li Teng bowed. And at this moment, Zhao Xian was very excited. Qin Shi Huang, it's really Qin Shi Huang. This kind of courage is unprecedented. I have never met him, but he dares to use me so boldly, letting me take charge of the military affairs of Han and command 100,000 troops. This way, I will have no obstacles in secretly cultivating my power. If he was recalled to Xianying for an audience, it would not be a good thing for Zhao Xian. Because he might be retained by Qin Shi Huang in Xianying to serve. Although serving in the capital is envied by countless people, Zhao Xian is not interested. The battlefield can make him stronger. Not only did we have no opportunities in Xianying, but we were also restricted in our actions. Under the kingship, it will be inconvenient to do anything. Being appointed as the main general and guarding a territory, this is what Zhao Xian wanted. Zhao Xian, congratulations. What you said when you joined the army has come true. You are now a general. Wang Ben walked up to Zhao Xian and handed the royal edict to him. Thank you, General Wang. Zhao Xian took the royal edict and replied with a smile. Hey, don't be so polite. Now you and I have the same military rank, so we can be regarded as peers. Wang Ben also replied with a smile. Zhao Xian, congratulations. Li Teng also walked over and said with a smile. Li Teng had no complaints about being transferred back to Xianying to report on his work and having military affairs handed over to Zhao Xian. Returning to Xianying and meeting the king has always been what Li Teng longed for. Now that he can fulfill his wish, Li Teng is naturally very happy. He can also foresee that after returning to Xianying, the current king will use him even more. Congratulations, General Zhao. Many generals congratulated Zhao Xian. Especially Qin Song, Zhang Han, and other 4 people, they have already pledged allegiance to Zhao Xian. Now that Zhao Xian has been promoted to the main general and is in charge of the military power, their excitement is stronger than any other generals in the camp. Thank you General Li for your continued care. Zhao Xian first saluted Li Teng with his fists clasped, then looked at the other generals. My fellow generals, I will be in charge of the entire army from now on. I hope you will cooperate with me. We will follow your orders. All the generals said in unison. Zhao Xuanchu was the commander-in-chief, but he was no fool. All the generals knew how powerful Zhao Xian was, so how could they dare not disobey him? You all should withdraw. I will discuss this with General Wang and General Li. Zhao Xian said to the generals. Promise. The generals bowed and left the tent one after another. Brother Wang, Brother Li, I think it's not too formal for me to address you like that. Zhao Xian smiled and looked at the 2 of them. Ha ha ha. I like this name. We are much older than you, so we deserve the title of Big Brother. Wang Ben laughed immediately. That's right. Li Teng immediately agreed. Speaking of which. Originally, I thought I would return to Xianying to report on my work this time, but I didn't expect that the king would let me guard the border of Han. Zhao Xian said with some emotion. This is indeed the truth. Brother Zhao, I am not surprised that the king has appointed you as the chief general for your contribution in destroying Han this time. However, I did not expect that you would be stationed in Han territory. This happens to be the king's high regard for you. To guard this place is not only the king's trust in you, but also a responsibility. You understand this point, Wang Ben said seriously. Of course I understand. Brother Wang, please tell the general and the king that as long as I, Zhao Xian, guard the border of Han, there will be absolutely no omissions. Zhao Xian immediately promised. Don't worry. Since the king has chosen you to guard the city, it means he trusts you. And speaking of it, when I returned to Xianying that day, I talked with the king in Zhangtai Palace, and he specifically asked about you. Wang Ben said with a smile. Ask about me. Zhao Xian was stunned, with a look of surprise and joy on his face. Qin Shi Huang, the greatest emperor of all time. Zhao Xian had great respect for this emperor in his heart. He was the founder of the unification of Yan and Huang and was also the first emperor in the history of Yan and Huang. Even if Zhao Xian had the ambition to become a king in the future at the end of the Qin dynasty, he could not help but admire Qin Shi Huang and had the urge to meet him. Knowing that Qin Shi Huang had asked about him privately, he felt like he was being named by a legendary figure and naturally felt delighted. Seeing Zhao Xian's surprised face, Wang Ben patted Zhao Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the king has a good impression of you, otherwise he would not have valued you so much. And on that day, I met the king, and he gave me a secret decree, which stated that it must be handed over to you, and that you must read it alone. After reading it, it must be burned immediately." Speaking of, Wang Ben took out a secret decree from his arms and handed it to Zhao Xian. The emperor's secret decree. Is there something important? Zhao Xian was shocked and immediately took the secret decree. All right. We are still here, and we will set off for Xianying tomorrow. If you have anything to say or do it now. Wang Ben said with a smile. Brother Wang. I am in charge of military affairs, and there should be someone else to take charge of government affairs. I wonder who the king has sent to take charge of government affairs. Zhao Xian asked. Speaking of which, there's a name you should have heard of. Wang Ben kept the secret. Could it be Meng Yi? Zhao Xian thought about it and guessed. Ha ha ha. No wonder the king said that you are not only the bravest among the whole army, but also have the wisdom to stand in the court. Brother Zhao Xian, you are really amazing. Wang Ben said with a smile. Then guess again, who else is it? Wang Ben asked with a smile. Your Majesty is a rare and heroic ruler in the history of the world. You must be careful in the use of your subjects. The Meng family is just like General Wang Ben's Wang family. They have been loyal to the Qin dynasty for generations and will never betray the Qin dynasty. If there is still one person left, he is definitely a capable foreign minister. But I can't guess who it is. Zhao Xian replied honestly. Sharp. Wang Ben said to Zhao Xian. Then. This time, the king sent 2 people to Han to take charge of government affairs. Meng Yi will be in charge of government affairs, and Yao Jia will be in charge of the laws in Han and implement the laws of our great Qin. Wang Ben said. Yao Jia. Zhao Xian nodded, looking thoughtful. This is Yao Jia. It is also recorded in history. For example, the death of Han Fei. According to historical records, Han Fei's death was manipulated by Li Si and Yao Jia, and he was given poison to die. Certainly. Yao Jia really had some abilities, otherwise he would not have been valued by Qin Shi Huang. Brother Zhao. As a general who has served the Qin dynasty for many years, I have a piece of advice. Do you want to hear it? Wang Ben looked serious. Brother Wang, I will definitely remember your teachings. Zhao Xian said immediately. After all, Wang Ben had been a general in the Qin dynasty for many years, and his father was the general of the Qin dynasty. He was well aware of the ways of being an official and serving in the court. He was willing to give some suggestions, which meant he was trying to make friends with Zhao Xian. How could Zhao Xian refuse? A general holds the power over the troops. This is the authority bestowed by the current king on his subjects. But you must know what you can do and what you can't do. Serving the king and expanding the territory for the Qin dynasty is something we can do, but if we form a clique for personal gain, such as touching on the struggle for royal power, we must never do it. At best, the king will dislike us, and at worst, we will end up in a miserable situation. Wang Ben said seriously. The current king is in his prime, and the country is at its peak. How can there be factional strife now? Zhao Xian said in confusion. Hee hee. Brother Zhao, I know from one look that you don't know the real court. You don't know that the court is more dangerous than the battlefield. If you take a wrong step in the court, you will be doomed forever. This factional strife began when the eldest Prince Fusu was born and many other princes were born. In the court, many people have openly supported the eldest prince. Of course, there are also people who support other princes. For example, the 18th Prince Huhai, who is now a few years old, also has many people supporting him. My father, General Mengwu, and General Huani, are the supreme generals of our great Qin. Those officials who participated in the party struggles also vied to win over the three of them, but the three of them have been in charge for many years and hold great power, so they naturally will not participate in it. Now that you have made great contributions to the Qin dynasty and are highly valued by the king, all the officials in the court know your name. This will definitely attract the attention of those people, and they will do everything they can to win you over. In short, you must not get involved in it, otherwise, you will really be trapped in it. Wang Ben reminded kindly. Hear this. Zhao Xian also had a thoughtful look on his face. Qin Shi Huang is still in his prime, but the factional struggles have already begun. I can really imagine how fiercely those princes will fight when Qin Shi Huang is old. However, Wang Ben still underestimates me. I will not participate in factional struggles. Rather than supporting Qin Shi Huang's sons, none of whom have achieved anything, I might as well wait for the last emperor of the Qin dynasty to achieve his hegemony, Zhao Xian thought to himself. Participate in party struggles. It's a joke. Zhao Xian was not so stupid as to give up cultivating his own power and instead enter into the big vat of party struggles and get caught up in it. Thank you, Brother Wang, for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. I will never get involved in these things. Now that I am highly valued by the king, I will definitely not disappoint the king's expectations of me. I will definitely take it as my duty to expand the territory and defend the Qin dynasty. Zhao Xian replied solemnly. It's good that you know these things anyway. I have watched you get to this point, and I will never harm you. It should be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Meng Yi and Yao Jia will come to Xinjiang. As for the two of them, you can be close friends with Meng Yi, but you have to be careful of Yao Jia. He is good at calculating and difficult to get along with. Wang Ben reminded again. Thank you, Brother Wang, for the reminder. Zhao Xian nodded. Don't just think that these are just a few words Wang Ben said to you, they represent Wang Ben's friendship. The court is a big melting pot, just as Wang Ben said, it is more terrifying and complicated than the battlefield. Is there anything else you want to confess? We're going back tomorrow. Li Teng is going back to Xianying, and I am going back to Lantian. I remember your home is in Lantian. Do you need me to bring something to your parents? Wang Ben said with a smile. Brother Wang, you're joking. My mother died of illness 2 years ago, and I haven't seen my father since I was a child. Zhao Xian said with a wry smile. Excuse me. I really don't know about this. Wang Ben felt a little ashamed. Although he knew Zhao Xian's basic situation and that he was from Huanqiao village, he did not conduct an in-depth investigation. Fine. But Brother Wang. Speaking of which, I really want to ask you a favor. Zhao Xian said with a smile. Brother Zhao, just tell me. I will do it. Wang Ben immediately replied, patting his chest. Although my parents are not around, I was engaged to my fiancée before I joined the army. It's been almost a year now. She doesn't know anything about me, and I don't know anything about her current situation, so I hope you can help me take a letter back to her. Zhao Xian said with a smile. Thinking of Zhou Yuer, a warm smile appeared on Zhao Xian's face. Zhou Yuer's gentle and sensible face seemed to appear in front of Zhao Xian. This is something worth Zhao Xian protecting for his entire life. Brother Zhao, do you have a fiancée? Wang Ben asked with a smile. Kindness. I joined the army not only for my ambition to stand out as a man, but also to be able to marry her in glory in the future. Zhao Xian said with a smile. It's a pity that Brother Zhao is so young. I was planning to arrange a marriage for you. Wang Ben said jokingly, what's the name of your fiancée? I will definitely bring your letter to you. It just so happens that the war is over and they need to pay pensions and annual salaries to the fallen soldiers. I will go to Huanqiao village in person then. Thank you, Brother Wang. Her name is Zhou Yuer. Besides her, there is also her grandfather. Zhao Xian said immediately. There is no time to lose. Please write quickly. Wang Ben also responded with a smile. Seeing the happiness Zhao Xian showed when he mentioned his fiancée, Wang Ben could also see Zhao Xian's affection for Zhou Yuer. Kindness. Zhao Xian did not hesitate. He walked to the table, picked up a bamboo slip, took a carving knife and started writing the letter. All his concerns for Zhou Yuer were written down in it. Yuer, what I said to you at the beginning has now come true. After writing the letter, a kind of warmth appeared on Zhao Xian's face. For him. This letter expresses the author's endless longing for Zhou Yuer. For Zhao Xian. There may be other women around him in the future, but the only one he truly has in his heart is Zhou Yuer. Other women are only around him for the purpose of procreation of bloodline, and perhaps there will be no real feelings for him either. This is the authority of the superiors of this era. Brother Wang, thank you for your help. Zhao Xian handed the letter in his hand to Wang Ben. You're welcome. Wang Ben smiled and put the letter away. This time on the way back to Xianying, we have to pass through Lantian. I will go there with General Wang. Li Teng said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Li. Zhao Xian smiled again. It's all done. Next, General Li will hand over the military affairs to Brother Zhao. Wang Ben said. Yeah. Li Teng nodded. That's right. What should be done with the 70,000 to 80,000 surrendered Korean soldiers? Has the king given any instructions? Zhao Xian suddenly thought of this. The king has issued an edict. In order to prevent the surrendered soldiers of Han from rebelling again, we will take them all back to the territory of our great Qin and send them to Shu, Guangzhou, and the western border for forced labor, said Wang Ben. All 80,000 surrendered soldiers were demoted to corvée labor. Zhao Xian was stunned. Yes. After all, these surrendered soldiers are unpredictable. If we incorporate them into the army, the consequences will be unpredictable. They might even turn against us. Therefore, almost all countries in the world treat surrendered soldiers by demoting them to forced labor. Wang Ben nodded. Brother Wang. These surrendered soldiers may be subdued. Can we petition the king to suspend the law of demoting me to corvée labor? Zhao Xian looked anxious. The king has already issued an edict. Perhaps there is no room for turning back. Moreover, I have sent the deputy general to Yangdi. Those surrendered soldiers should have set off and are being escorted to Xianying. Wang Ben said, but he was very puzzled as to why Zhao Xian was so anxious about these surrendered soldiers. Brother Wang, please give me a chance. If I succeed, I can strengthen the military and national strength of my great Qin. Please let me try. Please ask the king to hand over these surrendered soldiers to me for disposal. Zhao Xian said seriously. Are you serious? Wang Ben's expression also became surprised. Seriously. If there are any omissions in this matter, all the blame is mine. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice, his face full of seriousness. Good. First, tell me how to deal with these surrendered soldiers. Wang Ben said. Take it for your own use. Attack the surrendered soldiers' hearts. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. Feasible. Since the turmoil in the world, surrendered soldiers have repeatedly defected, which is inevitable. Do you really want to try to subdue them? Wang Ben stared at Zhao Xian. I believe I can do it. And the weapon is the military merit system of our great Qin. The people of the world have suffered from the nobles for a long time. If we succeed, we will have another way to deal with the surrendered soldiers in the future. It can also strengthen our national strength. The more we fight, the stronger we will be. With this method, our great Qin will speed up the progress and unify the world. Zhao Xian said seriously, full of confidence. See here. Wang Ben nodded and gritted his teeth. Okay. I believe you, I am willing to take responsibility for this matter. After all, Wang Ben was also influenced by the various military achievements created by Zhao Xian since he went on the expedition. Just as the heroic words Zhao Xian said when he joined the army that day had come true. Seeing Zhao Xian so confident, Wang Ben also decided to take a gamble. If it succeeds, perhaps it is really as Zhao Xian said, to enhance the national strength of Qin. After all, in the future conquests of the Qin dynasty, there may be many surrendered soldiers. If all of them are demoted to corvée labor, there will be hundreds of thousands or even millions of young and strong people, which will have a great impact on the Qin dynasty. If Zhao Xian really created a new way of dealing with the situation, making use of the surrendered soldiers and strengthening the power of Qin, it would definitely be a great feat. I also believe Zhao Xian in this matter. If the king blames you, count me in. Li Ting also spoke up, full of trust in Zhao Xian. There is still time to go after him. Wang Ben said in a deep voice. Thank you, brothers. Zhao Xian clasped his fists and bowed to the two of them. Immediately, the three of them walked out of the tent quickly. They shouted to their respective guards, "Prepare the horses." Promise. The three commanders of the Royal Guard battalion were stunned and responded in unison. Seeing the three generals looking so anxious, they didn't know what had happened. Yangdi. 80,000 Han surrendered soldiers had been taken out of the city. He personally escorted them into the territory of Daqin by 30,000 elite soldiers from Lantian. Along the way, all the Qin warriors were armed with weapons and accompanied by archers, showing a strict alert. If so many surrendered soldiers are not treated with caution and mutiny occurs, the consequences will be unpredictable. So after the current king of Qin issued an edict, Wang Ben issued an order to mobilize 30,000 elite soldiers to escort the troops. If any surrendered soldier dares to escape along the way, he will be killed immediately. If any surrendered soldier dares to incite mutiny, all the generals and the 100 men who follow him will be killed. Only cruel means can bring about deterrence. Look at the surrendered soldiers. All of them had lost their fighting spirit, and were being escorted with their heads down, feeling dejected and fearful. As a former member of the South Korean army, they naturally knew what they would face after being escorted to Qin territory. They would never be able to return to their hometown for the rest of their lives and would be demoted to corvée labor and work until death. Even though they were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice under the powerful force. Go. Those who don't leave will be killed without mercy. Walk. On the way, many sharp warriors loudly scolded the surrendered soldiers and escorted them towards the Qin mainland. All that. It seems that it is inevitable. But at this moment, towards Yangdi city, thousands of Qin cavalry quickly galloped towards the escort team. Many escorting warriors looked sideways in confusion. These thousands of cavalrymen galloped and quickly rushed to the front of the escort team. Everyone, stop moving forward. Wang Ben shouted loudly. When the deputy general escorting Wang Ben saw him, he immediately dismounted and bowed. "General, what has happened?" "Kindness." Wang Ben nodded. Upon hearing this, the deputy general immediately gave the order. "General Wang has ordered that the army stop advancing and guard the surrendered soldiers where they are." "Promise." "Deliver the order." The huge team came to a stop again. "General Zhao, this group of surrendered soldiers will be handed over to you from now on. As for how to report to the king later, I will do so personally." Wang Ben turned his head and said to Zhao Xian. "Thank you, General Wang. I will never let the king down." Zhao Xian nodded solemnly. Looking at the countless decadent and dispirited Korean surrendered soldiers, he already had some thoughts in his mind.